Brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, March 20th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop.
What's up?
What up? Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Hey, hello.
And Eric Bickle.
Morning.
That is the
Morning.
foursome. Want to get in touch with us throughout the show? You can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. Be talking about the NCAA tournament throughout the program. Chris Nockey is going to join us, Terps Hoops analyst, former coach at AU. He'll jump on at 8 o'clock. And the national season is basically upon us. Next week
7 days
is opening day. Zach Littell, who is a new pitcher for the Washington Nationals, join us at 9 o'clock so we can talk some Nats baseball later in the program. But we are in the midst of March Madness, and there was madness. I can tell you this. At about 11 a.m., our guy Jabby sent me a text, and he said, hey, I still don't have your picks for the Survivor pool. So he does this little Survivor pool, and I said, well, my son's definitely going to do it. And then I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to do it. And for day one, you had to pick two teams.
They wanted day two.
What team did Dylan and I both pick? Which was dumb because I should have picked two teams different than he had. I only picked one team different than he had.
Which team
Wisconsin.
did you both picked the Badgers?
We both had
whiskey.
Wisconsin.
Oh,
Out of the contest.
yeah. What are you gonna do?
There's about 7 guys that took Wisconsin, so they're out. 7 out of about 35-ish, I guess.
Those 5-12 matchups,
You got to be
always
careful.
dicey.
Got to be careful.
Great game, though.
That was a great game. Yeah.
Great game. My son actually said it was the best game he thinks he's ever watched. And I was like, dude, it's a first round game.
Yeah.
Like,
That's recency.
It's like there've been NCAA tournament championship games that have come down to the last shot that you've grown up watching.
Right. No, but
Yeah,
it was,
in the moment, it was like the back and forth nature, and it worked against us.
it was fun to watch. I mean, it was Wisconsin's backcourt, especially Boyd, was, they were kind of controlling most of the second half, but when High Point hits 15 or 16 threes, tough to beat, including Chase Johnston, who all he does is shoot threes. He's a three-point specialist. He's played for 7 years for 3 different schools, and this year he's got 1 2-point basket,
The
that
whole
was
year.
it.
and that was the layup that won the game.
Wow.
All he does is shoot threes.
That is the ultimate specialist. Good for him.
Yeah, and he was hitting deep threes, and Martin, that point guard, was hitting some threes too. So, yeah, it was a great win for High Point over Wisconsin.
And Roger got it right. Roger, the engineer, a little bit
Roger.
later in the program.
Yeah.
We will check in on how we're doing after day one, how Roger is doing. I know the boys behind the glass, Drab and Valdez, did a video. They put it up on our Instagram page, Sports Junkies Radio. Give us a follow there, Sports Junkies Radio on Instagram, where they talk about the penalty if they lose to Roger, which is getting shocked. He had some sort of contraption
Some sort of device.
where they will get shocked. I believe Roger took High Point because it's in North Carolina.
Yeah, he has an affinity for the Tar Heel State.
Yeah,
And
likes
did
it.
he take VCU as well?
I don't know.
I think he may have taken VCU.
Which doesn't make sense because if he likes High Point, he didn't take North Carolina.
Right. He didn't take the Tar Heels, who got eliminated after giving up a big lead.
Yeah, 19 points. I don't know who he took, honestly.
I saw some clips of Hubert Davis, the head coach at North Carolina, after the game. And on the other side, VCU's coach, Martelli, was leaning in to his players that North Carolina's getting tired.
Well, they were.
Hubert Davis didn't want to hear anything about being tired and was getting
I mean-
questioned about not making substitutions at the end of the game because they did kind of seem like they just tired out.
Well, they were gassed. I mean, they played their starters 40-plus minutes.
They weren't as tired as the Siena Saints
Siena,
players.
they were tired.
because they were all playing Iron Man basketball against Duke.
Yeah.
And I knew it was too good to be true that they were going to hold on to that lead they had at halftime. And they went through a drought. I think it was like a 7-minute drought in the second half where they couldn't score, let Duke back into the game.
But
and ultimately they succumbed.
They scared the living you-know-what out of Duke.
Oh, yeah. They definitely gave
You know
the
what I
Dukies
mean?
a scare in round one.
But Carolina was They were gassed. I
Right.
mean, and if Caleb Wilson plays in that game, they probably win because he's going to hit some buckets down the stretch. They just couldn't hit key buckets, especially in overtime. I think they went 0 for 6 or something like that in overtime. So they were gassed. They were tired. And it'll be interesting to see if North Carolina decides to make a change with Hubert Davis. I don't think they will, but he's been bounced in the first round the last 2 years. And, it's North Carolina. They don't
Does
like
he have any Final Fours on his resume?
He went
as
to the
head
national
coach?
championship his first year, remember? His very first year, he went to the national championship. But
Okay.
then the last 2 years, he's been bounced in the first round, and they don't like that at North Carolina. So I don't think they'll make a change, but if it happens again next year, you might see one.
College Hoops Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
But that was fun. It was fun to watch. All I did I'm started watching the first game, the Ohio State TCU game at 12:15, and then watched all the way up till Michigan started to pull away from Howard. Our boys scared Michigan
They
too.
did. They did.
Our boys scared them.
They were fun to watch, and
Yeah.
again, they just they were outclassed in the second half.
Yeah,
I mean, they were within 4 at halftime. I mean, they were giving Michigan all they could handle.
Cut it
because
to 2.
They were hot in the first half from 3-point land.
Yep.
But eventually, Michigan wore them down. Their size
Right.
was too much.
Right. Mara.
But look, give Howard credit. Like they were 30-point underdogs, and
They
were-
covered.
They were only trailing by 4 at the half against
Yeah.
the number one. Not the number one overall seed, but
a 1 seed.
A 1 seed.
Yeah. No.
So
Kinda same
credit
thing-
to them.
Same thing kind of happened in the Penn game.
Mm-hmm.
They kept it close for a half ish, maybe
Yep.
within 5 or 7, and then you pull away.
Yeah.
The bigger rosters, the better teams.
The better
just
teams pull away, yeah. And then that happened with Duke too. I mean,
Duke and Siena.
but again, like with Carolina, when you take the best player off the floor and that's 20 and 10, you take that away from them, that's going to hurt you. With Duke, you're taking 2 starters away. And Big Patrick down low, he's kind of a rim protector. You take him away, you force Cameron Boozer to do some different things that he's probably not used to doing, especially defensively. And then Caleb Foster, their point guard. Boozer played very well, but he's not a true point guard. So some of these injuries are factors, and you could see it with Duke last night or yesterday.
And AJ DeMansa out of the tournament.
He's out. He
He
did
had
his
a great
part.
performance.
Yeah. What do you have? What did he finish with? 37?
I think it was
35?
30. I think it was 37.
35
That
or 30.
solidify him as the number 1 overall guy. You think?
Depends how
Possibly.
Peterson performs.
I feel like people are off Peterson a little bit.
People are questioning his
material nature of it.
desire,
Yeah, right.
but if he has a great tournament,
Yep. But
can
Devonta
dispel
was,
everything.
yeah, I mean, he'll be 1 or 2.
Yeah.
He's not going to slip below 2.
Right.
And in the Wizards right now, Wizards did their part last night, losing.
That's right.
But some of these games are they're just really fun to watch. It's the NCAA tournament. Anything can happen. And you get 16 more today. So there'll be a few more upsets today. You could
Well, I know we're going
bank on that.
Go through it all later, but I didn't quite know how my bracket turned out. Not horrible. We'll go through it later, but yeah.
I just always figure day one is important, but it really comes down to how many teams you get in that Final Four.
right.
For
Can't
sure.
lose a big one on day
Well,
one.
you could
or
lose
two.
a big one on day one. I
Yeah,
know.
that would hurt.
I was actually driving around talking to my son when Siena was up with 8 minutes to go, and I was like, "Wow, if Duke
Duke loses, that
you
kills
might as well
everybody.
Just stop." Yeah, I mean, it kills a lot of people,
That
but
killed-
certainly
that-
would kill me.
Yeah. That
It was
would've-
too good to
That
be
would have
true
killed
to-
95% of people.
To expect Duke to get bounced by a 16 seed, it would have been. We would have been running too well in life for that to happen.
Yeah.
It just wasn't going to
I
happen.
think maybe I'm wrong, but I was talking to him. I was driving. I was talking to him on the phone. He's like, "By the way, Dad, Siena's up by like 8 with 8 minutes to go, or something." It was something in that realm ish where it was like, "Whoa, this could actually happen." But they obviously pulled away,
Yeah.
did their part.
And then it kind of makes you wonder how it's going to affect them as they start playing better teams. I mean, TCU is a better team, and they're more physical than Siena. How's it going to
Yeah.
affect them when they play?
My son's
If they
actually
can't get those guys back.
he's driving to Philadelphia today to go to the games. Mm-hmm. He's
Oh,
on
really?
spring break.
Remember doing that?
I guess he got a ticket for like $150.
Didn't go to Philadelphia to go to the game. I don't think we ever went elsewhere. But remember they would host them sometimes at College Park, Cole. They would have the first or second round of the tournament.
So he'll see Virginia, who's a
times.
3 seed. They play Wright State. That's at 150. He'll see Miami of Ohio play Tennessee.
Oh, good. He'll see some good teams.
And then he's got UCF, UCLA, and then in the evening,
So he's going
he got UConn Furman.
He's going to see all four of them.
Not positive. He's a college kid. He's going with two of his buddies that live on his floor.
It's a fun road trip. They'll have a good time.
Yeah, that'll be fun for
Jason,
him.
when Richmond beat Syracuse the year before you went to Richmond, right? Was that the year before?
No, it was when Richmond beat Syracuse at Cole. That was the year after.
The year
that
after.
was 89.
I was going to say, I was at that game.
With Billy Owens, right?
Yeah.
89.
Yeah. That was the year after you were there. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, our boy Kenny Wood was on that team. James Wood's dad. He was on that team.
Okay.
Yeah, I was at the game, but
anyway,
wasn't
day
on the
one in the
bench.
books, and typical March Madness with a couple of upsets. Most significantly, I guess, High Point knocking off Wisconsin, and then VCU knocking off UNC. We'll be talking March Madness throughout. As I mentioned, Chris Nockey, Terps Hoops analyst, former coach at AU. He'll jump on at 8, and we will talk Nats. Zach Littell, Nationals pitcher at 9 o'clock here on the Junkies. Coming up at 6:45, give you a chance to win 2 tickets to see Dave Matthews Band Sunday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. So stay tuned for that. Coming up in about 25 minutes.
So I'm actually a little shook this morning because this is we had a little incident last night when I was driving home with my daughter from volleyball. You know, on Tuesdays and Thursdays we don't get back until like 11. It's crazy.
Now she drives.
Yes, and so you often ask me why don't you just let her drive? Well, she's a young driver. Mm-hmm. Last night was a perfect example. Everything's fine, but we were coming home, and it's just the kind of thing that you're just not going to learn until you just have to experience this kind of thing. And we were coming home. It was 10:30, 10:45, and we're on the Beltway, and you can see up ahead, it looks like they were going to do some nighttime construction. By the way, we're cruising.
What part of the Beltway were you on?
And we had just about to approach the GW Parkway. So we'd come off 66. We were approaching whatever you call it, the GW Bridge. Forgive me. And I'm barely paying attention. I'm actually listening to a podcast. I got my headphones in, and she's just kind of cruising. She's listening to country music. We're doing our own thing, but I'm monitoring-ish. But I'm pretty comfortable. She's been driving for a while. And then you see, and I'm paying attention, and I noticed that all of a sudden there's they start to put those orange cones with the white stripes. They start to put those up,
to
and you
block a
see in
lane.
the distance the thing to yell, an arrow to move to the left.
Yep.
And I'm sort of watching things unfold. Not really, we're just cruising. Not like we're going 70, but maybe, I don't know, maybe we're going 55, 56, 57, something like that. And it's one of those deals where I honestly don't think they did a great job. I think they kind of did a quick transition because they cut off 2 lanes. So we're going, and you see one lane's cut off, and they're like, okay, she gets over. And then like all of a sudden she goes, Dad, because the second lane was cut really quickly, and she can't go left because there's the longest 18-wheeler I've ever seen.
Right.
Like right in her blind spot, but she was aware of it. God bless her. And she said we were in the second lane.
Second lane?
The third lane, the 18-wheeler wasn't going to have us. He wasn't working with us, right? So he was in her blind. He just zooms by, and then right behind it,
Because he's trying to get in front of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then another one right behind it. So 2 18-wheel. It's like one of those 1 in a million things, and you can only experience it with experience. And so I'm like, so immediately I just say, just hit the orange thing. Hit the orange thing. Hit the orange thing. Doesn't matter. This is plastic.
Yeah.
Who cares? It's like it's smoked by an 18-wheeler.
Right.
And so she hits on her brakes. Now she doesn't hit it, but she comes right up, and now we're stopped on the Beltway.
Stopped on the Beltway. Wow.
And now I'm worried about a car hitting us from behind, but I don't. I stay calm. She's frazzled. But literally in that moment, so we had that situation where it went from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, and maybe 100 yards or less. Like it happened really quickly. I honestly, and then you see a car in front of us too had kind of gotten caught up too.
Right.
So it wasn't just us.
Yeah.
Did
they have a vehicle with the big orange arrow pointing right?
Way up front.
Yeah.
But and obviously we've all experienced this. But it was a pretty quick transition from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, and we weren't the only ones that got caught in it. And
Got bullied by some 18-wheelers.
we got bullied by 18-wheelers, but at the same token, I think
could have been-
everybody was kind of unaware of what was going on. It happened so quickly. Everything worked out fine, but we had to wait there for about 30 to 40 seconds before there was a gap, and it was calm the whole time.
Right.
But I said, hey, when there's a gap, she's in the Beamer, slam the gas.
Right.
Don't pussyfoot it. Slam the gas when there's a gap and you feel comfortable.
Got to get in.
And she did.
Some of us deal with that almost every morning when you get on to 395
Right. There's certain areas
off
where you
of the
can't
GW
merge.
Parkway, and there's the tiniest little merge area.
I don't go that way.
And you either got to hope that people are kind,
Yeah.
or you got to gun it at times.
Yeah.
I mean, it just takes one driver who's not paying attention, and they slam into you.
Yeah. I mean, so somebody could
You know
slam
what I
us behind. I think we probably would have lived because nothing in front of us. We would have kept going. But I was more worried about her deciding in the critical moment, should I just try to wedge over left and not see the 2 18-wheelers? Not 1, 2,
That
back to back, bumper to bumper. And those guys were moving.
Right.
They were moving.
Right.
And I have to tell you, kind of all night I was rattled.
I bet.
And this morning too, because
You were
just
thinking,
can't experience that until you experience it. And even still, So I was trying to calmly say, how would we handle this next time? Because, we've been driving back. That's the first time that's actually been that kind of construction at 10:30 coming back. Because they do late night construction, but it's kind of the first time we've encountered it.
Yeah.
Her and I, with her driving. And the only thing I could think of, and you tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to teach her, is when you start to see an arrow, just immediately start to slow down.
Correct.
Immediately slow down.
Blinker on. And then get to the right.
And just take your time. Left. Get to the left.
I'm sorry, get to the left.
And just assume it's going to be more than one lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I can come up with.
The only thing I do, like when I see something like that, I start getting over as quickly as I can because I just know that there are a lot of people that are going to wait till the last minute. They're going to dart over right before the cones.
Yeah.
Take over the lane.
Yeah.
So that's the only way. That's the way I kind of approach it when I see.
Yeah. That's
if I see the
way.
overhead signs as 2 right lanes closed or 2 left lanes closed in a quarter mile or whatever, I just immediately.
I'm not even sure they had that.
They might.
They might have.
Yeah.
But they certainly had the arrow ahead. But it was quick, and we weren't the only ones caught in it.
I thought they were done with construction in that area.
I don't know what they're doing.
They're never going to be done.
It doesn't matter. The moral of the story is I can have it anywhere, anytime,
Yeah.
anywhere. And so I have to say I was a little rattled. She was rattled. She immediately came home. She said, "Mama almost killed us."
She wasn't crying, was she?
No. Because I'll be honest, I think partly because I was calm.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's scary, man.
exacerbate
That
it.
is scary.
But this
But
is why.
props to her for handling it that way, even though she had
calm.
never experienced that before.
Yeah.
But now, next time she sees that, she'll know slow down.
Slow down and just
then
assume
blinker
it's gonna
on
be a
and
poop
eventually
show.
get on. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I think she was just comfortable driving.
Yeah.
She was just comfortable.
Do you have one of those stickers that say rookie driver or anything like that?
No, I wouldn't
Would
be
you-
averse to it.
Would you think about you slapping that on every time she drives, or
Or
when you
having
get
it
her-
on for all. She has kind of the old Jeep she's driving around for now. Last night she happened to be driving my car. I wouldn't be averse to it.
But it makes
I
you
think-
wonder how she would handle it if you weren't in the car.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would be scary.
Now I've done a lot of things. I've done a lot of prepping. I've told her things like, "Hey, I'd rather you rear into somebody, than head on." Right. So
Yeah.
if you're in a situation you have to swerve or something, don't swerve. Just hit the guy head on. You guys will probably be okay. Don't hit a tree. Trying to give her a priority of things. Like when S hits the fan and you got a millisecond,
Yeah,
don't hit a tree. Don't swerve into head on.
No.
Just hit the car in front of you.
Right.
Now, last night I had to tell her, hit the orange things.
Yeah.
Don't worry about those. Those things are nothing.
Right.
And then she said, what about those things that pop up? Like those white things where they have like 100 of them. I said, Cake's mowed down about 100 of them when we were in Florida one day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul.
He panicked. He didn't know to go left or right. Literally told the story last night.
Yeah.
yeah.
And I said, those are fine.
And it was in a rental car. I mean,
they're rubber.
There's not a rental.
But you weren't a
plastic.
teenage driver.
No, I was probably in my 40s.
Right.
Seasoned driver.
I'm advising rookie driver sticker.
I'm not averse to
I'm
it.
advising that.
I just think there's been such a proliferation of those. I feel like every third car has one of those rookie driver stickers
Yeah.
on them.
And
at
I don't
this
think the
point.
18-wheeler
But it's
drivers are
probably
going to
not a bad
care.
idea.
Use it in the
I'm
moment.
not-
but-
whenever I see that, I don't get impatient.
Yeah.
I try to avoid the car,
Right.
Because they're a rookie driver. I'm an experienced driver.
Yeah.
They are more likely to make a mistake that could harm my car or myself.
Yeah.
So I do what I can to avoid them.
You give them a wide
I
berth.
think that would be helpful for her because it lets people know, hey, she's inexperienced, and also if you want to avoid this car or if you don't want to ram her ass with a truck or something, go change lanes and go past her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably
I'm
not a
averse
bad
to it.
idea.
I'm not averse to it. I will say that I'm proud, and my wife is actually annoyed by it, but because my wife, she drives close to other cars. Like she's got a heavy foot. And
Tailgater.
Oh, she's a
late
tailgater?
breaker. She's a late breaker,
Yeah,
is how
yeah,
I
yeah.
would describe my wife.
Yeah. That's
and
not
she's
good.
never hit anybody. She's hit 2 humans, but she's never hit a car.
Right.
Okay, she did hit 2 people on bicycles.
Right.
But in
Yeah, that's not good.
intersections. But my daughter,
Is JP, you're not a tailgater, are you?
Not really.
Yeah.
no, but my daughter,
My wife is kind of like that.
I teach her to be way far. So she drives.
Yeah.
When I'm telling you my daughter's driving 56 on the belt, like you probably don't want to be behind her. She drives slow. She gives a lot of space. Because my rule is we don't gain on people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because I've hit 1,000,000 people.
Yeah, yeah.
And I have PTSD. When I see brake lights, I break.
I can't tell you how concerned I get when I know my daughters are driving a long ways, whether they're going to Philly or
Right.
New York or down south, wherever. But I just worry about that because, they're good drivers, but it's the other people, and especially the 18-wheelers. Those things are 5 billion pounds, and they're almost impossible to stop.
Yeah.
So I worry about that all the time.
I almost it's not like I even blame them, but they certainly weren't slowing down, and it's just one of those awkward situations that you can't plan for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it just takes experience to try to navigate it. There was even an experienced driver in front of me who was actually parked, which I think is why we were a little bit doomed, because he late braked and realized that he was screwed too.
Yeah.
So there was a couple of us screwed by the kind. I think they got a little quick where they were putting those orange things down.
And it's because that crew just didn't do a good enough job
Should have been more
warning
transition.
People.
I think there should have been a longer transition.
It is dark, so it's probably
No,
hard
but it
for
went
them.
like they cut off one lane, and then from the next lane to the other, maybe 10 or 15 yards. Like there wasn't enough space. There should have been a longer runoff where you see clearly they're closing 2 lanes, not one.
Yeah.
Anyway. It is
Yeah,
what
I
it
probably
is.
wouldn't have slept after that.
I'm a little rattled.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah.
I could tell.
But she's fine. But that's
Maybe
the-
next time you have practice, you drive home.
No. I think she has to drive.
Well, she could drive out.
She
but
needs
maybe-
reps.
No,
she needs
she needs the reps. I
Yeah.
think it's all about the reps.
All right. Okay.
That's the only way I know how to handle it is reps.
Yeah.
And I just probably can't chill as much as I'm chilling when she's
Right.
driving. Because I'm very chill. I think she's a safe driver, knock on wood,
Yeah.
God willing. But, things happen.
Worry about your kids, man. Wherever they are. How about the kid, the Alabama student who's
terrible,
dead?
terrible story.
Hey, and
Found them in the
saw
water.
that,
20 years old.
And they said he was like
Awful.
Yeah.
like sweet religious kid and everything. Maybe like he was, I don't know,
President of his fraternity.
maybe of his fraternity and maybe like the chaplain of his fraternity or something.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
21 years old.
What the hell?
20 years
I
old.
didn't follow it though. What was the backstory?
He was just
He was
down
on
there
a
on
trip?
spring break, finished, visiting with friends, and he went to a bar because he was hollering at some honey.
He might have been chaplain, but he was hollering.
His friends went back to the hotel. They were tired. He stayed there. He left the bar with this girl, and they never saw. He never came back to the Airbnb. So they called the cops.
Kind of like honeypot him or whatever. In other words, like
I don't
lure
know.
him
I
and
don't-
then poison his drink.
I
and
have
then
no idea.
They threw him in the ocean.
I don't know. He could have
Prey
been.
on tourists.
He could have been really hammered and got into the water with her and drowned. Who knows?
They say foul play has been ruled out.
Maybe he just drank too much, wandered into the ocean,
Right?
couldn't swim at that point. Like
That's terrible.
overcome. I had too much to drink. I don't know,
Yep. Yep.
but it's an awful story. You got to go over and pick up your kid who passes away.
Correct.
20.
Yep.
Terrible.
Oh, the show's off to a
This is
positive
this is a
start.
uplifting.
Hey, it's
stretch.
Friday. We got to be more
It
positive.
is a Friday. That is
Real world.
positive.
I'll tell you, I know it's positive. Is I think the weekend's going to be decent, right? Weather-wise.
It's gonna be 70 today.
I thought it was going to be 70. Then I looked at my weather app this morning, and I thought I saw a high of 50. It was 50-something.
No, I think it's going to be close to 70, maybe high 60s. And then Sunday is supposed to be even warmer.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, by 3
What,
p.m.
What are you seeing?
I don't know, man.
Mid 70s? Or
I see, yes.
yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. Because this morning I was thrown.
Yeah, it's not going to be
69 by 1 p.m.
there you go. Perfect.
It's a great day.
It'll be a good
I
weekend.
think Sunday is going to be a nice day, too. But a little
Sunday's going to be
cloudy.
nice.
Might not
Sunday's,
be-
yeah. Might get a little rain tonight, late night, but it'll be fine.
All right.
Got a good weekend lined up with the nice weather.
No plans. I'm just going to be watching hoops.
Yeah.
Watch some hoops today. And we were talking about the best day in sports yesterday because it's the first round. I think today is the best day because it's Friday. I would say Friday's first round better than Thursday's
Right.
first
You
You can
round
make that
Just because it's
argument.
a Friday.
because it's a Friday.
The weekend is upon us.
Correct. Correct. But I can see why people are all jacked up on for Thursday's games.
Well, I got Meg home. She came home last night. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun day.
I'm sure the bars were hopping yesterday. There's a story about a new trend at bars, and there are a couple reasons behind it. I've actually seen John Taffer, the host of Bar Rescue, saying every segment of alcohol is down.
Yes. Yes.
And there are a couple reasons for that. They even throw in all the people that are taking Ozempic and all
Everything.
these weight loss drugs.
Everything.
There's less desire
I
for that.
think
But
people are more health conscious. than they've ever been.
I think there's some of that. There's also the cost, particularly in cities. They say your average cocktail is running $20-$25 now.
insane.
So there's a trend for Americans drinking tiny cocktails.
Oh.
Now I looked at the pictures. They didn't look that tiny, but
That
I guess they're a
sounds
little
horrible.
bit smaller.
Nothing worse than a tiny cocktail.
Yeah, if you're gonna get a cocktail, you want a heavy pour, and
Yeah.
you want at least 2 shots in that cocktail.
Yeah.
There's a quote from a restaurateur in here. It says, I'm seeing a clear shift in Gen Z and younger millennials drinking less, often choosing not to drink at all compared to previous generations.
Yeah.
What's wrong with them?
They're becoming health conscious.
I'm telling you, there is an element of that. It's also obviously the weed thing. A lot of young guys are into vapes and all that, whatever they do, whatever Mars friends do. But
I feel like, at least for young people drinking, affordability is always an issue.
Oh, definitely.
we didn't drink cocktails at bars. We drank
No, we-
cheap
Cheers.
beer.
As much beer as we could get our grubby little hands on.
at bars,
Pre-gaming
yes.
before we
But my
went out
pregame
key.
was always just a concoction of booze, whatever we had. We just threw it all in a big,
just like
Seven
jungle
Eleven
juice, whatever you
Yes.
could throw into
whatever,
a big vat.
whatever liquor we had.
Yeah.
Just threw it in a big cup. Ross was usually a bartender. To be honest with you.
Now, if you're going to happy hour, let's say you're in your 30s,
Yeah.
or maybe you're in your mid to upper 20s, and you're single, I could see having a cocktail. You're out there hollering. So maybe the tiny, teeny trend
Well,
would
how
be
does
something you would lean into.
Mike Moore, how do you do it? Do you when you're going out to your bars, your favorite spots in Arlington, do you pregame for until about 11 o'clock and then hit the bar, or do you just go right out?
He's working on something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, he often
got a-
goes to
he's got a tech issue.
He
Yeah.
often
He looks
goes
miserable. You look miserable.
He often
the
goes to
first 30
see.
minutes of this show, we've just been dealing with technical difficulties
Oh,
on
okay,
YouTube,
sorry.
so
I was
I'll
just
back to you in a couple minutes.
all right. Yeah, that's fine.
He often
Sorry.
goes to see our boy Chuck
Yeah.
and get free drinks.
Well,
that's his
smart.
move.
But I would imagine, is he 25 or 26
I
years
think he's
old?
25.
Okay, yeah. I would imagine heavy pre-gaming
Yeah.
before he hits the bars.
Correct.
Because that's your most economical way of
Yeah,
catching
yeah.
a nice little buzz and not spending
And that's what I figured.
$200 a night when you're out.
That's what I figured.
That's your move. At least that's the old school move. Maybe the Mike Mars of the world are handling it differently.
I mean, who knows? How much of a factor is it just the fact that everybody, I mean, when everybody, with all the nicotine pouches that everybody's into now, does that encourage drinking because you get sized to drink while you have that? Or does it actually
Oh, I
decrease
think that
drinking?
encourages your drinking.
Encourages
I think
drinking?
the getting that nicotine in your system gets you amped.
What was the perfect combination with the death stick?
You mean what drink?
What paired with the death stick? Just
an
beer?
ice cold like a light Miller Light and a Marlboro Light was a chef's kiss combo back in the day. And more ideal if it was like an outdoor bar. If you had an outdoor bar where you're not just filling the whole place with carcinogens and smoke, and you got a frosty Miller Light, it's a good
I had
combo.
a question. I went to my buddy's game. It was a big game the other day. It was actually a Good Counsel Landon game, and one of my closest friends coaches at Good Counsel, Dane Smith. I think he's the best. Would they have allowed me to smoke a cigar there?
In the stands?
Well, like they allow you to stand around the fence, so I stand around the fence.
Some of the, I would guess.
Would they allow you to do
Might
that?
be like a tobacco-free campus.
I wondered.
I would guess.
I think
would guess
you could
like-
pull it off. But just
I know it's St.
speculation.
Andrews. My buddy, where my son went, one of the dads,
Yeah.
he would light up a cigar. Now that's St. Andrews,
See, I don't-
different school.
Yeah, I
but-
mean, private schools are going to have different rules, but I think like in Montgomery County,
You're not
like if
allowed
I
to
went
do
to
that.
watch my kid play a lacrosse game,
You can't smoke a
and I
cigar?
started smoking a cigarette in the stands, that would be a big no-no.
Okay, I'm not saying the stance again. What if I'm like a dad like Lurch and I'm standing over there like
I think if
off
you're
to the side,
but I
or
think if
down
you're
the ground
on the
level.
school property, like
it's a no?
I think every high school campus in Montgomery County is supposed to be tobacco-free.
Is that true?
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure that's the
Okay.
case. Yeah.
I thought I might cross a red line there, so I
Yeah.
didn't, but I wanted to.
I'm sure you did.
Just so you know.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up at 6:45, your chance to win tickets to go see Dave Matthews Band. And we'll check in to see, are the Junkies beating Roger the Engineer right now in our March Madness bracket contest? We'll do that next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EV here. FanDuel is offering an early win on your pre-live moneyline bets for college basketball when your team goes up 10 points. And it stays a win no matter how the game ends. Do you understand that? Win or lose, if your team takes a lead of 10 or more points, then it's a win for you. It's that simple. And don't forget, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just to make sure you visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. Bet the bracket with FanDuel now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Tokens are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including token expiration, market requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we told you we'd give you a chance to win some tickets to Dave Matthews Band coming up at 6:45. Caller number 10 right now at 1-800-636-1067. We'll hook you up with tickets to see Dave Matthews Band Sunday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. So caller 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We'll hook you up with those tickets.
Let's go real quick to Jim in Alexandria. Jim, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Jokes.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Good.
Good. What's up?
So I kind of work on for a large construction company that does a lot of road work
Yeah.
up and down the East Coast, Virginia, Maryland, New York, New Jersey.
Right.
So I got one thing I'd like to add about your daughter driving, and
Yeah.
just real quick.
Yeah.
When you see those guys at night on an interstate starting to put cones out,
Yeah.
assume they're taking multiple lanes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Assume that.
Yeah,
Because
that's
you
a good
only can
assumption.
Take multiple lanes at night.
Yeah. 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 I learned that last night. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard your segment, and that is scary. I have a grandson that's driving who's clueless.
Yeah.
And he would have run over those cones, too, to be honest with you.
But I think that's the smart thing to do, right? That's the move. I mean, rather than get mowed down by the
Yeah.
18-wheeler, you got to.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, but you got to be careful because they usually the most dangerous part of putting the cones out for the workers is the beginning and the end.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
no, for sure.
So
There weren't
when
any
you're
workers
putting it
right
out-
there. They were hundreds and
Right.
thousands of yards away. It was the beginning.
So did you see a truck when that flashing sign that you said with the arrow? Did that have a TMA on the back of it? With the TMA is a crash truck. That's that big cushion on the back.
Oh, you know, I can't
Did you see
differ.
that?
I was a little shook, so I can't remember. I don't know the difference. It was just a big arrow, but I saw kind of behind 1,000 cones or whatever. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah.
Yeah, they use a pretty good buffer. The transition point should be at least 1,000 feet. You said 100 yards. It should be more than that, right? But
I feel like the first
you know,
one was, but it was going from the second lane to the third. You know what I'm saying? Like the first lane they closed off was
Yes.
very, very slow, but that second lane they cut off was very, very quick. Yeah.
Well, they should have had one of those trucks with that big thing on the back when
Right.
you transition from the one lane that was closed
Yeah.
to the next lane that was closed.
Right.
For
Yeah,
the
right,
exact reason you're talking about,
right.
right?
I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
with the big arrow.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate it,
man.
Jim. Be safe out there, buddy. Don't want anybody getting hurt. That's for sure.
So I was looking at our Junkies bracket contest, and I actually fared better than what I thought. Now, there's a million people tied for 49th place, but I'm in 49th place. I don't know how you guys are doing. I'm trying to see where
Where
Rogers
does it say
pick
what place
is.
you're in? How many people did we have in total?
800, I think.
We had 800.
827 is our group size.
All right.
I went 12-4. Each pick is worth 10 points if you get it correct. So
Yeah, I have
I've got
130 points, so
I've
I guess
got-
I went 13 and 3.
I have
went 13
130 points.
Yeah.
So
pretty
you're tied
standard.
for 49th as well.
But where
I have
want to see the
110
place.
points.
Oh, nubs.
I'm lagging. I'm trailing.
All right.
That's
so-
not great.
So you went 11-5. I went 12-4.
I guess so.
Is there a way to look up Roger the engineer's pick? Do you have it, Drab?
I don't know which
Of
one
course.
he is.
Yes, I have it.
What place is he in currently?
Roger's not off to a good start, guys.
Oh, I was
Roger.
giving him too much credit because he nailed the High Point
Well, he
upset.
he may have missed a bunch of others.
Yeah.
I mean, that's great to get High Point, but if you miss,
That's the beauty of getting one or two upsets correct. Is that no one really realizes how crappy you've done
Right.
if you can just nail one of the
right,
big
you
upsets.
you can puff your chest out.
Yeah,
and say, well, I picked
of
High
course.
Point. Well, then if you
course.
miss 6 or 7 other picks, then that doesn't really matter so much.
Out of 827 contestants, Roger the engineer.
Hold on, let me give you a drum roll. Mm-hmm. How many total again? 827?
827.
827. Okay, yes.
Roger is in
Roger the Dodger.
766th place.
Oh,
He's in the bottom 16th
So
percentile.
What did he go? Did he go 6 and 10?
Well, he's got 90 points. I don't know
Oh,
what
so
that
he
means.
went. So he went 9 and 7.
The question is he ahead of Drab and Valdez? Because you two are the ones who have agreed.
I think I saw Drab's like 11th.
I am currently out of 827 people. I
Yeah.
am currently ranked 411th
I'm right there with
with
you.
110 points.
We're tied.
We're tied.
Yeah,
Cake.
we're tied. 411.
I just
But you know
need.
what?
I just need to stay ahead of Roger.
No, we're not in the 700s or the 800s.
You know what? Better than 50%
Yeah, I'll take it.
currently.
And
Yeah.
look, again, it's early. This is very
Way
early in
early.
the process.
You're 2 picks behind
Yeah.
49th place,
Yeah,
which
I'm
is
fine.
where
Not
EB
sweating.
and I are.
Not sweating one bit.
Where are you at, Bish?
In
Or
terms
did
of,
you not fill one out?
I just told you. You're
Well,
not
he said he
listening.
had 130 points too, right?
I'm 12-4.
Oh, that's
so
right.
I had 120
so
points.
he and I are
Yeah.
the same.
I don't know what place that is.
Drab has 140 points. It looks like, right, Drab?
Oh, that's
yeah,
good.
I'm
He's in
11th
11th, tied
place.
for 11th.
So you went 14-2. That's good.
Yep.
Yeah, I had the ones I got. I mean, South Florida missed 18 of their first 19 threes. They were 1 for 19 from 3, and then they started making a little bit more in the second half. But they finished 5 for 30. Hold on. They missed 28 threes, so 5 for 33. They finished from 3, and they lost by 4.
Yeah, nightmare.
Nightmare. So I
Nightmare.
had South Florida.
Literally the worst shooting night they could probably ever get had.
I mean, if they even if they just shoot, below par, a little bit less than average, they win that game. But I had South Florida, lost that. I had obviously I had Wisconsin. I didn't pick High Point. I had BYU over Texas, and then I had St. Mary's. They scored a season low 50 points. Mm-hmm. So I just had
Yeah, Texas A&M drum them.
a couple teams that just didn't show up.
Right.
So what that looks like there's one guy that 160 points. So what was his record then?
He was
16
undefeated.
0.
He went 16-0. Wow.
He has 160 really.
One of our guys, yeah.
Wow.
Big Nick.
Big Nick.
Big Nick 64.
So is he the only guy who went undefeated?
It looks like it. They had quite a few that had
150.
15.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean quite a few.
It
Looks
was
like about
Cakes'
10.
former neighbor, Nick M.
I mean a lot of guys are balling
Could
yesterday.
be.
That's impressive.
That is.
TT's picks, Tennis Pros picks, Joe JS Poe, Fairfax Jeweler, Play Ball, B-Mac.
Here's the question, though. Of the games that you missed, do you have any of them winning in the second round? You know what I mean? Did you
Yeah, I
ride
don't
them
know.
through for a long
I
run?
mean, who was the biggest
No.
seed that went down? Wisconsin? Is that the biggest one? What's the biggest
Yeah,
one?
there
that
were
went down?
5. I had, let's see, I had Wisconsin losing to Arkansas. So, no, I didn't have Wisconsin going beyond the second. I don't think I had St. Mary's winning. No, I didn't have them beating Houston. So, I mean, it doesn't crush me that much, but, I mean, I just had a couple of bad spots
I
yesterday.
bought it in the debates of hype. I have BYU over Gonzaga in the next round. That's definitely not happening.
I
That's
didn't-
going to hurt.
I
That's missed points.
I didn't watch the Gonzaga game. It was on too late. Matt, did you stay up for that? For any of it?
I only watched the very beginning.
Yeah.
Can I?
They started off slow. They were behind early, and I think they won by about 8.
They won by, 9.
I actually had High Point. I didn't realize it. I actually had a High Point too.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Trying to think.
Well, I told you to take VCU. I was talking about that when the brackets
I'm
came
not
out.
sure if I did. I gotta check. BYU. I had.
So Roger the Dodger he went 9-7. All right, so everyone has a lead on him.
Yeah, he took South Florida going deep.
Yep.
Yes, BYU going deep.
Yeah,
Yeah, his bracket is cooked. You can basically say he's cooked.
No,
at
but
this
his
point.
Final Four was pretty strong.
Final Four is
He's
still
got 3 1 seeds in Arkansas, I believe, in the Final
Yeah.
Four.
Very doable.
Yeah.
Acuff had 24,
Yeah.
I think, yesterday.
Yeah, I mean they destroyed them. But what did the point totals go up starting in the second round? So is the second round worth 20 instead of 10? Do we know?
Yeah, second round is 20. The Sweet 16 is worth 40.
Wow,
The final round's between 80 and 320 points.
damn. See, there you go. So you could lose all these 10-point games, and then if your guys are advancing into the Elite Eight, you're getting a ton of points.
The max you can get is apparently 1,890 points. So there are a lot of points left on the board.
Yeah.
No, apparently I didn't take your advice on the VCU because I remember Drabby also said to take VCU, and I just held Adam. Against them.
Oh, you did.
I just couldn't do
Couldn't
it.
help yourself.
That's literally the reason why I did it.
I took VCU,
I said,
Yep.
why would I listen to one of the dumbest guys I've ever met in my life?
but that's his one area of expertise.
I mean, I guess I was wrong. I guess I have to admit that I was wrong.
And North Carolina didn't have their best player.
Carolina gagged,
I mean, they were
gagged
up
it away,
19.
too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it looked like you're on the right side with Carolina up until, an epic gag job to lose the game.
I believe I heard this morning that was the biggest first half lead blown in NCAA tournament history.
Yep.
I think 19. That's what I
Really?
think I heard that.
Wow, I would have
It's not
surprised it
going to
would
be
have
great
been
for
more.
Hubert Davis. It's going to be rocky next few days for Hubert Davis, I would
I mean,
imagine.
the way I
in
guess
the
I'm
wake
so
of that.
jaded by swings now.
Yeah,
You know,
I think I heard that. I could have
might
been wrong.
be
but-
true.
Coming up next, we've got an update on the new stadium for the Washington Commanders and where people may park. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
Tristan Vukovic had 21 points on 7 of 8 shooting off the bench to lead the Wizards, but they dropped last night's matchup 117-95 to the Pistons. Over in March Madness, North Carolina blew a 19-point lead in the second half, just collapsed to 11-seed VCU, 82-78 in overtime. Wisconsin's ridiculously fun season is over early and in the most stunning fashion. High Point rocked the Badgers 83-82. Siena did end up losing to top-seeded Duke 71-65, but we did have a Cinderella in our presence for all of 38 minutes, and it was really fun. Other upsets from yesterday, number 11 ranked Texas 79 to BYU's 71. 10 ranked Texas A&M beat number 7 ranked St. Mary's 63-50. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long. In 2026, we are celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Coming up an hour, Chris Nockey is going to join us at 8 o'clock. Terps hoops analyst, former coach at AU. We will talk NCAA tournament with him. Zach Littell, one of the Nationals starting pitchers, will join us at 9 a.m. as we get geared up for opening day, which is next week.
I can't believe it.
They're playing real baseball. It's not spring training next
I'm
week.
glad. And by
They're
the way,
playing
I know
real
that
baseball.
we talked about it a lot. I may have closed the tab, but for those that didn't pay attention, the Nats TV, whatever they're calling the new station, is going to be on Xfinity. It's going to be on DirecTV, Cox Cable. It's not going to be on YouTube TV. So if you have YouTube TV and you want to watch the Nats, you're going to have to get the app, or maybe you switch out to a different service provider.
Gotcha.
CK sent us a link the other day for the app. I want to say it was like $100 to subscribe for the year.
Verizon Fios, it will also be on.
Nice.
So it will replace the old Masson. So a lot of you will be looking for Masson. No, it'll just be Nationals TV.
Yeah, they're
That's what you'll look for.
Nats are opening up at Wrigley next Thursday. So the actually opening day would be the Yankees Giants, which is Wednesday, but there's only one game Wednesday.
Be sure to watch that on Netflix, I believe, is the
It's on Netflix.
season opener.
It's on Netflix.
Just for you, Jason Bishop.
But I love the fact that the Nats are opening up at 2:20. The 2:20 first pitch
Nice.
on next Thursday.
So the Commander Stadium, we're getting more and more renderings and more news about the Commander Stadium because, look, they're leveling, or they have leveled RFK, and the timeline, it's going to be moving pretty fast if they want 2030. And there's news. Axios had an article about the parking situation, which I know worries a lot of people. And what they write about is that in D.C., you don't see many huge parking decks, but the ones at the new Commander Stadium could be up to 110 feet tall.
It's 11 stories tall. It's basically as tall as it's 1 story taller than this building that we're currently in.
That doesn't seem
1015
The
Half
max
Street.
height
seem outrageous.
of a D.C. building under the city's Height Act is 130 feet or 13
Close to that.
stories.
Yeah.
Close to the max the DC allows.
Total number of parking spots won't exceed 8,000 spaces, according to the team. They're going to have 2 multi-level parking decks, which are going to carry 75% of those spaces. The rest will be surface parking lots, which will also be home to tailgating in the early years of the stadium, they say. Eventually, as the surface lots get developed, the tailgating will move to the top level of the parking decks.
That'll be
I'll just say
very
this.
limited. That'll be very
If
limited.
you have a space in like the 8th or 9th floor, just don't even bother going out to your car right after the game. Like, you might as well just hang out around the stadium, have an extra drink or two,
I suppose.
because that's going to be a debacle to get your car out if you're on those upper levels of a
I know
10
that,
or 11 floor parking garage.
you know that you've been to Maryland and they have at least that one larger garage, right? That
Yeah.
kind of off the M. You know when you
Yeah.
go, you know what I'm talking about.
What's that
There's
about?
more-
think you're
Is that about 4 or
I think you're
5
talking
stories?
about Regents.
I think so.
Might be Regents.
Is that about
parking
4 or
garage.
5 stories?
Maybe
It's probably about that.
Yeah.
Maybe 4
Maybe about
stories.
half the size of this.
Yeah.
I think it might be more than 4, but maybe you're
Maybe
right.
you could be right.
But and that could take a while to get out of.
If you're on top, yeah.
But I haven't been crushed.
But look, if you're going to a Commanders game, you've already blocked off.
It's a day.
You blocked off your
the
entire
day's
day.
ruined.
Your whole day,
day's
day is
ruined.
taken up.
Yeah.
Because especially if you're going to go tailgate for a 1:00 game,
I'd say that's
gonna
for any football
Yeah,
stadium.
I'd say going to a football game is
Even if you go to the Ravens and they
Yeah,
have great
for any game.
egress.
So even if you have a 4-level parking deck or a 10-level deck, like, it's an all-day affair. It's
Yeah.
not like you're like, yeah, I'm going to go to the Commanders game and then I'm going to do fill in the blank activity later.
I think
That's
it
your
makes it
whole day.
worse. I think it makes it a lot worse. 1-800-636-1067. What do you think? Now, for the tailgaters, if it's all going to be on the top deck, they're just figuring, well, these people, they're in it for the long haul. But if you're not planning to be there, let's say a 1:00 game,
Yeah.
if you're not planning to be there till 6, and you end up getting stuck on the 6th floor,
I mean, I
you
don't
may be stuck for a long
True.
while.
I don't think we have the final details. Are you intimating that the tailgating areas on the top deck of the
That is-
parking garage?
That is their
That's what they said at the
intent
end.
eventually.
So
okay.
they're going to tailgate on the outdoor lots, but eventually those
Right.
are going to go away, and then the tailgating will be moved. That's why I said
Right.
it's going to be very limited.
Once the
Because when it's
surface
just a-
lots get developed,
Yeah.
they are moving the tailgating to the top level of the parking
It's going to be
decks.
extremely limited tailgating.
So what they kind of
Tailgate
figure
town
out,
isn't afraid of heights.
it makes some sense. What they kind of figure is the tailgaters like to get there the earliest, right? So they go whoop, 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 go all the
Yeah.
way up to the top and set up.
Yeah.
And then the late arrivers, in theory, would park lower,
Right.
which should get them out faster
You know what? Honestly,
than the tailgaters.
This is the secret. I'm just thinking about it as I'm sitting here. They want you to tailgate at the retail spots. This just encourages you to go to the retail spots because this is what people will do.
Yeah.
They don't really want you to bring your own beer and cook your own dogs. You know? So even though they're like, we want you to tailgate.
They'll offer the minimum.
They really don't want you to.
The minimum footprint of it.
I don't want
and
you to,
then-
but the people are going to.
sure,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but they're
The
going to be
diehards.
You can only
fine.
spend so much money.
right.
Understood, but they're going to be fine with like 20 spots. So because you're going to have to go to a bar and you're going to have to spend money, you're going to satisfy them and fill those retail spots.
they're funneling you to the bars, the restaurants,
Yeah,
like
right.
outdoor areas that
Everything-
they've provided. They're-
Oh, yeah,
by
sure,
by
they'll
limiting
pack
it,
it is.
Yeah.
they've made so much of a supply
So
that
they're
they're going
feigning like
they're
they care.
yeah, they're funneling people
But
to
that's
the retail.
that's the trade off for going back to the RFK site. Is
Yeah.
the campus is only so big.
Yeah.
The stadium
I mean,
is going
it's
to
the
take
middle
up
of a city.
The stadium's going to take up the vast majority of it. Then you need space for the other retail. I don't know, hotels, green space, the affordable housing that's going to go in. Like, there's only so much space. So I can understand why the Commanders are like, well, we got to build a 10-story parking deck if we want to accommodate 7,000
fine.
cars.
How many are they building?
Sounds like they're going to build two.
You change your habits. You go to a Nats game. You tailgate at the bullpen or the bars.
But again, like
Yeah.
just because this is being pitched at this point, it's so far off. We don't know if this is going to be the final result because Tom Lavero tweeted that the original plan for the Nats parking garages was for them to be 8 stories tall, and that got reduced by 50%. They're 4-level parking decks. So I'm sure like the bean counters and the people in the front office want these to be 10 stories. Maybe they're eventually 5 or 6.
But I will
don't know.
say, having parked in those garages for Nats games, it's not a problem getting out of there. It's not.
It's not
I
terrible.
parked in there multiple times.
But
Well,
again,
it's a lot less
it's
people.
4 levels.
Well, okay, it might be 30,000,
Yeah.
not 60,000, but
Yeah.
it's not hard.
But no, but
I'd
Commanders
rather have
games
the
sell out,
parking-
though.
I'd rather have the parking garage than no parking. So I'll
Oh,
take it.
totally.
Well, yeah, the
So I'll
total
take
amount
it.
of spaces that they have is going to be 8,000. And to the
I
tailgating
think
point,
that
if you want to
sounds like a
chime
lot.
in, 1-800-636-1067, they are trying to commercialize it. If you look, they're setting up what they call a festival plaza. Of course. So in the main entrance, there's kind of this setup where maybe bands are going to play,
Right.
and that's where they want people milling around, and you guarantee, and that's right by the surface parking in front of the stadium. Guarantee that's where they're going to want to have, different kiosks or whatever selling things
Right.
outside the stadium.
I don't think I can fully describe the joy that I get for all of the Nats games that I come down and attend.
Right.
And when I pull up to the parking garage here at 1015 Half Street, and they have the little sign that they put out says $35 game day event parking.
Good luck finding it for 35
or whatever it is,
probably 100
And
now.
then I just give them the Dikembe with this card, and I say no, I'm a monthly parker, and I pay a princely sum to park monthly here. I'm not paying your $35 vig.
And they let you in. Yeah.
I mean, they have no choice.
Yeah.
Well, we can do the same thing at Homewood.
Well, that's a great bit too.
That's
It's
what I
even
do.
closer.
It's a little
That's
more
what I-
congested. There's a little more pieces in motion there.
Yeah, but
There's a
we
lot
just,
going on.
Even if it's a different valet, just go radio guy.
Yeah, that's
I'm one of the radio guys.
radio guy. It works.
Yeah, we got hooked over there. But if I go to a Nats game, hopefully, usually, whoever gives me the tickets, they give me a ticket to the VIP lot.
Which is also very nice.
I don't know if it's lot A,
It's a nice
or
perk.
garage A, whatever it's
Right,
called.
right. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it's not been a problem coming in and out of that.
No, but again,
It's
it's
even when you
it's a little different just because it's not as popular of a
It's
crowd.
It's half the crowd.
And also, baseball's different. I guarantee most of the time you're not staying for the whole game. You're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
there where the whole crowd is leaving. You're usually
leaving at
bouncing
the
in the
sixth
sixth or
inning.
seventh inning.
True.
True-ish to an extent, yeah.
I mean, football, pretty
People
much
leave a lot of Redskin games in the
sometimes
third quarter.
But most times football, the crowd stays till the end.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to...
But Kicks, you're right. I mean, it's not until 2030. Things could change.
Right. I mean, these could wind up being 7 or 8 stories instead of 10 or 11.
Yeah, I mean, you're still, if
Who
you're on the
knows?
top, you're probably still going to
I would
take a
actually
while to get
prefer
off.
more. The more the merrier, because, again, I would want the option to park my car there.
Right.
And just know that I'm doomed. It's a day of doom and gloom. You're not going to get home. You're
You
probably
mean a
gonna
day of fun and festivities.
It's a day of long travel. You're probably going to lose, and you're probably going to get home late. Let's go to Bryce, Ken Island. Bryce, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Junks?
What's up, Bryce?
I got one point here. So parking garages, they don't get the rain and the washouts as parking lots do. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare situation. So
What do you suggest?
I think parking. You're gonna. My only suggestion is,
You got
I guess
nothing.
that you have to go to the parking garage, but there has to be just a major maintenance, throughout the week, getting it ready for the next Sunday or the following.
And they may
But
do
they're
that. Look,
just stuck in
I
places.
think the aesthetic, if you've seen the drawing, it looks more like from the outside a regular building
Yeah.
than a parking garage.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure, they hired this architectural firm that's done these type of things before.
They can hide those things pretty well.
Right. They want it to fit into the architecture. So
Right.
National Stadium might have been different. They lowered it to 4 stories for the garages. But right now they're looking at basically 10-story garages, tons of spaces, but it's not like a narrow building. They're pretty wide. Like it almost looks like a government building.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, but he was more concerned about just like people just being
the cleanup.
hammered.
Yeah, he
and,
was.
Yeah,
you know,
puking,
going to the bathroom.
going to the
and-
bathroom.
Have somebody
Stupid.
clean.
But they could do that anywhere. They could do that in the parking lot.
Yeah.
They do, in fact.
He's saying that the parking lot is exposed to rain and other elements
To help
that
wash it away.
that just will wash it away. This
Yeah.
is, if
This
you're
would be
on
a little
story
different.
10 and you're parking in there, and say you're drinking in your car or you're getting drunk in the stadium and you stumble back,
Yeah.
you're throwing all your
Maybe
tailgate trash.
Maybe it needs a flush. Maybe you flush it once in a while.
Yeah, it's a lot of power washing.
I wonder if they've thought about that.
I don't know. You'd have to see
You know
what
what I
the
mean?
experience is. I'm sure there are other NFL stadiums that have big parking garages somewhere,
Oh, yeah, in the city.
and you see how do they handle it.
I don't know about getting drunk on the roof on 11 stories and tailgating,
Get some
tossing a football
I'm not
around.
big.
Vertigo before you head into
I
the
mean-
stadium.
I'm not big on roofs anywhere. I don't like rooftop anything. I know it's the sexy thing, but the guy that's scared of heights,
Yeah, it's not your thing.
that ain't my thing.
Like Valdez said, he likes terra firma.
Yeah.
Stay on the ground.
Or if it was a
Ground floor.
rooftop party, this guy would be in the middle of the roof.
Right.
I'm not, you know
near
what I'm
the
saying?
edges.
I'm going to be in the middle.
I understand.
Well, they look like they're going to be massive parking garages, not a narrow parking garage. These are big, wide buildings.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, I am for it. Sorry, because I'd rather park at the venue than being forced to take public transport.
Question, but I don't know. I'm never on the metro. Can you bring your own cooler? And,
It's a great question.
And just start
When you're tailgating.
Start pre-gaming on the way down.
Probably
Like,
not allowed
If I'm
to.
coming from Loudoun
Like
County,
in the metro, like in the
Probably
metro
not allowed to.
train.
yeah.
Or-
They
I don't even
know.
know.
They don't. I don't.
Well, I
think
mean, do
they
they have people that are like surveying how many people are there and if people are drinking?
Sure, you're not allowed to drink on the train. I'm
Yeah.
sure you're not allowed.
That, that's
Probably
definitely
not, but
allowed.
You can't eat or drink on the
Right.
Oh, you can't eat either.
No.
Oh, wow.
Well, I would 100% eat.
So people are.
Not supposed to, but
I mean, I would 100%. I mean, like if I was coming home from work and I had a bag of chips or something,
Yeah.
you think I wouldn't eat a bag of chips because I'm not supposed to eat?
you can probably get away
I mean, I
with
would
it. but
100% eat. Yeah. But I definitely, I wouldn't advise drinking. That for sure.
Yeah.
Bottom line is, there are going to be a lot of hurdles for the tailgaters. It's not going to be as easy. I know the team is trying to
Again.
allow it.
They don't want you to tailgate deep down. They're not being honest.
Tailgate Ted's not happy.
They don't want you to tailgate. They want you to spend money in their bars and restaurants. They'll probably have a percentage of.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067 is the number. A little bit later in the program, Chris Naki joins us. He'll jump on at 8. Terps Hoops analyst, former coach at AU, as we get in the NCAA tournament with Naki here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EB here. Right now, FanDuel's dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do, opt in to claim your bonus. It's that simple. And you can use them on your bracket picks, money lines, spreads, totals, game props, even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to learn more. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Your max bonus is $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you guys remember the rapper Afro Man?
I know the name.
I know the
and
name.
He had the hit Because I Got High.
Yeah, I remember that.
One
but-
hit wonder, I
Sure.
believe. Maybe there's some
Yeah.
people who would correct me and go, "Oh no, he had other hits." Most people just know him from the one goofy song.
What was that, about
That's how
20
I
years
know
ago?
him.
Something like that?
The year 2000.
Okay.
Oh, man.
26
Almost
years
30
ago.
years ago that song came
Pre
out?
9/11.
Oh, my
I
God.
hadn't-
We're all dying.
I hadn't heard about Afro Man.
You'd have to play the song for me.
It's pretty recognizable.
Because I got high. Because I got high. Something like that, right?
Yeah, it's a little goofy. It's not as good. There you go.
Doesn't ring a bell. Sorry.
Well, wait till he starts singing.
Yeah, I mean, you hear the hook. I would venture to say you've probably heard it.
Afro Man. What a terrible song.
See, this is where Jason launches into rap is so much better in the 80s than Afro Man.
Well, when did you say this was?
2000.
2000? Jeez.
Yeah.
25 years ago,
We
26
were
years ago.
probably still working nights.
This is a goofy song
You
that
don't
got
recognize that
popular.
hook?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
So he's been in the news, and I haven't heard about Afro Man since 2000.
Well, how would
Has he
why
been
would you
touring
have?
the world on the one hit?
I sure.
The whole
Wouldn't you?
time? Yeah, sure. Of course.
Here's what I would be doing: licensing it out to anybody that wanted to use it.
Yeah.
So
And getting those royalties.
He was on trial. 7 sheriff's deputies were suing him because he released songs and videos that mocked them and a raid that they carried out on his home. So in 2022, officers broke down his door as part of a drug and kidnapping investigation. But there were no charges. And so Afro Man, bitter that apparently they broke down his door, he claims they stole money and effed up his house. He started writing songs specifically naming some of the officers. One of the titles was Randy Walters is the son of a bin and sleeping with the other officers' wives. And he showed up to court with this really colorful like flag suit.
Dude, if you check him out on Instagram, Afro Man had one hit 26 years ago. He's got almost 800,000 followers. You can make a living just off of that.
Right.
He's got 800,000 followers on Instagram.
So the
officers
cops,
were then suing him for defamation.
Right, but why were the officers at his house? They thought there was drugs in the house?
It was a part of a drug and kidnapping investigation.
All right, but they found no drugs in the house.
So he used home security footage and viral videos. He ridiculed the deputies. His video for the song Lemon Pound Cake was inspired by a deputy apparently eyeing a cake in his kitchen. So he's got a video of the officers breaking into the house for the investigation, and then one of the guys is eyeing the cake, so he writes a song about it.
Hey, it's his art. This is his art that he's putting out there.
Another video attributed personal and sexual transgressions to the officers, so they sued him for defamation. And he won his case. He said, "We did it, America. We did it. Freedom of speech."
Yeah. Wild, dude.
The whole raid was a mistake, he told the court. All of it, their fault. He said, if they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing.
I'm just shocked we're talking about Afro Man in the year 2026.
It's pretty funny.
Stunning news.
I mean, God bless the guy, man. He's making it happen.
Although, in some ways, I take the officer's side in this respect. Like, I don't know anything about why the home was raided, and maybe it was a wrongful raid, but a lot of them are just doing their job, right? Somebody told them to show up at this house.
Right. They didn't know it was Afro Man's house, and
Right.
he's just going to start just killing them in his latest songs.
One thing you did say is that he's alleging they stole stuff.
Yes.
They stole money.
So,
and
I mean, that ain't good.
He has video of it, basically.
Didn't he say they were eating his food out of his kitchen?
Yeah, the
He
lemon
just said
pound
one
cake.
guy was eyeing the cake.
Yeah, eating all his food.
Lemon pound cake's good.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
delicious.
the blueberry pie from Eddie already shot.
Oh yeah, my pecan pies.
Gone.
I mean the The box is in a landfill somewhere.
Yeah, right.
I mean, the pie was consumed.
We have the cherry pie up next.
Yeah, very good.
That was in the freezer. Put it
How
in
many
the freezer.
people did you say he has on Instagram?
Almost 800,000.
I mean, if you got 800,000, you can write goofy songs like, "Will you help me repair my door?" 9 million hits on YouTube.
I haven't even clicked on any of them. I'm just looking at him. He looks like a funny guy. Why is he not on a sitcom or something? Maybe he has. Does he do other things? Is he
I don't know. I don't know if the Afro Man's ever been on a sitcom like on CBS.
or do stand up or something? I mean, the guy's obviously got a shtick to him.
Afro Man.
You want to hear the song where he's talking about
Lemon
Randy?
Cake?
Oh, no,
about Randy. All right, yeah, sure.
Randy Walters is the son of a bitch. Yeah, that's why I f***ed his wife and got filthy rich.
Can you say that? I guess you can if you're a public figure.
I mean, that shows me why he
Well,
was
no,
a
but
one-hit wonder.
Randy's not a public figure.
The cop?
Yeah,
Is the
that's why
cop
Randy
not-
was
That's why
suing
he's suing
Afro
him.
Man, but Afro Man
But
won.
you know
Jury
why?
sided with him.
You know why? So the cop messed this up completely because, and then this was critical in the trial, is they brought him to the stand. Sorry, I'm trying to find the exact thing. And so the officer was asked about Afro Man and his wife banging other officers and Afro Man, and when he was asked, the cop said, "I don't know if she is," and that completely torpedoed the entire defamation lawsuit because he brought doubt to the fact that if she was banging other officers and Afro Man.
It also sounds like the jury just liked Afro Man. As EB said, he seems to be a likable guy.
He seems like a likable guy. He's actually hilarious.
And he's just putting out terrible
It
songs,
sounds like
by
he's
the way. but
recording
goofy
those in his
songs.
basement.
Yeah, I mean they're awful, but they're funny. I mean, who cares? It's comedy.
Yeah.
He's
That's what he-
not trying to get a hit record.
No,
Yeah, but if he started singing a song, Eric Bickle is a whatever, fill in the blank,
Yeah, if I
you
wronged
might be
him-
Rick and you might want to sue him for defamation if you found it to be false.
Well, the jury was on his side.
Right.
Hooked him up.
Yeah, maybe I would, but
You mean like
but I'm not. I'm just saying it's funny.
In some respects, I feel bad for the cops who just showed up and were kind of just
I
doing
don't
their
because
job.
they stole. They went beyond doing their jobs. You're glossing over the fact that they stole from him.
Yeah.
And they ate, and then if they did eat his lemon pound cake. Whatever. You can't do that. You can't eat a guy's
Especially
food.
if it's homemade. I mean, it's
Yeah,
homemade. It's just ultimate
You
disrespect.
can't eat a guy's like blueberry pie. You can't do that.
Worse than like banging your wife.
Yeah, I mean, that's his property.
You can't do that. I draw the line at eating my food. Coming over there and knocking my door down is one thing. Now I got to replace the door, and you're going to eat my food? Come on.
Man, and you can't take money, and it was on camera, right? He had cameras inside.
Oh yeah, good thing he had the cameras
Yeah, right.
because they showed how they destroyed his kitchen and everything.
All right. So apparently they say, click on this here. The cops, they raided Afro Man's house for BS reasons. They stole money. They broke his door. They messed his house up. No criminality found at all. No charges at all on Afro Man. He ended up spending the next 3 years making songs that make fun of all the officers, using their names, etc. The footage from the CCTV cameras. Let me see. During the raid, I think JP mentioned this, one officer looked like he was about to eat some lemon pound cake.
See, I don't know that they ate the cake. They eyed the cake.
There's no law against that. You can look at somebody's pound cake or pie.
And I
not
don't
eat
see
it.
that. I know that he's accused them of stealing money. I don't know if that's been verified from the stories that I read. I didn't see that. You know, he
Oh, this is hilarious.
what he
Can I
might
break-
have said is that it was like parody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, of course it is parody.
yeah, I'm accusing them of. It's just a joke song.
He said one officer was suing because, as we talked about, Afro Man made a song saying he was blanking the officer's wife. When the officer was asked if Afro Man was really blanking his wife, he said, "I don't know."
Yeah,
What a dummy!
Valdez said.
All right.
What a dummy!
That's right.
It's so then they use that like there's a non-zero chance that maybe he is.
Yeah, so if Afro Man, obviously he's got some sort of following. If Afro Man came to DC, what venue is he doing? He's not doing.
Oh,
He's not doing FedEx.
No.
FedEx.
Oh, are you kidding?
Is he?
Would he even do the anthem? Could he even fill
could
the
he
anthem?
fill
up?
the 930 club?
The anthem holds about 4,500 people.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
probably
if
not
Afro
that.
Man
no.
was performing,
Yes.
you're not saying stand up. You're saying if he's doing his one song.
I know exactly where he would play.
Well, no, he's doing whatever. I mean, he does more than one song.
You
I'm
could do the
assuming.
Randy Waters song.
Well, he
Yeah,
does
he
it
could do the
hour.
whole-
He
do
does
the
his
whole
gig.
trial hits.
He would play a venue like, I think this place is still open, like the Black Cat. It's in D.C. I'm not sure exactly where, but it probably holds 500, 750 people.
So something like the 930 club.
930
I'm more
Club
familiar
might,
with
that might be a
930
little
930 Club's
ambitious.
a little bigger.
Might be a little ambitious.
What about the
Arlington Draft House.
Huh?
Arlington Draft House.
He could definitely do Arlington
I
Draft
thought of
House.
that one.
He could play the DC Improv, just do
Yeah, he
comedy
could.
bits.
What's the spot with the iconic name in Silver Spring near me?
The Fillmore.
The Fillmore. Maybe a little big.
That's a little bit. Maybe he could do that, but
Maybe it's a little big.
I think he maxes out at like maybe 1,000-seat venue.
I think where would we used to
State
do
Theater.
Hold on. Where did we used to do sometimes like Dukes would sometimes do his podcast at like the coffee shop? or
Jam and Java.
Jam and Java. I think Afro Man would be
Yeah, he could
Jam
do
and
that.
Java.
Yeah, perfect.
That's a
That
couple
might be-
hundred
Because you
people.
could fill it and you'd feel good about it.
I think that would
you
be
wouldn't
the
have a bunch
spot.
of empty seats.
Does that place
Drab
even
and
still-
Afro Man.
Does that place even still exist?
I don't know.
Probably.
Of course, yeah, it's been
does-
around forever.
Yeah, okay. It's
Institution.
not in
Jam
my.
and Java.
It's not in my
Yeah.
neighborhood.
No. Jam and Java. Been there.
I think Afro Man could sell out.
He probably
He
could.
could sell out Jam and Java. Yeah, for sure.
I hope he could.
Hey, I think the guy's hilarious. I think you should do stand up.
He's got skill.
Yeah.
Hey, did you know that Red Wing has just launched work apparel that you can wear all day and gets the job done? Yes, Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand for purpose-built boots, is expanding beyond shoes for the first time. The new apparel includes hoodies, long-sleeve shirts, and pocket and graphic T-shirts. These new apparel pieces aren't just about increasing options, but were inspired by the quality that Red Wing has become known for. It's not just a T-shirt, it's apparel the Red Wing way. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection. Red Wing, work apparel done right. Coming up later on the show, Chris Nocky, Terps hoops analyst, former coach at AU. He will join us to talk tournament coming up at 8. And at 9 o'clock, Zach Littell, Washington Nationals pitcher. He will join us. That is at 9 a.m. That season starts in, a week. A week from today. Just so you know.
Actually, it's
a week from
next Thursday.
Week from yesterday.
A week from yesterday.
Getting my 6 days.
Correct.
6 days away from the start of the Nats season.
So I know a while back there was a little pushback on Jaden Daniels potentially playing in this flag football game, the Fanatics football game, which was supposed to be in Saudi Arabia, but because of the problems in the Middle East, they've moved it over here to the old Estados Unidos.
You had to shift the venue.
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably smart.
And
I guarantee all those guys are very happy.
Yeah. Well, they would have
said thanks, but no thanks. We're not attending.
Well, I can't imagine how much they were getting paid to go to Saudi Arabia in the original plan. Like Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
How much was he getting paid?
Well, I imagine they're still going to get paid the same amount. Like if their agent is any good.
$500,000? I mean, I don't know.
You just don't get paid less just because there's it's now
less
like
travel.
An active
The
war
problem is,
zone.
what do they have, like a $20 million budget for this? I mean, how big is the budget?
I mean, I think Fanatics does very well.
It's got to be pretty big.
So the game's actually going to be featured on Fox TV. And they were having kind of an introduction, and they drafted teams. There's 3 teams they're going to play. It's a round-robin tournament. You've got Tom Brady, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Terrence Crawford. I mentioned Saquon Barkley, and then Jaden Daniels. And on stage, do we have the audio? On stage, and I think Kevin Hart was there. They were kind of goofing around, and Tom Brady took some shots at Jaden Daniels.
I think seeing Jaden on the field once for the first time in about 7-8 months. What was that about? I'm just happy his mom let him play.
That's a good burn. That's a pretty funny burn from Tom Brady. Now, I'm sure he probably didn't write it. He probably had like somebody punching up his jokes, but that's a quality joke from Tom Brady. It's a good chirp on Jaden Daniels.
I will say that, I've heard Grant's deal about it. I don't know how many others, but, Grant's local, and I've heard Grant's. And it's hard to argue. There's really nothing to gain from it. And if, God forbid, he does have a Robert Edwards-like situation where, just steps the wrong way and blows out a knee, it's not great.
I mean, the odds of that are very low, but
odds of that are low.
Can you imagine if it did happen?
But he's going to have to make sure he does the proper warm-ups, everything, because he'll be competitive. He'll make an explosive step or two that he didn't anticipate.
Probably, yeah.
And, just hope he's loose and, good. But if something did happen, it's... Grant is right. It is a disaster.
Yeah.
Disaster.
There are a bunch of guys playing in this game. Now,
it doesn't make it right.
Ashton Genty, Alvin Kamara, Saquon Barkley, Devontae Adams, Devontae Smith, Deebo Samuel, Stephon Diggs. Hey, maybe Adam Peters should be there scouting wide receivers.
Be a good spot.
2 free agents that potentially on the list. DeAndre Hopkins, Myles Garrett.
How hard are they going to
Von Miller.
I mean, I know they're all professional athletes. They're competitors.
The problem is that anytime you compete, it just comes out, right?
Yeah.
You're going to make a move.
But maybe Dan Quinn should tell Jaden, go about 50%.
I'm sure. But
maybe less.
As I tell you, even when you're playing pickleball, you go for balls. Like you're going 50%, and all of a sudden they lob you.
Right.
And now you're going 150%.
Right. And these guys are like the best athletes on the planet. It's going to be tough for them to just all of a sudden
dial it back.
Just shut it down.
You think Jaden's not going to put a move on somebody?
Not go full bore.
You're probably right.
He's going to put a move on a guy.
I mean,
he might just sit in the pocket. He might just
You'll think he'll get flushed and take off in flag football?
I think it's probably, but maybe he makes a decision that he's just going to stay in the pocket and throw the ball. And they're probably all playing half speed.
I agree for 80% of the time, 90% of the time. But it's going to be a moment where they make a move.
Who are the other quarterbacks that are in the game?
Joe Burrow's there.
Oh, that's right, Burrow. That's right.
Okay. He probably shouldn't go either.
He probably.
I mean,
that guy's always hurt.
Jaden can throw the ball to I Show Speed. He's on Jaden's team. He's on Team Jaden.
That kid is a great athlete. He really jumped over those cars, I think. You remember that, right? When he
Sure.
jumped over the two Lamborghinis or whatever the hell they were, going whatever they were going.
I mean, he's a freak, sick athlete. There's
freak
no doubt
athlete.
about it.
But can you imagine?
Did
if-
Jaden fire
if-
back anything to Brady?
He just kind of laughed in the video. I don't think.
But can you imagine if something did happen and he sprained an ankle or he tore something?
Well, it's
Like,
devastating.
But how bitter fans would be.
Yeah,
They
should
would be salty dogs. I mean,
Yes.
they might be out on JD if that happens.
Well, EB'd be very in on Marcus Mariota getting all the starts.
Oh, my God.
if it were a devastating injury.
That would be
which
so
hopefully,
bad.
obviously, does not happen.
You can't have our guy be the quarterback just because he's a nice guy.
But it's not going to happen. He's going to be fine. He's not going to get hurt.
All right. From your lips to
God's ears.
right?
Correct.
Did Brady take a shot at Joe Burrow too? I think he maybe did about the whole Alex Earl thing.
Brady is a smartass. He likes to take shots.
He does.
That's
He
why,
likes to
that's why-
joke.
That's why he's kind of unlikable. There's something about him that's kind of unlikable. Like, you're good looking, you're rich, you got more rings than anybody else, and you're just making fun of everybody too.
So can somebody explain? I think I know what this is, but the third team that's listed here, is that like the USA flag football
Yes.
team? Okay, because
Yes.
I don't recognize any of the names.
It's the U.S. flag football
Okay.
team. So Brady
That
on
makes
stage
sense
also
now.
said, I guess
Imagine how good
somebody
they are.
brought
I'm
up
sure they're great.
Burrow being at the Oscars party. And he was at the Oscars party with Alex Earl, who Brady apparently had been linked to. And he said that's why they called Joe the other night at the Oscars party the Wildcat. At least he's here, no fashion shows to attend. Yeah, so you know what? Kevin Hart probably gave him a couple little digs.
But
and
he
threw it in there.
didn't bring up Alex Earl in particular.
No. But I guess people were connecting the dots.
Still-
Hey, it's hard to joan on Joe Burrow when he walked out of whatever event it was with 3 smoke shows. Like, you can't joan on the guy.
Yeah.
He's just walking out with all the heat.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you goof on him?
Right. God, Tom is kind of annoying. he's just too successful in everything.
Yeah, he's too good at
I don't want
everything.
to. I mean, he earned it.
He's getting better at broadcasting now.
Yeah.
But he's a cat guy, Cakes.
He is a cat guy, which does knock him down a few pegs, thankfully.
Many.
And I have to
Many
admit that his
pegs.
broadcasting's gotten better. Like, I thought he was brutal at first. It's gotten better. It's insightful for sure.
Yeah, he's better.
For sure.
Yeah, he's more comfortable.
Yeah, he's more comfortable.
By the way, speaking of cats, I had to bring Winnie to her ACL rehab, and she's doing the rehab, walking on the water treadmill, and I'm just like doom scrolling my phone, and just a cat has free range in the vet office, comes walking out from behind the counter. I'm like, okay, I need to stay away. Like, it's 10, 15 feet away. I'm
Because
good.
why? Because you have the allergy.
Yeah, I'm definitely allergic.
Yeah.
Then another cat comes out and hops up on like the counter, like when people go to pay. And I was like, what's going on?
Is this
here?
like being surrounded by like serpents or something? Like that's that bad
It's
for
not
you?
that terrifying because as long as
Is
I'm
your allergy if you touch them?
yeah, no, like if I touch them
Okay.
and get the cat
No, you're not
dander
gonna touch
anywhere
them.
near my eyeballs, then it's trouble. So as long as they're like they keep their distance 10 or 15 feet away.
But
I'm
what
good.
about this sort of like floating cat hair that we can't see, but you know is sort of out
I
there?
mean, I guess there's that possibility, but I was good. My immune system fought it off, gave it the 1-2, and I survived it. I made it through.
Did you hit Giuseppe's after? It's right next to
I
it.
did not. I was tempted, but I didn't.
Hey, did you guys see the video of the guy, the hammered guy in Vegas who stole the flamingo from the
I did see that a few days
Flamingo
ago.
Hotel?
I haven't
Yeah,
seen
like
any
a
of it.
real life
That's
flamingo.
funny to me.
It's a real flamingo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a plastic
From
flamingo.
the Flamingo Hotel?
Yeah, he stole
I
it.
stayed at the Flamingo Hotel.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Do you remember seeing the
were
flamingo?
on Felt Street because that place is nubs.
No,
Dive.
No, it was my friends or family. It was family through Dina had a wedding there.
Ah,
So
okay.
all the guests stayed at the Flamingo.
Ah.
And actually, it was kind of cool because it was like an old school hotel.
It is
It
kinda
actually-
old school,
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it was.
It
cool.
looks old school.
I mean,
Oh,
now, this was literally 30 years ago, but I have
still
stayed
up
there.
and running.
Yeah.
But this guy is so hammered. He's got no shoes, no shirt, just got pants, walking down the hallway with a flamingo. Apparently,
He looks like
in-
cakes
Yes.
at the Borgata.
I think he injured the flamingo.
Oh no!
Oh, and they are
You hurt
frail
the wing.
birds.
That'll.
I mean,
that'll,
they say the bird's going to be fine, but he
Yeah.
injured his
that'll
wing.
get him in trouble though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm
People
sure he got
don't like
arrested.
it to hurt animals.
Oh, he definitely got arrested. What a dum-dum. Mitch Fairbairn from Ontario.
Hey, I don't want him to hurt the animal, but that's funny that he messed with the
Well, I mean, he's just a
Just a
it's
drunk
lot he
idiot.
had a .20 or worse BAC.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he was hammered. Probably the guy was at the drinking show.
Hopefully he lost
Same
all his
level.
money.
Yeah,
the most recent drinking show.
Yeah, I
'cause
think
you
I-
got to a .2, right?
like a .22 or something like that.
Yeah,
It was
But
intense.
he was carrying himself pretty good.
Yeah, but I
you sleep on
didn't-
those the three he had the 3 beer a night training.
I didn't feel good.
I know. I couldn't tell he was
Yeah.
completely sloshed.
Yeah, I'm a pro. I'm a professional.
Right. Somebody did.
Are you back to the 3 beers a night?
No,
or 2 or 3 beers a night?
I've cut
You've
down.
maintained the
cut down
diet.
on the boozing.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's trying to lose weight.
I'm less of a
telling you.
Carlos Boozer.
The country's cutting down on boozing
Good for you.
on the whole. It is. Cakes is, and you look skinny.
That doesn't mean next time I go to like MGM and stay the night, I'm not gonna tip a
course.
few back. Don't get me wrong, but like the every night, just throwing them back, kind of pump the brakes on that.
Well, I'm going to the OKC game. I got to send a friendly reminder
Oh, is
to
that-
our guys.
is that
you know.
tonight?
oh, you're
tomorrow.
gonna get treated like
Tomorrow.
royalty.
Yeah, and I mean, he said it was going to be the Vault Suites. I just haven't received the tickets yet. But I will have 2 drinks. I will have 2
As you
drinks.
should.
Yeah.
Don't remember to bring cash and tip your bartender. Your
I
personal
always,
Your
I
personal
always take care of the
mixologist.
bartender, but I'm not going to make her rich.
I'm not saying
I
make
will,
her. I'm not saying like make her a month.
I
but
will give her an appropriate tip.
20 spot.
Depends.
You're not going up to 20? I feel like the vault deserves
For,
a 20
for the
spot.
entire
It is
day, for
high
the night,
roll. If
If I
20
get
bucks.
2 drinks,
Yeah. I mean, the drinks would cost you 40, so you could tip half of it.
I was tipping like Sharon Stone at Casino when I was in the vault. I was just peeling them off.
All right, maybe
just
10, maybe
hooking
10.
them.
I don't know. What
I think a 20
I honestly
spot's
don't know
good.
what I do, but I know I'm not going to go over
Well, you're
there
gonna get
and
food,
get
too.
outrageous.
You'll have food.
Well, I will walk over and serve myself.
Yeah,
food.
yeah.
don't have
I
to
just feel like
tip
I'm
that.
getting treated so well that I can splash.
Need to
a
be
little-
generous.
I can splash a little cash around.
Right.
Yeah,
All right.
That's just me.
I'm broker than you.
I mean,
You did.
maybe.
He explained it yesterday.
Coming up next, our pal Chris Nocky is going to join us. You know, I'm calling hoops games for the University of Maryland, former coach at AU. We will talk NCAA tournament with C-Knock next here on The Fan.
It's your boy Bish here. You know, this time of year, it's awesome. Everyone's talking brackets and buzzer beaters, 12s beating 5s, who's heating up in the next couple weeks. At Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, they're drawing up their own play just for you. And now through the end of the month, you can stop by Buyer Subaru. My guy Josh Cochran, the GM, he's dishing you the rock, and they're going to literally hand you the ball to shoot your shot for some great savings. Knock one down, score $500 off any new Subaru or $250 off any pre-owned vehicle. And check this out. During Buyer Subaru's March Mayhem event, you can grab 1.9% APR for 36 months on our new 2026 Crosstrek, or you can lease it for just $235 a month, or go with the new 2026 Forester, 0.9% APR for 36 months, or you can lease that for as low as $249 a month. Don't wait. Do what I'm doing. Head on over to Buyer Subaru. Ask for Josh Cochran. He's the 1 seat over there. And the Nets aren't the only thing they're cutting over there, because they're cutting prices big time. Check them out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria. Ask for Josh. Make sure you tell him Bish sent you in, or you can start today online, buyersubaru.com.
The NCAA tournament tipped off yesterday with the emergence of a pair of Cinderella candidates and a close call for a number 1 overall seed. There was no first-round collapse by Duke, which rallied from a second-half deficit to put Siena away 71-65. For a second straight season, North Carolina's season has ended in the first round of the NCAA tournament. VCU scored 12 straight points and rallied to force an overtime for an 82-78 win. And number 12 seed High Point rallied from 10 points down for an 83-82 thriller over 5 seed Wisconsin in the first significant upset of the tournament. Only 47 games left to go. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you listening to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You listen to MP on the mic after us. Our boy AWOD from noon to 3. Of course, you can also watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local. Bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bishcakes, EB, and JP. Coming up in an hour, we'll check in with Zach Littell, one of the Nationals' starting pitchers. They open up their season next week. But joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Chris Nockey, Terps basketball analyst, former coach at AU. What's up, C-Knock?
What's up, boys? Congrats on the 30 years. That escaped me. I'm sorry. That's amazing.
Nuts.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chris.
sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Coach.
That's fantastic.
Haven't talked to you a lot this year. It's hard. Excuse me. When the Terps are struggling like they are. Can you, before we jump into the tournament, can you give us your summary? We know that Buzz, it wasn't dealt the greatest hand. Like, got the job late and kind of scramble, and everyone's always starting over every year now. What's kind of like your synopsis on the season and the outlook for next year?
Yeah, it was kind of a lost year, EB. It wasn't a whole lot of fun, but and it's made tougher by the fact that the conference was good. The top half was very good, and it was a bad year to be undermanned, and they did not. I think Buzz is a very good basketball coach. I just don't know that they did a great job in terms of the player evaluations. That they were under the gun, as you said, so they didn't have a whole lot of time. But they just that part of it has to be better, and I think they all understand that. Because of the fact that you have the portal and everything, you can get pretty good right away.
Right.
But people see that and they want to know why you're not really good right away.
Yeah. Right.
So double-edged sword there. So they've got some good recruits coming in. They need a couple of guys in the portal, experienced guys, particularly at point guard.
How much turnover will we expect?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of turnover. I think that you'd see probably 3 guys back from these, and I'm including Pharrell Payne, who was hurt, most of the year. Hopefully he comes back, but I don't think you'll
That's
see a lot.
That's kind of standard now, right, Chris? I know kids that play at other big programs. I know their parents or whatever, and the whole team's transferring.
Yeah, and all these guys have agents now, EB, and it's one of those things too where with rev share and all the rules that are coming in. They were allowed to pay anybody whatever they wanted up to this point in time. So now you go to a kid and you say, hey, you know what? I want to keep you, but I'm going to cut you by 50%. Agents are telling coaches that that's a non-starter. If you tell a kid you're going to cut him or you're going to cut his NIL deal, then they're immediately jumping into the portal, thinking that there's a better deal out there for them. So it's the wild, wild west, man. It's crazy.
What do you think Jacoby Gillespie, who played here for a year, is making at Tennessee?
I think he's making over 2.
Jeez.
Over $2 million. I think
That's
he's
unbelievable. I mean, he's
Rodney Rice cashed in at Southern Cal too. He was making a boatload.
Yeah,
played 6 games.
Well, that's why the best player in the Big Ten, Yaxel Lendenberg from Michigan. That's why he didn't go to the NBA. The NBA knew who he was last year at UAB. He dominated that league, but he made way more at Michigan than he could have made as the 17th pick of the draft. So it becomes a pretty easy math equation, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, smart this day. All right, so last night, last night, let's start with Duke. Okay, now Duke's down 2 key starters, big guy and a point guard, right? And Big Patton and Foster at point. And they were down 11. And I'm watching this game going, oh, my gosh, this doesn't look like the Duke team that won the ACC championship. I mean, and again, they've got a lot of young guys there that really aren't as battle-tested, certainly in the NCAA tournament yet. But and I thought they would come back and win the game, and they did. But does it give you some concern going forward now with Duke, especially if they're not getting these 2 guys back anytime soon? Because I don't think they're coming back for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they looked mortal in the ACC tournament, and again, down a guy or 2 there as well. When they have the full complement of guys, like Gangba is just a monster inside, and they don't have him available. I don't know when.
I mean, he's a rim protector. He's a rim protector.
You just can't. I was down at the UVA Duke game in Durham. You just can't get over the size of that kid in the as he sort of patrols the paint, and you just don't. They just don't have that without him. But if they get their guys back, I think them and Arizona, Michigan to a little lesser degree, those are the prohibitive favorites. I think there's a pretty big delta between that top tier and everybody else. But, as you guys know, because you've been doing this forever, tournament games are just different, man. I mean, the sphincter just kind of puckers up a little bit.
Yeah.
And if you get young guys, too, who have not been through it, and remember, Duke's had as much turnover as anybody on that roster for different reasons. I mean, they lost a lot of guys to the NBA. They got young guys and it's their first time facing live ammo like that. So it's an unpredictable situation to say the least.
And John Shire said after the game, he goes, "That's the most tense I've ever been as a coach since he's been at Duke." He said, "But bar none, that was it." He said,
could you imagine if Siena pulls that? I mean, that might be a bigger upset than the Virginia UMBC thing for sure.
I think so. Yeah.
That's one for the ages right there.
That would have been the biggest upset ever because they were the number 1 overall seed, and Siena finished 3rd in their conference in the regular season. They had 7 conference losses.
Yeah.
And that would have been bigger than...
Not a great conference either.
No.
No.
Chris, but sometimes it could go both ways, though, right? Like, you get that scare... And that kind of sets the tone. And you could go off. I mean, it could show that you're vulnerable, or it could be you kind of get it out of the way, and then now you're sort of locked in the rest of the way. Right? It could go either way.
Yeah, I think one of the things it does. Siena for 30 minutes pitched the perfect game, right? And I'd like to tell you that they provide a roadmap and tape for people to watch to see how you want to play them. How you want to play against Duke, but. Again, Siena pitched the perfect game for 30 minutes. You're going to have to do it for a hell of a lot more than that to beat that particular Duke team. So, yeah, I guess it cuts both ways. I just you don't have to beat them 4 out of 7. You just got to beat them once. Right. And Siena had did all they could. They got to a point in the last 5 or 6 minutes where they just couldn't score. Period. Yeah. They didn't get any good looks. They couldn't score, and Duke went on that run to put the game.
Well, they
away.
had to have been gassed. They played their starting 5 the entire game.
Yep.
So, Siena, great day for Phil Martelli Jr. of VCU. Not so great for Hubert Davis and the Tar Heels. UNC blows a 19-point lead. They fall in overtime. I mean, that Martelli Jr. is going to be a great coach. His dad coached in college from like 85 up until last year at Michigan. Obviously, a lot of that at St. Joe's.
Yeah.
So talk about VCU and that upset.
Incredible. I had actually switched away from the game because Carolina was rolling them, and I was rooting for VCU going into that game. I really had no dog in the fight. I just like the way VCU plays. One of the things that just it's hard to quantify, but you know it when you see it. I just thought Carolina looked tissue soft in that game down the stretch, and that. It kills him that Caleb Wilson is not available for him. But injuries happen to teams all the time, and when you're up 18, 19 points in that game, you can't lose that game. VCU deserves a lot of credit. They upped the tempo. They played 3 guards and just they were ferocious. I thought defensively, they made a bunch of tough shots and. You got to hang around in these games a little bit and try and be the last man standing. That game was odd, too, because they got into overtime. VCU forces overtime, and then nobody scored for 3 minutes in the first 3 minutes of overtime.
Yeah.
Very strange. But I saw Terrence Hill play a bunch last year for VCU as a freshman, and he is electric. He comes in and he's got one job, and he's a little microwave-ish, And
he's the type of kid that I think especially if he plays another really good game and does well, some of these big schools are going to start opening up their wallets for him.
Well, two things about that. First of all, he's not very big. When if you stood next to him, you'd be surprised how little he is. But the other thing is, VCU pays.
Oh, okay.
They have money and they spend it, and it's a basketball school, and the AD recognizes that's where they've made their fame, and so they pay a lot like a Power 5 school does. So that's not going to be the be all and end all.
All right. So speaking of Carolina, they've got a new AD coming in. This guy Steve Newmark, I think is his name. I think he was a NASCAR guy, but he's not a Carolina guy. He's a Virginia guy. So. And I was kind of threw this out earlier in the show. I'm not saying Hubert Davis is going to get fired this year, but there's a lot of pressure now because this is back-to-back years they've been bounced in the first round, and that doesn't happen in North Carolina. Now, I know he's only been there 5 years, and maybe there's an excuse because Wilson was out, but there's some pressure on Hubert Davis now.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, the bloodlines have to save him, right? I mean, he's friend of Roy, and maybe that is one of the biggest things he's got going for him, and played for Dean. Next year, Caleb's going to be gone, right? I mean, Caleb's a top five pick. He's terrific. So they got to retool. They got to be different. He's got enormous pressure on him. And I think he's a great guy. I think he's a pretty good basketball coach, but man, the results are the bar is just set so high that it's not good enough what you're seeing. So decisions have to be made. I think he re-upped last year, right? Didn't they? I think they gave him a new deal.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know that means anything in North Carolina. They may have that kind of money sitting in the couch cushions, you know. So,
and he hired a GM too.
Yeah. Well, they I think that was the thing. They forced him to kind of redo the Carolina model,
right?
And to modernize it, to update it, and bring it into 2025, 2026. And so I think that was one of the things they compelled him to do to keep that job.
All right. So today, 16 more games. Do any of these games kind of jump off the page and interest you?
Well, as soon as I hang up from you guys, I'm going up to Philly for the Virginia. I think you guys know my daughter works for UVA,
right?
Ryan Odom. So I'm going up there, and I will be watching UVA Wright State, and then I will pick up the games in progress, as they say, later on in the afternoon after that one is over. But somebody will stun people today. I just hope it's not Wright State, but there's some great games, and the ones I would never have expected High Point to do what they did yesterday out of the blue. I mean, Wisconsin had a great year, and they were excellent down the stretch of the season too. That's a devastating loss for those guys.
And you know what, Sinag, I thought the High Point coach made a good point when he talked about post game, like. In the regular season, the big boys, they dodge teams like High Point. But in the tournament, you have to play us. You have to face us. You have no choice.
Yeah, that is fantastic. And and not only that, again, like I said, you don't have to beat them 2 out of 3. You just have to be better than them for 2 hours.
Yeah.
And what a great story. What a great comeback. If you guys look at the game tracker on ESPN or the probability index, where they show you.
Sure.
And Wisconsin, even with like 3 minutes to play, had an 86% chance of winning that game.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the High Point kind of stole it. And sometimes that happens.
Yeah. And that coach, Flynn Clayman, he's basically a rookie coach. I think this is his first year. I mean, he was at Southern Utah as an interim, but he was only there for a couple games. This is his first job.
By the way, great name, right?
Yeah, great name. And he's fiery. I liked him on the sideline. I mean, the
it was
bench.
great. I mean, that was one of the games of the day for sure. That and of course the Duke Siena game as it wound down. Now the last 2 or 3 minutes didn't have much drama, but there was some good stuff yesterday.
Real quick, so before we let you go, you talked about UVA, and Ryan Odom's done a great job. It's just fun to see a UVA team score now because they were scoring, 62 points a game with Bennett. Now they're scoring 81. But your thoughts on them going forward?
Yeah, I mean, they've had a great year, 29 wins already.
I know.
And one of the things I think about, I'm glad you brought that up. So Tony Bennett has really embraced Ryan and comes to a lot of practices, comes to a lot of games. And of course, they named the court for him in a ceremony at one point in time during the season. But I always wonder what Tony Bennett is thinking about watching that unfold, because they let it fly. I mean, they spread the court. Try and get up and down as quickly as possible.
He's dying inside.
Yeah, why didn't
I don't think he's dying because I think that he's put the game behind him. If you listen to him talk, I don't think there's any chance of him ever coaching. I think, and maybe that's one of the reasons. This is the way people are playing now. You get guys in the corners, you push it out, you play.
That's the way it is.
It's just the way it is. And but I always wonder, what's going through his mind as he watched, I think they scored over 80 points, in the 32 or 33 games. I think they scored over 80 points like 26 times or something like that. So they don't see that much at JPJ down there.
No. Well, I mean, whatever he did, he was good enough to win a championship. So,
but stud. But no question.
He probably would have won more if they were scoring in the 80s and not in the 60s. But hey, have a safe trip up to Philly.
Yeah, enjoy, man.
It's good talking to you.
Thanks. Good talking to you guys.
Yeah, take
good
care,
talking
buddy.
to you too.
All right, see you now.
Guess my son could have carpooled with CNOT.
Yeah, you guys could have saved on some gas.
Yeah.
Instead, he's taking his beater up
Hey,
there.
what are you going to do? It's a good road trip, college road trip.
Yes,
with
the boys he's going with.
Yeah, I think 2 of his dorm mates.
Yeah. That's
or whatever you call it. Not,
sweet mates or
yeah.
Like I say, I have fond memories of doing that. In my 20s and whatever.
I remember going to the one at Cole. I don't.
Oh, I definitely was.
And then maybe.
I think I
had
with
some
Stumper.
games at Capital One.
Yep. I've been there a couple times.
But I don't remember going to another town.
I don't think
I remember staying in the DMV.
I don't think I ever went to Philly for that. Yeah, I don't think so.
But they're fun. Look, I mean, I went to one of the conference tournaments a couple years ago at the place where we always do the shows. What's the name of the arena?
It's the Care First Arena in
at Care First
Southeast.
Arena. It was awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw Pat Kelsey. Who did he coach before he was coaching Louisville? Was it Coastal Carolina?
Pat Kelsey, wasn't he Charleston?
Yeah, maybe it was Charleston.
You're probably there for
I saw them.
Colonial, right?
Yeah.
Colonial tournament.
Saw the championship game. It was awesome.
Conference tournaments are amazing.
Yeah.
Especially for mid-majors, smaller conferences. That's your big tournament.
Great time of year. We mentioned this earlier in terms of the Junkies bracket. Thank you to all the people that signed up because we basically announced it at 8 a.m. yesterday and got about 827 entrants.
Yeah.
And most people are beating Roger the Engineer in terms of the Junkies and the Boys Behind the Glass. Apparently, Drab is numero uno right now.
Very nice.
But it's 10 points if you're correct in the first round. In the later rounds, it could be as much as 320 points. So you really got to nail that final
clearly,
four
Drab's
and the championship game.
You do well in the first round. Obviously, I mean, you didn't lose the top seed, right?
No, of course not.
Oh.
Yeah. So you're good. I mean, he's in the driver's position.
Roger could come back, but he's also missing like 3 out of his Elite 8 teams.
Yeah,
So that
Right,
means he's
so-
done. Yeah, he's
That'll
pretty much
hurt.
done.
I think I think he lost BYU in the Elite Eight.
That kills him. And South Florida?
Yes, he had South Florida.
Yeah.
I think in the Elite Eight making a run.
You guys will make fun of me, but I'm looking at this thing. It's very hard for me to see who I picked. I see that red X. I got it wrong.
At the top, at the top of each
box.
box, it says who you picked.
Yeah, but then I have to look down. Okay, well, how many did that screw me with? It's a little.
Just look at where your standings.
I know where my
you are
standing
in
is,
the
but I like to
standings.
know that I'm still hot.
As long as you
Wants
got
to
your
make sure
final
his
14
teams
Dude,
are
you went
alive.
13-3. That was a good day. I mean,
It was fine,
It's a
but I
good
want to make sure I
start.
didn't lose any biggies.
no, you didn't. I mean, Wisconsin was the highest seed to lose.
Yeah.
You didn't lose any biggies.
Yeah.
Remember, coming up at 9, we'll talk some Nats baseball. Zach Littell, one of their starting pitchers, joins us. Opening day is less than a week away. We're the Junkies, coming right back.
All right, guys. You know how we are. We're always out there trying to keep up on the golf course, tennis court. I know JP likes to play basketball, but we're banged up. My elbow's killing me, my knees, back spasms, all that. Getting old slows you down. That's why we trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. 844-VANTA-365. We've seen how much of a difference it can make.
Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Cakes, your son went to New Mexico for his honeymoon.
Yes, he and his new bride went to Taos, New Mexico.
Did they make a baby, you think?
I'm gonna guess no, but I don't know.
What's
How would
going
I
on
know
there?
that?
I don't know. He's
What's
young
going
and he's young and virile.
How would I know if they made a baby?
Are they doing the Amazon? Are they doing the Amazon?
Powerhouse.
They tried everything, I'm sure.
Powerhousing.
Yeah, are they powerhousing cakes?
I need to look this up.
I doubt
I think
that,
he's trying to explain to me. I still
but
couldn't
I actually
track
don't
it.
know the
The
latter,
chances
what
of
you're
it
talking
not
about.
it's the non-zero chance that it possibly happened. I don't know.
I mean, I would guess.
Activate me.
Hold on.
Did my son play a sex robot like Jason Bateman in DTF St. Louis? Have we talked about that show ever on the air? I think we have.
Yeah.
Bring it up a lot.
Have you thought about what a future grandkid would call you? Are you just going to be grandpa?
It's a great
Are you going to have a
I have-
goofy
I have
name?
pondered
I have
this.
not thought about it because until somebody
No, but you need to.
Oh.
You're going to make a spur of the moment decision?
No, I don't need to think about it until I get the news that somebody is pregnant
Right.
with a potential grandchild.
You don't think
So
about
then
it
you
until
think you'll
then.
have the 9 months leading up. There'll be plenty of time to think about it.
It'll take me 10 minutes to land on a name.
Hold on, it's a
Pop-up.
There are
lifetime
only so
decision.
many- there are only so many choices you can make.
Yeah, but
Right?
it's a big move because you'll be known for that forever to them. Forever.
Did you have I remember your grandmom living in your house.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Did you have grandfathers that were alive in your life?
Grandfathers?
Yes.
Yes, for a time.
Yeah, but what'd you call your grandma?
Graham.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Graham.
That was
Emma?
Doesn't
What's her name?
Cakes-
Emma?
her name was Emma, yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't Cakes already go by Peepaw in his house?
That's kind of more of a joke than
All right,
anything.
what is that?
Like,
I don't even know what you're talking
Like a
about.
Southern grandpa, isn't it?
Who calls you
it was-
Peepaw?
Yeah.
That was a goofy nickname that my daughter gave me a long
Juliet-
time ago.
Juliet-
But like,
How
His
did I miss
fave.
that? We talked about it on the show
Yes.
at some
yeah,
point.
it's been talked about. But
Peepaw.
Multiple times.
Peepaw.
Peepaw.
Oh, then you're-
And
Peepaw.
Meemaw. And Meemaw.
Peepaw, Peepaw.
Yeah.
I don't think I would. I'm okay being called Peepaw, kind of like as an inside joke.
But not
I don't
as
think
your
I would want
official?
that- yeah, I don't think I would want to be Peepaw for like
That's too
a
goofy.
granddad
This is a
name.
major decision. Major.
Yeah,
Major.
I guess, but again, like once I get the call, once somebody tells me, "Hey, you're going to be a grandfather in 9 months or 8 months, whatever
Think
it
you
is."
have enough time to figure it out?
Yeah, so much time.
I don't know.
All I have
Well,
is
I'm kind
time.
of panicking about it.
Here's the thing that,
If I'm
that
lucky enough to have
I don't
that.
think Cakes realizes is that he's gonna it's gonna be endearing to him that Juliet called him Peepaw as an inside joke, and
Yeah.
now the inside joke gets to continue with his grandchild.
Maybe.
So I think Peepaw
You think
might
I
have
just
the
I land on
Peepaw
Peepaw.
has the
Might
inside
be.
track.
I know Sebastian Maniscalco
Yeah.
does this bit about how people, there'll be Marines and these serious people, and then
Yeah.
they call their grandparents Peepaw
Right.
or Pee-Pee.
Well, in
Yeah.
the Asian
They're
culture,
goofy.
Yeah.
Paw Paw is definitely so like Gung Gung. It depends on
Gung
what
Gung.
side of the family. So for us, the way it works out with Dina's father, he's called Gung Gung. For the other side, like for the brother, his kids call him Paw Paw, right? Even though it's the same guy.
Uh-huh.
Different nicknames.
different
Different
titles.
nicknames based on if you're the son's kid or the daughter's kid.
Ah, okay. Got it.
Anyway, so my dad was called Pops when he was alive.
Pops is a good one.
my
Pops
mo-
is
my
solid.
mother-
Pops
likes to
by
be-
you, right?
No, he wanted the grandchildren to call him Pops.
Okay.
And then, specifically said, call me Pops.
And what was your mom?
My mom is called Nana. She likes Nana.
I don't know.
So in our family group chats and everything, call Nana. Hey, anybody check on Nana? Whatever.
Right. My mom was Ita, which is short for Abuelita, which is like little
Right.
grandmother, was a Spanish version.
I honestly have not given it much thought.
It's a major decision. Because I personally, I think Grandpa, little generic.
Yeah.
You could do it, but it's a little generic.
What about
What if
incorporating?
they call him Gramps?
Gramps?
so good for us.
I think Gramps is better than Grandpa.
Yeah, but we'll start calling you
What about
Gramps.
Gramps?
Johnny Gramps Allville.
What about something simple?
Cakes will be replaced.
Pop.
I like Pop Pop.
Pop-Pop.
Actually.
Easy
I
to
actually
say.
like
It's a little
Close.
It's
goofy.
okay.
Pop.
I like it.
Or Pops.
Pops was my
Yeah.
dad.
What did you call your grandfather? Do you remember?
Granddad? I mean, basic.
You know what? I think I'm going to go, if I'm lucky enough
or
to be
Grandpa,
alive,
one of the two.
I'm going to go Pop Pop. If I'm lucky enough to be, that's the leader in the clubhouse for me.
Yeah, Pop Pop.
That's what we called my grandfather.
If I'm
Pop,
lucky
Pop.
enough to still be on the right side of the dirt.
Pop Pop.
Is there any way of incorporating cakes into his
I know.
grandfather
Grandpa
name?
Cakes?
With my luck,
Grandpa,
they'll just
or
call me EB.
Papa Cake.
Papa Cakes. I mean, I'm sure the kid would like it. That'd be funny for the
Cake.
kid to say.
Cake.
So my radio name then becomes my grandfather's
Yeah,
nickname.
Cake.
That's
I
great.
mean, you did put it on a business card once.
No, somebody put it on a business card and then they handed me the business
What
card.
are what are your like nephews and nieces or whatever? What do they call your parents? Did you say
You mean my kids?
your own kids? I hadn't thought of them.
Yeah, what do they call your parents?
Papa Cahill and Oma.
Oma.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a German thing.
All right, and then
Can I tell? I hate the nicknames. I've always hated them.
do you think Grandpa's better?
I'm old school. Grandpa Cahill, Grandma Cahill,
Granddad. Yeah,
The problem with it is
I know.
because you're not there yet. It makes you feel like you're a billion.
I
years
know,
old.
but that's why everyone has to have it. I like that. I
Okay,
take
you
pride
can
in
have
that.
it.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
be Grandpa.
I know.
I don't want to be Grandpa. I'm out.
I know because you're afraid of dying, and you think if you have a cool nickname, you're not as old as you really are.
100%.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, 100%. Who wants to just feel like they're a billion years old all the time? I mean, it's horrible.
It's just,
I mean, it's life. I know, but
I mean, I look in the mirror and I think it.
yeah, I try to avoid mirrors.
If you're a kid,
So does Dracula. Mike Marr just found out where he
Yeah, you
Where
just
he
learned
came
about the
You think
character
it's bad that
Dracula.
He didn't know Dracula's from Transylvania. I mean, he's a 25-year-old.
Yeah, but
he's
he's-
25-year-old. Like
He's trying
I
to
give
use
him a
that.
pass.
But isn't Dracula pop cultural enough?
I think so, but I'm older.
We're 30 years
I'm
older.
almost a Grandpa Cakes.
I'm going to ask
think-
Meg. I'm texting with Meg. I'll ask her. She's about your age. She's 23. I'll ask her if she knows where Dracula.
Yeah, ask her where Dracula's
Pop, pop,
from,
pop,
where he
pop.
hails from, where he went to high school.
Now, she didn't go to Radford. Like,
You learn that when you're like 12 years old.
Yeah, I mean,
by
when
the
you're a
way.
kid, you should know
The book
that.
was written like 200 years ago.
Actually, she's listening now. She's not going to get it. She just asked me why not Pops. I feel like Pops is my dad's. You know, I can't have the
Yeah,
same
you
one
can't-
as my
Yeah,
dad.
you can't recycle. You
Understood,
can't
yeah.
recycle.
And I feel like it's his. I can't steal his
So
like
you're-
stolen valor.
So your one seed would be Pop Pop.
I think right now as I'm sitting here, I think Pop Pop. I get sized.
I know, but how does that not sound old? That actually sounds older than Grandpa.
Grandpa,
Pop Pop?
You can't find an older one than Grandpa. It's
Yeah, you
the
can.
world's
You-
oldest name.
If somebody's a
Great
great
grandpa.
grandpa.
Okay, short of great grandpa.
Yeah.
Grandpa is the old. I mean, you might as well just sleep in coffins.
Like Dracula.
Yeah.
Dracula. This Venn diagram is overlapping a lot
Right.
in
Yeah.
this segment. I love it.
Yeah.
So
I'm
just
all
call him
in.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Pop Pop. I like. I'm a. You know.
What
I'm
if it was
ever
Grandpa?
blessed
What
enough.
if it was Grandpa Bick?
No, you don't want that.
I mean,
They call my kids.
I
they
can
call
see
them
it on the
Bic, too.
horizon because my niece, both of my nieces have kids at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
And what do they call-
my
what do they call-
brother-in-law and sister-in-law are their grandparents.
Right. What do they call them? You got to know. Are you so punched out? You
Hold
don't know.
on, hold on,
Cakes.
hold on.
What do they
You're
call
so
Steve?
punched out.
I don't know what they call Steve, but I think they call Wendy. I think her name is. I think it's Grandy.
Grandy.
Grandy, which is, it's
Not
weird.
Grammy,
Is it some Winnie the
Grandy.
Pooh character
Grandy,
or
like
something?
grandma. It's like a short
Like
version
grandma.
of grandma. Like
Yeah.
I don't know what they call Steve. I should know that, but I don't.
I like Pop Pop. Meg says she doesn't like it.
Does she know where Dracula's from? Does she know where Dracula's
I bet she heard us talking about it.
Oh, okay.
I'll say, Meg, you're
By the
listening.
way,
Did you know where Dracula
The
was
look
from?
on Mike Marr's face when we told him that Dracula hailed from Transylvania. I mean, he was flatlining. Nothing. I was expecting him to go, "Oh, Transylvania." None of that.
Do you want to call? You want to call Meg real quick? Do you want her make her debut? Here, come on in.
Make her show debut.
Here, come on. Look, you call her real quick.
She can talk to Pop Pop.
Meg, Meg
You'd
is
be bitter if you're the pop.
Hey, this is a big
before
moment on the show.
You'd
This
be
would be Meg's
bitter
debut.
if you're a pop before he's
Is
Gramps.
Is Meg in New
Well,
York?
yeah, because I mean,
She has
I
to come home
I
for
have
the
a kid
weekend.
that's married.
I know.
Yeah, of course he'd be salty. He'd be salty McNulty if that happened.
Grab
her.
Jonan on you.
What?
Drives.
Well, I mean, you handed
The font
a
is so
picture of
big.
Megan, and she's 2 years old in this photo.
I didn't put it there. It's her Google photo, I think, or something. So Meg's a little under the weather, so she'll sound a little. She'll sound like Party Girl or something.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
She's
Her
sick.
voice is a little.
Yeah.
She could have shaky voice.
She
Or-
won't
or
have shaky voice.
raspy.
Here's what's interesting
Or
about Meg.
the radio gene just passed down.
Meg loves. She loves talking
Attention.
to people.
So AD.
She
It's
gets
a big
disappointed.
AD grab.
She's the girl who's disappointed she didn't get to do a presentation. Like she loves,
I
like
lo-
at work.
I love not having to do a presentation.
No,
Someone says,
absolutely.
you know,
Yeah, yeah.
hey,
it.
you
Do
don't
all
have-
the group
like-
project. You
yeah,
do
yeah.
all the work.
Yeah, you don't have to explain your science fair project. I'd be like, okay, perfect.
Victory lap.
This is a garbage project anyway, and I don't have to talk about what it is. All the data that I made up, that I fudged.
Meg,
Yeah.
how are you?
You're on the air.
Yeah, you're on the air.
Good.
Say that.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
I'm
See,
gonna call
She
his
actually
mom.
sounds like Dina.
You're not afraid to talk on the radio, right? You don't care.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah. All right. So hold on. Did you know
What's
where,
up, Meg?
Did you know where Dracula's from?
No, I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Dracula is?
What? They don't teach you that at Cornell?
I think less of Ivy's now.
What?
Meg, you
I don't know who that is.
You don't know
You've
who,
never heard the words Count Dracula.
Wasn't that a cereal or something? Isn't
Count
there?
Chocula.
Chocula.
Yeah, I mean, that's a silly.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
think it is.
yeah. I've seen the cereal for sure.
Right.
Do you know what vampires
Wow.
do?
Do I know what vampires do? They drink blood.
They do drink blood. Now, she is Eric Bickle's child, so I would. She might not know what vampires do.
Let me tell you this.
So
maybe we're finding up some blind spots. In my opinion, she's brilliant.
My eyes are open to the educational system right now.
Cornell and Radford, 1A, 1B.
Give her
Neck and neck.
Meg, are you terrible at pop culture?
Kind of. I feel like, yeah.
Yeah, maybe so. All right, so hold on. You said you wouldn't. So
Dracula, by the way, is the one seed of vampires. They're
not even close.
the Duke
Yeah.
of vampires.
Who's below? The Twilight vampires?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
of course.
yeah.
Edward Cullen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meg,
Nosferatu, lower seed.
Yeah, sure.
Meg doesn't know Dracula, but she probably knows every character on Love Island.
Is Nosferatu,
100%.
is that Tom
Yeah.
Cruise?
Oh, yeah.
And when Tom Cruise did the movie, what
No
the hell's-
chance. No, Tom Cruise never played Nosferatu. I know that.
But you know the vampire movie
One's
that
ugly,
Tom
one's
Cruise did.
sexy.
No, Tom Cruise was the vampire Lestat in Interview with the Vampire.
Okay.
You're talking to a vampire expert. Me and Dr. Van Helsing. He killed vampires, for those of you that don't know. He killed Dracula. Meg's head is swimming.
Meg, if I'm ever lucky enough to be a grandpa and I'm still on the right side of the earth, you don't like Pop?
No, not really. I prefer Pops.
Yeah, but that's
Granddad. I like Granddad.
Could you lift
She likes-
Gung Gung?
She likes the classics.
Yeah, can you
Could you
Gung Gung?
lift Gung Gung?
I can't. The Gung Gung. I just don't feel-
Is it good?
What?
Okay.
Gong Gong is the Cantonese. Gong Gong would be the Mandarin.
Oh.
Hey, you could be
Because-
gong. You could be
Dina-
gong gong.
Dina could force your hand, right?
do you
She could
mean?
be what's the female version of Gung Gung?
Paw, I think. Right? Right, Meg?
Yeah, Papa.
Paw.
So she could be paw forcing your hand that you have to stay with it.
No.
He's right here. What do you? She
What-
doesn't
you're
want to
working hard.
talk.
She doesn't want to talk. Yeah. See, D's like
She doesn't want to get
D's
on that.
not into it.
All right,
Meg's
we're way
all about it.
over.
Meg will host the show if we asked.
Well, she can sit in for me next week.
All right. Love you. I'll see you a little later. We're gonna hit some balls today, right?
Yeah, can't wait.
Yeah.
Love
okay.
you.
Okay. Love you. Okay.
You should be,
Bye.
you should be gong gong. Not Gun Gun. You should be this guy.
Yeah, gong gong.
Gong gong. Think about it.
Well, you should
Pretty
be
good.
no, he should be gone. That's where all his money is.
Yeah, Busto. Just call me Busto.
All right.
All right, gotta take a break. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
All right, guys, your boy UB here. You know I love a good edge, little angle most people aren't thinking about. Here's one for you. BMW of Fairfax has new I-Series models that have been in service for a short stint. You know, loaner vehicles. They got a few miles on them. Little head start on the odometer. Here's the deal. In golf, you'll take strokes on a parlay plus money, and this feels like finding value before the line moves. So why not take a silly deal on a basically new ultimate driving machine for my girl Miriam over at BMW Fairfax? You can lease a new, gently driven i4 for as little as $349 a month, or get a new iX for as low as $499 a month. And if you qualify, you could stack the BMW military incentives on top. Active duty, guard, reserves, veteran spouses. You might be eligible, not even realize it. Now, do what I did. Hit up my girl Miriam, BMW Fairfax. Make sure you tell her EB sent you. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, it's got to be BMW Fairfax.
Longtime Junks listener Shola chimed in on the grandpa suggestions. Pretty good one, I think. Mine should be cake pop.
Like
Cake pop's it's pretty good. It's not bad. It's actually.
But then
pretty
you're gonna have
decent.
to explain cakes
It's
to your
fine,
grandkids.
Whatever. It's all good.
Haven't you been running away from cakes for 30 years?
I have, but that's actually a funny suggestion by Shola. It's kind of funny. By the way, speaking of 30 years, be sure to check out the Throwback 30 segment that Valdez posted yesterday. He's doing the Lord's work. 2 hours. 2 solid hours of Junkies hang-ups on guests.
Wow.
Throughout the
2
years.
hours.
Really?
Just 2 hours.
I saw
of
somebody tweet
goodness.
us that they loved it. Did you listen to it?
I did not listen to it yet. I'm just
Okay,
I'm
you're
imploring
aware.
everybody to listen to
You're
it.
aware.
Yeah,
Somebody-
I will listen to it.
Somebody tweeted us that
Yeah,
we
I-
actually hung up on Ron Jeremy 3
I
times.
heard snippets yesterday with Valdez and
Blake Giffen,
Yeah.
actually, he and I have a bizarre DM relationship.
Yeah.
He DMs me and I answer them.
Sure.
He's a nice guy.
He's a master of his craft, by the way.
He's very good.
He is
And
truly elite at what he does.
I used to get very defensive, but he's always pretty nice.
Yeah. He's a good dude.
Yeah. So
I don't know who it is.
I don't know who he is
actually,
either.
but-
But I'm
Is he-
talking to some fictional person.
Right.
I don't know who the guy
So
is.
you've never met him face to face.
To my knowledge, I have not.
But he DM'd me and he said the Eisen first hang up was all you, saying me.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, I took a big dig at him, apparently.
Okay.
I don't know why I would.
Yeah.
And he had a small retort, and then I called him a midget.
Yeah.
So that's all me.
Yeah.
And then
A little person.
he said
Yeah.
the Ron Jeremy, though, all 3 warranted.
Okay.
All 3 warranted.
Like, somebody
whatever the
tweeted and said that he
reason
was trying to say some cheesy joke, and every time you'd get him back on, he'd start the joke again. Then we hang up again.
Right.
So good.
Because he thought it was just a disconnection. We were just hanging up
Oh,
on
the-
him.
Probably what we said.
Now, what I did get to hear yesterday was the interaction with Will Leach.
Oh, you heard
And
that.
I heard it twice, and I slapped my knee maybe 50 times.
Was he really bad?
Each time.
Because
Well,
Will Leach is kind of an icon in the industry.
Valdez has it, and he's going to play it right now.
I think there'll be a big reaction when it happens. And I believe it will happen. But I can't imagine it changing anything.
I'm sorry. You have to do it. You have to do it.
The sigh.
His sigh is so perfectly timed.
He didn't sound that
so
bad.
that was
Why
me.
were we so mean?
So
You're a guy. I completely apologize. Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you were so
But
disappointed.
I didn't realize
So
that I
you
was the
felt
guy.
you felt like responsible for him because it's like you put him on.
Right.
But hold on.
What year was
I
that?
heard there was not bad.
It must
Okay,
have been
but we only
really
heard
bad
They were just a
beforehand.
hang up.
We only heard
It was a 6-minute
Was
interview.
it 6 minutes of really bad?
It wasn't great.
Yeah.
He wasn't polished.
Did
Yeah.
we end up having Will Leach on again after
Oh yeah,
that?
many years later. Yes.
I don't remember that.
I do, 100%. Post Deadspin.
Yeah,
Will
definitely.
Leach has been. I booked him on the show. He's been on the show like 20 times.
Yeah, he's had
Yeah.
Really? I just forget.
I remember seeing
My
his,
brain is just so foggy.
I remember seeing his name on the outline sheet many times.
When's the last time
over
we
the
had him?
years. I don't
Probably
remember
5-6
that.
years.
but-
I think it's been a
Probably
while.
5 years.
Yeah.
I barely know 5 months ago.
Yeah.
So we repaired that bridge somehow.
We did. We repaired it with Eisen. I would love to know why I took an initial dig at Rich Eisen. Like, no, but
I'm
you
sure
don't even have to
Valdez could
find it.
tell
I'm
you.
not
Play
asking
it.
you to find it, Valdez.
Yeah, play
I'm just saying, I must have had some angst against him or something. Maybe I just thought he was snarky or something.
I think he was.
Right.
From what I remember, I think he was.
Mm-hmm.
And then he probably was the same way on the air, and then you just had
I
enough.
think he was a
Rich,
little.
are you there?
Yeah, I am.
All right, hey, buddy, congratulations. When's the network start? Is it today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. It's big. Are you excited?
Yeah, really excited.
That's kind of cool.
Hey, you sound it.
Yeah, so we're going to be live or on tape here?
No, you're live, bro. I'm sorry.
You're live right now.
Oh, my goodness. That's a bad question.
Now you can turn it on.
That's
Yeah.
okay. Just
Well,
flip the
it's better to
switch.
ask
You were
that
the one that
question
was
than
bitter.
actually, use an F-bomb and just figure it out.
Well, you know
Actually,
what?
that would have
That's
been
cool.
better radio.
Yeah, it's funnier if you curse.
Don't you think?
So, dude, you leave ESPN. I guess you guys don't come to a contract agreement, and then you sign a deal with NFL Network. Is this going to be like? Is it going to be more like NBA TV, which is kind of always there, but it's not really? It's not like a big player, or is it going to be like a real channel?
No, I decided to leave ESPN and not be a big player.
Just decided.
No, honestly.
I decided, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Let's just throw it all away. Is what I'm thinking. So.
That's the smarminess.
Well, look, if you're going to be a dick, then we'll just hang up on you.
No, come on.
Yeah, if you're going to be a dick, I'm asking you a question.
We had
Being
Rich.
sarcastic.
We had Rich on the show before, and we almost hung up on him.
Yeah, I'll hang up on him. I don't care. He thinks he's a smart aleck. He's not. He's not.
All right,
hold on. I think Rich Eisen
tolerance was not high.
I think he was that's just his personality. He's kind of like us.
I think he was fine.
Because we'd be a smart ass.
I think I overreacted there. I would say
think
that.
you definitely overreacted.
I think I overreacted. I think that's fair. And maybe my question maybe wasn't fair.
Yeah.
You know, I said, did you leave for like some puny network?
Right.
Humor. That's what my friends in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, but you're too
coming on. You guys
smarmy.
are like, these guys have a sense of humor.
The problem is you're too smarmy, dude. You're not that smart.
You're just. Oh, now you're bitter. See, now you got bitter for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't know why. Caught me on a bad day. Probably didn't get good sleep. Probably didn't get good sleep.
He flew off the handle.
We were a nighttime show, probably.
Yeah, we were playing the music.
Probably had great sleep.
Yeah, we were playing Jimmy Eat World through the whole interview.
I understand we're at a nighttime show, but I mean, obviously I was in a bad mood. Yeah, wasn't taking any of his S.
Well, you did.
But
You did make it sound like he left ESPN to go like on a public access TV show.
It was. I'd say in hindsight, he was correct.
Yeah.
That I asked. I asked it in a way that it seemed mean.
Mm-hmm.
Did you leave ESPN to be background noise that nobody pays attention to, like NBA TV?
And then we just went south from there.
But he was just being a smart. He was
was
answering the
being
question like
fine.
we would have answered it to him.
I'll hang up on him. I don't care. He thinks he's a smart aleck. He's not. He's not. He's a 5'7" midget.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, you're being a dick.
I told you guys had a sense of humor. That's what my friends in Washington, D.C. when I
but
told them I
you're
was
too
coming on. You guys
smarmy.
are like, these guys have a sense of humor.
Now,
So
the problem is you're too smarmy, dude. You're not that smart.
Uh-oh. Well, at any rate, this thing is going to actually be on...
He's too smarmy.
Paul Steele.
I don't get side.
I love.
I don't know.
I can't believe how much I was laughing.
I was very unfair to him.
Did you
there,
see how happy I was
The
in life?
artist formerly known as Jason Bishop.
It was fun times.
That's a totally different person.
It is, yes.
That person you just heard with my voice,
Yeah.
he doesn't exist
Can
anymore.
we get it back? Yeah, can we get that person back?
I mean,
Get it back.
Did you
Have
hear
some
that?
fun. Have some fun.
Oh, jeez.
I feel bad. I feel bad.
You should apologize. You know what?
Yeah, write him an apology letter.
You should.
No.
You
I don't
had
feel
fun
that
because it wasn't your guy. Like EB was sabotaging it and torpedoing it.
Well, that's
So you could watch the
exactly
car
a dynamic
crash.
I tried to explain. That if one of us had a guest ruined the relationship, then that ruined the potential guest.
Right.
And we hated that.
Yeah.
And Jason really hated it if it was a sports guy. He had a lot of the sports guys. And it really.
You know, you need to text Eisen.
No, we had him back.
25 years later?
I know, but just text him again. Say, I just heard it. I feel bad. Even though it was 25 years, I still feel bad.
Why would you?
He's
bring
not
up,
thinking about it.
Why would you bring up something he doesn't care about?
I'm just kidding.
I know. And I remember we had him in studio after that.
And you apologized to him.
I'm
then.
sure we did because he was great.
I'll text him. Give me his number.
Why? I wouldn't want to bring up just an uncomfortable moment.
Hey, did you send Rory McIlroy a text about his menu?
No. I still have
You have him in your phone.
Remember, he's got Rory's
Yeah.
cell phone
I
number.
do.
It's one of the wildest stories ever.
I can't remember.
He lifted Rory's cell phone number.
Right there. Look. Look.
You think that's still his number? You think it's
I know.
still legit?
I can't-
Well, I probably shouldn't put
Dude,
that on camera.
send him a text and say, love your menu. And see if there's a response.
He's not going to respond.
You get blocked in
Of
5
course,
seconds.
he's probably not going to respond, but it just, I mean, what else he can do with it?
What if he text Ben and go, who's this?
Who dis?
Who dis?
Hey, wait for the
Who
show.
dis?
Say, love the menu.
Text him, love the menu.
I'm going to, right?
Great, great, say
it's
great
gotta be
wines.
better than
You
love the
only
menu.
live- you only
Gotta
live
be-
once.
I know. I want you to.
All right,
but
what do you
you
want me to
gotta
say?
be better.
Shoot your shot.
You gotta shoot your
All
shot
right,
in a
what
way
should you-
like you're one of the boys.
Yeah.
Like it can't be like love your menu. That's way too
All right,
like.
tell me what to say.
I don't know. I'm pondering it.
All right, you tell me what to say.
Your
Think
menu
about
is
it.
so much better than
No,
Bubba's.
it's just like
Think about it
maybe
during the break and I'll
question the
send it.
wine or something or like. No, I mean it's got to be like something that another fellow like rich golfer dig might be. It can't just be love your menu. That's just way too.
He's not going to respond.
Yeah, but it's funny.
It might.
It's topical.
All right, I'm just going to.
Why don't you call it
aren't you
trash?
trying to
No,
play
call
off
it trash.
Like you're maybe like one of his old caddies or one of his old boys. And he just lost his number. Like play it off like that.
Hey, no, I think you should say it's trash.
Yeah, tell him you would never
because
eat the
everyone,
elk sliders
because
that he has on
everyone's
the menu.
jocking his menu.
Or just do
It
elk
would stick
sliders
out.
question mark.
No, I don't want to say that because I want to establish a relationship.
Jason's grasping.
How about if I just say the menu is effing awesome?
Besides the besides the elk sliders,
bro.
No. You can say bro. That would be good.
I'll say
But
the
bro.
menu is effing awesome,
no,
bro.
You say bro. Elk sliders. WT. You know.
Yeah, WTF.
Yes.
Great, bro. Comma elk sliders question mark WTF.
Nobody wants to eat deer.
Yeah, but he's not going to like that.
He's not going to see it. He's going to see a number that he doesn't recognize. He's going to hit block number.
No, but it could be, as EB said, an
All right.
ex-caddy who he lost the number.
You know what I mean? Just somebody.
Yeah. All right, got to take a break. If you
All right, I'm sending it right now.
We've got Nationals pitcher Zach Littell joining us next here on the Junkies.
Swing into Golfdom by Worldwide Golf for Titleist's limited time loyalty rewarded promotion when you special order any 3 Titleist Pro V1s, Pro V1X, or Pro V1X Left Dash, or the AVX dozen golf balls. You'll get another dozen for free. Just giving them to you. Golf with more speed and short game control than ever before with the #1 ball in golf. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Let's talk about the perfect bracket. Number 9, TCU knocked out more than half of brackets in the first game of the tournament. But the biggest upset of the tournament so far has come at the hands of 12th-ranked High Point. The Panthers stunned Wisconsin, picking up an 83-82 win. By the time that game ended and Louisville got past USF, only 2.3% of brackets were still perfect per Yahoo Sports. A pair of upsets led the late wave and got the perfect bracket count down well below that. Number 11 VCU rallied back from a 19-point hole in the second half to knock off number 6 North Carolina in overtime. Number 11 Texas held on late to grab a win over BYU. So that leaves Yahoo Sports with just 0.1% of all brackets still perfect. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Spish Cake, CB, and JP, that is the foursome. Joining us right now to talk some baseball. Yep, baseball season's upon us.
It's coming.
Is Zach Littell, Washington Nationals pitcher, expected to be in the rotation this year. What's up, Zach?
Hey, how are y'all?
What's up,
How's
Greg?
spring training going so far?
Yeah, how you
It's
feel?
been good. It's been good. It's been oddly short this year for me, but no, it's been good. Ready to get going though.
You've been on several teams. Is this manager the youngest manager you've ever been around?
I think it's not really close.
Yeah, that's right.
I think, he's got me by like 4 years, but he's awesome so far. Obviously, I knew him a little bit in Tampa coming over from there, but he's been great, and everybody who's ever come across him just raves about him. So,
what's he like? Tell us about him.
Yeah, I mean, to be as young as he is, like you guys kind of touched on, he's extremely, calm and collected. He has this presence about him that just kind of seems to put everybody at ease, and it's a good quality to have as a manager. Especially when you've got a younger team in general like this. I think he'll be really good for him.
You're a guy who grew up in North Carolina, right? Were you rooting for High Point yesterday?
I always like to see any of the small North Carolina schools win. So yeah, definitely. Every North Carolina school I like to win except for UNC. I'm actually a Tennessee fan, but it's fun to see High Point win.
Yeah. What was your town like? You're from Mebane, North Carolina?
Yeah, where's that?
I'm going to guess
Mebane.
small.
Yeah, it's Mebane. Yeah,
Mebane.
Yeah, that was a good guess. Yeah, you're not the first one.
Mebane, okay.
So when I was growing up, it was a lot smaller. It's actually grown pretty significantly since then. We're about 30 minutes from Raleigh and 30 minutes from Greensboro, which would be the other metropolitan area.
Okay, so you're right there in the mix.
Metropolitan, not Washington. But
yeah.
It's solid. It's right on the interstate, so it's become kind of a commuter town, and it's grown. But it's still pretty quiet. I like it. We like going home. My wife and I are both from there. We like going back just because it's a little bit of a slower lifestyle, but it's in the same breath, the slow is kind of harder now with kids. We like to be closer to activities for them, and so yeah, we'll see.
You're a bigger dude. Were you a baller? Did you also play hoop when you were coming up?
Or football?
Yeah, football too.
I wouldn't call myself a baller, but I played. I was on the team. No, my grandfather was a big basketball player in Indiana growing up. Played at Oglethorpe University, so I definitely played. He was kind of the driving force in that, but I stopped playing, I want to say in my sophomore year of high school. I just got a lot better at baseball and didn't quite enjoy running up and down the court as much.
Well, that's awesome, man. All right, so just talk about this Nats team. It's obviously, a very young team. It's one of the youngest teams, if not the youngest in the league. And including the general, the president and the manager. And a lot of these pitchers, Cade Cavalli and JoJo Gray and Jake Irvin and all these guys, and it's going to be interesting to see how some of these younger players, and I'm not even talking about the lineup yet, but how some of these younger players kind of progress. CJ Abrams everyone's very high on him. James Wood, he's a stud.
Zach's going to be the grizzled veteran of the bunch.
Zach's going to be one of the older guys on the roster, I think. Right. So talk to us just about the youth of this team.
Yeah, I mean, you can sit here and talk about youth and the experience with it, but it really doesn't mean there's a lack of talent. It's a roster full of really good players. You talked about CJ and James Wood, but I mean, Jake Irvin to go out there the last 2 years and eat innings like he has. Cade, obviously coming off the injury last year, still was pretty good, and his future is extremely bright. I've gotten to see him throw twice now, and it's impressive stuff. So I think JoJo Gray, it's not easy to come back from an injury, but before he got hurt, he had flashes of being, the ace of the staff. So
right.
There's plenty of upside. I definitely think that there's some strides to be made, but I'm not going to sit here and say that this team isn't good enough to go out and compete on a daily basis. Obviously, the NL East is pretty stacked up right now at the top with the Phillies, the Mets, and the Braves, but this roster has the talent to go out there and give those guys a run for their money every night. And what's nice about baseball is honestly anything can happen. We see a team every year that's supposed to be really young and inexperienced, and they go out there and they surprise a lot of people, and I don't see any reason that the Washington Nationals can't do that this year.
We're joined by Zach Littell, Washington Nationals pitcher. Nationals coverage is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Their season opener is next Thursday at the Cubs. You can listen to it right here on 106.7 The Fan. So, Zach, tell us how you made the journey from being a middle reliever to a guy who's now just a full-fledged starter. I mean, you went for 186-plus innings last year between Tampa Bay and Cincinnati. How did you make that transition?
Yeah, I had a lot of help. First off, the guys over in Tampa were awesome from a development side. And I was able to, we had some older guys on the staff that really I was able to lean on and figure out a good routine that worked. But I spent my entire minor league career as a starter. I made my debut in 18, and then in 19 was told that I would be become a full-time reliever. And at the time, you're willing to do anything that keeps you in the big leagues. So, took it and ran with it. Had a couple of good years mixed in with some not-so-good years. And then got to Tampa and was doing some things that I really liked with pitch development, with workload, and Tampa kind of recognized that. And we had an opening with a guy getting hurt in the rotation, and they kind of started turning relievers, but extremely thankful to get to do it now, and something that I think every guy in the big leagues would love to do is be a starter. I mean, I won't argue that it's definitely the best lifestyle of a major leaguer. We have 4 days off and only have to work really 1 day a week, but no, it's been really fun, and I still feel like there's some things that I can continue to get better at and improve on. So should be a good year.
And Zach, I saw an interview you did, I guess recently, that you came here, you decided to sign with the Nats because of the opportunity to stay as a starter, stay in the rotation throughout the season, and not have to go back to middle relief. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was given every team we talked to was going to let me start. It just becomes more about the certainty of down the road with. You have, one of your frontline guys on the IL, and they're going to be coming back, and then roster decisions have to be made. And at this point in my career, I've kind of been through it all, and I've had a lot of decisions kind of taken out of my hands as far as what happens to me and how I'm used. And so this gave me an opportunity to go out there and start every fifth day and hopefully get in 32 starts, and as well as get to work with some of these younger guys and hopefully pass a little bit of knowledge on to them and experience, because like I said, they're an extremely talented group. I think the only thing that you can, and I guess this is Jake Irvin aside, those guys just seem to go out there and pitch and get innings under their belt and continue to develop.
Yeah. Zach, I wanted to get your take on the World Baseball Classic, and I got into it more this year than I had, the previous classics, 3 years ago. I just started to watch it a little bit more based on, the names of the players. And I was thinking, and you're a pitcher, so I wanted to get your take. I love the event, and I think it's great. But, man, it's got to be so tough because my buddy, I was talking to him at a sports bar the other night. He goes, how did we lose to Venezuela? I said, bro, first of all, they're all major leaguers. And it's March. It's not middle of July or, August where these
it's
guys.
also one game.
It's one game, yeah. But just as a pitcher, Zach, I mean, think about how much stress that is to be throwing huge innings in huge spots in March, in mid-March. How tough is that?
I'm with you. It's there have been conversations about how can we move it to a different time when players are maybe a little more ready, but it really just came down to there's really not a great time to do it, right? You can't, after the season, everybody's kind of worn down,
right?
There's really no gap mid-season, and no major league team is going to agree to let their guys go and miss 2.5 weeks a game. So definitely tough. And you look at it, I mean, Venezuela, Dominican, Japan, they're all extremely good rosters. I think just what separates the United States from those is generally the pitching. You see with the Dominican and the Venezuelan teams having, 3 or 4, maybe 5 or 6 really, really, really good pitchers, really good big leaguers. And the USA team is the entire staff are, for lack of a better term, household names,
Right.
But yeah, it's still tough. I mean, I was thinking about it when Venezuela, the guy came out, I think it's the Cubs closer, Palencia, came out for Venezuela the other night and didn't throw a pitch under 100. And I was just like, man,
how's he doing that?
Yeah, to be doing that in mid-March is pretty crazy because even once the season starts, you're not getting the type of, playoff adrenaline like that until September or October. And so you've had a whole year to kind of build into that. But, I'm definitely with you. It's got to be extremely hard for those guys. It's got to be extremely stressful for teams to watch their guys go out and do that, knowing that, you're one pitch away from an injury that costs you a year. So it's, I like watching it. I think it's an awesome tournament. I definitely think that, it's the timing could be better, I guess.
Yeah. But you're right. I mean, there's no other time on the calendar to play it. I mean,
there's just no great options. They've tried to move it. It would require a bigger break mid-season if you did it. But I think guys would prefer to do it at the front end of the season because at least their bodies are feeling good coming off the off season. But at the same time, it's like you don't get a real spring training buildup. You just are kind of thrown into the fire.
Right.
Talking to Zach Littell, opening day for the Nationals is within a week. Just trying to get to know you, reading up on you, and you mentioned your minor league career earlier. You were drafted in 2013, and you've been with now 6 pro teams. But if you throw in all the minor leagues, I'm wondering, what's it like? Have you moved? How many times do you think you've moved in the last decade? And have you found a good spot here in the D.C. area where you're going to settle?
Jeez, I don't even know that I can put a guess on how many times I've moved between the minor leagues and the major leagues and how many hotels we've been in.
Probably 20 times.
It's got to be upwards of 25 or 30 times, I would bet. But
right.
No, my wife drove up last weekend and checked out some areas. I think she found where she wants. Mm-hmm. Being that I signed a little later, it's kind of been tough. The options aren't plentiful, I would say. But no, I think we're going to we come up tomorrow. We have an exhibition game Sunday and Monday against Baltimore. I'm going to use those 2 days before we head to Chicago to try and go see some houses and hopefully get something nailed down. But no, I'm excited. I mean, the guys that have been here, Trevor Williams, Jake Irvin, these guys have talked about how much and how great some of the areas are in the area. So, we're excited to be there. I've got a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old boy. So,
very cool.
We're excited to get out there.
Yeah, you'll find a spot.
Do you play golf, by the way?
I play entirely too much golf.
Oh, that's good.
Good.
That's good. You got to find a spot.
So are you looking?
Can we bet $1 on handicap? So don't reveal this. We're going to bet the four of us.
Don't answer yet.
say anything.
We'll each put up $2. So $2 bets. Somebody's going to win $6.
If he plays entirely too much golf, he's definitely a fiver bet.
And he did mention the fact that he's got a lot of time because he's a starter.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say index 4.7. That's my guess.
I'm gonna
Oh, you just
say.
stole my number.
I'm gonna say he's a 7.
No, if he plays entirely too much, 3-1.
I'll take the over. I'll go 8 or over.
Okay.
All right, Zach. What are you, buddy?
All right. I'm pulling it up right now. My handicap as I play right now is 6.5.
6.5.
I'm actually in the process of figuring out what it's going to be this year. My whole life it was Can't Stop Red Hot Chili Peppers, but then last year I switched it to Money for Nothing by Dire Straits. So
Nice. You're
good.
You're a rock guy, classic rock guy. We
yeah,
can
yeah.
hang
So
out.
now I'm kind of we're currently taking suggestions. So if you got any, send them my way.
Okay.
All right. Do you have a Twitter account? Maybe people can hit you up on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it. I was looking through it the other day. I've been like kind of searching. I don't know if I'm going to go with something classic or something a little bit more, niche, but we're going to figure something out soon.
Okay, good.
Hey, Afro Man was in the news today.
No, you can't use that.
Can't do that.
I actually saw this.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
Well, next time next time we get you on the show, we'll just play Money for Nothing.
Yep.
All right.
That's right. Yeah, there you go.
That's your walk up.
Hey, you're a good dude, Zach.
Thank you,
Let's
man.
get you on again, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the time,
Welcome
man.
to DC, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
All right, pal.
Man, the life
I
of
like
a
him.
major leaguer. It's great on the upside. You're making all that money, but he's going to find a house in 2 days.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
They'll figure it out.
Probably renting something. It'll be
Yeah.
silly.
I mean, he signed
whatever
a
he
one-year
gets,
deal.
it'll be silly.
I doubt he's going to buy.
Yeah.
All right, got to take a break. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. Coming up next, we'll open up the entertainment page here on The Fan.
Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe or buying season tickets so you never miss a game for your favorite team. Or maybe it's spoiling the grandkids every chance you get. Whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain, no two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They're going to build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline too. And here's the best part. Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the daily headlines, because markets shift, laws change, inflation happens, but your dreams shouldn't have to. It's never too early or too late to get that plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. That's TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Let's open up EB's entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
All right, hold on for a second. I don't have the read in front of me. I have the read. Buddy can relax. It's not a big deal.
Who's
Everyone
not
knows.
relaxed?
Everybody's the most relaxed they've ever been. So relaxed.
Why do you say that every
relaxed.
time? We're relaxed.
All right, there you go. Entertainment page driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website. BMWofFairfax.com. It's that simple.
Guess who I just met?
Rory McIlroy?
No.
Hold on, who you just met here in the building?
Yeah.
Did you
There were
send
a
the
couple
text,
guys-
by the way? Just to follow.
I sent the text, yeah. No response.
Have you never met this person before?
Is it from the PGC guests
Yep.
that were milling around?
I'll give you a hint. I mean, actor/comedian has been in, let's see. I mean,
I think
been in a ton of stuff.
I think I know who it is because I think I saw a poster. He might be appearing in MGM National Harbor soon, if my guess is correct.
Oh, Bill Bellamy?
Bill Bellamy.
Bill Bellamy.
Yeah. I just know who's appearing in MGM.
Nice.
I just met him.
Dude, I saw
Nice
two
guy.
guys
Seems like a
over
nice
there.
dude.
They were carrying on.
He started talking March Madness with me.
Really?
I just kept
swap
kept it moving.
brackets.
I actually saw something from some comedians, and there was a fellow comedian. I don't know if it was Eddie Murphy or it was like a big time comedian who said Bill Bellamy is one of the best storytellers
Really?
out there.
Well, he's been working forever. He's also proof that black don't crack because he looks super young. I don't know how old he is.
He's 60. He's 60.
Yeah, he looks amazing for 60.
No, he does.
Because I saw him on the big billboard driving into MGM, and I was like, "Is that a recent photo of Bill Bellamy?" Because if it is, he looks amazing.
good, yeah.
Yeah, he's holding up well.
No, he looked great.
So good for
And
him.
He was a nice guy. He asked me who I thought was going to win it. And
Yeah.
I said, he goes, I love it. I love the upsets. And he just a good dude.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Good.
Bill Bellamy.
Yes. And you know what?
I should have taken a picture with him, but I
I don't know who his cousin is.
Bill Bellamy's cousin. Can I get a
According
hint?
to Wikipedia.
I need a hint.
There's
I mean-
a connection with our former producer, Brett Oliverio.
His cousin.
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 I don't
Is
know.
he-
How
is-
would I
is
know
he-
that?
is he an
It's an
athlete?
ECU
or-
thing?
He's an athlete.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pretty big athlete.
Big guy.
Shaq?
Shaquille O'Neal.
Really?
His cousin is Shaq.
That's what it says here.
Okay.
Really?
I mean, like 19th cousin or like,
Yeah, yeah.
like
I don't know.
That I don't know.
cousin. Yeah.
Look at you, just meeting celebs in the hallway. Big
Did you get a
silly.
picture?
No, he
No, no,
regrets not getting one.
I thought
Like you
thought
got
about
one
it.
with Adam Silver?
I did have one with Adam
that
Silver.
ghoul Adam Silver.
I was slightly under the influence. When
yeah,
I
that's
got
okay.
When is your speech, your big speech at Salisbury? It's coming up.
April. Yeah, it's weekend or week after the Masters.
Is it already written?
No, I haven't.
How long? How long are you gonna be up there?
They said they want with my, with my speech or whatever
Yeah.
I talk about and questions. They want an hour.
Ooh. Oh
I know.
man, that's a lot.
I know.
Hey, can we
That's a big ass.
can we record it for the show?
I mean, I guess
What is it again that you're doing?
I'm just talking to some people at Salisbury.
It's the 100th anniversary of
It's
Salisbury.
the centennial.
You're going to be like an expert on something?
Well, I mean, it's
That's why he was asking for pictures of the junkies.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to show a bunch of pictures and just joan on everybody.
All right.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I haven't really.
But you're who asked you? Who on earth?
Just one of the higher ups in the department.
Because
at
you're
Salisbury.
like, are you like a notable grad at Is Salisbury that nub?
I
Well,
guess.
they've got
I
Dan
guess.
Quinn. They've got
They got Dan
Steve
Quinn.
Bisciotti, the
Yeah.
owner of the Ravens.
you
Dan
literally-
Quinn did speak.
Are you literally like a top graduate of
Yes.
Salisbury?
I don't know. I guess
He's one of the big sillies.
they wanted me. They
Is that
liked
true?
me.
He's Seagull
I
royalty.
mean, you don't think he is?
Yeah.
I'll give you a list of the notable alumni. You tell me if Jason Bishop's name is bigger or smaller than these
Yeah.
names.
All right.
Dan Quinn, we know. I mean,
Yeah,
DQ
he
gets
pales.
higher. There's Super Bowl rings.
Enzo Amore, some sort of wrestler. I don't know who he is.
Yeah, I'd say you're better than him.
Oh, so he's bigger. Steve Bisciotti, he ain't bigger
Bisciotti's
than him.
No.
a big dog.
I don't know who Scott Krinsky is.
Let me see.
I mean, he looks maybe he's an actor. I'm going to give Jason Bishop a nod
Scott
over him.
Krinsky.
Yeah,
I don't know.
no, he's a nobody.
I don't know who Jake Berge is. I don't know that person. I don't know who Justin Reddy is.
guys have some
I don't know who
horrible
EJ
graduates.
Pipkin is. I don't know Talmadge Branch. I think you're bigger than all these people.
Wasn't Berge a lax player?
Jake
I remember
Berge?
Bill Berge.
Wasn't Jake Berge a...
Was there a Bill Berge that was on the
Yeah,
Eagles?
lax player. You got it.
Yeah.
You're bigger than him. Sorry, you just are. I mean, I know the Salisbury Laxers are big, but you're bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
by
guess
the
you know
way-
what? I guess you are. You're one
He's
of
up
the big
there.
dogs.
There you go.
By the way-
I could guess how much you've donated too.
Bill Bellamy, who you
true.
bumped into.
Rhymes with
I mean,
hero.
you're definitely bigger than this politician from Carroll County. Sorry, Justin Reddy. You're bigger
Justin
than him.
Reddy, I don't know
You're
Justin.
bigger.
Bill Bellamy, who Jason just bumped into.
Yes.
Yes.
Coined a phrase that, I mean, according to Wikipedia, he coined a phrase.
He owns this?
That is very famous.
Has he profited off of it?
Don't know if
has he
he's
patented it?
profited off it.
Okay, what is it?
But it says, according to this, he gained national notoriety on HBO's Russell Simmons' Def Comedy Jam, where he created or coined the phrase booty call. He came up with
He came up with booty call. That's pretty impressive.
Spectacular. He should be rich just
Well,
for
that's-
that.
If you own
I'm
booty
sure he
call,
is.
then you should be fabulously wealthy.
Right?
Yeah, you should be like parlaying that into something. Like untold riches.
that's better.
We came up with silly.
Came up with mall.
Silly Bazilli. Well, why can't that be
I
on
know,
the
why-
same level?
why can't we
Coming
get
up
rich
with
from
booty
that?
call trumps Tom's Watch Bar coming up with the McGriddle.
No, it doesn't.
You think McGriddle
No, it
greater than-
doesn't.
Booty call is part of the vernacular.
Tom
Yeah,
from
but McGriddle's
Tom's-
a sandwich,
Tom
dude.
from Tom's Watch Bar came up with the
can
McGriddle,
eat what he gave.
and he came up with one of the greatest innovations ever: stuffed crust pizza. You ever heard of it? It's delicious. He came up with that. That's better than booty call.
Can I say
by
hey,
a
Drev,
million miles?
I went to a fast food spot. Can I say which one it is? And I try. I don't go there very often.
All right. I'm sure we could figure it out.
All right. No, but I mean, I don't want to make sure I'm not trying to offend anybody.
I understand.
All right. I went to Wendy's.
Okay.
Okay. And are they a sponsor?
Sometimes.
Probably.
They have been over the years. They've delivered Frosties in the past.
They have done that.
Okay. I just put it this way. I tried something. I don't know them. I always go for a Frosty. But since I'm bringing sexy back right now, I didn't want to get a Frosty. So this is the first time I've literally ever done this.
Okay.
I was in the drive-thru at a fast food restaurant that's been around for, I don't know, 50 plus years. And I asked the lady, what's the best thing to get?
Hold on. You mean healthiest or the best thing?
No,
to
I said, What's the most popular item? Because I felt like I know it's like I'm a foreigner, like I'm from Japan or
Isn't
something.
this
But
probably
I only
the
get
number one?
Frosties.
Yeah, the
It's
number
the
one,
number
single
one combo?
cheese.
But I wanted to try
The Baconator?
Baconator.
Yeah. Okay.
And
A
so
lot of
she
bacon.
told me, I said the Baconator is kind of calling me, but what's your most popular item?
They now have like a ooey gooey
And
cheesy
then she
bacon
said
cheeseburger.
the double nader, double or something.
Double Baconator?
Whatever. And I said, no, I can't do a double. It's too much.
I'll bet you it's good.
But she ended up saying, whatever the number one is,
Yeah.
you can order the Baconator, but have all the stuff with everything, all the stuff that number one has. So you have the Baconator, which has bacon, cheese, and then a melted cheese. And then you get all the everythings that's on the number one.
Right, lettuce and pickles. And
Yes. And so I did have that.
How good
Nice.
was it?
You know what?
Solid.
While we're on the fast food topic,
Really?
I
It sounds amazing.
Burger King has run an ad. I think they were running an ad during the Academy Awards. That makes me want to go back to Burger King. They're basically saying, we've screwed up over the years. We've lost our way. We're making our way back. We're taking suggestions from, like consumers to try to make everything better. I might have to go make a Burger King run. Get some a Whopper and some onion rings.
You should.
By the way, the innovation
I'm a
for the
big
Whopper
guy.
The Whopper used to be served in just like
it's
a
in
wrapper,
cardboard.
but people complained that the Whopper was all banged
I
up when
know.
they would get it. Now it's served in a box.
We talked about
to
it. Maybe you
protect
were,
the Whopper.
but you could have been here. Who knows?
I'm sure I was here, but the commercial resonated with me.
Yeah,
It spoke to me.
I'm a big Whopper guy, but Valdez makes fun of me because I get the Whopper Junior. I'll get the Whopper.
I've gotten
Junior
100 Whopper Juniors.
I believe at Burger King they have Hershey pies, which are pretty damn good.
They do.
I already feel bad enough about eating fast food that I don't need to add dessert on the top of it most of the time, though that is a delicious product. I have had it.
I did a bit. I've done it many times before. Where last night, and my wife kind of led the witness. It was 10 p.m. And I said, "Do we have anything chocolate in the house?" And she's like, "No." And it's her time of the month, and she was like craving it too. And she said,
Too much information.
I don't need to know
"No, but she guilted me into going to get chocolate." I drove to McDonald's, 10:15, got two
I
hot fudge
stopped
sundaes.
listening to you after you talked about your wife's friend showing up. I didn't hear anything else that you just said.
Hold on.
She used that as a guilt to
What did
play.
he say at the beginning? I'm reading my EP.
He just
The EP's ruined. Everything's ruined.
We'll do it next segment. Can you tell
He
me?
just offered up the fact that it's his wife's friend is here for the month.
She used that as guilt to get me to get the hot fudge sundaes.
Vomit.
You all deal with it too.
I know, but we never talk about it.
I don't come out and say, "Oh well, Amy's." You know,
I
since that
thought you
time.
meant like her friend Nancy. You meant like her friend.
Maybe that's what she calls it.
Yeah, I know. I get
Sure,
it.
she's thrilled that all of DMV
I know
knows
their
what's going
cycle.
on.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
You could have just said she was craving it and made me go out and get it.
Third week of the month for Jess.
By the way, 2 hot fudge sundaes. I think it was $8.
My new nickname for you is Roger.
I'm not hearing anything you're saying. My ears are bleeding currently.
I know what else is.
I didn't even mean to do that. That was just lucky. That was just luck boxed into that one.
You know, they say a lot of people, I guess, when their friends are in town, a lot of others. So this might be resonating with a lot of people.
Yeah, very well could
Right?
be.
Doesn't it trigger like when they're around each other? Like this
Yes,
a thing?
I've heard that's a thing.
Hey, next time you see JP out at McDonald's getting a McFlurry or Wendy's getting
You'll
a
know
Frosty,
it's
go up to him and say, "Oh, it's Jess's time of the month."
Could be.
Oh man, that's way more entertaining. I'm sorry, no offense. Way more entertaining. Anything you're gonna do on the EP?
I would agree. I would agree. All right, when we come back, we'll give you a few EP stories. Don't go anywhere. All right, guys, you know I love a good edge, a little angle most people aren't thinking about. Here's one. BMW Fairfax has new I-Series models that have been in service for a short stint. You know, courtesy loaners. They got a few miles on them. Call it a head start on the odometer. Look, in golf, you'll take strokes on a parlay plus money. Why not take a silly deal on a basically new ultimate driving machine for my girl Miriam at BMW Fairfax? You can now lease a new i4 from just $349 a month or an iX for $499. Check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
All right, what you got, EB?
Well, I'm currently in a state of panic about the state of the Atlanta Hartsfield Airport. If you see video footage of it, like just the lines to get, I mean, people are arriving there 3 hours before and missing their flights.
Yeah, but you're not flying today.
I'm not, but I am flying there in a few weeks. And listen, I get it. There's the whole TSA thing, and they don't have enough workers. But I've flown around the country, in the last few months, and it's been fine everywhere. But Atlanta, we all know, is one of the bigger airports. And if not the biggest, and it's a nightmare.
I think Atlanta is annually the busiest, most hectic airports in the country.
I've flown out of there many times, but it just right now, I mean, I've never seen such a line. I'm just kind of panicking about it. So I wish they could figure out that deal, please. And I have the TSA Pre or whatever. I don't have the Clear. D. Woods told me he used the Clear, and I've literally never seen a line at Clear. I've never seen a line at Clear. I see a guy walk up, and they get walked up, and it's whatever. You had to wait 30 minutes at Clear in Atlanta.
Hey, I think he's doing your job.
You've never
for
seen
you.
a line with Clear?
Never.
I've never.
D. Woods is in Paris. He's going over to Europe to do some recon for you for your trip to Europe at some point
Next year?
Next year.
We're trying to keep that. We're trying to hope my wife forgets that.
Oh.
You think you can forget it?
When are you flying to Atlanta?
It's a couple weeks. I mean, I could give you the
I'm
date.
flying. Yeah,
You're doing it too? Yeah, because you're doing it for the Augusta.
I'm very worried.
You know what we did? Did you already book your flight?
Yep.
When I went, we booked it to Columbia, South Carolina, and then drove like 30 minutes. For some reason, that was Tom's suggestion.
Oh, that's
or maybe it's an hour.
I think our hotel,
Huh?
I think is closer outside of Atlanta than Columbia.
Anyway, I don't know why Tom goes there every year. That's what we did, but
Very, very concerned.
yeah, please just figure this stuff out. There's so much crap.
I just saw the news story yesterday. I couldn't believe the masses of people that were just waiting in lines.
At all over the country.
All over the place.
Yeah, it hasn't. I've been lucky so far, but whatever.
Might have to just buy Clear to instead of waiting 3 hours.
I mean, I think the problem is
that might be your move.
The thing is, I think the first time you use Clear is they give you like a freebie, right? I think they
Yeah, but
try to entice
I've
you.
done that before,
Yeah.
so I don't know if they would let me do a
Oh,
free
yeah,
trial
yeah.
again.
Right. The World Baseball Classic, we talked about it the other day. Most watched WBC telecast of all time. They did 10.7 million viewers.
It's pretty
so
good.
good numbers
That's really
there.
good.
I feel like that's what the NBA Finals gets.
I believe you. I don't know if that's
Maybe
true, but
even
I-
higher at this point.
I believe you. Viewership actually peaked at 12 million, but their average was 10.784. So there you go. There's no question that the WBC is growing and people are embracing it. And, I think you could get some really big numbers here in the next 3, 6, 9 years, however often they do it. Whoopi Goldberg admits, Cakes, this is a crazy story. Now, I think she's kind of a vulgar host, right? Sometimes I don't mean vulgar like in a negative way, but like she'll do like The View and she'll
very
push the
opinionated,
envelope.
yeah.
Well, not even opinionated, but like she'll push the envelope like a shock jock.
Okay.
They talked about all their sex and everything. Like they were pretty open about stuff like that.
Are they actually married?
I thought they were
Dating.
married.
Maybe they weren't
She's
married.
70.
Whatever, maybe dating, same thing. They were together for a long
Oh,
time.
yeah,
They were a
no.
couple for a long time. She says, let me see here. She fantasizes, let me see. Goldberg says, I'm single. I bar hop. I go hang, and I do hit and runs when I need it.
Oh, okay. She's getting it out there.
Who's the one hitting the homer?
Somebody.
Huh?
I mean, if somebody's interested.
Valdez?
Don't look at me.
Well, you won't be doing it in 15 years?
Oh, I will be.
Right, so
If
she's
I'm alive,
15
I
years
don't
older
take
than
anything
us.
for granted,
I would be stunned if all of a sudden Whoopi Goldberg is next to me hitting on me at a bar at Jackson's.
Yeah, that would be.
Hey,
That
she
would
should
be
go to
kinda
Jackson's.
If you were single and Whoopi Goldberg was hitting on you, Valdez,
Yeah.
how would that situation go down?
I'd say you got your Nun outfit to put on. We can role play.
Sister Act 3.
Yeah, Sister Act 3. It'd be the name of our sex tape.
Chuck Norris was hospitalized, Cakes. This is not good.
How old is he?
He's
gotta be in his
86.
70s, right?
Jeez. Chuck Norris
Had
is
a
86.
Medical emergency on the island of
Where's
Kauai
time going, Cakes?
that landed Chuck in the hospital. He's still in pretty good shape, though, right? I
Haven't seen him in years. I don't know.
I would hope
imagine.
so. He pushes
all those
fitness products.
exercise things. Yeah, I think so.
Fraser's had one. What was it called? It was like a
Yeah,
little.
it had, like, cables.
That was a
You could
Chuck
pull
Norris
yourself
bit.
up on like a board.
Wasn't he doing it with like Christy Brinkley? They were both did
Yes.
it. I can't remember the
I think
name of the product.
Dude, in a story as old as time, Billy Bob Thornton apparently is picking up another Hollywood silly. Pam Anderson is apparently, quote, getting to know new leading man Billy Bob Thornton.
Hold on, wasn't
They're
she
getting
just
close.
with Liam Neeson?
I think that was a false publicity stunt.
Remember
is that what
Drab
it
took
was?
pride in that? He was like, oh, that's all fake.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Got
this is
it.
fake too because it's another leading man situation. But I think Billy Bob is like a legendary hound.
Been
Legendary.
married like 4 times.
And you know, and for a guy that's a scrawny zilch,
Yeah.
it's really annoying.
He probably weighs 110 pounds.
Well,
He's definitely using his oil derrick. He's definitely using.
He's very good in Landman,
He's
though.
back with Ali Larder and Landman.
He's very good in
By the
Landman.
way, the fitness product from Chuck Norris, Total Gym.
That's what it was.
Yeah, the Frasers had Total Gym.
Yeah, there you have it.
They did.
It was like a cheap version of a Pilates reformer.
Yeah, whatever that is. I have no idea what you're talking about.
And
I don't know. I've heard of Pilates. I don't know the piece of equipment.
Mel Gibson reached out to Shia LaBeouf, and he's trying to get him into rehab.
Oh, yes.
Oh, because that's a good mentor to have is Mel Gibson.
I think
If
he's
Mel-
been there.
I think
It's too
he's
late
been
for me to
sober.
play the Mel drops.
I think
I
he's
would
been
scramble
sober now.
trying to find
I
them.
just want to know about the Maccabees script.
He's wondering about the draft of the Maccabees. Still wondering.
All right, we got to get out of here. For Bish, Cake, CB, I'm JP. B. Mitch and Finley coming up next here on The Fan.
The madness is fully underway. We got day 2 of March Madness games on deck. First game of the day features 10 seed Santa Clara against 7 seed Kentucky, tipping off at 12:15 p.m. Another intriguing early matchup is number 4 seed Alabama taking on 13 seed Hofstra. Alabama will be without star guard Aiden Holloway for that game. He was arrested earlier this week on felony drug charges. Another game we're going to be keeping an eye on during that late window, Darren Peterson, the potential number 1 pick in the 2026 NBA draft, making his NCAA tournament debut with Kansas when the 4 seed Jayhawks face off against 13 seed Cal Baptist. All of that tips off earlier today at 12:15 p.m. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Seconds left. Boyd takes it inbounds. 9 seconds. Boyd wants it inside. Drive. 6 seconds. Blocked! Boyd! Blocked! Draw the glass slipper! It's a Cinderella story in Portland, Oregon! Oh, what a feeling! For the first time in program history!
Not yet, Jimmy!
1.6 left! 1.6! Oh my God! Big time block from Aquino!
Oh, this is not real, Jim. This is not real. Jim, 1.6 seconds left.
How did they change it? It almost went out.
That's how it sounds. What up, everybody?
Excitement!
It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. B. Mitch and Finley live. Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor, and the madness is upon us, B.
It is, bro.
I think, did you call both upsets yesterday?
I
Did you have
called
High
VCU
Point
and
and
High
VCU?
Point.
Wow. That what you heard there was the High Point student radio call of their upset win over Wisconsin. A little later in the evening, VCU took down North Carolina.
And they were down by like 15 or more at one point.
I heard some stat like it was the largest blown lead in Carolina history or something, maybe in a tournament game. Wow. Good for VCU. I mean, that's like our quasi-local team. You obviously have ties there. Your daughter went there.
Oh, she was yapping last night.
Oh, I bet, dude. I bet.
She was yapping last night, man.
Our friend, our former producer, AJ Atai, is like the world's proudest VCU Ram. I was texting with him last night. The madness is the best. I mean, this is why you get excited about it. Sally, can you get out our brackets? Let us check stuff out.
That's why they call it March Madness, brother.
The only thing that would have really made yesterday like an all-time banger is if Duke went down. Duke was down. Duke was down 11 at halftime to Siena.
Hey, Siena they were playing, bro. It's just they ran out of steam, man. They
didn't sub anybody.
Yeah, man. Listen, Coach. I understand what your mindset may be, but you can't have 5 players play a whole damn team.
So
the whole time.
I totally agree. There's got to be somebody on the bench.
Somebody got to get a breather.
And the one kid kept hurting himself. Did you see when he fell into the screen and
That's the one that was walking off.
It was like a jaw. Like he took like the hard LED screen to the face. Like it didn't
Is that the one that got to we're walking down in the tunnel and said, "Hello, Duke"?
Yeah.
In a different way.
Yes. Honestly, so I was listening to the High Point game. So B and I did the show
High
here.
Point, VCU, baby.
Attaboy. So we did the show here, and then our good friends.
Oh, I didn't know I had picked TCU.
Oh, there you go. I had TCU. We went and saw our good friends from. That was close, but didn't end up being. We watched the end of TCU Ohio State.
Yeah, it was.
So then I was in the car for the end of Wisconsin High Point, and I called you. I was like, "Yo, you nailed it." I loved the interview. Forgive me, I don't remember the High Point young man's name, but he did a post-game interview, and he said, "Listen, we don't consider this an upset. We respect Wisconsin, but we work our ass off too.
Yeah,
we're a good team too." And that was what was so impressive to me in the High Point win over Wisconsin is that was just a good game with two good teams, and High Point just pulled it out.
High Point was like 30-3 going into that game, right?
Versus VCU and Carolina.
Well,
Carolina choked. They had a big-ass lead and just gave it away.
Well, you know,
they looked discombobulated the
a
last
lot of
10
times
minutes.
that's where coaches, I think, make their hay. Where when you get up on the team you're supposed to beat, that coach got to make sure he finds a way to make sure you understand this is not over. Don't get complacent.
Right.
You know, like sometimes you watch some of these coaches. Hell, the coach with Indiana, they were up 3 touchdowns in some games this year, 4 touchdowns. But his intensity on his face made his players understand this ish is not over. You got to go out there and keep balling. And I think that's where I forgot the coach of North Carolina,
Hubert Davis.
Hubert Davis. I don't know if he kept that intensity going.
So Carolina was up 19 points. That's the 6th largest comeback in tournament history for VCU. And all credit to VCU, Phil Martelli. You think about that VCU program, they just continuously find great coaches.
Oh, yeah.
Think about the guys that have come through there, going all the way back. Who was the first dude that was it Anthony Grant? Was that his name? Remember before Shaka? Yeah, before Shaka.
Yeah, it was that dude Grant, and he went to Alabama.
He went to Bama, right?
Yeah.
So they had Grant, then Shaka. More recently, Will Wade. Will Wade is a good ass coach. He got in trouble for paying players. Well, that's legal now.
They're paying everybody now.
Then they just had Ryan Odom, who gets the job at UVA, I believe. Wasn't he at VCU before that? Now they've got Phil Martelli Jr. Seems like the real deal. Like VCU runs a good basketball program.
One thing they all do, out of all those coaches you named, they believe in defense. You know, and you can see sometimes they may get down, but their intensity on the defensive side of the ball never, ever goes away. And I think that also bothers a lot of teams, too. Let's be real. North Carolina and some of these bigger teams, when they get up on some smaller teams, these small teams quit.
Right.
And then they could coast. VCU's not quitting. So you can't coast. And if you're used to coasting when you're up maybe the last 15 minutes or so of a game, and now you're being checked and you got intensity coming at you, something you're not used to, you make mistakes.
Totally.
And they did a lot of them.
Well, dude, I don't know if you heard this. So I think – what do you think the breakdown was in the country of people rooting for Siena versus Duke? Because there's a lot of Duke fans out there.
98% against them.
You know who was definitely rooting for Siena? This casino and every casino across the country. If Duke went down, imagine the futures and the brackets, all that.
Oh, man.
But one of the Dukies after the game said, he's like, man, we thought this was going to be a cakewalk, and it wasn't.
See, and that right there is the problem. How do you go into any game at this level, and that team had been playing real good, Siena, and just think it's a cakewalk? If you get to that point where you think everything's a cakewalk, you got a problem.
Right. So I was driving over here and thought of this question from a serious standpoint. I don't know which fan base is more upset, if it's Wisconsin or it's Carolina. Carolina was a 6 seed, I believe. Wisconsin was a 5. Wisconsin now has lost 4 times as a 5-12. Like, Wisconsin either needs to be a 4 or a 6. They got to get off that 5 line.
We normally don't think that 5-12 thing really is about something.
You called it.
There is something about that. I've been hearing this since I was younger.
You called
when they
that
talk
one.
about the 5 and the 12, and I'm like, okay, then. So is it that the committee, are they putting people at 12 that they know is way better than the 12, and that 5 comes in like, yeah, we're playing a 12, and you find out you're playing a 6?
I feel like the 12s are usually among the best of these smaller conferences.
Okay.
And the 5s are usually solid bubble teams. But if you just number it out, if you're the 5 line, means you're roughly the 17th to the 21st best teams, right?
Okay.
Isn't that like if you go 1 is 1 through 4, and then 2 is 5 through 8. And on down. I'm not a math guy, but roughly you're saying the bottom end of the top 20 is the 5 line, right?
Yeah.
And those teams are good but not great. And then these other teams, you also, for the 12 seed, that's their Super Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're coming in. And for VCU, Richmond to Chapel Hill is what, 2 hours? You just go down 85, drive through Petersburg? Like, a lot of those kids probably know each other.
Might
at
be a
some
little closer
capacity.
than that.
Right, and maybe it's all changed now with transfer portal or whatever, but like VCU was going to be all the way up for that game.
Hell yeah.
And then Carolina just took their foot off the gas.
You know,
You're up
VCU
19, dude. You can't lose.
VCU has been to a Final Four. And if you, like when I used to go down there with Maya to see my daughter in college, when you hear them talk, they talk like they've been somewhere. They don't go around thinking, oh, we're a small school.
Totally.
And I think what happens is when other schools just look past them, dismiss them, they say, hold on, dog. We've been to Final Fours. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You're supposed to live in them, and you ain't been in one. And however, they come out to play.
Well, I think for you, especially because your daughter went there, but even for me, as somebody that spent a decent amount of time in Richmond during Skins training camp when it was down there for so long, like Richmond is not a major U.S. city, obviously, but it is a city, and VCU is kind of like the pro team in that town.
Hell
like people, like the arena is downtown. Like the way the Richmond media covers VCU is like full time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like that is not High Point, which is a very small town.
High Point say, hey, don't talk down on us today.
High Point's got cash, dog. You know every student gets free ice cream. You can just go get ice cream whenever you want.
I'm a student at High Point.
All right, but I landed on a serious question. Stallion, turn your mic up. Jeff and White Brian, I want to ask you this. So, as a program, our alma maters, okay? I'm obviously a Maryland fan. You root for lots of different schools. UL is your alma mater. Stallion, where'd you go? Mason?
Mason.
But you're a Notre Dame guy?
Notre Dame.
White Brian, obviously a proud Auburn guy. Jeff, Bowie State's not getting in the tournament. Jeff, I think, would consider himself a Terp fan, whatever it is. All of us combined, and this is sad, none of us got into the tournament, which is remarkably lame, right? And I think for Maryland, they had a disaster of a season that they have to turn around next year, and if they don't, there's real hell to pay. For Georgetown, that program's kind of rudderless to me at this point. You're 3 years in with a coach, and nothing is good. I don't know what the plan is there. Mason had a good year, kind of fell apart late. Forgive me, B, I don't know how UL did. But basketball's not there. That's a football school.
No, we care about football.
If
the basketball team make it, yeah, we'll cheer for them, but we care about football.
Auburn underperformed. They're one game over 500. Like, all of our schools collectively, Notre Dame sucked at basketball. Like, all of our schools collectively sucked at basketball, right? That said, would you rather be a Terp fan, an Irish fan, an Auburn fan today, or would you rather be a Carolina or a Wisconsin fan today?
I mean, you still got to want to be a fan of those two teams. They made it.
So I think Carolina fans can rationalize that Caleb Wilson got hurt.
Yeah, but he's been hurt for a long time.
I don't know, man. I've been on the other side of that where my school loses when they're not supposed to. There's something to be said for, man, we just know we suck rather than having to go through the pain of yesterday. Like, if you're a Wisconsin fan yesterday, you're gutted.
Basically, yeah.
Stallion, where do you land?
I mean, I think I would rather be in the tournament. Like, while I would be absolutely gutted by that loss, like, I'd rather be in.
I get that. Jeffrey?
I'm going to be honest, JP. The only losses that really, like, hurt my soul are Commanders losses. I just support the college teams to do well, but the only losses that really, like, make me feel like, man, the rest of my day is ruined is Sundays if we lose.
Sadly, it happened too much last year, too.
Yeah, I was depressed.
White Brian, you're in a unique spot because Auburn has a proud football tradition that has fallen on hard times. Auburn's kind of oddly become this basketball school under Bruce Pearl. Bruce Pearl inducts his son into the head coaching job. He kind of stunk.
Then he turns into a promoter for him.
Yeah, he turned into like a pro wrestling manager.
Damn.
Auburn not in the tournament or be a Wisconsin fan today?
Auburn not in the tournament. I still can't get over the loss to Yale a couple years ago.
Right. Like, when you lose in these situations, it is gutting. And I don't know, man. I'm not sure. I would much rather Maryland be in the tournament.
You know, I hear people, a lot of times people say, man, if you lose that last one, that's so tough. You should have lost it earlier. No.
Because I think back to 2 seasons ago, and the Skins gave up 50 in the NFC title game, and that playoff run was incredible.
It was incredible as hell. and you loved it, and you loved the fact that they made it to the NFC Championship game. I didn't want them to lose before the NFC Championship game and not be there at all. You always want to go as far as you can. It hurts like hell. The closer you get, the more it hurts, okay? But I still want to get as close as I damn well can get before I lose out. If I don't make it at all, I don't have any position to talk trash to anybody.
That's where I am.
But if I made it,
I'm talking trash to no
one. If
one.
I made it and you stayed at home, shut the hell up. You've been fishing since before the tournament started.
Going to Cancun.
Now, at least when I get there, you can tell me where the good spots are. You know?
Yeah. I do mean that to all my dear friends at College Park. If the basketball season goes like this again next year, hell to pay. Questions need answered. 1 year grace period. Don't worry about me. Also want to make sure we give Howard some love because Howard
played tough in that first, bro.
Doug, Howard.
They just ran out of gas, man.
One, they won a game, and they get the check that's involved with it.
Hell
they get
yeah.
the notoriety that's involved with it. And then Howard faces Michigan last night. Michigan's on 5 days rest or whatever. Howard's 48 hours later back out there and had to travel in between.
Mm-hmm.
And they were down 4 at halftime. They played well. I think they gave Michigan a good run. Michigan pulled ahead late.
I think Michigan rolled in thinking this is going to be a cakewalk. And then say, oh, hell, we're into it. And then those damn towers in that second half was just too much for them. Yeah.
Howard's I heard Kevin
D.
Domenico explaining that. Their tallest starter. They might have a taller dude on the bench, but their tallest starter contributor, 6'7". Michigan seems like it rolls out an army of Ivan Dragos out there. Like there's just so much size. It was a very fun first day of the tournament. But credit to Howard, man. They were impressive. They battled, and I think that.
Listen, man, it's like if both of the teams play their absolute best, Michigan's going to win. Howard came out and they were playing some terrific ball. They wouldn't turn the ball over. They were knocking down shots. But that you had to play damn near perfect the rest of the way to beat that team because Michigan cannot play their best and probably have enough to beat you. And I think, I heard a lot of people, Howard alum, and let me just tell you one thing, man. You went to Howard, be proud of your school. I understand that. But there's no reason to try to poop on other schools because they didn't go to Howard, okay? Let's understand one thing. I was cheering for them. I didn't go to HBCU because you know what? The place I wanted to go to, they didn't recruit me.
Where'd you want to go, Southern?
Yeah. And you think.
Why didn't they recruit you? That's
because
crazy.
he was a dumbass. I mean, the coach there was a dumbass. He was thinking like, oh, he ain't going to talk to us. I went to Upper Bound for 4 years at Southern. I lived 15 minutes. I wanted to be there. But then the UL Lafayette USL at the time, they've been recruiting me for 2 years and a half. Offered me a chemical engineering scholarship. And I'm supposed to just choose.
And that's Stokely, right?
Yeah, I'm supposed to just choose your school because it's there? No. You got to show some love and interest in me.
The biggest dumbass was Arkansas because they thought you had they had you.
And they lied.
They said something to your father, and it was game over.
They said something to the newspaper. It was an article, and I'm like, I didn't say none of that. So, but the whole thing
Don't mess
is
with Blanche Mitchell,
you
man.
have to understand one thing. It has nothing to do with the other schools when you get there. When you get there, you play your best. But I'm saying, I know how tough it is. I'm proud of every damn student that played for Howard.
Yeah.
I'm proud of all the kids that Prairie View.
Yeah.
But, hey, when you get to this level, you find out it's a different ball game, brother.
What's remarkable about sports is Howard lost yesterday, Wisconsin lost yesterday, Carolina lost yesterday. I imagine if you're a Howard Bison alum, your head's pretty damn high today.
Hell yeah.
And the other two are sunk.
They're sunk.
It's remarkable how sports work in that
hell
capacity.
Yeah. Totally.
All right, we have a. I was with your boy Chad last night, by the way.
He hit me.
We were exchanging funny B-Mitch golf stories in Arizona.
Chad's a fool. That's all I gotta say. Chad's a fool.
We have a busy show today. We're going to talk a bunch of NFL draft. We're going to talk about the madness. We'll run through our brackets. White Brian doesn't have the brackets. Stallion has the brackets, so White Brian can't give us live updates, but we'll at least update Brian and I's bracket. I think I did pretty well yesterday. I had VCU. I did not have High Point. Another day of the madness. I did win $50 off of Ahmet. Shout out to me. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley live, Tap Sports Bar. This joint opens in 40 minutes. Come hang out.
All right, hang out.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The NCAA tournament tipped off yesterday, and here are the highlights or the lowlights, depending on who you're rooting for and what your bracket looks like. Duke ended up topping Siena 71-65, but Cinderella was in our presence for all of 38 minutes. North Carolina blew a 19-point lead in the second half, collapsed to VCU 82-78 in overtime. High Point rocked Wisconsin 83-82. Number 11 Texas beat BYU 79-71, and 10-seed Texas A&M beat 7-seed St. Mary's 63-50. First game today tips off 12:15, where you got Santa Clara playing Kentucky. Go donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
My plan to secure the border, 2 words: Chuck Norris.
Yo, get out of here, dude. B is actually kung fu fighting. Sad news this morning. Chuck Norris, you heard? Play that drop again, Jeff. That's too damn good, dude.
My plan to secure the border, 2 words: Chuck Norris.
Sad news. Chuck Norris passed away. I think he was in Hawaii and had a medical situation. I'm reading now from the Hollywood Reporter. Chuck Norris, the martial arts champion and karate school teacher who jumped fist and feet first into stardom with 1980s action movies like Missing in Action and the long-running CBS drama Walker, Texas Ranger, has died. He was 86. Norris was hospitalized in Hawaii on Thursday, and his family posted a statement Friday announcing his death.
Chuck was 86?
Yeah, dog.
Dude was still fit, man.
I'm reading now from the Hollywood Reporter. Unlike some other actors who boasted of their fighting prowess, Norris was the real deal, a holder of black belts in such disciplines as karate, Tang Soo Do, and Taekwondo, and a guy who trained with Bruce Lee and battled him in The Way of the Dragon. On screen, he often portrayed loners, like one of his heroes, John Wayne. He would only resort to violence when there was no other choice. Encouraged by Steve McQueen to become an actor, he had given the Bullet star private karate lessons for several years. Norris had his breakthrough with the Sergio Leone-inspired Lone Wolf McQuaid, playing a Texas Ranger who faces off against an arms merchant martial arts master. And keep reading. The thing about Chuck Norris that's pretty remarkable, I don't know that I've seen many of his movies. I think I saw Delta Force. That's pretty crazy, too. I remember Walker, Texas Ranger.
Yeah.
What I remember most of Walker, Texas Ranger were the commercials during CBS NFL games. They always had Chuck Norris commercials.
Yeah. I remember all his infomercials.
So I didn't know this. Walker, Texas Ranger was created by Al Ruddy, who's the famous producer of The Godfather. There's a really good, like, what do they call that? A document, like it's a show. It's meant to be a documentary about Ruddy putting The Godfather together, called The Offer on Paramount Plus. It's really good if you've never seen it. I know you like gangster movies. It's very good. But what's remarkable about Chuck Norris, and I'm guessing for younger guys, like certainly Jeff, who's whatever 30 or whatever, but even I'm curious for Stallion and B-Hawk that are a little younger. Chuck Norris became this like meme god late in his life, where like there was a period of time where there were like Chuck Norris jokes and memes all over the internet, and it kind of like continued his legacy in a lot of ways for younger fans. I don't know. Shout out to Chuck Norris.
Yep.
Jeff,
R.I.P.
Yeah. Shout out to Upward Bound, Jeff.
Yeah, B said he went to Upward Bound. I was like, shout out to Upward Bound. I used to go to Upward Bound at University of Maryland.
Yeah.
Do you mean Outward Bound?
Upward. It's Upward Bound.
It's Upward Bound, bro.
Upward Bound is like I went to school on Saturdays, and then over the summer. It was about a 2 to 3 week program where you was on campus and you were taking kind of like, college prep courses in a sense.
Okay.
I went to it from 9th grade all the way through the 12th. Miss Saint Amand was the lady that was over it. She was absolutely beautiful, too. I had a crush on Miss Saint Amand.
You love older women, dog.
Well, Miss Saint Amand didn't look old. Miss Saint Amand looked good.
Did you see what Stallion did there?
Yeah.
When I said you love older women, he gave you one of these. You guys have that in common. Stallion's still going for 60
Hey, man,
year olds.
I think I like, let's say, seasoned people who have been around a long time and they took care of themselves. When you 16 to 25, you're supposed to look good. If you don't look good, then you got problems. Like you always say, if you don't look good on prom night, you ain't going to look good. So if you don't look good, if you don't really take care of yourself 16 to 25, when you get to be 50, we going to know.
Shout out to Chuck Norris, man. Hope the family's doing okay.
Yes.
Safe home, Chuck. Now, to kind of get into the program, talked plenty of hoops. It looks like Brian and I both went 13 of 16 yesterday.
Something like that.
That's pretty darn good.
Hell yeah.
My losses, I had Wisconsin. I had Georgia beating St. Louis. They got throttled.
Yep, I had Georgia beating St. Louis.
And I had USF beating Louisville. Mm-hmm. Those were my losses. So, another day. I don't know that I have any, major upsets on the
called
card.
Deshaun and say his school let me down.
Yeah, Deshaun.
Deshaun,
you owe us money.
You in South Florida killed me, dog.
I have Santa Clara beating Kentucky tonight. Actually, I have Akron beating Texas Tech. Dude, my big one.
I think I'm against you on that one, Jay.
Well, the big one I have that I will very likely, I guess I'm always kind of a fool, but I think I very likely will get made to look like a significant fool. You know who a lot of people have beating Duke, getting to the finals, maybe winning the title?
St. John's?
I'm a Northern Iowa guy today, B.
Okay.
I think the Johnnies, the way they play defense, if you just get a quick whistle ref like you find in these NCAA tournament games.
So you hoping for a quick but
today I am.
What if you see in 5 minutes that ref not blowing that whistle?
Then I'm cooked. But my theory.
I just found out it's one of my boys that's doing that game.
Oh, really?
I told him, don't blow that whistle.
Blow the whistle,
I'm
dog. Jeff, play that for me. Blow the whistle. That song. But here's where I'm at. I don't think the Johnnies have the offensive firepower to do what so many think they're going to do. And you can clip this off if they win the title and send it to Old Takes Exposed. But I think Kansas has firepower, and then I think Duke has plenty. And those are their next two matchups. So in my head, it was like, all right, I'm going to zig while the world zags here. And I'll probably lose because of it. But
you
whatever.
Like to zig.
Indeed, Brian. I sure do. JP Zinley. All right, so getting into the program, I'm really excited. At 11:45, Will Riley's going to call in, Wizards forward, having a really, really good second half of the season. He was a first-round pick last year out of Illinois. It'd be fun to ask him if he's watching the Illinois games. Illinois looked good last night. And Penn can play a little, but Illinois just turned it on.
I told you, Penn had that one player, man. I forgot his name. But if they were to slow him down, there's no way Penn can beat them.
He played well, too.
How many points
that dude was a 5-star recruit.
That dude got a lot of money to go to Penn.
Dude, he went to Duke, and then I think it was T.J. Power, right?
Power, yeah. That's it. Yeah.
I don't know what he got the bag at Duke and UVA, and now he's getting his MBA at Wharton. That's a smart young man.
They got bag at Penn too now.
Sure,
I know the guy.
They got bigger bags.
I know one of the big guys that's a big time backer for Penn. He was a big time backer with the Eagles as well. He took care of Jaron while he was there.
I'm always curious, dude, if the Ivies wanted to, and maybe there's some sort of social compact that they don't operate in this fashion, right? Because they hold themselves in higher regard or whatever. But if the Ivies wanted to, just the Wharton alums, I imagine you could get 10 dudes together and come up with $1 billion.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying?
I think their mindset, though, is we're going to go get the smartest. We don't need to go get the athletic. They're going to look for the athlete that also has damn a 4.0. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're not looking for the athlete that's great and probably have a 1.8.
Right.
They're not trying to deal with him.
It's remarkable, though, because of like the really smart schools, Duke has figured it out where they are. I mean, Duke's a top 10 school in the country, probably in the world, and they have elite basketball and good football.
Mm-hmm.
Like Stanford has not figured that out. Northwestern kind of comes and goes.
Stanford has at one point was good.
Yeah.
They
kind of fell apart, but I
Yeah.
think Andrew Luck's the AD out there now. I think he's going to kind of figure that out.
I just think that whole thing goes in waves, man. You know, it's depending on what time of the decade or century that you hit.
Right.
You know?
You know what is remarkable? Like, we talk about these elite institutions that don't necessarily address the money to sports. But then some of these other schools, think about LSU.
Yeah.
LSU is probably one of the highest spending athletic colleges in the country. And disappointments in football and basketball. I know baseball's good. I know their women's team is good. But, like, of your main revenue makers, you got to spend it correctly, too.
They don't miss for trying.
Right.
They miss because they make the wrong decision. They should
My
have never
family.
got my family. I mean, he was an actor.
I was talking.
He was a damn actor.
I was talking with somebody very well informed on LSU last night. And he told me this, that the folks in Baton Rouge, when everything went sideways with Orgeron and they blew out the whole staff and brought in my family, Brian Kelly, that in hindsight, they wish they kept Durante Jones because that year where Brian Kelly had Jaden, like they were cooking offensively. They just couldn't stop anybody.
Yeah.
And if they had kept Durante Jones and kept some continuity on the defensive side, they think that could have been a real contender of a team. It's kind of interesting. I mean, sliding doors, who knows?
They got athletes down there, man. Just like sometimes you can hire the wrong person.
You can hire the wrong
person. If you
person.
hire the wrong leader, all that exceptional talent can be screwed.
Totally.
And Kelly did a good job of that.
They were good offensively. All right, Mike Jones is going to join us at 11 from The Athletic. Exactly. Will Riley's going to join us at 11:45. Really excited to talk to Will Riley. He's been a lot of fun to watch over the second half of this season, getting a lot of playing time. Dude, since the All-Star break, so we're now 6 weeks past that, he's averaging 14 a game. And just a real unique kind of player. I enjoy watching Riley. Really excited to talk to him. John Kime's going to join us at noon. Then we're going to get heavy into the NFL draft with Nick Baumgartner. Tap opens at 11 a.m. It's going to be fun. Here's what we do. I want to get into some Commander stuff, Brian. Just kind of looking at all they've done now. And I couldn't help but – did you see what the Commanders posted on Instagram this morning with De'Ami Brown?
No.
So anybody that's watching or listening to us or streaming us right now, you all have a phone. Go to the Commanders' De'Ami Brown post. And they said, good to see you, De'Ami Brown. And so they always post the one picture of the guy physically signing the contract, right? Then you see the next picture. That's the front hallway in Ashburn where there is a big reception of people. Look at Darryl Tapp with a big smile on his face as De'Ami Brown's hugging his former teammates. The third picture is Dan Quinn. I know exactly where that is. That is the front hallway of the building. It's Dan Quinn giving De'Ami Brown a big hug, right? Like, that has become so standard. And the fact that Max Crosby got to Baltimore and didn't meet Minter or DeCosta. Minter he probably knows and has a relationship with just because he was coaching the Chargers and they played him twice a year.
Yeah.
The fact that those dudes weren't there to greet them very much tells me that was a coordinated effort to fail the physical.
Screw 'em.
It is so unlikely for that to be the case with a trade acquisition of that caliber.
Yeah.
Like, and the Ravens fans, they want to pretend like, oh, man, he just failed his physical. Baloney. Maybe you're better off for it because you kept your picks, you got Hendrickson. We'll see how it plays out. Funny business, Brian.
Totally.
God bless De'Ami Brown. He's a vertical threat. He's a good player. He was in Washington. The head coach is greeting him in the front hallway.
Yeah.
De'Ami Brown's probably like their 9th free agent signee. Not a dude you traded 2 ones to acquire.
Yeah. Everybody's supposed to be meeting him.
Yo, like, Cal Ripken should have been in the building. You know what I mean? Like, bring Ray Lewis out.
Hell yeah.
That's just banana land, man. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm assuming you still love the.
All right, traffic report. 12 minutes till we launch Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday.
Oh, yeah.
1 hour till Will Riley,
It's gonna be
Washington
an
Wizards,
epic one
joins
too,
the
Jay.
program. Is it? We going big today, B?
Bro, we in a bar.
We are in a bar. I always wonder.
And Cody is here.
Cody, bets, up 1,400.
116.70, but he's up 1,400.
Cody Bed's already up big and it's 10:48 a.m. Everybody can place their bets on what he will walk out of here with, but currently up big. Breaking news, though, on the Fan. Ryan the Stallion's ordering golf clubs from Temu, and he's convinced they're going to be good. I think he'd be better off just buying used clubs.
Well, maybe. I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't know anything about golf, really. Like all I know is I need new irons. I need new irons, and those are the cheapest ones on the market.
Get Honma.
Get what?
Honma. Honma.
Can I offer you a suggestion?
Yes.
I know a guy
Go
that probably has ample sets of irons.
Jeff?
One would be Brian. Two would be Valdez. Ask Valdez if he's got an old set you can just buy off him, and he might just give them to you.
Bro, it's people on Facebook Marketplace selling sets for $50, bro.
Yeah, and you go and buy some clubs for 500 something on phone.
I know. I hear you on that, but
I see these Tacomos.
It's Tacomos, yeah. So I've heard like these horror stories about Facebook Marketplace.
Go get those, man. They'll make you better.
I mean, that's
it's
it's only $5,000.
Yeah, the price of the club make you better.
I've never heard of Tacomos, but I mean,
I heard of Tacoma.
I've heard
as a truck you used to drive.
That is a truck I used to drive. I was born and raised at Tacoma Park. I don't know, Stallion. I can't give you much
never heard
information.
of that club until he said it today.
I can help him. Stallion, I bought some fishing hooks off of Temu. The fish bit the hook, and when I got it back, it was completely straight. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do
What
it.
is
Jeff? What's the weak twine?
I've never shopped at Temu, but let's take a look at Temu golf clubs.
Oh, that's Gil, man. Gil, the expert on Temu.
That's Cody. Remember that pink Juan Soto jersey you got me?
Oh, that wasn't Temu. That was just Wemu.
AliExpress.
That was like Cody told you up front. I got this offshore place that sent me stuff. It may not be the same color you're supposed to be, but it's gonna be good. All the Nats jerseys were pink.
Dog, I can't even get on Temu. It's asking me to say I'm a human.
You're not a human.
It keeps telling me the verification has failed.
Jay, because you're not human.
How do I fix that? What do I do here?
Become human.
What? B-Mitch, it's telling me I have to slide to complete the puzzle. How the hell would you do that?
Bro, are you serious?
I've tried this.
Are you serious? All you got to do is drag the. It's like
it failed for B-Mitch too.
There's an arrow on the bottom.
Dog, we're trying it. It doesn't think I'm a human, or Brian, for that matter.
That's probably because y'all moving so slow to do it.
Probably so.
All right, now Cody's going to try. A Temu expert. How do we do this? I'm just trying to search for cheap golf clubs. Cody was able to do it. Again, there's another one. I'm done with Temu. See you later, Temu. I will never buy your terrible product.
They're making you spin the wheel.
Temu, not Temu.
Why do you have to verify so many layers of security to shop for cheap
Because
Chinese
it's
goods?
people like you and Stallion trying to get on there.
What don't they want?
That's what they want.
Yeah, no, not necessarily.
I've never been on Temu.
Well, call Gil. Gil got order for you. Gil got outfit on outfit, shoes, everything. Now
Stallion, I think you're better off just buying some used Titleists or
Hold up.
TaylorMades.
They have outfits on Temu?
Hell yeah.
Oh, no, I did not know that.
Jeff, belts, shoes.
What are
everything.
you wearing right now, Jeff? That looks kind of Temu.
Kind of look like you got them Temu.
Oh, nah. This custom made. We got a show later on.
Jeff Too Dreamy?
Yeah, JP, we've been over this before. You know how they got ASAP Rocky, ASAP Ferg, all that? That's the Dreamy gang. We got Dreamy Alpha, Dreamy Yoey. We got a couple people, but I wasn't about to be Dreamy Jeff Too Funny.
So, hold on. If there's Dreamy Alpha, that kind of makes you Dreamy Beta, right?
No.
He's the Alpha, dog.
That's because
you're the Beta.
That's his real name.
His real name is Dreamy Alpha?
His real name is Alpha.
Okay.
All right. Well, where's the show? Maybe I'll meet you there.
Greg said you got a set of irons you can have, dog.
Yeah, dude. And
they probably too good for you, but anyway.
You could get Stallion, you can get a Callaway bag and irons for $90 in Silver Spring. They're left-handed women's clubs. I don't know that that's what you're looking for.
I would advise him call Greg and Greg will hook you up.
We'll get it situated.
This is legit. These are P790s TaylorMades, right-handed.
He don't need to touch those. That's too much club for him.
That's a blade.
I hit that.
Hold on. So who do you think is the worst golfer on the show now that Ryan is?
You.
I do too.
Yo, I used to have these TaylorMades.
We didn't even let
these
him.
are pretty good.
We didn't even let him finish the question.
You don't need to finish that question, Jeff. Although the way I played last weekend, I might be the worst golfer. So, you know the worst part of how bad I played last weekend? I didn't have any like chunks or duffs. It was just nothing went where I wanted it to.
Kind of like your wedge game.
I actually hit the wedges okay.
I can't. That's why you hit everything else bad.
Doug, I would give back my wedge capability if I could hit the driver like I have for – I've generally hit the driver well for like 10 years.
Yeah.
And now everything is right. And it's driving me insane. If I sound like a crazy person, it's golf.
Try the left hand a little bit more and stop using the right hand all the time.
I'm coming – and, dude, I'm like, now I'm scared. I'm not even
Cody,
swinging.
went over his head.
Pete was like, dude, why don't you actually swing? And I was like, man, I'm scared. Mike Jones joins us next.
One of the biggest and most unexpected storylines to land headed into the NCAA tournament was the arrest of Aiden Holloway just days before Alabama's matchup against Hofstra. The Crimson Tide could be on upset alert against the CAA champions. And Purdue star guard Braden Smith is close to breaking an NCAA record that has been held for over 3 decades. Smith needs just 2 assists to pass former Duke star Bobby Hurley for the most assists by a men's Division I player. We have just over an hour until the madness starts back up today. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Thank you.
Let's go.
When I walk in the club, all eyes on me. All drinks are free. Free less a rock.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. 2 of America's Most Wanted in the same place at the same time. Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. They got liquor right there, Brian. We're like 15 feet away from it.
You know who should live off of that song? 2 of America's Most Wanted?
That was you and Deuce,
oh,
right?
My Lord.
Woo! It is the Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I hope wherever you are, you enjoy responsibly.
Yep.
My man Cody looks like he's about to start enjoying. He all of a sudden loitering over by the bar.
Look.
That means a screwdriver.
If he ordered a screwdriver at 11, it's going at 11:01.
Nobody pounds booze faster than Cody
He
Betts.
drinks the hell out of those screwdrivers.
Right now, very excited.
Yeah, Mike.
Sorry. I hearing the music and you guys throwing back drinks, and I just, forgot.
Nah. Only thing we threw back was a latte.
Vibes are high right now.
A latte, Mike. Latte.
It sounds like y'all having a good time. I was like, what's going on in the studio?
You
And
know,
now I see why you guys aren't there.
When you get out of the studio,
Yeah.
your whole vibe picks up.
Yeah.
You know,
I
you're
can
out with
tell.
people.
They're pumping that clear casino oxygen into us.
Good oxygen. You know, you're not sitting in what's called the cell.
The prison cell. That studio was god awful. So Jonesy, we're a couple weeks out, probably 2 weeks out from the NFL annual meetings. There's going to be a lot of news, a lot of the high league level stuff that you cover. 2 big developments that I wanted to ask you about. One, these proposed rule changes. G1 from the Steelers is to make permanent that clubs can reach out to 5 free agents during the tampering period. To me, that's a no-brainer. The other one of allowing draft picks 5 years of trades is a hard no for me. What do you think, and how do you think those will go?
Yeah, I don't know that either of these are actually going to go. I think that the free agency tampering period one is interesting, but at the same time, it's coming from a team that isn't exactly as highly active traditionally in free agency as some of the other ones. And so I don't know if they're going to go for that. The one about trading picks as far as 5 years out, I think that is just, I don't even know why they themselves thought that that's a good idea, because you just don't know what it's going to be, where it's going to be. It's just too far in the future. It's interesting, and a lot of these things are discussed and then don't really change. Remember last year was all about the tush-push, and it turned out that they wound up tabling that thing, and now it's died down and nobody's talking about it. But every year, there's always some interesting stuff, but it's never stuff that actually really comes to pass.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. And then the other big news item is J.C. Treader.
I got one more before that.
Okay, go ahead.
What are they doing with Davis?
I think, okay, so from
He has
everything
no
that I can
kids.
gather,
Yeah.
right, he's got no plans right now.
So they're
But
trying
I
to make
think
him have
that-
plans?
I don't know if they're trying to make him, but I think that it's like, okay, if he were to decide, there's normally a long process. I think he wants this thing in place so when he does decide, if the dude's already approved, he can get his money faster, and there's not a whole long, drawn-out process.
So he did
but
this?
again,
I mean, is this something he's doing, to make sure if I decide to move on and they sell, I want to get my money quick. That was
Right.
All right.
Yeah. He wants to make sure, okay, this guy's already on my team as a minority guy. If he's, a partner of his, and if he decides he wants to turn it over to him, they want to have the approval already in place. Now he's like, look, this is not for another 5-10 years, or maybe if I fall on hard times and all of a sudden I want out quickly, I've already got it in place. He's already been approved. It doesn't have to go through a long type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, Al Davis was the visionary, the businessman. Mark Davis has just been kind of hanging on for dear life. Like
the spoiled kid.
Yeah, dude. Like
I think he sold 25% of the company since he got to Vegas. That was 4 years ago.
Well, dude, he's been selling off. I bet how much. I wonder how much he actually owns because he's been selling off little pieces all the time.
Sold.
Right.
Yeah.
God bless that haircut though. Dude, I mean, hell, if we're talking ownership stuff that they're going to be talking about in a couple weeks in Arizona, what do you make of this Giants situation with Steve Tisch trying to leave it to his kids? That's a tricky one.
Yeah, it's tricky, and also, I mean, in a way, it's like the league didn't want to touch this thing. They wanted this to resolve itself, but here's a way, that they are trying to set it up that, he'll leave it to his kids or whatever. But at the same time, if they do approve that, then that's still dirty because, when they're saying, he'll still be involved in a way, it's just, it's dirty, but it's also not surprising because the league, they take care of themselves.
Sure.
And they don't want to, Dan Snyder was a different thing. They didn't really like him, so they wanted him out.
Mm-hmm.
And this thing right here, it's like they're kind of like trying to look the other way and hope that Tisch would do the right thing. And I don't think that this version of his solution is quite, I'm not on board with it. It'd be interesting how many other owners actually are. Although a lot of these guys have skeletons in their closet, they're just fortunate that it hasn't come out, and so they're careful. They don't want to throw stones.
Well, this one here might be a little worse than Dan Snyder. If you start going down this 100%. Avenue, so they got to be very careful with this one.
Yeah, very, very much so. But it just goes to show you, if you are a jerk and they don't like you, then But if you're kind of nice, then they try to They give you a little leniency and let you take care of it yourself, and they're hoping that it resolves itself and he just steps out. But this solution, I think they might tell him, hey, you got to go back to the drawing board.
Jerks don't get the bod. Benefit of doubt.
Right. Well, it's also interesting, like, Roger Goodell is so elite. I mean, Jones, I've been in those meetings with you. Goodell could dodge any bullet, right? You can fire the toughest question at him, and he's just going to deflect, right? He's like a kung fu master. Shout out to Chuck Norris. But the way the national media will approach this Tisch thing, and then the way the New York media is going to approach this Tisch thing is going to be really interesting to see at the Goodell presser, I think.
Oh, for sure, 100%. And they probably, they normally is pretty well attended, but I bet you there's going to even be even more Giants beat writers because they want to make sure they get to grill Goodell on this here.
Mm-hmm. All right, so one more kind of business of football thing, and this one is a big deal, I would say. J.C. Tretter appointed executive director, or I guess voted executive director of the NFLPA. The NFLPA is a mess, and this one seems odd that he was kind of tied at the hip with the guy that just got thrown out of town for possibly kind of stealing money. What do you make of what's going on with the PA?
Well, as we're talking about master deflectors, J.C. Tretter is one of them as well. Because as soon as Lloyd Howell's improprieties came to light, all of a sudden, when J.C. resigned, it was, we didn't really vote for him as the executive committee. We had voted for the other guy, and the 32 board of representatives were the ones who voted for him. And then he had the whole thing that he didn't know about the collusion, but he, as I've talked to people, he's really great at riling up a room and getting guys to rally and believe in him. And so he always finds a scapegoat or an enemy. And so then it's like, oh man, let's get behind him. So for him, he's like, hey, I've been in this, this organization. I've been at the top. I've helped with the negotiation for the last CBA. And then when we had to renegotiate because of COVID, and I know the fights and the battles that we have to be. And if you look at the way that the whole thing was set up, look, they had David White, their interim. And then they had Tim Pernetti, who was the conference, America Conference commissioner. And that was the three they had. If that was a wide net, it was basically a slam dunk for JC to win.
But Tretter wasn't even involved at first. All of a sudden, he ends up in it.
Exactly.
Because he stepped down as well.
Right, exactly. But the guys on the executive committee are all guys who served on that committee when JC was their president.
They're
loyal
most
to him.
of them.
Right. And so they were like, hey, I know that the president, Jalen Reeves-Maben, really does not care for his role, doesn't like it very much, but he leaned on JC a lot. So now JC's going to be back. He can kind of, let JC handle the dirty work, and then they'll roll. And so it is, like you said, it's a mess. I would have, and I know there were some guys who did have real questions, but at the same time, the whole player body, 2,000 players, sadly, a lot of these guys don't care about the union. They don't realize how important it is for their futures, for the business of football. And, there are a lot of even veterans that just want nothing to do with it. And so they didn't even have full attendance from the 32 teams there. The Rams are right there in L.A., and they were in San Diego. Their team rep didn't even go. And so
because they rested, Mike. They rested. Yeah. And the thing of it is this: as a guy who was on that committee, look, we knew and learned and we fought. We didn't give a damn about Roger Goodell or who had Paul Tagliabue all the way back. These guys today don't have a damn clue of what they're dealing with. And then you got a guy who I think playing both sides of the fence in J.C. Tretter, where he's trying to please the NFL while robbing the damn NFLPA. He needs to be a person that people come after. And I think, listen, they got another guy, I don't know if he's your relative, called Mr. Jones. He knows every damn thing. Yep. And he's been making the circuits. That right there, that dude, he was raised by some parents who taught him how to do everything the right way. They better be careful. That's all I got to say.
And it's unfortunate that more players were not caring enough to listen to people like Mr. Jones and others who raise concerns because I'm worried that they're putting themselves in a bad spot there.
They are.
Interesting times coming, man, especially with the league trying to hammer through this 18th game and what looks like kind of a yes man getting that position in what looks like kind of a rigged vote. Let's switch it to the actual football, right? Because that's what we enjoy a lot more. Talking with our friend Mike Jones here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Mike at by Mike Jones. Check out all of his work in The Athletic. Mike, I know you're keeping an eye on the entire league, but Washington, one of the more active teams in free agency, both volume and dollars. What do you make of Washington's start to the offseason?
I thought that they did a good job of really addressing needs, like getting faster and younger on defense, getting more pass rushers, fortifying, getting a piece to fortify their secondary. They added depth for their wide receiver position, winning in the trenches with Tim Settle coming back, and they added some depth at the running back position there. So it'll be interesting to see how they go at it in the draft because they've really met a lot of needs. Now they want to continue to build through the draft, but they got some important pieces on both sides of the ball through free agency. And still, I think it was like $50 million that they still have that they can spend, in salary cap money if, they see other veteran needs that they need after the draft comes to plug some more holes.
For sure. B-Mitch and I think they've done a lot here, but I think the 7th pick is still wide open for them. I don't yes, they added pass rush, but if David Bailey or Reuben Bain or somebody's there, I think they could still take them. I think Love, Tate, I think those are all real options. What are you hearing about Jeremiah Love? Because he seems like the hottest topic, and you hear
especially for the fans.
Tennessee might want him, and then Schefter randomly says Tennessee's not interested. What has your take been on the Love train?
It's so hard to tell what's real and what's, at this time, we always say it's lying season because you'll hear some say, oh, they're not interested because they're trying to okey doke everybody into not thinking they're going to jump up and try to get him. And then some teams say that they do like him. He would be an intriguing piece, a dynamic offensive weapon for you, and we'll see how it plays out. Like you said, they really have put them in position so they could get a top-level pass rusher, or they could get an impact running back or a wide receiver. It's a good thing for them, and I don't think they could go wrong if it's one of the three of those positions, because they're all positions of need, and every franchise that is successful has talent at those three positions.
I think we've seen this team go in the draft sometime and not know what they need to do, but I think they have positioned themselves very well where they're not forced to do anything at this point.
No, I don't think so. And, I think that they've done a better job this offseason in positioning them. Like you said, sometimes it feels kind of aimless, or they're kind of like waiting to see what's going to happen. But now they're in a good position here. Some of those moves last year in free agency, weren't really keeping with the plan that Adam Peters had talked about when he first came here. Now it feels like he got back to, okay, we're going to use free agency to fill certain spots, and then we're going to build through the draft. And now they can get some real franchise cornerstones, like you said, whether it's an elite level pass rusher, or whether it's a running back, whether it's wide receiver. They are just in better position to really make an impact move rather than be beholden to what else other people do and just hope for the best.
Mike, the Brandon Ayuk thing has been a big topic amongst fans, and I guess everybody else. He even basically said he wants to come here. You look at the fact that the 49ers are basically, they're not doing him any favors, and I don't think they are forced to. And then you look at the Commanders. How long do you think they can wait for this whole situation to happen? If they're going to go on and build stuff, or they're going to wait because they may consider him a piece of their plan?
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I think that a lot of clarity comes to the draft when people are either able to get a piece that they want or they're not, and then the asking price when a team is saying, hey, we want this pick, and you decide, okay, we're in better position, we can pull the trigger on this. Obviously it's better for everybody if they get this thing done sooner than later, but we've seen trades, this last week. I think there was like 4 straight days of trades, but I think that things will heat up closer to the draft. It's going to be interesting because the 49ers have decisions to make there. With Ayuk, you can't really come back there. They got decisions to make with Trent Williams, in his, contract situation. So the 49ers got a lot of, balls up in the air, and we'll decide, have to decide, fairly quickly, especially as the draft gets here, and then we'll start seeing those dominoes fall.
Mike, have you heard anything about this Brian Thomas stuff down in Jacksonville? You think that's at all a possibility?
I don't think so. From what I was told, that they don't plan on trading him. They want to keep him. So I guess
he's a hell of a player, and he's young, so it makes sense.
For sure. But at the same time, is like, look, for them, they need a valuable weapon. I mean, Travis Hunter, they drafted him, and it sounds like instead of being a two-way guy, they're really going to primarily use him as a DB. So you don't want to lose, Brian Thomas. That they need. He was a valuable weapon for their offense. Obviously they have some other wide receivers, but from what I was told, that's not a guy they want to let get away from them.
And last one from me, I feel like I could ask you these questions all day. A guy well, we spent a lot of time in Ashburn listening to him talk. Kirk Cousins. What do you think happens with Kirko?
I'm not quite sure. This is another one that I think that we might have to wait until after the draft to see what people were able to get as far as quarterbacks. Is it somebody that, got a young guy, but he's going to have to sit a little bit? I'm interested in seeing, okay, the Raiders obviously have the number 1 pick there. Obviously, they're familiar with that system. I don't think that Cousins would want to go there. I think he would rather go somewhere where he can play right now. Minnesota had been a team that I had told that might be interested in bringing him back, but then they got Kyler Murray, so that kind of crossed him off. And then Atlanta, even though he was a free agent, he could have wound up coming back there, but that kind of got crossed off. So the spots, it's almost like musical chairs. These chairs are getting taken away little by little. He's going to wind up finding somewhere, but there's not a team that right now looks like they're really desperate for, his services, or, other veterans, are still out there as well. But again, once the draft comes and we see, okay, who was able to fill certain holes, get the quarterbacks, whether, okay, this guy's going to need to sit for a little bit and need a veteran mentor, then I think we'll start to see.
All right.
Hey, Mike, we appreciate you making
you,
time
Mike.
for us, man. Enjoy the weekend. Hopefully it's a quiet one. I'm sure it'll be full with kids' sports for you.
All right, man. Yes, you were exactly right. And enjoy a couple drinks with me, guys.
Will do, man. That's
All right.
The great Mike Jones. Who?
Mike Jones.
Mike Jones from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at @ByMikeJones, Twitter and Instagram. Read all of his work in The Athletic. Really good reporter. I'll be looking forward to seeing Jonesy in a couple weeks in Arizona. Nobody go anywhere. Will Riley, Washington Wizards, going to join us at 11:45. Fired up to talk to him. It's B. Mitch and Finley live, Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. Per sources, Brian, the great Bob Biaggi is supposed to come to Tap Sports Bar today.
Per source, I saw him last night.
Let's go. Were
Yep.
you at Chow last night?
Yes.
I figured you were.
I just told you I was at Chow.
No, I heard you were at an Italian restaurant. I just assumed it was Chow. This is a hell of an ad read for Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They've been selling cars in the area for over 100 years. When you do something that long, you know you're doing it right. They've got 7 convenient locations all across Northern Virginia, including like 3 stores just over the bridge in Alexandria. But you can get whatever you're looking for. Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Ram trucks, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Jeeps, whatever it is. They've got an unmatched selection, tremendous financing, and incredible deals. And do not forget about the quality certified used vehicles to choose from. But what stands out when you work with Oarsman? The Lifetime Edge.
Yep, that Lifetime Edge comes with up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and they have a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's great news at Oarsman. If you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman, and they will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
The Wizards are already getting the full Anthony Davis experience. Over a month after he was acquired by the team in a trade with the Mavericks, the 14-year veteran has yet to suit up with his new team due to injury. That injury, ligament damage in his left hand, will keep Davis sidelined at least through the end of March, the Wizards just announced this morning. And March Madness first game today tips off 12:15 p.m., 10-seed Santa Clara going up against 7-seed Kentucky. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
I just want the world to know I'm the only one working right now. I want everyone to know that. Stallion doesn't have headphones on. B doesn't have headphones on. I don't even know where Metal Chris is. Just saying. I'm holding it down.
What about me and White Brian over here?
Shout out to J-Dogs Forever and B-Hawk. Now everybody's back.
Man, I've been back.
I tried to get Stallion to order us some lunch. I made a mistake yesterday, Brian. I had
JP.
I had like 5 of those wing nuggets, and then I went out and I had chips.
But see, you keep acting like
my vodka to chip ratio was not in the correct
order. Is you're 44, but you want to act like you're 14. Like I gave you catfish fingers.
You did.
And you gave this dude some.
I was offering him one.
No,
I thought that was
you eat
the
any?
Christian
Did you even
thing
eat
to do.
a piece?
I did not.
Okay, so you
I'm
kept
ordering food today.
He said, "I can't wait to get the catfish finger." Here you go, JP. Here, Ryan, you want some?
Left hand up. Mistake. I own it. I own that. You like this dope hoodie I'm wearing though.
It's all right. You need to take that off until you score 79.
That'll never happen. Like I've made peace with the fact, barring playing like some joke of a golf course and putting well, like I'm never going to break 80. It's just never going to happen.
It's a course I played in Florida. I forgot the name of it. No water. Very, very few trees. So you're going to always find your ball.
I don't lose many balls. Like that, what's so flummoxing about my golf game is that I don't lose a lot of balls. It's not like I'm OB very often. It's just.
So I'm going to tell you what to do. Start swinging 75, 80%.
I'm doing that. I might just start swinging hard. Stop trying to glide and control. Just swing away.
I mean, I was about to try to give you some good advice, but if you're already doing that, you're playing that bad, I can't help you.
I want to tell you an anecdote that I think relates to something. Last night, I was out with my boy Papa, and he has a Tesla, and Elon drove us home. He likes to do that because it bugs me. It bugs me out a little bit. But the self-driving cars are very much where the world is going, right? To the point where I was talking to Greg, and he has, I think his youngest is 8, and my youngest is 7. And we were talking about, like, by the time they're driving, will they even be driving like you and I were? Or will everything be self-driving?
Even that, the self-driving cars still tell you, do not take your eyes off the road.
Sure.
And a lot of people completely take their eyes off the road. But it's supposed to have a mechanism that car will warn you.
Right. I understand all that. I bring that up because as this RFK construction, the new stadium, Mario Bowser revealed some dope videos. There continues to be this conversation around parking lots, and now there's a concern that there'll be a 10-story parking garage. And I just wonder, this is very hard to do. That's why very smart people are the ones that get very rich in the stock market, because they're able to see kind of the future, where things are going to grow, where things are going to recede. I just wonder if we're being serious enough in our conversation about this stadium is going to open in 2030, 4 years from now.
Yeah.
Ideally, this stadium is operational for 50 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Do we need to be that concerned? And I know people love tailgating. I, too, love tailgating. And I get that that's part of the culture of football games. But, like, 15 years from now, are people going to be driving to the stadium?
Maybe not. But, like, I have learned, I'm going to tell you, one thing that Philadelphia did for me in a very, very great way is to realize that the loudest is not the majority. And I think the thing about every time you show a new remnant, you start showing a new view of the stadium, a new picture, new design, new this. The first thing you hear, rendering, yeah, Jeff, thank you. The first thing you hear, man, what about what's the parking situation? You know how many people give a damn about the parking situation compared to the amount of people that are going to go there? I bet you it's not 20%. I'll probably go as low as 15%. So what the hell a team is going to do is the most.
How much is it going to cost me to get a PSL? I think that's a more
they
real.
Care about that more than they do the parking. But the loud people are consistent, and they're loud, but they're not the majority. I promise you that.
Now, one thing that is a real consideration for NFL games, people travel, right? Like I know a bunch of people that drive up from Richmond, drive up from North Carolina, drive over from Delaware or whatever. Those people are going to have to drive, right?
Yeah,
and then they're going to have to park. I continue to believe it is not the great concern that many believe it is. Now, Jeff or Stallion, whoever it was that sent us this tweet of this newest thing, this is from Cuneyt Dill. I hope I'm saying your name right, dude. Cuneyt Dill. How would you say that? Cuneyt?
C.
This is from Mr. Dill, who's an Axios reporter about D.C.
Mm-hmm.
And he tweeted this out. The Commanders want to build massive parking decks up to 110 feet or 11 stories tall, new filing show. Renderings don't do it justice, but it'll poke out in the skyline. And you look at the rendering here, and if you're facing west, so ideally that view is looking at the stadium, then the Capitol, then the Washington Monument, and the Lincoln on out towards the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the rendering, on the bottom left there would be the parking deck.
It's lower than the stadium, right?
And let's be honest, they kind of made it transparent in the rendering, and they probably did that on purpose. Just we'll be realistic. And will that impact the view? Yes. But you're also going to need some parking.
To be honest with you, based on that stadium, even with it being like blanked out some, the stadium is still higher than that parking deck.
Yeah.
And let's be real.
Certainly at its highest point.
When you look at a stadium, if that stadium is 4 or 5 sections up, 4 or 5 sections is about 11 to 15 stories or more. So, and then outside, you think the parking garage is going to start exactly on the ground, or will it drop a little bit below? Because that stadium is going to drop down a little bit.
Right.
Okay? So the parking garage probably dropped down a little bit. And it may be 10 stories, but in all, like right now, if you go over there by the
listen to this, dude. U.S. Bank Stadium, the Viking Stadium, which is one of the stadiums that this will be built like mirroring, right? Or it's like one of the blueprints they're going to look at, is approximately 30 to 31 stories.
Yes. So what I'm trying to say is people find little things to argue about. If it's 11 stories, it's not going to – there are townhomes and apartment-like buildings, condos. There right now.
Yo, just to the left of it, where that little Hill East development is. East of the Armory.
Yeah.
Like 2 blocks
those things
south of
are
that.
taller than 11 stories.
Right.
They're not really sticking very high up into the air. So this is a concern and an argument that I think doesn't carry a lot of weight.
Now, to this dude's credit, I don't know that he's pointing it out as a concern as much as just pointing it out. Like, anytime you build stuff, there's got to be compromises. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, if you build your dream home and you want a movie theater and you want a putting green and the world's biggest shower, you also got to make sure you got a toilet. Like, not everything is the dope stuff. Some of it is the plumbing and the electrical.
When we saw that first rendering and they had the plants and stuff on top, that was to make it look more like a natural terrain.
Right.
And I believe they're going to continue doing something like that. But
he's
making it sound like
to the north of the stadium, still going to be the fields at RFK. They're going to have that big festival space. Like there's still going to be green space. And for me, it's like I think the great fear to me would be Nat Stadium, Nats Park, where they built those garages out center field so you have no views. If you're in the stadium, you have no views, right? And that's because they cheaped out and didn't pay to bury them. This, I don't think, is going to impact the views.
Is for the view to go straight down East
Right,
Capitol.
right.
But like I have looked at the stuff right now, and over in Centerville, they're building all of these new condos and apartments and townhomes, but they're building parking garages as well. You drive past it, you wouldn't know where the damn parking garage is because they make the parking garage looks like it is the actual building.
And you also need cars.
Yeah.
Like, people drive cars. All right, quick break. When we return, Wizards forward Will Riley will join the program. Really excited.
Sunday.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Really excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in Will Riley from the Washington Wizards. Will, thank you so much for making time for us, man. How you doing?
Will.
How are you guys? Thank you.
We're doing well, man.
Dude, I got to say, I'm a born and raised D.C. kid. I've rooted for the Bullets, the Wizards organization, my whole life. And I know you guys aren't getting the results you want in the win-loss column, but just as a fan, I am really enjoying watching you guys play. And watching your development over this season has been awesome, man. How are you feeling about where your team is and where your game is?
I feel like we're in a really great spot, honestly. I feel like all of us are growing. We're all young. We got a lot of development, good floor balance. So I feel like we got a lot of room to grow and, bright future ahead.
Played 40 minutes last night, 4 of 8 from 3. That Pistons team you're playing is pretty darn good, but what's it like being part of this young core with Trey and Sar and Bub and Bilal and just all the young guys that are kind of coming together?
Yeah, honestly, it's really good. I think it helps my development, especially. I feel like having a bunch of younger guys on a team is very good, so we can grow together, learn together, and we can just pick up little things together. We're not in this alone. We all have each other's backs to lean on, so it's good.
It looked like you all have a lot of fun together, but you can also see that little competitive edge. Do you notice that as well?
Yeah, we're all competitors at the end of the day. We all want to win. So right now we're just competing, striving for greatness, all of us. So it's a good group for sure.
So as much fun as you're having with the young guys and understanding he's working his way back from injury, what's it like for you to play with Trae Young now? How crazy was it when you heard that news and now that he's a part of the squad?
Yeah, no, it was really crazy, seeing him get traded to our team and stuff like that. I feel like he opens a lot of, opportunities for all of us. He attracts so much attention on the floor, so it just is very easy to play with him. He's a very good playmaker. He'll find you. He's a really good leader / role model. So he's just been helping me with my development, especially, and he's just a really good teammate.
Well, as a fan, as media people, we look at the team and we understand how they're trying to rebuild this thing. The players, though, see it totally different than us. What's been your mindset as they begin to tear down and try to build back up?
Yeah, I feel like all of us have a winning mindset. We're all competitors and we want to win. So just growing and learning together has been the biggest key for us. We got great chemistry already. We've only been with each other for not that long. So it's amazing to see us build, and what we're building here in Washington is special.
Talking with Wizards forward Will Riley here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Will, you've been cooking really since the All-Star break, averaging 14 per game. Has something clicked for you, or is it just more opportunity? What has gone well for you?
Yeah, I feel like it's a mix of both, opportunity and confidence, that type of stuff. Just grasping a feel of how the NBA works, knowing where you're going to find your shots, knowing the spots you're going to be able to get to. And watching a lot of film with my trainer and stuff like that has helped me a lot too. I'd say a big key in watching film is just figuring out what spots to get to and reading other guys' tendencies. So just little things like that help you get a long way.
Well, when you leave from college, you go to the pros, no matter which sport it is, you have a particular mindset of what you think something is. What's been the thing that's been the biggest difference that you thought was, and now you find out it's totally different since you've been here with the Wizards?
I feel like I knew the guys are going to be a lot bigger, more athletic coming into the NBA. So come to find out that was true. So just having to get more size onto me and eat a lot more, work on my diet and stuff like that has been helping me a lot. And I just have so much more room to grow in that aspect, so I've just been working on that.
As a pro football player, I found out that I had more time on my hands than I could think about. You all basketball, I don't know the exact way that you all practice and things of that nature. Do you have a lot of time, and how was that to try to get a hold on, managing your time?
Yeah, it's a lot different than college. College, you got, school, everybody around the campus, all that type of stuff. But here it's just straight basketball. I love it. It's just all I do is think, breathe, and, live basketball. So that's all I can think about all day. And, I have my side hobbies, but, I feel like it's been good for me.
That's great, man. So I'm curious. They list you 6'10", 196. You mentioned you obviously want to, add weight to your frame, add muscle to your frame. Like, I could tell you some stuff that could get you fat because I know what I eat. But, like, how do you
tell it, Will, you want to be fit,
like, I just started eating some deep-fried ribs. They're phenomenal, but that's probably not in your diet plan. But how do you go about adding weight the right way and bulking?
Yeah, I could eat those deep fried ribs, but
they're banging, dude. They're really good, though.
but yeah, no, you just gotta eat more calories than you burn. So I just been focused on that, and yeah, I've been just trying to gain weight. I've been taking like a slow approach. I don't want to do it too quickly.
Sure.
Just make it more natural. So,
well, and off season might
yeah.
be helpful too, because I mean,
yeah, 100%.
The amount of calories you're burning playing NBA basketball, people
Yeah.
don't realize the speed and athleticism unless when you get to a game, especially if you get close down to the court. It's unbelievable the cardio you must be doing to your body. I imagine.
Yeah, no, just playing a whole game like that, you're gonna lose a lot. So
right.
Having to recover after that and eat a lot after that definitely helps.
When you're not playing basketball, what are some of the things that you like doing here in D.C.?
I honestly haven't got around too much in D.C. like to see a lot of different things, but I enjoy. I play the piano a lot. I love music. I love art. I love looking at art stuff. I draw. I like to, juggle and stuff like that. Obviously, I play video games a little bit. So, I have a bunch of different hobbies that I like to pick up. But,
So
you and Mikey Samuel from the Commanders need to hook up. Mikey does a lot of music as well.
Yeah. I read that your first welcome to the NBA moment was purchasing a grand piano. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Where is that like with you here in DC, or is that back home in Toronto? Where do you keep it?
Yeah, I had a bunch of big mover guys help me bring it into my apartment, and it's here.
That's awesome, dude. So when you're on the piano, are you playing like kind of classical stuff? Are you playing like pop music, a little bit of everything? What are some of your favorite things to play?
I like French music. I feel like they got good stuff over there. But I just play whatever I listen to. I don't really know how to read the music. I just listen to it and play.
So do you like kind of do your own
man.
thing? Yeah, that's an incredible talent.
Yeah. I just listen. I just do my own thing.
That's awesome, man.
I like that.
I also wanted to ask you. You played your college ball at Illinois. The Illini looked damn good last night. You had a game, obviously, but like, do you make time to try to keep up with March Madness and what your alma mater's doing?
Yeah, lined up perfectly. Right after the game, they basically started, so I was able to watch the whole thing. It was good.
That's cool, man. The other player I wanted to ask you about, and I know he hasn't played with you guys yet, and frankly, I don't know if he's still in D.C. or rehabbing on his own, but I imagine for you growing up, you watched a ton of Anthony Davis. What was it like to kind of get to meet him, for him to become your teammate, and to think you guys are going to be in that front court together?
Yeah, I grew up watching guys like that all the time, so it was cool. It was cool to meet him, get some tips from him. Very great teammate, great person, huge work ethic. So he's a good role model for us, I feel.
That's so cool. Will Riley from the Washington Wizards joining us now. Last one for me. So tomorrow night at Cap One Arena, you guys are welcoming the Thunder to town. Obviously, defending NBA champs. The Thunder are kind of the example of building it the right way and having a young nucleus come together to emerge as a championship contender. What's it like for you to be hosting the defending champ and just knowing how good they are?
I feel like we have the same mindset coming into every game. Just going to compete. Just try and win and just compete honestly. So we have that same mindset coming into each game, and we're not going to change that. Just watch the scout. I'm gonna watch my film and stuff like that, and same thing.
All right, man.
You got to get ready. Hey, Will, we really
Good luck
appreciate
to you,
you
Will.
making time, and we're excited to watch you down the stretch here, man. Good luck.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, bro. Take
All
care,
right,
man.
Will Riley from the Washington Wizards. Very, very,
laid back.
Yeah, dude. That's a worldly dude, man.
Yeah, man, yeah,
Playing the piano, playing French music, from Canada, goes to Illinois. Now he's in D.C. That's a young man with a lot of experience.
Yeah, he can ball.
He can ball, dude.
He can ball, man.
Um,
he has a great first job mindset.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Really enjoyed that. Stallion, well done. Thank you to Wizards PR for connecting us with Will and getting him on the show. When we return back to the NFL, we're going to talk to John Keim.
The 2026 men's NCAA tournament continues with 16 more first-round games that will determine the 32 teams in contention to cut down the ropes next month in Indianapolis. First game today tips off 12:15 p.m., 10-seed Santa Clara up against 7-seed Kentucky. Then you have Akron and Texas Tech tipping off at 12:40. Something else to keep an eye on later tonight, Purdue star guard Braden Smith needs just 2 assists to pass former Duke star Bobby Hurley for the most assists by a men's Division I player. That game is tonight, 7:35 p.m. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia. Points surrounding, including National Harbor. We're live at Tap Sports Bar,
Yes.
MGM National Harbor. Bar's filling up. We got tip-off here in about 10 minutes or so. If you want to come on out, you should. Grant and Danny will be here all afternoon. You can hang with those boys. It's a good day to hang out at a bar, man. Not quite warm enough outside. Basketball on all day, and right now, we're excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline, talk to our friend, Mr. John Keim. Johnny, what's up, bud? How are you?
What up, fellas? How are you?
So I don't want to bring up a sore subject. I know how you are with Ohio State football. Like you're living and dying with the Buckeyes.
Just a little bit.
Last night was a good hoops game, and your boys were on the wrong end of it. But do you get all up and down with Buckeyes hoops, or just happy they kind of made the tourney?
Well, I was happy they made the tourney because it's about bleeping time, right? It's been a few years. So, and yes, I want to see them win. Yes, that was a tough loss. But if that had been the football team, I don't know if I sleep too much last night.
I don't think you'd be doing this interview if that was the football team.
No, I think I'd be probably in a therapist chair somewhere. So, yeah, but it was a good game. I think it's incredible that you have a play designed with 4.3 seconds left and you can't even get past half court. So, anyways, not that I'm bitter about the last play, but it was actually a good game, and I think there's reason to like what they can do in the future. But it is. I mean, it's a second. It takes a chair to the football team, right?
You and JP sound a little bit alike, man. So he was asking this question earlier, John. I will ask you this question: would you have rather not be there, or the way that y'all lost? Which one for you? I'm of the mind. You go as far as you can, you lose. It's better than not getting there at all.
I'd rather they be in there, yes, because it had been a few years. And I think in my sports history, I'm used to pain, so I think it's just like it's just another one, right? But I'd rather they be there because you have a chance. Like that last shot goes in, now you're advancing and you're playing Duke, and Duke didn't look great yesterday. So, I'd rather that. I think the question is they were kind of playing. They weren't hitting their shots. They weren't in the game. It's like, well, if they kind of go out this way, it's a little bit of a softer exit. But then the pain is you come all the way back, you get the lead, and then you can't score for the last 5.5 minutes. So, anyways, I'd rather they be there.
All right. Talking with our friend John Keim here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. John, I've been reading your work in ESPN. I've been watching the John Keim Report on YouTube. I think you, like most of us, are pretty fond of what they've done decision-making wise so far in free agency. Do you have what you would consider like a best move or one you think will have the biggest impact?
Well, I think, they had to get an edge rusher. So, biggest impact should be Odafe Owe, right? That should be the biggest impact because he's the guy that can get after the passer. It's something they lacked. And then to pair with, Dorrance Armstrong, get Caleb on Chason. But the whole thing was you got to get a top guy first, and he was one of the top 3 edge rushers available. So, but I think the move that I think it'd be maybe a tie between like Leo Chenal and then Chigo Okonkwo, because both those give them something they absolutely didn't have. And Okonkwo gives you a move tight end who can make plays in space and runs well after the catch. Now he has not been a big red zone guy in his first few years at Tennessee, but he is a yak guy. And I think if you want to develop more of the screen game, getting a guy like that, bringing back De'Ami Brown to help in that area, he was really good in that area. That was one of his better attributes a couple years ago. So among others, right? Like among other players, but Chig can give you that, and Chenal gives you a linebacker who can run. I mean, he's a 4.5-2 guy in the 40.
Yeah,
but you watch him play, and in this division, you got Jalen Hurts, you got Jackson Dart, and Dak can run a little bit too. So you want to have a guy. You need more speed on that D. He gives you that at linebacker, and his ability to disguise blitzes, I think, is or the ability to blitz is big. Being able to drop, and he's improved in coverage, but he is more of a thumper, but he's fast and he can spy. So he gives you an element you have not had for in a while.
John, every time they make a move, people always want to assume that this move means this or means that. They've made a lot of moves, and at the point right now, I don't think they've shown me you can lean one way or the other what they're going to do in the draft.
No.
Have you picked up anything, or are you just as confused as I am?
I think what they've done is, first of all, I'm always confused, so I don't know if that's any different, right? But I think in this case, it's more that what option isn't. I mean, I think almost every option remains on the table, right? You filled the edge rusher hole with Chason and Owe, and you bring back Dorrance, but Chason and Armstrong are in the last year. Chason's a one-year guy, and Armstrong's the last year of his deal. So if there's an edge guy there you like, it's a premium position. And if that's the best guy, you take him. So, if you sign a linebacker, but if Sonny Styles is there, I mean, he gives you something else you don't have in the middle, because that's what he would be. You take, if that's a guy, you take him. Now you have this incredibly fast group. Cornerback, like they signed Amik Robertson, but do you have that? You have a chance maybe to get a premium corner. Again, an expensive position. And you only have 3 guys right now that you can say they'll be on the roster. So, I think that would make sense as well. I mean, receiver, of course, we know that they have a hole there. Jeremiah Love, they haven't done anything at running back that would stop me from saying, oh, yeah, just let him pass because you signed these guys. I think they put themselves in position at each of those spots to be able to play and have depth there, but they haven't done anything to make me say, you don't have to address this area.
Totally, man. And the social media reaction to Jerome Ford signing a 1-year vet minimum that now you can't draft Jeremiah Love is just so asinine, dude.
Yeah, no. I mean, you draft. Here's the other, if you have a chance to get a blue chip guy, you draft a blue chip guy.
Right.
And so it's you want to surround Jaden Daniels with more talent. Well, there aren't many offensive players in that draft who are more talented than Jeremiah Love. And I know it's positional value, but you look at the numbers on the contract, given what running backs are starting to get, he doesn't get over $10 million until I think year 4.
Right.
So if he hits, you have pretty good value there. So
totally. Talking with our friend John Keim. You can give him a follow at John_Keim on Twitter and Instagram. Check out the John Keim Report and all of his work for ESPN.com. Not that all roads lead back to Columbus, but specifically in the draft, there's 2 prospects I wanted to ask you about. Caleb Downs, it may have just been fake news, but there was some medical reporting coming out of the combine. And then Carnell Tate, probably not the 40 time he wanted to run. I know how you watch Ohio State games, and you actually study the tape, not just watch them live. What do you make of both of those players? Because I think, honestly, both those guys are options at 7.
Oh, that, for sure. And, obviously with Carnell Tate, they need another guy opposite Terry McLaurin, and he will give a team someone who tracks the ball well down the field. He's a very good route runner, and he's a good blocker. So he gives you all that. I think the question will be, can he be a number 1 guy? And I say that because if you're drafting someone top 10, they need to become that guy. And then you look at Terry's contract; he's going to count $34 million on the cap in 27. Like I don't see any way he does that. Now you can restructure, or you move on, right? One or the other. You can do that. But would you get a guy that can ascend to that number one role if you needed him to be that guy? But I think Tate gives you a lot of playmaking ability. The 4.5, I think it was 4.52, something like that. You know, that was a little bit. I thought he'd be like upper 4.4s, but he plays to his speed, and he does. You know, he's a very good receiver. Now, of course, he's opposite Jeremiah Smith, but he was excellent with contested catches and tracking the ball. And again, they need another guy, whether it's him, Jordan Tyson, whomever, right? Caleb Downs, like in watching that team over the years, was very, very few times you look and see like, oh, that guy's a legitimate coach on the field, and that's the guy that's him, right? And I think when he's out there, I think like, okay, it's a third down play where you got Caleb Downs to cover this guy. Like you feel really good about what they will do, right? And he can play multiple spots where he's a very, he's a bring your briefcase to work kind of player. I mean, that's just who he is. I talked to Dan Quinn about him at the Combine, and he's like, the quote was along the lines of like, you watch him on film and you say, wow. And then you talk to him in person and you say, wow. So, like, there's a lot that he offers, and especially, like, in Durante Jones' system, you're going to want a guy safety that has some versatility. Now, the other part of this, JP and B. Mitch, is that this draft is very good at safety. So, same with the receiver. So, you don't have to take one there if you think, like, oh, maybe you can get another guy in the third round and take something else up here, whatever. But, yeah, I think both those guys have to be in play because they both fill spots that I think you could strengthen on this team.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I've been making the argument. I think from a straight roster construction, looking both short-term and long-term, receiver at 7 makes the most sense. I just don't know, and I know people really like Tate. This draft doesn't have one of those like true alpha pencilman wide receiver 1 wideouts. Right. I think there's a lot of good players that can help a team. And I think, Mendoza's going to go 1 because he's quarterback, all that. But I've had multiple talent evaluators tell me the 2 best players in this draft are Love and Downs.
Yes, I've heard the same. And so that's why I say if Love is sitting there at 7 and you have a chance to get one of the 2 best in the draft,
right?
If that's how they view it, like, I don't know how they're going to view it at this point, right? But if that's how you view it and you get that guy, like you race to get that guy. I mean, or if it's Caleb Downs and you feel like he's a difference maker for you, then then again it transcends the quote positional value. And this is a team that was willing to go over $20 million for Tyler Linderbaum at a position that you typically would never go that high. Nobody has gone that high.
Yeah.
But they viewed him as not center, but Tyler Linderbaum impact player in their run game, right? So if you're looking at it like that, like then if you see Caleb Downs or Love as that guy, then yes, I can see that. And I agree with you on receiver. That's a question that Carnell Tate will have to answer is can he be that number 1 guy? Like Jordan Tyson, his film is great, but like he's hurt a lot. So do you take a chance on someone with that injury history at number 7? I think that's, might be awfully tough to do. So yeah, I think, I agree with you on that.
John, as you look at what they've done thus far this year, and I know, I'm the main one. I always say we don't play football until September. There are a lot of moves to go again.
Yes.
But do you think that this team put themselves in a better position than they were last year at this time?
Well, it's funny because you get that recency bias. So last year at this time, you're thinking you're building off a 12-5 season.
Yeah.
But I think where they've been better this offseason is they have a few more multi-year deals, but also with younger guys. And so you have a chance to maybe build a stronger foundation for the next couple of years as opposed to last year we had way more one-year contracts that you brought in. And so I think from that standpoint, you're better in terms of roster building than you were. So as a team overall, well, we'll see because we thought they were pretty good at this time last year, and you never know. I mean, shoot, at this time last year, I was looking at this just recently. Seattle's win-loss total going into the year was like 8.5, and they were like middle of the pack, and then they look awesome, right? So you never know, but I like the moves. Like one of the things they want to do is get younger, more multi-year deals and get more faster and more athletic, and I think they've accomplished that. Now the question is, who is your other weapon you're going to add for Jaden? Jaden Daniels, is he going to be durable? Like, that's 1 year, plays every game. Next year, gets hurt a few times. Like, that's going to be the question too. And then, so I think that's the big thing. If you can keep him durable, I think then you can say, yeah, they're in good shape.
Well, dude, it's funny. I did Galdi, a friend of all of ours, right? Al Galdi's podcast, and he asked me, with all the moves and the additions on the defensive side of the ball, do you think this is a playoff contender again? And my answer was, I think if Jaden's healthy last year, they're probably still at least a playoff contender. You know what I mean? I think it's perhaps unfair to the young man, but even with a better roster, so much still hinges on Jaden's availability. Yeah. And I think last year, if you look at it, it was so fluky. I know people now want to bring up durability questions. I also think he probably could have played the last 3 games of the year if they wanted him to. Yeah. My only coaching point for Jaden from a health standpoint from last year, don't chase the dude if he picks you off. Let your O-line, let your receivers, you know what I mean?
I do, but I do, but I mean, I think that's also why players like him, because he's a competitor. So I know, I know. And it was the durability or the injuries that you're right. It wasn't like it was the same injury over and over, but then it's that plus, Terry McLaurin getting hurt and missing all camp and et cetera. So I think all that added up. And if you have, health is if you probably ask most teams, what's the number one factor in getting far in the playoffs, they'll probably say health.
Yeah.
And quarterback play, right? And so they didn't have that. They didn't have the depth. Look at receiver. They're better at receiver now than they were last year. One of the hardest hit places for injuries. Then defensive end, better right now than they were last year. Another hard hit area by injuries. So, those are premium positions for them. And they still got to get another guy opposite Terry, but the depth is way better. So I think you're in better position in some areas to withstand that. Clearly need more corner help and, but et cetera. But I think, with Jaden, I don't worry. I haven't talked to anybody who says geez, I don't know what's going to happen with him. You know what I mean? Nobody is expressing that kind of doubt. I think more of it is just that the roster was kind of exposed when he wasn't out there. And I think the goal for these guys is to get in, as they've said, they don't want him to always have to feel like he has to put the cape on to get them across the finish line. And that's why there's more work to be done on that offense.
See, that's what I've always felt, where if you have a quarterback who's capable of being Superman, you don't want him to be it all the time, because if he has to be it, he's going to get hurt. If he can just go out there and do what he needs to do and then use that ability when the time calls, he's less apt to get hurt. So last year I felt that it was a situation when Terry wasn't in and Terry got hurt and a lot of things going on, he had to try to be Superman.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's why we go back to, if Jeremiah Love is there, yes. Because then how can you take some of that pressure off, hand it to Jeremiah, watch him run 50 yards. You know what I mean? And they don't, and there's not can Bill Kraske advance as a runner? Of course.
Sure.
But I think when you're looking at difference makers, Jeremiah Love is a difference maker. I mean, they're clearly at center. They wanted to get Linderbaum, but they're okay with having Allegretti and whomever else battle out for center, right? You know what I mean? Get the difference makers that when you can, if you can. And so that's one way to help Jaden Daniels. It's not about sitting there and telling him, don't run here, don't run there. It's about letting him hand it off to a guy who can do what he does as well.
For sure. All right, John, next time I see you, I'm guessing we'll be in Arizona at the league meetings. One old-fashioned, one glass of red. Does that sound about right?
The Monday party is the best, baby.
Thank you for the time, Keim. Appreciate you, bud.
Thanks, guys.
All right, John. Take care, brother.
All right, that's our friend, Mr. John Keim. Give him a follow at John_Keim. Check out the John Keim Report. Read his work in ESPN.com. When we come back, we're diving deep into the draft. Nick Baumgartner from The Athletic will join us, taking a look at his latest mock. What's Washington doing at 7? Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Fully Mechanical. We are underway in the Midwest region. Kentucky was a 3.5-point favorite coming into this game. Currently, Santa Clara up 11-10 over the Wildcats with just over 13 minutes left to play in the first. And underdogs went 10-6 against the spread with 6 outright wins in Thursday's 16 NCAA tournament first-round games on the men's side of the bracket. The biggest outright upset was 12-seed High Point beating 5-seed Wisconsin. They were 10.5-point underdogs. What will Friday's game bring? Well, we will find out. When your HVAC can't play defense against the cold, call Fully Mechanical, the go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Fully Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Bing, 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 bing. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday on the B. Mitchell Finley program. Enjoy Scotty's Vodka, Maryland made and incredibly smooth. We're at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. It's starting to fill up in here. By far the best article of clothing I've seen so far is my man in the Allen Iverson Georgetown jersey. But we just saw a lovely couple walk in. She was wearing a UConn sweatshirt. He was wearing a St. John's sweatshirt.
Yeah.
You know it's true love when you can see through that rivalry.
Yeah.
All right, we're jumping on the Rude Guest Hotline to welcome in our friend Nick Baumgardner, NFL draft expert at The Athletic. Nick, what's up, dude? How are you?
Good, guys. How are you?
We're great, Nick.
Dude, are you a Wolverines fan? Sparty? Who's your squad up there in Michigan?
Well, I went to Michigan State, but if I say I'm a fan of either, I get attacked by both. So I can't, as long as both do well, I think we're doing okay. But so far, so good on both.
Michigan,
Yeah.
the state.
Yeah. There you go.
So far, so good for sure.
Yeah.
I know you also cover the Lions. Before we get into the draft stuff, what did you think of David Blau getting the promotion to OC in Washington at such a young age?
Yeah, I think that that was a smart move for a few different reasons because I think Dan Campbell was coming for him. The Lions love him. They've thought very highly of him for a long time. Jared Goff really liked playing here when he was the backup. And obviously, Blau's attention to detail, he was big with Ben Johnson here. They all really respected his thoughts and opinion and everything else. So that was a smart, savvy move, I thought. And I think he'll be good. I think he'll be a really good coach. He's a really smart football guy, and everybody really likes him. He's one of those guys that everybody kind of gets along with.
I'll give one little quick talk about Amik Robinson. What type of player did you see him as?
Same kind of thing as Blau, oddly enough, in a way. Like, he's a locker room guy. I think in a lot of ways that was another really good fit. If you're going to surround him with young players, his attitude is contagious. Really tenacious, slot corner, really good in man coverage, not afraid to get physical with people. I like Amik a lot because he'll make a mistake here and there. He's small, and he'll guess wrong once in a while, but he doesn't collapse. You know what I mean? Like, he'll come back the next series and be just fine. Like, he hung in there several times with Justin Jefferson during his time in Detroit, right? So, really tough player, kind of embodied everything they're about here.
All right, we're talking with our friend Nick Baumgardner from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Nick Baumgardner, Baumgardner. Let's talk about the upcoming NFL draft, man. It's going to get exciting. We're kind of getting to that time of the year where you hear a lot of stuff, and a lot of it is lies. Your latest mock, it seems like we're starting to get a consensus, at least at 1 and 2, that the Raiders take Mendoza at 1 as a virtual lock. And it sure seems like the Jets are zeroing in on Arvell Reese. Do you feel pretty confident in that?
Yeah, at least on number 1, right? I think that number 1 seems pretty safe. That doesn't seem like there's going to be much movement there. And then with the Jets, I think the more you look at that one, I think they got to go just best player available. I mean, I think, and for me, I think that's probably Reese in terms of, there's probably other guys I would say that are a little bit better, but in terms of your impact positions, he's the best edge, I would think. So I think that's safe. But then from there, it really does kind of go all over the place. And, it could be, the Cardinals could do several different things. We could say the same thing about the Titans and the Giants, too. So it kind of opens up there at 3. But I do think that that's a safe bet. I think Mendoza at 1, Reese or another edge probably at 2, and then it starts from there.
Anybody at that 3, 4, 5, 6 spot that you think are leaning towards a running back? Because in this sound, our fans seem to want Love, but there are a lot of people that they can pick at 7, but you're going to start figuring out who's looking for what before them.
Yeah, I wonder if Tennessee does it at 4. I thought about that for them. Jeremiah Love is a terrific player, by the way. He is a legitimate top 3 player in this draft, prospect, pound for pound, depending on the position, all that. But obviously running back's tricky, right? Not everybody can handle that right away. But I think Tennessee's in a decent spot. They could probably pull that off if they want to get another playmaker in there. I've thought about it for the Giants. I haven't totally ruled that out as something that they might, because they can kind of do anything. And then I've also wondered if somebody trades up. I don't know if he's going to make it to 7. That's kind of my wonder. Maybe he does. But, I think part of the reason why the Chiefs spent on Kenneth Walker is I don't think they thought he was going to make it to 9. So really good player. And, if he made it to 7, I think that'd be a really good value for Washington. I mean, he's a 3-down weapon. He can run. He's a lot like Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson. You don't really ever have to take him off the field. You can play with other backs. So really, really good player.
If Love's not available at 7, where do you think Washington goes? Because I think in free agency they've kind of opened the doors that they can go a lot of different directions here. A month ago they were desperate for edge help. Now signing Oweh, they're not nearly as desperate. They've added other pieces, but those are all 1-year deals. Oweh got a real multi-year contract. Mm-hmm. If Love isn't there, what do you think the pick is for Washington?
Yeah, that's a tricky one because at that point I think it just turns into best player available. You know what I mean? And at that point I don't know if they have a preference on do we need help at defense on one side of the ball over the other, or if it's I don't know. I mean that's hard. They're a hard one for me because I think even if like you say edge maybe it's not as a big concern, but maybe even if a guy like I don't think he'll fall that far, but like if David Bailey were to slide, I'm not sure that they'd be able to turn that down. I also wonder if they would like Ruben Bain either way, as a guy who can be another guy who can rush inside, play outside, and play a little bit all over the place. I thought about Sonny Styles for them as well, the linebacker, and then even Colonel Tate, the receiver there from Ohio State, if they want to go that route as well. I mean, it's a bunch of different spots. I almost wonder, too, about a trade back if they could pull that off, for Washington, because they could go a number of different ways. They need a few things. There's not one that's sort of standing out above the rest, like you said. So it's kind of flexible there, which is a good thing. I think they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. I'm curious your thoughts on Carnell Tate. Because, we keep hearing he'd be an excellent number 2, and you see if he becomes a 1, do you want to use the top 10 pick on a number 2 receiver?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a toughie, and I think he could. I think he can become a 1. I don't think he's a for sure, you have to just put him in that box and say he can never be a 1. I'm not sure if we could slam dunk it, I mean, I think that's the hesitation with some people in the top 10. But I do think he's probably like a top 12 player in this class. I'm not as worried about the 40 time as maybe some other people were. It's a little bit similar to what Ted McMillan was last year. He's a little bit bigger and a better athlete, I think, than Tate. But they're similar players, and that Tate is a big guy who can move like a small guy. He can play the X. He can play Z. I think he can even probably play in the slot if you needed him to do it. So another guy who also improved a ton last year in a big spot opposite Jeremiah Smith. So I like him a lot. I think, but I don't know. 7 is high for him. I almost feel like to agree. I would be a little bit nervous about that, but if you love him, and you go for it. I wouldn't hate it.
For sure. Another player I'm curious about is in your latest mock, you've got the Chiefs taking Kenyon Sadiq, the big, super athletic tight end from Oregon at 9. I feel like to me that's the highest I've seen him go. What is his buzz building to be?
Well, he is a unicorn level athlete. He's 245, 250 pounds. He ran a 4.39. He jumped, I think, almost 43 inches vertical. I mean, he's just a freak. Hasn't even come close to what everything he can do as a player. I think that still sort of raw in some areas, but his potential as a blocker and a complete weapon in the receiving game is kind of unlike, too much of what we've seen. Brock Bowers is obviously the best young tight end we've seen in some time, and he's a terrific receiver, but Bowers is not as dominant a blocker as Sadiq could possibly be. So I think Sadiq is probably a top 10 player in this class. That's why I put him there, just to illustrate that. I think that's probably the ceiling for him, is somewhere at the bottom of the top 10, but I don't think I would rule it out. He could also slide, you know what I mean? Like, he could be a guy that somebody down there in 17, 20, whatever it is, gets an absolute steal because he just falls due to his position. But this is a very good tight end class again, where you can get guys later in the draft too, and still be pretty happy with them.
Hey, speaking of tight ends and shifting it back to Washington, what do you make of Chig Okonkwo? How much more can he be than what we saw in Tennessee with bad quarterback play and bad offense?
Yeah. Well, I think that's the big thing, right? It's like, you can't – the offense was disjointed, and it's hard to judge anything based on whatever's happening there, because it wasn't just, you have a rookie quarterback and this, that, and the other. It was bad, it was play caller, it was head coach, it was direction of everything. So the whole thing kind of gets wiped out. I think as long as you're starting fresh with a new approach with Daniels, then I think that you're in a good spot. So that's a nice add. It's a nice fill in terms of another weapon around him that I think could probably outperform what some people might think you're getting. But it all depends on the situation, right? And I mean, Washington's got to get things a little bit more stable and more consistent going to next year. But they can always bounce right back to where they were 2 years ago. That's never far away.
Well, we are sure hoping for that.
Yes, sir.
It's an interesting draft, dude. Where do you think Ty Simpson, the Bama quarterback, ends up?
Yeah, I don't. I almost feel like he's going to be in that Jackson Dart spot. It's hard for me. I don't think he's a first-round quarterback, but I didn't necessarily think Jackson Dart was a first-round quarterback the whole time through last year either. But it was right on the fringe, which usually means somebody might trade up for him. So I almost feel like bottom of the first or top of the second. Somewhere in there. I'm curious if somebody wants to try to get him on a rookie contract, or I'm sorry, on the non-guaranteed, the second-round contract, rather, the second-round pick deal, rather than the first. But, I don't know. He's a toughie. He's not a slam dunk. It's just a 1 year of experience. Not all of it was very good. The last quarter of it wasn't good at all, and when it got tough, it really kind of struggled. So he's up and down. I mean, I go back and forth on him a little bit, but, I don't know.
It's such a wide-open draft, man, because the only thing we know is Mendoza. And
right,
usually
that's it. Yeah,
quarterbacks drive drafts. This one doesn't really have it, so it just feels so wide open. Nick, we really appreciate your time, man. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, guys. Take care.
Appreciate it, Nick.
All right, Nick Baumgardner from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Nick Baumgardner, Baumgardner. Really good info, really sharp on the NFL draft, and you can read all of his work at The Athletic. In his latest mock draft, he's got Jeremiah Love landing in Washington. I think a lot of fans would be thrilled with that. Coming up at 1 o'clock, it's Ask B. Mitch Anything. We'll open up them phone lines. Nobody go anywhere.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Man, my root system in my house has been fantastic, and we were with Jimbo and Jim and the boys yesterday, and my water heater's getting kind of old, getting a little fritzy. I think they're going to install a new water heater at my house. I might get a tankless joint, B. A tankless water heater. Who knew? They got the technology. They can do whatever it is you're looking for, and you'll get performance and comfort perfectly balanced. Plus, you can save a bunch of money, man. You can save up to $2,000 on federal tax credits on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. buy a drink for Deb. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to Deb from the chat. She's here in the building, MGM National Harbor Tap Sports Bar. Deb wearing some burgundy and gold. Okay, Jeff. B. Mitch leaving too. Where are you going, dude? Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network as well. We'll wave for the folks watching us wherever you may be. Hopefully you're enjoying a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday afternoon. Everybody in the chat, appreciate y'all, even though Deb's the only one that showed up, at least so far. If you were here from the chat, come say what's up. Smitty's here, holding it down at the bar. Good crowd here. We've also realized, White Brian, can you turn your microphone on? Because it's come to my attention. Shout out to Chris Russell. He's already paid for our fantasy baseball league. Our league is comprised of me, Stallion, Jeff, White Brian, Savannah McCann on the fan, Chris Russell, and Mike Beasley.
Yeah.
Toby will be running B. Mitch's team.
Yeah.
I might get Cody to run my team, or at least co-own.
No.
No, you can't.
First of all, y'all said it yesterday. One person can't run both teams. Y'all made that comment already.
I said Cody.
No. Oh, Cody. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll think about it. All right.
You have Toby. I have Cody.
Yeah. Please do that because Cody don't pay attention too often.
Well, Lord knows I'm not going to. But
y'all match.
What I've realized, so Rooster is already paid, correct?
Yeah.
And baseball starts next week. So, White Brian, you're in charge of this thing. We need to set up the draft, dog. Can we set the draft up during our show, maybe on Tuesday?
Long as Toby can be there to work with it. Yes.
Well, it's an online thing, so Toby can do it.
Yeah,
wherever
Toby,
he
you
is.
got that, dog.
White
yeah.
Brian, can we set the draft up for Tuesday during the program?
Toby, I'm paying you $100 to run it too.
Okay. Do you think Toby hears you right now?
He probably listening.
Is he back there behind?
No, he loves this show. He listens.
Appreciate you, Tobe. All right, so we're going to draft on Tuesday during the show. Baseball starts Wednesday night.
You think he's not going to hear I'm saying I'm going to pay him $100 to run it?
He'll hear that. Cody, I'm not going to pay you anything to run it, just for the record. But he's in. Don't worry. We've already confirmed. Is opening night for baseball on Netflix?
Yeah, you've got the Giants and the Yankees on Netflix, 8 p.m. on Wednesday night. It's kind of a weird thing, but I don't know. Netflix is...
It's sports, man. That's good.
I know. No, it's good, but, like, Netflix is kind of taking over the game. I don't know.
So Netflix's approach is they like events. They like the Christmas game because they can kind of blow that out.
Yeah.
I guess they want this opening day game because they can kind of blow that out.
Totally.
I don't know that I'm going to lock in for Giants-Yankees Wednesday night, but maybe I will. Who knows? We got basketball underway. We got Santa Clara and Kentucky and Akron and Texas Tech playing.
Let's go Texas Tech.
When I see Santa Clara playing hoops, I have these flashbacks to Steve Nash at Santa Clara knocking out my Maryland Terrapins, whenever that was. That was like the X-Ray Hip era of Terps basketball.
X-Ray.
No, it was Was it X-Ray?
They didn't call it X-Ray. It was X-Ray.
Dog, they used to put at Cole, when he had a dunk or hit a three, they'd put X-Ray.
Yeah, that's like his like nickname, but his name was, they called him X-Ray. That was his name.
Okay. I didn't know.
I'm just trying to start up some stuff, dog.
You have no idea.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. I remember him being called X-Ray, but everybody put the X-Ray around it.
All right. Well, shout out to Mr. Hip. I hope he's doing well.
Yeah, he hip.
I loved watching that dude play basketball. Those 90s Terps teams were so much fun, man. And it was crazy because I was listening to Pardon My Take this morning driving over, and Big Cat, PFT's partner on the podcast, is a Wisconsin guy, and he was talking about, pro sports is different because there's only so many teams, and inevitably in pro sports it seems like almost everybody makes a run at some point. College sports, though, like especially the NCAA tournament where you got to win 6 one-and-done games, like you need the universe to align.
Tough.
And for Wisconsin fans, they felt the universe aligned for them. You remember that year they beat Kentucky?
Well,
in the
Big
Final
Cat,
Four?
I didn't feel it aligned. I felt y'all getting knocked out.
They lost to Duke in the finals. And
I'm talking about yesterday.
Sure, but in that moment, I had great gratitude that Gary and Juan and Lonnie and Wilcox and Steve and all those guys were able to put it all together and win that title because flags fly forever. And, no matter what, Maryland's got a ring. You know what I mean? And I don't know. That was my thought there. B-Man's showing pictures.
Cody.
I did. want to make mention of this. New food options at Nats Park.
Oh,
now,
bro.
the Nats don't open at home for 2 weeks, basically, but they're putting a Colony Grill in there. People swear by Colony Grill. The pizza's supposed to be good. There's one I think there's one in Arlington. There's one in D.C. Or there's one in Maryland. I know there's one in Cabot Mall. My boy John Sadler loves Colony Grill. They got a vegan option for you, Brian.
Don't need that.
Ethiopian Eats in section 136.
Nah.
Cornucopia. I know Cornucopia is a great little deli right by the office.
Yeah.
What is Cornucopia? Is that ice cream cones?
I think it probably sounds about right.
It could be the corn dog. You never know.
Just so we're clear, you have no idea.
It could be a corn dog place. You never know.
It's cone, not corn. C-O-N-E. I guess it could be a corn dog place. I mean, none of us know because Stallion just told us the name of it without telling us what they sell. I'm going ice cream cone, but I
kind of sound like one.
Waffle cones and soft serve ice cream. So it is ice cream.
Okay. What's the corn dog situation?
There is no corn dog situation as of right now.
They have no corn dogs.
They got
in
the
that
Don
park?
Churro.
Not seeing it.
Do they have a churro hot dog?
Not seeing it.
They should put us on the payroll, B. We're giving them $1 million ideas. Make a churro hot dog. What is Stuggies? So there's a place called
It's gourmet
Stuggies.
hot dog, JP. It's telling you what it is.
What constitutes a gourmet hot dog?
They put some extra stuff on it and tell you it's gourmet. Still a dog.
Do you like those Chicago hot dogs with like hot peppers and pickles and tomatoes
No,
on
I
them?
don't need all that crap.
I'm out on that.
No.
Maybe
It's a
some waste of time.
sauerkraut.
That's the only vegetable
I don't need all that on it. I just,
What's your opinion on relish?
I don't mind relish.
I don't mind it.
I'm not crazy about it, but I don't mind it.
It's an on occasion thing, but I can eat some relish here and there.
Yeah.
Don Churro and Fuzzy's Burgers.
Hope there's nothing fuzzy on my burger.
Here's my thing at Nats Park. It's terrific to have lots of different food options. Please just serve it fast. Generally, getting food at Nats Park moves at a glacial pace.
Yeah.
So just whether it's a gourmet hot dog or an ice cream cone, let's just increase the
Just do it a little quicker than it take JP to go to break when people tell him break.
You can also get a 16-ounce Bud or Bud Light for $9.
Go
at
to
Nats
break,
Park.
JP.
All of our college basketball talk sponsored by Bud Light. I got to tease Ask B Mitch Anything.
The man said go to break like 15, 20 minutes ago.
Open the phones, Jeffrey. It is time. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time you get to ask an NFL legend anything you want. Ask B Mitch Anything next.
Two men's games live right now. Santa Clara and Kentucky all tied up 29-29 with just over a minute left in the first. And Texas Tech is up 24-17 on Akron with just over 9 minutes left in the first half there. Last year, 2 9 seeds, 2 10 seeds, and 2 12 seeds won in the first round, and we got 1 11/6 upset. So knowing that these happen and how often they occur is the first step in potentially predicting it. Yahoo Sports is highlighting the Utah State Aggies over Villanova, Missouri over the Miami Hurricanes, and Northern Iowa over St. John's as teams to watch today, potentially some upsets happening there. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All our college basketball talk brought to you by Bud Light. Crisp smooth. Get yourself. I might get myself a Bud Light before the day is out. It is time. Once a week, you get to ask Brian Mitchell anything you want.
Anything.
Like the sounder says, try to keep it within the realm of good taste. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Celebrity spottings all over the place. Parker Williams, Bob Biaggi, Cody Betts still hanging around. How much you think, my first question for Ask B. Mitch Anything, how much do you think the slots winnings are burning a hole in Cody's pocket right now, and he wants to get back out there?
He can't wait. But I think he's trying to make
to
sure he
play
can get
cool.
to a driver. Because if he goes to the slots, that driver's gone.
Cody, how much do you want to get back out in those tables? All right, let's hit the phones. Devon in Rockville is on the line. What's up,
What up, D?
What's up, man? I just going to ask B. Mitch one question, and that is, did you hear about the woman that burnt her bills on fire?
Burnt her what on fire?
She set her bills on fire. You hear about her?
She set her bills on fire. No.
I don't know. I don't think that's going to work for that lady, but I support
They
the
still
theory.
those bills are still there?
No, her name was Bernadette.
Oh, Lord.
Y'all have a good one, man.
Y'all about to have fun.
Beautiful Friday.
Listen, I got some bad dad jokes. That was one of them.
That was one of them.
That was one of them.
Well, Smitty came over and asked me a question. He said, if I was the GM, who would I take in the 7th pick? And for me, Smitty, I'll tell you this. Being that we've made a lot of moves and I don't have to go one way or the other, I'll wait to the draft and figure out which of the best players available drop in my lap, and I'll take that guy. Whoever I have rated the highest on my board, I'll take him.
That's a non-answer, B.
That's not a non-answer. That's the truth. Because people want to come and say, I will pick this guy. I will pick that guy. That causes too much confusion. I'm going to pick the best player available at that time. You know, I don't care if it's offense or defense. I'm going to go with them because that'll be my best on my board.
All right,
that's smart.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067.
I don't like drama.
I got a question via Twitter from our guy Curtis.
What, Curtis?
Is catching a punt seems like one of the hardest things to do in the NFL. So how and when do you determine if it's returnable or if you need to make a fair catch?
Well, sometimes when they're punting from the 45 to the 50 and then your 45 in, you're more than likely thinking fair catch off the bat because it's considered a pooch punt. Anything from that 45 going back towards their end zone, so 45, 40, 35, you now have to have that clock in your head about deciding the time. I think once a ball turns over, for the most part, those are being returned. If that ball hangs up with the front of the nose in the air and the back falling away, that ball hangs a little bit more. And if you ever get to 4 in your count, you're probably going to fair catch.
When do you start counting?
As soon as they hit it.
Okay.
When they
Once
punt
he
it,
punts?
bang. Once he kicks the punt, that's where the count starts.
Where are your eyes Because, like, how much are you looking at the coverage versus looking at the ball down, up, and then when do you lock in on just the ball?
I will tell you this. I took my eyes off the ball, looked at the coverage, went back to the football, because I was taught so well by Pete Rodriguez how to read the spin of the football and know where the ball was going to go. So I was able to, like, you watch a good center fielder or outfielder, they run to a spot and the ball sometimes curve right to them. I read the punts like that, so I knew where it was going. And then if I saw somebody whether fall or get blocked completely, even when I should fair catch, I'm going to take the chance and return it. And I was able to look at my vice guys blocking outside. If they're running towards me and I look you in the eye, that means don't stop. I'm going to take a chance.
What's the hardest hit you ever took on a punt? You remember?
Hardest hit? I don't know if it was a hard hit, but it seems the hardest. It was a kickoff return, though, not on the punt.
Yeah.
People think it's the one when I got knocked out in Tampa, but no, I played against the Houston Oilers, and it was a left return, and I saw a hole to the right, so I went right, and I'm coming out the air straight up and down, and I kind of land on the side of my neck a little bit like that, and I got pop, hit about 4 times.
Was that at RFK or in Houston?
RFK, and I realized at that point, I see what the coach meant by don't ever leave the return.
Let's hit these phones. Paul is in Gaithersburg. Paul, ask Brian something.
Paul, how you doing, man?
I've always wanted to ask you, Brian, your thought on, and I'll use the analogy really quickly, the London Fletcher versus the LeVar Arrington player, where you have a guy who is prototypically perfection, LeVar Arrington, speed, height, size. London Fletcher, if you looked at him, you say, well, he can't play in the league, he's 5'10". What is your feeling on that? I mean, how far do you lean on the numbers? And, I'll get off the phone and listen to your response.
I mean, wait, before you go.
Yes,
you say,
sir.
how far do you lean on the numbers? You mean the stats before they get on the field?
Yeah. Okay, he's got the 40 time, he's got the height, he's got the, 6'3.5" versus 5'10".
I could care less how a person looks. It's how they produce. Because we've seen guys that look the prototypical part, then they get on the football field and they can't bust a grape. We've seen guys that don't look like they can play football at all. Sam Mills was 5'8", about 220 pounds. Sam Mills was a badass on the football field. So you got to, I think too many times in society, we look at somebody and based on how they look, we make them superstars. And then when they start playing, although they suck, we still try to make them a superstar because the guy that we don't see as that type of person, we won't give him credit, although he's balling out all day. London Fletcher is probably not in the Hall of Fame right now because somebody see him how he looks. Look at how he plays.
Sure.
Not many people in the history of football played that position better than him.
5'8", 220, that sounds like Toby.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, dude.
All right, take care, sir.
Great call.
Yeah, but looks can be deceiving because I was told by so many coaches, you'll be good at kick return, but punt return, we don't know. We don't know if you're going to be swift enough or quick enough. What's the quickest position, quickest way to get to a point?
Straight
line, right? So all these little dudes who scared to get hit run in circles and side by side. I went straight the hell ahead, and I was strong enough to put my shoulder pads on you and made you think about hitting me again.
Have you read Moneyball?
No.
So the central premise of Billy Beane's reorganization of the Oakland Athletics team was Billy Beane, I believe, was a number 1 overall pick in the MLB draft. If he wasn't number 1, he was certainly a first-rounder. And what he realized he had was the look. He looked like a stud baseball player.
Yeah.
Big, strong, tall, super arm. And all he did was bounce around. He never made it as like a stud big league player.
Okay.
And he realized, he's like, we're looking at this all wrong. We get so obsessed with measurables. We just need dudes that can hit.
Yeah.
And that's why they started leaning on the numbers. The movie's really good, but the book's way better, which is almost always the case.
But I think that's the problem why so many people are so wrong when it comes to picking out athletes. Like you say, the damn film counts. Most people don't even look at the film. They look at a guy. What they say? Man, coming off the bus, they look like they can play.
Right.
And then they get their ass kicked by a bunch of guys that don't look like they can play. It's not the muscles that you see. It's that one muscle inside of you that's ticking that develops. It derives. It makes people know who you are.
Sure.
It dictates who you are. That heart. and not many people can see that. So until you get on the football field and play, you don't know.
Let's keep the phones going. Our guy Toothpick is on the line. What's up, Pick?
What up, Pace?
Hey, what's good, JP? What's good, B-Mitch? Okay, first thing, I got a question for y'all, and then I'm going to ask B-Mitch his question, okay? My question for y'all is, what kind of push-ups does Chuck Norris do?
Chuck Norris
don't do push-ups. He puts the earth down, man. Everybody know that.
He do earth down. That's right. He do earth down. He do earth down. That's right. Chuck Norris don't do push-ups. All right. B, listen. You sort of just talked about it, right? Everybody say that we got players that are nice guys. Talk about the Commanders. We got players that are nice guys. We're nice guys. Do we have enough goons, thugs, however you want to put it, on the team? Do we have enough people with marbles loose to make this team go? That, you know, we saw Frankie Louvu jump over the pile, and he kept doing it. Do we have enough of them to make this thing go?
We have enough. I think we have enough because you don't need everybody to be that. You just need one guy who can make people just cross that line every once in a while. Let's be real. The minister of defense, Reggie White, he was very nice, but he knocked you on your ass all day, prayed for you, and he did it again, over and over again. You don't have to be a goon or a nut to be a menace. You just got to be a guy who constantly wins and keeps saying, hey, man, let me help you up again. You know why he helped you up again? So he can knock your ass down one more time.
Like Phillip Rivers doesn't curse. He still talks a lot of
you can talk trash. Like, you know, I was a nice guy. I talked a lot. I talked about personal people to make you lose your mind.
Thank you, Pick. Appreciate you, bud. All right. It's Ask B-Mitch Anything live from TAP
They're going all over the place with these today, man.
MGM National Harbor. Come hang out. We'll be here till 2. Grant and Danny will be here 2 to 6:30, I assume. Caps game. You can hang with Grant and Danny all afternoon. The boys are here. Biaggi's here doing his thing.
We've been explaining, like, when you don't look the part and you could be good. Joey Sabat. That's like me, B. I don't look like it, but I'm just pure distilled athleticism. You might be pure and distilled, but athleticism is not the word I thought of.
Let's go to Andre in Stafford. What's up, Dre?
Hey, what's going on, man? Listen to you all the time. Before I ask D. Mitch a question, JP, you're about 540 beers. I listen to you every day. I'm rounding it off.
Come to TAP right now. I'll buy you one. I just bought Deb a drink. What'd you get, a neutral, Deb?
Right. We can start next time. But B. Mitch, I got a question for both of y'all. I was thinking about how to make the Pro Bowl a little bit better. What do you think about the fastest man competition again? I watched Darryl Green on tape facing Rob Wilson in the finals. I mean, that was so exciting to watch how fast they are. Just giving them money for them or for their charity.
I would love to see the fastest man again because everyone talks how fast everybody is. I would love to see guys run today and just compare them to what Darryl ran back then. But you know what I would like to see? I would like to see Darryl Green at 60-something years old race against some of the guys in the league today. And I promise you, he will beat a damn defensive back in the league. I put money on it.
My next question is about the NBA. I mean, I know it's kind of stupid. What do you think they do an exhibition game, also weekend, get some street ball players from the NBA play against the Globetrotters?
You said take the street ball players and let them play the Globetrotters?
I mean, some of the NBA players that known for street ball play against the Globetrotters.
I would love to see it, but, like, you got to realize, though, that whole Globetrotter against the Generals thing, it's kind of a show, dog. So I don't know if they really want to play against them NBA, the dudes that are street dudes. I'll take Jason Williams right now against anybody.
Take the Generals with the point serve.
Ball, no walking, all trick shots, whatever you want to do.
All right, appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right, man.
All right, man.
I think he thinks wrestling's real, too. Drew is in D.C. What's up, Drew?
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? Much blessings to you.
Same to you,
brother. Hey, Brian.
Yo.
I want you to give me from 1 to 3. Who would you rank the left tackles between Trent Williams, Samuels, and Trey Johnson?
Trey wasn't the left tackle. Trey was a guard.
He was a guard.
He was a guard?
Trey was a guard,
Who was the other left tackle we had between Trent Williams? It was Trent Williams, Chris Samuels. I can't think of the other guy.
Lachey?
Well, how would you rank those two?
I'll go Trent.
What was it? Yeah, Lachey.
Trent, Lachey, Samuels.
You know what's funny?
You know what? To be honest with you, though, That's not, even if the number 3 guy, that's not being somebody bad.
Well, and where would you put Jake?
Okay.
Who?
Where would you put
All
Jacoby?
right, Jake wasn't a left.
He was a left tackle.
Started at left
most
tackle,
of
but
his
he
career.
played a lot of other
Yeah.
stuff, so he wasn't just straight left tackle.
It's unfortunate, too, because Lachey and Samuel had their careers cut short with injuries.
Yeah.
You know?
And you know what? So when we begin to pick people like the best ever, like people want to subtract longevity. That's a part of it.
Hell yeah.
Jerry Rice is not the number 1 all-time leader if he didn't play 20 years.
Right.
So you can't be mad at the guy for playing long. That is something to tip your hat to.
Because all those guys are beat up. You know what I mean?
Bruh, to get ready to play receiver in the league for 20 years, and like D. Green, to get ready to play cornerback for 20 years, the dude ran 4.24
right
in 2000, my last year here. 4.24.
That's crazy.
He was 40-something.
I mean, Trent is getting ready. I think Trent was drafted in 2010. Trent's getting ready for his 17th NFL
and
season.
to play that
and to play at
tough
that
too.
level, too.
Yo, Ray Brown, 20 years.
It's crazy, man.
As an offensive lineman.
Right.
Man, that's saying a lot, bro.
Let's go to DW in D.C. What's up, D-Dub?
Gentlemen, hi, B. Mitch, JP, how you guys doing?
We're good,
Good,
man. How you
dude.
doing?
How are you?
Good. I hope both of y'all and both of your families are doing great. B. Mitch, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
It's a situation. If Jeremiah Love was available at number 7, and that's a if, how would you feel about this dual position? If you remember number 42, Charlie Taylor, when he came into the league with the Redskins, he was a running back. He was converted to a wide receiver. And at the end of his career, I don't think a lot of people even remember that he was a running back.
Yep. So
how would you think? I thought, Taylor, if they could get Love and possibly use him as a dual threat or as a wide receiver.
Well, I think he will be used as a dual threat because he's proven that, but I don't think Jeremiah Love is playing wide receiver in the NFL. Like, that wide receiver position is totally different than playing running back and catching the ball at the backfield.
Not to mention, do you remember when Ty Nsekhe was here? And Ty Nsekhe's one of the largest humans I've ever seen. He's honestly like Ray Brown in size. And there was this, and Washington had like 1 million guard injuries. And there was this conversation about move Trent inside the guard.
Yeah, and then move Ty outside.
And when you have a player that's elite at a position, don't move him off that position.
Yeah,
you need elite players.
But Charlie Taylor had that great ability of running those routes.
Sure.
And he played at a time where I don't think the defensive backs were as good as the defensive backs are today.
I got one from Cody via Twitter, even though he's sitting right next to me. He said, what 5 numbers would B. Mitch play on a roulette wheel?
30.
30 for sure.
Number 1. 23.
For MJ, or is there something else?
MJ.
23.
31, 23. I've always loved number 11. That was the first number I had at quarterback. And the final one, this will be my final one. I'm going to go with old 28.
28. I like it. So we're in a casino. Somebody should go throw those numbers down. Is that why you asked, Cody?
If you
write
win,
those
Cody,
down?
if you win, I want 15%.
What a DJ Cody is. I love it. All right. Another rousing edition of Ask B. Mitch Anything. We'll keep the phone lines open just for the remainder of the show. Grant and Danny coming on at 2. Okay. Grant and Danny are coming on at 2. You can hang with them here at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. Hang with us another half hour or so. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley. All right, guys, this is the time of year where if you're like me, you're watching hoops all day, flipping around, keeping an eye on everything, and that means you need a plan for real food. JP Finley here, and I've got you covered. My 1 seed over at Paisanos has the hot honey pizza. That thing is banging, and do not sleep on the homemade cheesy breadsticks. They are so good, loaded with mozzarella. They got this awesome garlic flaky crust on top, and I love dipping it in the hot marinara sauce. The cheese is so good. Here's the move. Visit PaisanoSPizza.com. Load up on whatever you're craving. Pizza, wings, pastas, salads. If you saw, I got Cameron to try one of their wings. He loved them. Throw it in the hot honey. pepperoni, add the breadsticks, and Paisano's going to save you some cash. Here's the deal. The more you pick, the more you save. Pick 2 items, use the promo code PICK2 on the website, and it's just $9.99 each. Pick 3 items, use the promo code PICK3, goes down to $8.99 a piece. Or if you pick 4, you get it down to $7.99 each, and you got to use the promo code PICK4. Paisano's not just pizza, but something for everyone. Use the code, save some cash. Check them out at paisanospizza.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. Early registration discounts are available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. 2 games live right now. Santa Clara up 33-31 on Kentucky with just under 19 minutes left to play. Texas Tech up 40-31 over Akron as they are about to head into halftime there. And then in just about 5 minutes, Arizona is going to take on Long Island. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game and get the experience of a lifetime. Let your kid just be a kid, put down the screen, and go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts are available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, live, Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. It's getting good out here, and we're about to make it better for you. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. Caller number 10 right now, you win a free $50 Paisanos gift card. You can order whatever you want. Pizza, wings, subs, those cheesesteaks are banging.
Caller number 10?
Caller number 10, B. I don't think you're going to get it, but you can try. I bet Greg Height's calling right now. B loves this bit. If you're watching on Monumental, Brian is calling in trying to win the $50 gift card, even though Brian is good friends with the owner of the company and can get free pizza whenever he wants it. Danny Rouillet in the building. Celebrities keep rolling in. If you want to hang out with Grant and Danny this afternoon, they come on air at 2 o'clock. What are you laughing about?
Just say, yeah, you ain't weird, bro. You ain't making me lose my job.
All right, so caller number 10 gets the Paisanos gift card. Congrats to them. Check out Paisanospizza.com. They got great deals, the pick 2, pick 3, pick 4 promo. Now, our guy Zeke in Southeast is a very devoted listener.
Yep.
He's calling.
Zeke said he can win. I might not be able to win. But before we get to these callers, hold on.
Oh, yeah. B-Mitch,
all right.
So we got a problem.
Everybody listen to me talk. And I don't believe in all men being together drinking no damn mimosas.
You do not.
So
yes.
I know Mark who works over at Chow. But his brother Teddy is sitting at a table of dudes. They all drinking beer. Teddy over there drinking mimosas. By himself. I don't see a female at the table.
Teddy drinking mimosas. Come over here and do it on television.
Teddy, you gotta do something more than that, bro.
Teddy.
I mean, come on, dog.
Teddy, go stand next to B-Mitch and drink a mimosa. Right there, sir. Right there. B-Mitch does not approve of male mimosa drinking.
If you had if one lady was at that table, it'd be okay.
What about chugging a mimosa is pretty impressive.
That's worse.
I don't know.
You may well chug a jar of orange juice.
Teddy, I'm proud of you, buddy.
Teddy, your brother's not going to be very proud of you, dog. I'm going to tell him soon as I'm going to say, your brother's a mimosa king.
Yo, you just slammed that thing. You are the official mimosa king. Congratulations.
He had that much champagne.
I don't know.
And he had that much orange juice. I saw him make it. It was
orange
orange juice.
I do not share your disdain for mimosas.
I do.
I'm not ordering one here at Tap Sports Bar watching hoops.
Not with me.
I know
if
that.
If you ain't learned, do it.
It's good in the morning. It's 1:30. It's not the morning.
Bring your lady next time. Bring your lady, because your friends were mad.
Let's let our guy Zeke. So I don't know if it was Jeff or White Brian. Thank you, bro. I'm going to sit back down. So our guy Zeke in Southeast is a loyal listener.
Yeah.
And usually calls in for Ask B-Mitch Anything. We did not hear from him today. I didn't know why. Zeke then rolled in and said, man, they got me on hold and said I can't ask B-Mitch a question. So, Zeke, the floor is yours. You're also on television, by the way.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I hope your employer knows you're not ducking out of work.
Actually, I ran down, JP, when I heard you say, come on down, I'm buying drinks. I ran down here. But
I will buy you a drink, Zeke. No problem.
But the question I have for B-Mitch, I was listening to a Herschel Walker documentary, right? And they asked him, what was your welcome to the NFL moment? And he said, man, I got hit one time in a game. I walked off the sideline. They tapped me on the shoulder and said, hey, man, you're on the wrong sideline.
Oh, that was Bo.
Yeah, Bo.
Bo Jackson.
So what was your welcome to the NFL moment where you said, man, I'm in the big leagues right
Playing
now?
against New Orleans Saints my first year. A lot of guys got hurt. They put me in, and Vaughn Johnson hit me. And the first thing hit the ground was the back of my head. But still, I had the wherewithal to get up and say, man, that's all you got. As I ran to the sideline sideways. But you got to stay in your little in character. Like, my character was to talk.
I got you.
I kept talking, but he knocked the hell out of me, dog.
I heard that, brother.
That's when I said, okay, weightlifting is going to get better.
I know that's right.
But I got him back.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you,
Thanks,
Z.
buddy.
I'm curious. That first year, I just pulled it up. So you played New Orleans on November 18th, so probably a week or so before Thanksgiving.
That was the next week before we played against the Eagles.
The Cowboys was the following week.
What?
You played at Philly,
Yeah,
New Orleans.
So that's why I was returning, because all the guys got knocked out.
Oh, that was a body bag.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Your first time you played in New Orleans, I don't know how far into your career that was.
It might have been.
It wasn't rookie season. It wasn't 91 because I remember that year.
It was.
What was it like for you to go home and play, even though you're from further north? But what were the requests from?
I'm not further north. I'm not far from New Orleans. I'm
know.
right there. Yeah.
Right, but
requests for
like
tickets.
Baton Rouge is more home
man,
than New Orleans.
My mama was a G. They were like, yo, Miss Mitch. He said, all right, let me see if he want me to give you his number. My mama knew my number. My mom wouldn't give nobody my number, man. And she was like, hey, I don't think you're going to be able to get all those tickets. I had enough brothers and sisters and family members, like close, for everybody getting tickets, but I did still purchase 25.
You got them at the player rate, right?
Yeah, but 25 is a lot of damn tickets.
That's a lot of tickets, man. That's a lot of tickets.
But like most of my guys had season tickets. A lot of dudes I played with and stuff had their season tickets, but I purchased 25.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, so I wanted to bring this up because the Mets, this has long been talked about as like a thing at a baseball game, but the fact that the Mets are actually like doing it is kind of cool that Citi Field is bringing this in.
All right.
So it's the 9-9-9 challenge. The theory is 9 innings of a baseball game.
Yeah.
You have to eat 9 hot dogs and drink 9 beers. 1 per inning. 1 each per inning.
All right.
Do you think you could do it?
I can do the 9 beer easily. Might do that before 3 or 4 innings. But the hot dog's going to be a problem.
That's a lot of dogs.
I don't eat that many hot dogs. And that much bread, no, I don't like that. And, after you eat all that, bro, you're going to have a hell of a session. I'm going to leave it at that.
So, listen, it's well documented. I'm not the biggest eater.
You probably eat 2 hot dogs. You won't drink all 9 beer.
No.
and you'll be ready to go after the 4th inning.
Oh, yeah. I got no shot at this.
I will do the 9 beer easily. You've seen me bang beer.
Yeah.
And I make it. I'll do 5 of them easily, but then I won't want the other 4.
Here's the thing for you. You are such a competitor. If there was an incentive or a wager or something,
if they had some money on it, I'll do it easily.
Right.
Because I know when I went to El Paso, we went to this restaurant. If you finish this big old steak and the potato and all, I was at that point, I was in college. See, I was 192 pounds, 188 pounds. And they're like, nobody has ever done it. I'm like, oh, man, I kill that. And I destroyed the steak. I normally don't eat the fat off a steak.
Right.
I eat everything except the bone. And I sat there like, what y'all going to do? And my name was on the list for a long time.
That's awesome. The
because,
old 96er.
come on, dog. That's easy for a young football player in college.
Yeah.
Man, you burn the calories out here. That's easy.
Right. Brian could complete it. Probably wouldn't unless incentivized.
Those hot dogs would be hard, bro.
I legit could not complete it. I don't know the last time I've drank 9 beers. I mean, I've done that, certainly. I'm not trying to pretend or be Pollyanna here.
I think it's easy because
9 beers over, if I'm playing golf.
And what size are these? 12 ounce?
So I think they're like 8 ounces.
8 ounce?
I think they're about like 8 ounce beers. They're mini beers. It's not full like 12 ounce beers.
Like I sat there last night.
What is the volume of beer? 9 8-ounce beers, 72 ounces of beer?
Yeah, that's easy. I went there.
Is that how much beer is in one of those beer towers?
Well, that's a lot.
That's a good amount.
But, so I went to Chow last night, and I sat there, and I drank 5 beer in a matter of an hour and something. It's just lighter. They're going down. But like an 8 ounce beer, that's like 2 swallows. And with Mitch, that's
Tischler could do this no problem.
Yeah.
Tischler could do this. That dude could drink.
He would eat all the dogs and then say, "I have to drink the beer to make it go down."
Yeah, I couldn't do the beer.
You think you could eat 9 glizzies, Jeff?
I can do that before I
he can eat 9
before I drink. Before,
He's a glizzy gobbler.
no. Beer makes me too full already.
Yeah.
Like I chugged the beer.
You might need some beer now, Jeff. You starting to look.
I chugged the beer at the Commanders game, and it immediately came back up.
Jeff, I'm worried about you, dog.
Yeah, man, you're getting weak,
bro.
Stuff is happening to you.
This the thing, bro. Like everybody keeps
What's
saying,
Smoot call him? Ozempic Jenkins?
Yeah, you got. Everybody keeps saying you got to eat so much protein. You got to eat a lot of food. I can't do that no more now. Every one meal, I be stuffed. It's just hard.
Stallion 999. Could you do it?
We don't get you right.
I think I could do it. Like, here's the thing that's kind of tough
We
about
know
it.
when we first met you, you could have eaten
Oh,
that easy.
I know. So here's the thing, though, is that you have to space it out. Like, a lot of people will try to just eat a bunch of hot dogs all at once. And the point of the game is you have to do 1 beer and 1 hot dog per inning. Not 2, not try to space it out. And so I think that's the tough part because over time, I'm going to get drunker, I'm going to get fuller, and then I'm just going to get sick to my stomach.
Yeah, dude. 9 hot dogs, 9 beers is trouble. White Brian has had, 15 hot dogs one day? White Brian, I think you could do this no problem.
I've done it twice.
You've done 999 twice?
Yeah, on opening day in college.
Were you, at like an Auburn game? Do they sell beer at Auburn games?
No, just watching on TV.
What size beer was it? Oh, he's doing it at home.
Oh, jeez.
That don't count.
You're a lunatic.
but Brian, how
White
big
Brian
was
is
the beer?
a low-key nut.
How big was the beer?
Normal size, 12 ounce.
12 ounce. See, like if it's 8 ounce beer, that's easy. That's simple.
I still don't think I can do it. Do you think I can do it? 8 ounce beers?
JP, when you get the going with the drinking, you can do it.
I could probably do 9 8-ounce vodkas.
No, you could do 9 8-ounce beers. You just
I get so stuffed.
You won't do the what's it called?
If
The
I
hot dogs.
Here's what I can tell you. The time of my life where I could put down 9 beers, no problem. There was also a pack of Parliament Lights in my pocket. So if I'm drinking 9 beers, it might bring back some old habits that we don't need.
Nah, you don't need to do all that.
Does Deb from the chat want to ask a question? Is that what's going on here?
No,
Or is
so
she just harassing you.
No. So it turns out that she was asking me who Bob was, and I'm like, I don't know who Bob is. Like, who is that? And she was like, well, a friend named Bob ate all of my nachos. So we're trying to
Biaggi?
Let's see.
Hold on.
Let's see.
It must have been Bob Biaggi. Bob Biaggi just ate all your nachos, Deb?
I left.
That's incredible.
Whose friend is this?
It's my friend. He's a dear friend of the program.
Yeah.
Here's what I think should
You
happen.
should ask him to let you get a car.
Yeah, Bob runs the Chevy dealer just over the bridge. In
Yeah, you can get a
Alexandria.
car for a week.
I think you
I
should get
need
a
a
free
Tahoe
car.
for a week.
Yeah.
A loaded Tahoe at that.
I'm guessing Biaggi's in the car listening right now. Biaggi, you owe Deb from the chat a week of a Tahoe.
car, man. Come on, dog.
Do
Eat
the
all
right
the
thing.
nachos and left.
Eating just a straight up nacho thief. I never would have projected Biaggi to be a nacho thief.
Yeah.
A
You learned
nacho
something
He
right
slammed the
now.
nachos and left.
I'm out. See y'all later.
Deb, could you do the 999 challenge?
I don't know what that is.
You have to drink 9 beers and eat 9 hot dogs
No.
in a baseball game.
In 9 innings.
No.
Which part would you have more trouble with?
All of it.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up, Deb. Let's get Deb some more nachos, Biaggi, you thief. I also want to shout out my friend Lee over at Riverbend. I think Lee might be hooking the boys up with some Grayson gear. I'm a large. You are a
XL, baby.
Yeah, man. And I love the. Is it a squirrel or a fox on that logo? We want the fox logo.
I'm a large too.
Jeff's a large. Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, but you gotta be a golfer.
Jeff, the way you're going, you're about to be a medium, dog. You're shrinking.
I am a golfer, B. Mitch. I'm just not a good
He's gonna
golfer.
be a smedium.
Riverbend, Jeff, sorry, buddy. That's another one of these courses that we can't take you to. you got to be able to break 100, dog. You got to be able
I'm
to break
breaking
100.
100 this year.
I hope so.
Hey,
Jeff, I hope I am the way I'm going.
Then you gotta play the back nine.
All right, it's B. Mitch and Finley live from MGM National Harbor Tap Sports Bar. We're about to shut things down, but Grant and Danny going to keep the party going all afternoon. If you want to come on out, it's a good time here. We got some games headed towards a finish. Kentucky-Santa Clara is a good basketball game. Nobody go anywhere.
I
One
think Jeff
more
crazy.
time, we're gonna celebrate.
Jeff don't know all you got to do is look at
all
this thing
right.
and Sears.
I mean,
Damn. I got my first.
I couldn't see y'all.
My first donation, Jay.
give everybody
Double
the link.
Double A gave me. I got to give you. I got to send a link to people. I'll post it. But Anthony Armstrong.
Oh, that's cool. He's a good
Came
dude,
through.
man. That's a good man.
110-mile ride, May 15th to the 17th, going from Crystal City to Gettysburg with these military folks, some Windy
You talked
Warriors.
about this one. It means a lot to you.
Yeah,
That's cool.
So,
I
get
will.
ready.
I will give you and bees each $100.
and I need somebody to
will not
come ride
the
with
bike.
me. If any riders out there want to ride with us, drop me a note.
Stallion, get on a bike, dude. Make it happen.
I know.
Let's do it.
Well, we could do it. 110 miles. That's it.
Yeah, Stallion.
Can we share a quick story about the Stallion earlier?
Yeah.
So those watching a Monumental, Stallion's wearing a nice Booth Bay Harbor, Maine jacket. It's black and white stripes. And earlier, Stallion spilled a bunch of like
Isn't that
mayonnaise
blue?
on it or
It
something.
was ranch.
Stallion was just covered in white sauce, Jeff. I just thought you'd want to know that.
Yo.
Accurate, right? I'm just.
I mean, it's you're reporting it.
I'm reporting the facts. That's all. There's
And
no
you know,
chance that's
JP
happening.
don't normally report stuff if it's not real.
I report facts, sir.
And that was facts.
That was facts.
And didn't I mention that earlier?
Yeah.
I said he was used to stuff.
Oh, speaking of stuff, my sister texted me. Shout out to Bonnie, listening somewhere, or maybe watching, I guess. Bonnie wanted your opinion on something.
Really?
She texted me. There is a bar in Cardiff Beach, California, that has mimosas in a big mason jar. So they are big mimosas to make them manly. How do you feel about a man-mosa?
Bonnie, it's still a damn mimosa. So unless they add some bourbon or vodka to it or tequila, it's a mimosa.
I wish I could remember. My boy Jamie, when we're playing golf early in the morning, gets some drink that's called like a beer-a-rita, where he gets like a beer.
Margarita with beer in it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I couldn't be more out on that.
I tried one of those. That messed my stomach up.
Yeah, dude, that is too much competing action.
You know, it got a lot of dudes, they were trying to figure it out. Yo, man, try the Kir Royale. All that is what is the
it's
red
just champagne
stuff
with some
yeah
cassis in it, right?
with a little red juice.
Yeah,
in it. Yeah. Nah, dog. Let your wife drink that. Grab you a damn bourbon or Manhattan or something.
What's that bottle of Weller's situation?
Well, 12.
Yeah,
It's at the crib, brother.
that's a good
Yeah.
bottle. It was a fun show today. Grant and Danny coming on next. I think they got a lot of good action coming. This Santa Clara, Kentucky game looks like it's going to go down to the wire. Looks like Arizona just tipped off against, who are they playing? Long Island? LIU? Is that who that is?
Yeah, I believe so.
As we
You ever know that Stallion just agreed to everything you say and don't have a clue?
It is Long Island.
It's Long Island, though. Jeff said it.
Used to be LIU Brooklyn, and they merged, so now they're just Long Island.
Dude, I heard Villanova just like took over a college. I heard there's some little Catholic school in Philly.
St. Joseph?
No, St. Joseph's bigger, like Cabrini or something. And Villanova just
Never
like
heard of it,
absorbed
no.
them. Like
I heard of Cabrini Green.
that's Brooklyn, right?
No,
Or
that
that's
was
Chicago.
that was in Chicago, bro.
That's not a nice place to live, is
It
my
was not.
understanding. Yeah.
My cousin used to live there. Yep.
Joey had a question for you that I'll actually read.
What's the question, Joey?
If you didn't go pro in football, what sport do you think you could have gone pro in?
Baseball.
You got to take that dip out, though. That's one of my favorite stories when you started chewing
Oh yeah,
tobacco.
but
and hit
I
four
learned
straight
in the
batters.
ninth grade not to dip
Because you hit four straight batters.
I was supposed to be throwing curves, but I was holding it like a fastball, and I hit 3 batters in a row. They kicked me out the game.
What was your best facet in baseball? Pitching, fielding, hitting?
I was a pitcher and center fielder.
How'd you hit?
I hit well.
I bet you were pretty quick on the base pass.
Like whenever I bunt, I was at the left-handed position. I bunt down the left third base line. They couldn't get me in high school.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a pretty.
I played baseball in the 9th grade. I was on the varsity team, and for some reason, the coach one day tried me in football practice, the head baseball coach, and he called me a word. He touched me, and I punched him in the face. So I didn't play baseball anymore.
You punched the baseball coach in the face?
In the 9th grade.
Did you get him?
Oh, I got him. My brother had beat him up like 2 years prior. So I guess that animosity came out on me because he was a defensive back coach, and he was like telling me hit the pad, but the head coach had told me I had a bruised shoulder, and I'm the quarterback. Don't hit the pad. And he decided he gonna just go off, and I'm like, coach told me don't hit the pad, so I'm not hitting the pad. And he got in my face, and I'm like, look, man. And
You're what, 14 years old?
Yeah, but my daddy raised me to give respect where respect is given, and he said it the wrong word.
What word? Like a racial word?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I punched him in his damn face.
Was he a white dude?
Yeah.
Can't say that word.
Same coach was on the.
Did he try to fight back, or did you just stick
he
him
got
and he
hit
went
and
down?
everybody pulled me back and stuff. But when I got to the pros and I gave money for the school to get the wood floor, he was on the school board, and I was like, I need an apology from him first, though.
Did he do it?
We got that. Yeah.
He should.
But listen, man. People may think a lot of my stories are odd or a little bit far-fetched. I punched him in his damn face.
Brian, I know you well. I don't think that's odd or far-fetched. I think that exact thing happened.
Who got to wear the hot dog hat?
Yeah, who's got to wear the hot dog hat, White Brian?
B-Mitch does.
Who does?
All right. On Monday will be the first time the person that had the worst performance of the previous week in Heard It Here First has to wear a hot dog hat. White Brian, who's wearing the hot dog hat?
B-Mitch, don't punch me in the face, but you got to wear the hot dog hat.
Oh, that's so good.
I lost last night.
That's so good. Has anybody ordered the hot dog hat?
I have ordered the hot dog
I'll
hat.
pay you for it. I just want.
If it's not here Monday, I ain't wearing it.
All right, hot dog hat
If
on
it-
Monday.
if it's
Let's
not
go.
here on Monday,
we
I
got to
don't
go.
have to
Great
wear it.
Danny next.
Peace.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. We've got all kinds of games going on right now. Santa Clara up 64-63 with 5:44 left to go over Kentucky. Texas Tech is still up on Akron 50-43. You've got the Battle of the Iced Tea here. Arizona up 29-18 over Long Island. And just tipped off, you have Virginia up 5-2 on Wright State. And of course, at 3 p.m., you have Maryland women's basketball. They'll be tipping off 3 p.m. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good Friday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny out and about at Tap Sports Bar, the MGM National Harbor, live on the Fan. We're with you until 6:30 this evening. We'll take you up to the start of Hockey Night in Washington, D.C. on an NCAA Tournament Friday, Day 2. What an incredible first batch of games yesterday. Another 16 lined up today, Danny. Doesn't get a whole lot better than being in the bar. Vibes are high, drinks are flowing, and bets are being hit.
Let that tournament wash all over you. Let it provide. It's the best. Every year it's the best. Every year, if there's a blowout or two, fear not, we got a game going to overtime in about 2 minutes. If there's one game that's a woodshed game, see St. Louis, by the way, put some respect on the A-10's name, VCU, W. St. Louis, W, in decisive fashion over Georgia. Fear not, there's another great game right around the bend. It's the greatest thing we've got. Every single year, it just provides dramatics, excellence, high-level stuff, crazy plays, mistakes, things that we'll remember forever, but that only last for like 10 minutes until the next one. I love it so much, man.
We'll keep you abreast of everything going on with the locals all day long as well, including the University of Virginia in action today, 11-10 leaders over Wright State, as that game is midway through half number 1 at this point. So there's no reason to navigate away. We're not going to sit here and do play-by-play of every single game. There's some you care more about than others. But as important things are happening, we'll break them down. We'll get you the details. But it is just the perfect day to hang out. It's beautiful outside. We got the patio. You can outside access with an outdoor bar and TVs here at Tap Sports Bar as well. So if you are in the area near National Harbor, you really should come over and hang with us until 6:30 over these next 4.5 hours. Second of 2 opportunities to kick it and watch the tournament into the weekend. This is what everyone's going to be doing anyway, so why not just make it a 3-day weekend?
Come on out, hang out, eat the foodstuffs, and party with your pals. You can hear in the background, we're clearly out and about, right? This isn't subtle. You've got a bunch of people hanging out at the bar, hanging out at tables, eating delicious foods, watching, I don't know, how many TVs in here, 100? 150? I don't know. I lost count every time I try to get up there. You got quad boxes going. Everything is on, and everything should be on. And I'm watching plates of nachos go past, brisket sandwiches or barbecue sandwiches, onion rings, desserts. You had a cookie skillet yesterday that I'm still jealous of that I'm thinking about. You ate it all during one commercial break. It was one of the great fast eating performances I've ever seen in my life. Again, I love it here. I love it.
I'm still feeling that cookie skillet, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Like, there was no dinner last night because of that cookie skillet. But, man, was it delicious. Very hot. The ice cream on top, the juxtaposition of the melting vanilla ice cream on the crispy chocolate chip cookie. Absolutely amazing. But, Danny, the tourney today, storylines abound. Excited to get the action started. I don't know if you stopped by the sports book, but I saw there was a line to put bets in.
The former Northerly Q, gents.
It does feel like, at least in the restaurant, energy way, way higher today. I think yesterday was like everybody's opportunity to start easing in. Today, you jump into the deep end.
Yeah, we talked to our pal, shout out Deb from the chat, who's right over here. I was saying, thank you for being here, but, like, what's your plan? What are you doing here? She goes, I took off work. You know what I mean? It was like I'm not going to work today. I think a lot of people are doing that. They either knocked off early or are, technically in office or put their, they blocked off part of their calendar, whatever. The place is jumping, dude. It's it is reflective of the fact that it's a gorgeous day out and it's tourney time.
Let's get to some breaking news, though, right off the top, something that I certainly did not see coming. This is out of West Palm Beach and National Spring Training. We'll go to Toby, who's in studio with the latest.
The Nationals making several roster moves, including a shocker. Dylan Cruz has been optioned to AAA to start the season. Again, Dylan Cruz, Jackson Rutledge, both optioned to AAA. But a bit of a shocker as Dylan Cruz will not start the season on the opening day roster. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on The Fan.
Thank you, Toby. So let's just tackle this for a second before we get back into the tourney and some of the other news of the day. Dylan Cruz was the number 2 overall pick for the Washington Nationals in the old regime back in 2023. Dylan Cruz is considered the face of the franchise moving forward with James Wood. He was a can't-miss, best player in college baseball, should go number 1 according to everybody going into his draft class season, and was only surpassed by Paul Skeens type prospect. And by the way, I did that draft for MLB Network Radio. I was sitting there in Seattle at the 40-yard line of the Seahawks Stadium when they called Paul Skeens' name first. And I'm sitting there doing that show with 2 general managers, formerly in baseball, and they're screaming at each other about who should go 1-1. You can't take the arm over the bat. Skeens is going to be special, but Cruz is bat to ball, can't miss, had gotten on base in all 51 games that year at LSU, is going to play center field, is going to hit for power. He was considered one of the really elite offensive talents coming out of college in years. But since being drafted, he has not really dominated at any level since Fredericksburg in single A. And I would say he hasn't even hit at a high level, forget dominated, double A and higher. In the big leagues, when he debuted in 2024, he hit 218. Last year, he hit 208. And Danny, while he's an exceptional defensive player, he's a brilliant base runner.
He's a winning player.
It wins, and every time you watch him, he impresses you with some little subtlety of his game. And I don't just say that to put him over. I mean, that really is the type of championship-level athlete that he is. Dylan Cruz is also a guy who is going to need to hit some, and he hasn't yet. But to send him to AAA is stunning for this developing, rebuilding young team where you would think getting him at bats is kind of the chief priority.
I am shocked by this. It's very rare, I think, these days in sports that something comes out of, forgive the parlance here, out of left field. I did not see this coming. If you'd asked me, place all the money that you'll ever earn on one outcome, I would have said, oh, yeah, he's in the major leagues. He'd probably hit in the bottom of the order for a while until maybe he figures it out. Then he'll be just sitting there in the second spot.
Well, let me say this real quick. If I would have found out on opening day he was hitting 7th or 8th, that would have been flooring. That would have been stunning. To me, he's in the lineup, and the question is he hitting 2nd or 3rd while playing right field?
Yeah.
The fact that he was sent to the minor leagues is stop you in your tracks crazy.
I cannot believe that. And now someone will be listening, and they'll go, you mean the guy that hit 214 last year?
Right.
Or, the dude that doesn't have – it's that guy. Because they're not going anywhere this year. And him going down to AAA tells me a lot of things. It's that they don't want to squander professional at-bats or big league at-bats on him right now when they think it could be someone else. They need him to go retool or do some kind of mechanic. I mean, that's what it says to me. It's something is going on. So nice of you. Thank you. I'd like to unpack an artichoke dip.
Forgive the technical difficulties. We're back live at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. We are on the air with you until 6:30 today on Grant and Danny. And the breaking news from West Palm Beach and Nats spring training is that Dylan Cruz has been sent to the minor leagues. Danny, he has played in now 116 career games. He's got about 454 career plate appearances, and he's just a .211 career hitter. Now, batting average is not as important as it once was, but the slug, the extra base hits, those things haven't been where they're supposed to be. His OPS went from 641 his first year to 631 last year, which is 100 points below just what would be kind of acceptable, reasonable. And if you look at his Ops Plus, where 100 is league average, he was 81 year one, which is 19% below league average. And then this past year's down to 79 Ops Plus. So he was 21% below league average last season. This is a guy that's just got to give you more on offense. But what's fascinating is this group, it's the first time they've gotten their hands on him. They didn't draft him. They didn't develop him. And they clearly think he was rushed, that, as you said, he needs to go back and work in the minor leagues. But this is the Paul Taboni-led, Ani Kalambi GM, this front office saying he's got to go work with nobody watching him at Rochester.
Yeah, again, a major development in that regard, right? It's not just a, hey, you haven't gotten a lot of base hits this spring. A lot of guys haven't. Their spring stats all around for some of their stars are not, awe-inspiring, right? But it's we're watching you every day in the cage. We're watching you every day, go through your at-bats and go through your approach, et cetera, and it's not clicking. It's not working. And it's not one of those, the results haven't been great. To me, it's more process-oriented, which these guys are, right? They're thinking in three-dimensional chess in terms of, we want your, I'm just making this up, we want your hands in a certain spot and they're not getting there. We want your bat path to look a certain way and it's not.
Well, we were just in West Palm. Yeah. He was struggling offensively immensely. Now, the numbers will show you that. Yeah, he wasn't hitting at all.
And it's easy to say.
But the quality of the bats wasn't great. The contact wasn't loud.
And it didn't look right. And I hate to say that in such a blanket kind of way, but it didn't look right. It looked like a guy that was fighting it. It looked like a guy that was going, okay, I need to do this and then this and then this. It's too hard to have any kind of process other than this 97-mile-an-hour orb that's moving more than it ever has in the history of the game is coming in right now, and if you're fighting yourself, you got no chance. And that's what it felt like to me. It felt like a guy that was behind everything that was hard, in front of everything that was soft, didn't look like a strong offensive piece, and was really, really struggling. But still, I thought, no problem. He'll be in the show. He'll figure it out at some point. That's not happening right now. I wonder what the timeline is now.
Pretty stunning. I don't think this changes anything about probably how they feel long-term about Dylan Cruz, but let's face it. I mean, on this team right now, if you're looking for legitimate building blocks, first division, championship-level pieces, the expectation is that James Wood will be the face of the franchise. Dylan Cruz was supposed to be that guy with him. He was supposed to be the Robin to the Batman, and here you are on opening day. You're supposed to be going to the ballpark to see these guys, and you're only going to see one of them.
You see one of them.
Pretty amazing.
He's we talked about this with it was the then Redskins, then WFT, and the stupid name now, where you're going, who's the guy you print on the season tickets? Who's the guy that's on the brochure on the game program? Dylan Cruz is one of their handful of guys. When you go to Nats Park, it's still a lot of the longtime great players. It's the sort of the wall of fame. You can see Max Scherzer's two different colored eyes, or Steven Strasburg, or Ryan Zimmerman, whomever. One of the guys that you'd put up on a mural up there is Dylan Cruz, and he'll be in AAA to start the season. Unbelievable.
We're live at MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. Speaking of unbelievable, you may have just heard the reaction behind us. So in what has been an incredible finish here, Kentucky fell down 3 points on a three-pointer. They then get the ball back. Santa Clara had taken a 3-point lead with about 7 seconds to go. Kentucky runs across the timeline, pulls up just across half court, and with a hand in his face, dude banks in a triple off the glass for a backboard game-tying three-pointer to go to overtime at the Horn. Both of those 2 3-pointers led to the entire bar erupting. That was 2
within 5 seconds
of the maddest shots we've seen in March Madness.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tournament. Just allow it to provide. Let it wash over you. Bask in it, please. It's the greatest thing in the world. That was incredible.
The kids, though, now having to respond. I mean, you hit that shot, and you could see it. Everyone's kind of celebrating, hopping around, high-fiving. You got coaches screaming, we're not done yet, we're not done yet, D up. But then for Kentucky to come back and make the shot when you think you've lost, now you're Santa Clara, you got to go back to the drawing board for overtime. You were already counting this as the 10 beating the 7. Kentucky, the 7 seed, forcing an extra session.
Living to fight for another minute or two. Unbelievable. What an absolute barn burner. What a moment. But, yeah, you're right. It's the resiliency now. That's the next factor.
Do you know who hit that shot?
No.
That's Atega Owe. That's Dafe
Owe's
brother. Just hit the three-pointer.
Sorry about it.
New Commander's edge. Dafe Owe's got to be somewhere high-fiving strangers and throwing a drink back right now. Too bad he's not out here with us at MGM National Harbor.
That ain't too shabby. That's neat. What a moment. God, I love sports. I love the tournament. That's, Santa Clara, a couple different times had a chance to go up by not double digits, but 2 scores. Failed. Kentucky, resilient as always. It gets a bucket to tie it. Huge clutch shot from Santa Clara from the wing with about 4 seconds left. It goes through the hoop. Sprint up court. No timeout. Always a big decision for a coach in that moment. You get the just crossed half court banked in 3, just like you draw it up.
On Dylan Cruz getting sent to the minor leagues, the breaking news from the Nationals, they put this out, press release today. One other thought I've got is the development of Dalen Lyle, who kind of leapfrogged him last year as the National League Player of the Month in September, was incredible.
Yep.
He's obviously going to start in a corner. And on the other side, you've got James Wood starting, whether it's left, right. Those two are interchangeable in the corner outfield spots based on the spring training lineups. My point all along was Dylan Cruz in center field makes the most sense because if you're only hitting 230, you can still be an all-star caliber player if you're running into enough extra base hits, playing premium defense, running the bases and stealing 35 bags. Then it doesn't really matter if you're a little below what is now a 240 league batting average.
Yep.
Who cares? Batting average less important than ever. But they haven't had him in center field very much. They have been playing Jacob Young there. So I would think their everyday outfield initially would be Jacob Young in center with Lyle and Wood in the corners. But they also sent Robert Hassel down.
Yes.
So it's not like Hassel, who's the other of one of their really good prospects, is the beneficiary and gets to start with Lyle and Wood. They're actually choosing the more veteran, offensively challenged, 26-year-old, former 7th-round pick, Jacob Young, and maybe going very defense first. The problem with the logic is that Dylan Cruz is actually a terrific defensive player,
yes,
particularly in right where he's better than either Wood or Lyle. But I would think that means a lot of Wood in left, I would put Lyle there, Young in center, and then Lyle in right, I would put Wood there. And that's your 3 outfielders. Off the bench, you'd have Joey Weimer, and who would be the 5th outfielder then? I mean, they basically sent everyone else down. Could Robert Hassel be on the opening day roster, bringing him back up, something like that, or do you just keep 4 outfielders and maybe an extra infielder?
I wonder if you keep. I haven't thought of that specifically. Again, I had not considered that possibility at all when I'm doing every spring training roster look. Maybe do you keep a Nunez in emergency, right? It's a Swiss Army knife. He could do it. That's your quote-unquote 5th outfielder, right? He's done it a little bit, not much.
I mean, he's going to be playing a lot of second, filling in at short. He played outfield in a pinch at the end of last year, but that's not really.
That's not what you want to major
where
in.
you'd want him.
No,
because the backup center fielders to Jacob Young were Robert Hassel and Dylan Cruz, who are now down.
Yeah, and so it was interesting though. There was a lot interesting about it, but Jacob Young was slow to get started here with a lingering injury, and they were taking their time and working him back, and we sort of thought he might be the odd man out. Nope. I guess they saw enough in that regard, right? Where he's your opening day center fielder.
They claimed Joey Weimer off waivers from the Milwaukee and a couple other organizations. Obviously, he's going to be on the roster. We knew that already. Mm-hmm. But he could play all 3 spots. I wonder if you don't see him once or twice a week in center field. But it's just more eggs in the Jacob Young basket to start the season than I thought.
Yes.
Makes you think, and this shouldn't be that big of a surprise with an analytical organization. Maybe you really prioritize defense. And so maybe you do see Nunez at second base a bunch, meaning Luis Garcia doesn't play second and moves to first.
Plays more first.
Which is going to be against right-handers, his primary position this year anyway. But I would kind of like the defense up the middle thing. I'm stunned. Dylan Cruz to the minor leagues. I don't think this is a death sentence where you send him down and he's buried there for the duration of the year, probably a couple weeks to try to get his bat going. They might feel like he's just not ready to break camp. Like, if we started him right now on opening day, he's going to go 2 for his first 16, and now you're chasing your tail all season. I don't want him looking up at the scoreboard, seeing 217 again. Let's get him going in the minors. Let's get him seeing the ball well, and then call him up and let him have his first really nice stretch in the majors.
It would certainly make sense, but, I mean, here's the thing. The makeup of that guy is off the charts, right? I mean, this is a dude that even while he's wallowing last year offensively, is still making that great defensive play, still backing up the base, still stealing a bag, still going first to third because of a great read, still scoring on on a ball that's sort of sharply hit to the infield, but he reads it really well and making some of those winning baseball plays, right? I mean, that's who he is. So to me, he's the kind of guy where I would go, he can deal with some of the adversity and failure that's inevitable in this game. He could struggle at the major league level and still come out on the other side because he's got such strong core belief in himself. This to me is like beyond that, right? Where you're going, we don't. Not only are we worried that he might not be able to handle this failure, but they're just not seeing the implementation of some of their things that they're trying to get him to do. It's hard to interpret another way.
Nats fans, your reaction to stunning news today. Dylan Cruz sent to the minor leagues to begin the 2026 season, opening day just 6 days away. You can call us now at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. We are out and about at MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar watching the tournament. Kentucky and Santa Clara are in overtime right now in the first game of the day. 5-seed Texas Tech leads Akron 66-60. The first-seeded Arizona Wildcats, who I've got winning it all, making quick work of Long Island right now. They're up 26 in the first half, 51-25. The University of Virginia so far in a 3-14 game has their hands full with Wright State. That is a 2-point game with 6 minutes to go in the first half. As you'd expect, semi-low scoring, 26-24 with Virginia involved there. More of all of the tournament action as we continue on Grant and Danny.
Crazy day of the second day of March Madness. Kentucky has a 4-point lead in overtime over Santa Clara in the 7-10 matchup, 83-79. With 2.4 seconds left, Santa Clara knocked down a three. Then Otega Oweh, the brother of the new Commanders defensive end Adafe Oweh, banked in a three from half court at the buzzer to send the game to overtime. Again, Kentucky with a 4-point lead with just over 30 seconds to go in the overtime period. Other games going on right now. 5-12 matchup, Texas Tech and Akron. The Texas Tech Raiders have a 69-62 lead, 7-12 left to go in the second half of that one. Virginia taking on Wright State. The Cavaliers are trailing by 2, 34-32, about 3.5 minutes to go in the first half of that one. Halftime for top seed Arizona as they take on Long Island University. They're up 53-29 at the halftime break. Big news today in baseball for the Nationals, making some roster moves. Jackson Rutledge has been optioned to AAA, but the notable one, Dylan Cruz, the number 2 overall pick from just a couple of seasons ago, will not start the season on the opening day roster. He has been optioned to AAA Rochester as well. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Out and about at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor, watching college hoops with listeners. All of our college basketball talk on The Fan is presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We're reacting to big news of the day in DC sports. Dylan Cruz sent to the minor leagues, the number 2 overall pick in 2023, who flew to the major leagues. You could say at this point, hindsight having become wisdom maybe, Danny, was rushed to the major leagues because he didn't really dominate at all or hit that much in AA. And quick cup of coffee level above that, and then he was up to the major leagues. But I would imagine, I was just doing a deeper dive into the outfield structure. One guy who hit a lot while we were at spring training and looked like a good little player, but I remember saying on the air, there's just not a spot for him, Christian Franklin.
Yeah.
The undersized outfielder, came over from the Cubs last year. He's like 25, about to be 26. He's a decent little prospect, considered just around top 15 or so in the system probably. Came over in the Michael Soroka deal. He's an athlete. He can play defense. He can run. He can hit a little bit. Not going to have much power. But he was actually the most productive outfielder while we were at spring training with Dalen Lyle. And it just felt like because you have Cruz and Wood and Jacob Young and others, he's probably going to the minor leagues. But if this is a meritocracy and this is a new regime, I mean, this is not something I promise you that Mike Rizzo and his group would have done with their number 2 pick, then maybe they go, you know what, Franklin's been our best player in camp. Dylan Cruz has options. This is an opportunity to send a message.
And that may be what it is, right? Because that's what you're trying to do, is trying to implement cultural changes. There's been a lot of complacency here, right? I mean, think of you and I both love Davey Martinez. Personally, was great to us. But there were hallmarks that were not good of his time as manager. The same base running gaps, the same missing cutoff men, the same sort of controllable dunderheaded kind of plays where you're going, it's exhausting watching that. I understand it's hard to play Major League Baseball. It's hard to hit 99, and it's hard to do a lot of these things. The stuff that's easy to do, they weren't doing consistently, right? Watching the same guys make the same kind of mistakes. So you're trying to instill this, as you said, meritocracy. Maybe there's something to that, right? Where a guy has done everything you've asked him to do in Franklin, and maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's the solution. Maybe that's kind of the rationale, where you got a guy with options who needs work. You go get him the work, and you say, this guy did what he was supposed to do. Now we can sort of reward that, because, again, there's nothing really lost at this stage.
I do wonder, you talk about what's lost at this stage, how, if at all, this affects a relationship that's being built between Dylan Cruz and the new group. This is a ballsy decision. I mean, I'm stunned as we sit here that they did this. Like, I could count on one hand the number of times something in DC sports has floored me to this extent while we've been on the air live as a show dating back to 2014. Like, that's how crazy this is to me. And I don't even completely disagree with it. I'm not even saying it was the wrong decision or a bad decision. It's just not a decision that you see. Like, it takes stones to do this. By the way, Joey Wiemer is going to make the Major League roster over Dylan Cruz. Like, that is a guy that is a, no disrespect to him, but a take it or leave it, he might not be here in a month type of player. Like, he's the guy you're keeping.
He's in the Nick Senzel tier.
Correct.
You know,
over a Dylan Cruz. Now, Cruz's development is way more important, and it's pretty obvious how they're thinking right now. You know, they're thinking, look, it's been a really brutal spring. He needs time. He needs space to work on things without any kind of urgency. The pressure that comes at the major league level with everybody watching him. So you get to kind of go work in anonymity and get better, which I totally understand. But the relationship part of it, you've been a player at the collegiate level. I think that guys like sometimes being coached hard. I think that guys really enjoy that hands-on approach or being challenged. I wonder about this, though, because if you're Dylan Crews, there's two ways to look at this. One of them is, all right, they're challenging me. This is embarrassing. I feel like this is a direct shot, but I'm going to go down and work my butt off. The other is you could take it like a slap in the face a little bit, too. Number 2 picks, multiple years of experience. You just don't see this very often.
And he was over in that. It sounds trivial to some, but when you walked in that locker room last year in spring training, there was a bunch of kids who were 22 years old and under, kind of sitting right up front so that they had to sort of deal with everybody that would come in, every media member, hey, you got your time. It's time to sign the baseballs, or it's time to sign the ball caps, and it's time to be needed, and whatever. They moved to that veterans corner. C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Dylan Crews is over there. Dalen Lyles over there now. It's kind of like the new guys in charge, kind of the new sheriffs in town. And that was a corner that was reserved for Ryan Zimmerman, Howie Kendrick, Adam Eaton, so the old veterans from before. And you don't think guys from that group are getting plucked out and sent down to the minors. It's the guys from the Andrew Pinckney, Trey Lipscomb kind of tier that were right there up front when we first got there. Then by the week's end, they had been sent down just because that's how roster construction works. But very, very surprising to me, given everything that we saw kind of leading up to it.
Well, think about what that really means in the larger sense. Grant and Danny, MGM National Harbor, Tap Sports Bar, watching all the collegiate games here, NCAA tournament. Adafe Owe's brother, by the way, Otega, just dropped a 30 in an overtime win, including a 3-pointer to send his team to OT, doing an awesome post-game interview right now, cutting a promo, as Kentucky is the first winner of the day, so you can put them in Sharpie on your bracket. But when you're in that area of the clubhouse, you're saying, well, that's where the veterans are. That's where the leaders of the team are. That's really what that means. We kept asking people at spring training, one of my big questions when we went down there, you didn't go get veterans. You didn't pay the $2 million, $3 million for the 1-year deal for a guy to come in here who you might be able to flip that $2 million you're spending basically just for a minor leaguer in a trade or something. How are you going to run the clubhouse? How are you going to get to a point where when someone doesn't run out the ground ball, someone kind of grabs them by the collar when you don't have veterans? And one of the names that kept coming up was, we got Dylan Crews. Like, you don't think of him as a veteran, you don't think of him as a guy that's arrived, but he can run a clubhouse. He's that type of makeup, that type of character guy.
He's a lead-by-example guy. He's not a yeller, but he's a dude that you're going to watch. If you watched every day, you'd go, I get it.
But now,
that's a grinder.
He's leading by example in Rochester. Yeah. I mean, he's grabbing Red Wings by the collar, right? So if that was part of the logic that, like, he's this great leader, now they're going to implement Blake Butera and company, how they operate, what it means to be a national, and then James Wood and the other key players like Dalen Lyle on the team are going to have to act accordingly, and kind of, all of them will have to police themselves. But the original idea was that Dylan Crews was going to be kind of the guy that ran this clubhouse. And you can kind of see that, the way he moves around and operates. He's a little bit of the son of the solar system right now. Mm-hmm. And he gets sent down.
He got sent down.
I'm baffled. But again, now, I don't want people to hear that and think I disagree.
That's what I was going to ask. Do you disagree?
Not at all. But I would not have had the balls to do it. I wouldn't have sent him down.
Let's say I want to play that out. Let's say there's no, how do I put this? Like, not that there are repercussions, right? Because they have to live in their own decision making. But let's say that wouldn't reverberate around baseball, like on a binary in a vacuum. Would you go, yeah, I get that. Send him right down to the minor leagues. And you because when that happens, it's on MLB Network. It's every analyst is going to have an opinion. Everyone's going to yell at you.
This will be the biggest story in baseball.
It's the biggest story in baseball. If that didn't matter and that wasn't the case, on a binary, is that the right call or not?
So the part I care about, I'm going to answer that in a second. The part I care about sending him down is not that it's the biggest story in baseball. It's the relationship I'm trying to build and develop with him. And does that get hindered in some significant way? I don't think irreparably, but does he take poorly enough to it that if I'm Taboni or one of the members of this front office, I mean, this is a guy theoretically that not only is going to be with James Wood leading this team in 3 years when they're trying to win a playoff series again, but ideally, and I know this sounds hilarious to say on the radio in D.C. right now, but ideally could be here 10 to 12 years. Like, you could actually lock him in. I know he's a Boris advised player, and keep him around as the guy that becomes the first career national post Ryan Zimmerman, maybe. Like, that type of player. I'm not saying that trajectory isn't possible now or that you're derailed in a way.
It's a major speed bump.
Right, that you can't get back on the tracks. But he's now worked with you for a month, and that month has basically ended with you sending him to the minor leagues. So that would have been my concern. That's why I wouldn't have done it. Now, take everything out of it. You're saying just baseball.
Yep.
All the other stuff doesn't matter. I think it's very smart. Because what better way to get him fixed than against lesser competition with fewer eyeballs? It's about having the space to basically experiment and tinker and explore. And at the major league level, when you're facing the best in the sport, when you're opening with the Cubs at Wrigley at 46 degrees, and then you're dealing with the Phillies pitching staff with multiple All-Stars, and then you've got the Dodgers coming to town with the Cy Younger going just about every single game, that's not a good way to start the season when I'm already struggling to put at-bats together.
So you said it, took the words out of my mouth. Forget the extra. Okay, and the extra matters. It does. I'm not pretending this is all isolated in a vacuum. From a pure baseball perspective, I think it's the right call. I'm stunned that they had the, whatever you want to call it, the chutzpah to make it happen. But from a baseball perspective, I think it's correct. I think you said it. He is not giving major league quality at bats to this club right now. And that has to change. It just does. And what's the best path to that? Some might argue you keep him up at the top and let him adjust as he's done to every level he's ever played at, right, where he's figured it out to some degree. The other way is to say, from a baseball perspective, the way that I read this is what we want implemented is not being implemented right now. And you don't just get to keep doing that. So our point here is we all want the same thing at the end of the day. We want you to be a superstar here in this town for us, for this team, for this city, for everybody. Right now, we're at a roadblock. It's not happening. We've given you guidance, we've given you the tools, and it's not going the way that we want it to go or you want it to go, etc. We have to make a major sea change, a tide-turning kind of deal. So, I mean, listen, kid's tough as nails. He's got great makeup. I think he'll emerge from this on the other side, but I can't imagine he's having a lot of fun right now.
A wow story to kick off the
Stunning,
day.
Man.
We're out at MGM National Harbor Tap Sports Bar at 3 o'clock coming up in about 20 minutes. A couple of the D.C. Defenders are going to be hanging with us at the bar watching some college hoops live on the show, which will be fun, including defending championship quarterback Jordan Ta'amu is going to be with us. Quick update for you on everything going on the hardwood. Kentucky is your first winner of the day in a 7-10 game with Santa Clara. It took a three-pointer from Otega Owe, the younger brother of Adafe Owe, the new commander's edge. He hits a buzzer-beating half-court shot to send the game to OT, calling bank off glass. He scored 35 in 43 minutes of play today.
My God.
Pretty amazing. Arizona's up 53-29 at the half in a 116. Virginia is down 5 in a 3-14 game. Oh, boy. Here we go again. Wright State leads 43-38. That game is at intermission. And in a 5-10 game, Texas Tech is running away from 12th-seeded Akron, 82-66 in the closing minutes of that ball game. We will be updating the scoreboard and all the storylines of the day in college basketball presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy from Tap Sports Bar. Come hang with us on Grant and Danny. Tournament coverage on The Fan, presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. We're out here today until 6:30. Big thanks to all the listeners who have already come through and said hello, including the life of the chat on YouTube, typically, Deb. Now, I'm assuming that means she's not in the chat today, so someone else has to pick up the mantle and run forward with it.
That's a good point by you. And probably not one of the guys that hate listens to us and then talks trash about us in the chat.
Hey, as long as they're commenting, let's get those numbies up.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Sit in the chat.
Engagement is engagement. But, yeah, good to see Deb in person, man. She took a day off work to come hang out with her pals.
Virginia's down 5 at halftime in the NCAA
Not
tournament.
doing great, the Commonwealth.
In a 3-14 game. This is one of those things that happens a lot, and I don't mean Virginia being down in a tournament game, although I
was going to say,
you could probably make that joke if you want to.
kind of mean that.
But what I'm actually getting at is, we talked about this with Duke yesterday, struggling with Siena.
Yep.
You see this in these 3-14s, 4-13s, where maybe you come out slow, there's a point where it looks ominous, and then you hit the gas pedal. So I think your upset alert light is not flashing yet, right? Your upset alert alarm is not sounding. It's just a little more nerve-wracking if you're a Virginia fan watching this Midwest Regional game in Philly, because you're going, I've lived this before. It's almost like being a Nats fan in a playoff game where they're not hitting yet. It's only the 4th or 5th inning, but you just wonder,
I've seen this one.
Is the offense going to come? You know,
Yep.
this movie has been viewed before. I feel for Virginia fans today.
I 100% agree. The style of their team, they're huge. UVA is just this looks like this big lumbering. They're trying to catch up with some of these guys, these water bugs that are zipping around them and getting to the basket at will and turning them over, getting shots up. Virginia just doesn't look like they have the answers earlier in the first half. Only down 5 though. Kind of to your point, all it takes is that one run, a little bit of foul trouble, something going their way, and they could win by double digits here. Or Wright State can hang around.
What was your favorite moment from day one of the tourney yesterday?
Probably the sequence of UNC tweeting out up 19 at the moment, and then VCU coming storming back, sending it to overtime and winning that Bad Jackson in an incredibly tight one. That to me was just phenomenal entertainment.
By the way, has there ever been an overtime where baskets were harder to come by?
Seriously. Those guys were gassed, man.
It was like 2-2 with a minute left in overtime in that extra stanza. And I think both teams were tired enough that just getting the ball over the 10-foot rim was proving difficult.
Seriously. I mean, that's a good one, obviously, but hard to beat High Point. That situation, the guy's first 2-point basket of the season occurred.
I love
there.
those.
Yeah.
There was a kid a few years ago,
Jack Golke. University of? Just say it, Grant. University of?
Black jerseys.
Yep. It's not where you think it is.
I don't remember.
So,
give me a multiple choice, I'll pull it.
All right. Yeah, let me think. Eastern Michigan.
No.
Oakland.
Yes.
Yep.
Oakland.
As soon as you heard, I was going to go Barry Zito,
It was just
Mark
a matter
Mulder.
of, I just needed to get there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I smell what
so,
you're cooking.
Oakland. And this guy had never taken a 2 all year, and I didn't believe it. And I remember going through his game log and being like, this isn't true. And I'm like, not in that game, not
He
in
had
that
to have
game.
hit a layup.
And eventually you go, okay, they're telling the truth. So now I believe it, because that's what some of these dudes do.
That
They just
dude,
stand
Golke.
around the perimeter. They all look the same. They're like an undersized white dude. They just stand behind the three-point line and hoist from anywhere.
And take irresponsible shots.
Irresponsible.
And hit them at a prodigious clip.
I don't know. If you're a coach, how do you even live with a dude like that getting that many minutes? Because how many of those yes shots has he taken, including at the end of the game yesterday?
Well, you learn that this is our bread is buttered. So like a major high-level D1 program would have no use for that guy, because they can find a shooter almost as good who can actually contribute in other ways. But at High Point, they're going, yep, we'll do that. We'll take a guy that pulls up from the NCAA tournament logo. We'll find a guy there's no shot that's a bad shot. If he can get it off, it's a good shot for that dude.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The DC Defenders are stopping through to party with us today. Watch the NCAA tournament. I want to get into the Commanders' new stadium and the storyline that broke yesterday about this 11-story parking garage. Did you hear about this?
I saw that.
So we knew there were going to be parking garages over there, and we knew there'd have to be at least one pretty big parking garage because there's not enough parking spaces. But, bro, 11 stories for a parking garage. I don't know if you guys have ever been to a Caps or Wizards game downtown, been in one of those lots, those garages near Cap One Arena that are 5 or 6 floors. It can take an hour to get out of a game when it's packed.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's in an arena with on a good night, 18,000, bad night, 15, 16K, whatever. Leaving an NFL game where this garage would theoretically be chocked full, every spot taken. What if you're on the 11th story, trying to get out of and onto the road?
You might as well take a nap or get ready for your Monday morning commute.
I honestly think that is like a non-starter idea. An 11-story parking garage at an NFL stadium as the primary source of parking. To me, I get it. A lot of people are going to bike. Plenty of people are going to take Metro. I'm sure they'll tell me that a lot of people will ride boats or whatever else. 11-story parking garage, cross that off the list. That is a cancelable, disqualifying idea.
Hear me out. What if it's smartly done? Instead of, think of the one at Cap One Arena, where it's always under construction and there's one lane that goes in and out, and it's so poorly designed, and it's like a maze with one exit, and even that exit is cramped all the time, and it's a disaster. What if it's actually thoughtfully done?
Okay.
Where there are, I'm just going to make this number up. There are 8 points of egress.
Oh, wow.
So there's a bunch of different ways to get out, so that you're
Sure.
never waiting in the same single file line to exit.
Yeah. There's 11 stories?
Yeah.
Thousands of spots?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
Try again.
All right.
I don't care if there's 1,000 places to get out. If there's an 11-story parking garage, that will not work.
Is that going to happen?
I mean, it can work. You just have to wait 2 hours after a game to get out of it, probably. The guy that broke that story locally will join us at 5 o'clock today. We'll get into that on Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. We are at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Another thriller of a start to the second day of the NCAA tournament. Number 7, Kentucky beating number 10, Santa Clara in overtime by 5, 89-84. Santa Clara hit a 3 with 2.4 seconds left to go in regulation, and then Kentucky's Otega Oweh, the younger brother of Adafe Oweh, banked in a 3 from half court at the buzzer to send it to overtime. Kentucky would prevail in the extra period. Texas Tech beat Akron by 20, 91-71. 2 games going on right now. Arizona rolling past Long Island, 61-34. And halftime, Wahoo's on upset alert. Virginia trails Wright State by 5, 43-38. Tipping off in just a little bit. Iowa State going to take on Tennessee State, and then Alabama going to take on Hofstra in about 15 minutes. Shocking news in baseball today. Dylan Cruz of the Washington Nationals has been optioned to AAA Rochester. Tonight, hockey, Capitals taking on the Devils at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way No Trump would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live on Grant and Danny from MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. You're listening to The Fan. We are keeping you covered on the college basketball front, presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Right now, the University of Virginia is at the half, trailing Wright State 43-38. That's got primary real estate in front of us. But every game is on screen. And if you want to just watch something with the fellowship of people around you who are invested and engaged, this is the spot. With each big bucket, you hear the whole bar come
People
to life.
losing it, yeah. Just the oohs and ahs, the runs, the comebacks, the putaways, the bad calls, the travels, the coaches' decisions. It's everything. It's all on display. And, again, it's nothing but games.
What's your most memorable or favorite way you've ever watched the tournament?
I mentioned this yesterday, but there was a time when I had no responsibility. So it's just my wife wasn't my wife yet. We were together. She had to work. I didn't. I made tens of dollars as like a temp or a mover or whatever when I was living in New York doing stand up, everything like that full time. And on the Friday of the tourney, so Thursday I kind of watched as much as I could in and out of the house, whatever. But Friday at 11:59. But like our own, like nobody bothered me except people that I knew and wanted, and I just nothing but food, and I ate 3 different meals there. I still think about that, where it's like, obviously it could never happen today, kids and real responsibilities, but I had none of those, and it was unbelievable. It was perfect.
So I stumbled into this. It wasn't something that was planned for years or even months, but I was out covering the owners' meetings for 106.7 The Fan when I was on the Redskins beat at the time in Phoenix, Arizona at the Biltmore. And we drove, that generally takes place in the spring. That year, for whatever reason, it was a little earlier. It was like right around March 15th, 18th, something. And myself and at the time, a guy who covered the Redskins for the Washington Times, Rich Campbell, we rented a car and we drove to Vegas. And we met up with a few of his buddies that happened to be flying out there kind of last minute.
Oh, dude.
And we posted up at a sports book. But really what it was one of the casinos that had turned this giant ballroom for the day into a book where they brought in what was these projectors the size of movie theater screens. And so you kind of sat at a big round table with a tablecloth. There wasn't a whole lot of frills to it. It was not a recliner or anything. Just kind of chilling in a seat at a table like you're about to eat all day long. But you whatever it was, I'm going to say we spent like $8,500 or something. You got 3 or 4 drink tickets. You got the seat for the day. No one was going to kick you out. And then they had, depending on what you were drinking, like free available drinks at the bar as part of your ticket or whatever, the cocktails you need to use your tickets for. But we sat there all day long. And you didn't have to leave the room because they make it real easy at casinos, They don't want you going outside or figuring out what time
Where's
it is.
the exit? Exactly.
So,
there's no sign.
Another game starting. Let me go get my ticket punched, and I would just walk right up, no line, put my bet in for the under on the first half. And we must have sat there, I'm not exaggerating, for like probably 11 straight hours other than bathroom breaks. That's the only way to do it if you want peak capacity. So if you're listening to me and you're not as old as Danny or me, and you still have fun years ahead of you in your life,
Yep.
I would advocate for the bachelor party tournament in Vegas or something like it. And if you can't go all the way to Vegas, they brought Vegas to you in the National Harbor here at MGM.
It's all right here.
Sportsbook is right here, people. It is the best way to enjoy this day.
Yeah, not only your brackets, but the individual bet or two, even if it's a nominal amount, right, on each game, all of a sudden gives it a new life. I guarantee you most of you haven't watched a lot of Wright State this year, respectfully. I'm sure there are a couple of Wright State alums. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But now you're sitting there, and you're living and dying with every moment, right? If you got Wright State to cover or UVA to cover, it just becomes this new, sort of new way to enjoy stuff like that. Because the games and the drama themselves are enough, even if you're not gambling on it. Because the food's great. I mean, everything about it just provides so much. I love these first 4 days.
Today was the day, by the way, Danny, that my Charger died. Yesterday, I told you it looked like perhaps it was on its final life. It's been in hospice.
You did say that.
Its last legs. But it limped to the finish. We got through the day. I fired it up today. It wasn't charging. I kept tinkering with it. I kept moving it around. Boom. Gone. Couldn't get it back on. Darius was driving in here. He stopped at 2 stores to try to find me a wire.
That is just so nuts.
Oh, he said 3?
3 stores.
Well, you went to Walmart. You went to Target. Oh, I didn't know. You also went to Staples. 3 feels like a little bit aggressive, I'll say. But that's a producer trying to help this guy out. I appreciate that about you.
Yeah, we know this has been a long-standing issue where you've had your issues with your chargers, not just your computer charger.
Let's keep it to the computer charger.
We'll keep it there for now.
You would not ever be allowed to play for the LA Chargers. Like, you and Chargers do not get along. It doesn't work. It's always a problem.
You and Keenan Allen would never be friends.
Well, here's how I know it's a problem. A listener came up to me today when I was fidgeting with my charger, and he was like, GP, just get a new charger, bro. And I was like, oh, what do you mean? He's like, this has been months of this. You're always trying to get the right angle, and he's like, when you have to start, like, bending things and moving things around, and you're standing your computer up, he's like, just get a new charger. I said, yeah, I think I'm going to. Today's the last day. He's like, okay. About an hour goes by. I'm still doing this, not off and on, right? But another listener came up. He's like, you and this charger, man. He's like, what is going on with
this? A different listener came up?
Yes, exactly. So when multiple people are plugged in on my tribulations, I now know it's been, first of all, it's taken over too much showtime. And second, it's time.
Well, I remember hearing a stat years ago. I don't know if it's accurate, but it's something to the effect of the average listener to the radio has to hear something, or it has to play 11 times for the average listener to hear it. You know what I mean? So, we're talking about the same stuff over and over again. P1s, they might get tired of it, but if that happens, we've already won. But, somebody might stumble onto this. The fact that a regular person is so keenly aware of your inability to charge your computational device.
Right.
And phones, because you lose them every 7 seconds. It's got to tell you that it's more than just a passing issue.
And honestly, I was excited by the prospect of you not having to deal with this issue anymore. So that's why I went above and beyond to go to 3 different stores.
And I appreciate your effort. I would not have asked you to go to 3 stores. What I said was, Darius, is there I think I said like a Walmart or Best Buy near you on your way in? And he's like, yeah, I think there's a Walmart. I'm like, okay. I looked it up. It was online. Now, maybe that's not the same as what's in stock, apparently.
Sure.
But so I thought, okay, he's going to make a quick stop. He's going to grab a charger. He's going to go into work. Everything's going to be fine. 3 stores later, apparently it didn't work out. So what I've done, Danny, is I have ordered a charger off of DoorDash. I don't have that app, so trying to figure out where they're at and how this is going is proving complicated. But I ordered the charger. I didn't even know you could do this. This is how old I am.
Okay.
I just Googled the charger to see what store had it, and it was available like Uber Eats and DoorDash or whatever. Like some guy's going to walk into a store like you would pick up a Five Guys burger to bring to me. He's going to pick out a charger, or someone's going to hand it to him. I don't know how it works. And then he's going to drive it to me. 2026, man. But the problem with that is, on a normal day, if I'm at my house, seamless. He sees my address. He comes to the door. I open the door. He hands it to me. We are at MGM National Harbor at Tap Sports.
How does he bring you the O'Meara and Hampton?
The only thing I can think of is that I'll inconvenience yet another person, and one of the members of the street team is going to have to go meet him at the front lobby.
My goodness.
Or something.
My goodness.
This shabingus is so off the rails. And generally, I personally would like to apologize to you, Darius, for the inconvenience of the day.
I appreciate it.
What with you having to go to stores and now me hogging your laptop so that I'm on stream so people can see my beautiful face on the 106.7 The Fan stream. but also whichever of the street teamers to be named later is going to have to do this. My general philosophy is I don't want other people to have to suffer for my nonsense. So, like, I always joke on you when you're like, hey, Ryan, can you get me a coffee? And I'm like, Danny just wants a coffee, Ryan. He's asking you if you want a coffee. But today, I'm that guy.
Yeah.
I hate being this guy.
I know. But the whole deal with your lad McConkey, like, this is, you need one, and this takes over things all the time. I mean, the number of times you've had your computer precariously positioned on top of, like, a napkin holder or, like, a book or, like, one thing because that's the only way the angle the charger is going to work, and then, like, someone touches the table and it goes flying and you barely catch it. Like, enough of this, right? That charger stinks. That Trey Harris is awful.
So you're actually a little bit excited for me to fix the charger problem.
Well, here's respectfully.
To never hear about the charger again.
No, it's not even that. Here's respectfully what I'm excited for. It's a beginning of the same process that turned our chat blue. It's a beginning of the same pathology, the same thing that led you kicking and screaming and dragged you through a 1,000-mile desert to eventually come to the correct conclusion, Apple.com. And it's where you get a product that just works, and there's none of this. Eventually, you will get there. The more of these that happen, and now it takes more, if respectfully, it takes more than the average bear, more than the average Caleb Williams, for you to get there. For most people, a couple of these indignities, you need to go, bleep it, that's it, and you go get the Apple. You're set in your ways more so than any other human being I've ever met in my life.
Here's the problem with Apple. There's a lot of problems, I would say.
The functioning?
I'm not used to the functionality or the display. Also, you have to do this thing where you, like, wave the mouse over the bottom of the screen, and then that bottom column shows up with all the options. I hate that. Also, it's weird internet functionality, like Safari for some reason or something weird. It's not like Google Chrome.
Yeah, I'm using Google Chrome, and the mouse thing, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's just a computer.
Like right now, all this stuff down here. You have to go down here.
If I want to. I don't want to. I'm just using the internet. It works every time. It always works.
Tabs do you have open? That is a Chris Russell amount of tabs.
It's a lot of tabs. I've got NCAA tournament stuff. I've got my email. I've got the thing that Brian Houck sends every day so we can be on camera. I got normal array of things.
That one looks X-rated. Are you supposed to have that one open at work?
No, we're not at work, so it's fine.
Oh, we're at a bar.
Yeah, it's in public.
Does your wife know you go on that site?
She definitely does. She's seen it. I'm just LaMelo Ball in public over here. But the point is, Apple.com.
Yeah.
And eventually, you'll get there. It's the same way that you understand now that so many foods are delicious that you never would have eaten before. You can't believe that certain things taste good. You learn that the Cheesecake Factory isn't just an actual warehouse that produces cheesecake. You've learned a lot. You've come a long way.
Yeah.
You will get there, and I'm happy. That's what I'm happy about.
Here's something I just saw that I wanted to pass along, by the way.
Go on.
What's your file on Ryan right now splitting a chocolate chip cookie skillet with Deb from the chat? Is that a wacky?
Is that what's going on?
Yeah. So Deb from the chat is here, who's never met Ryan until today. And Clary's still hanging out after his show, which is nice of him. Sleeping with the enemy
he's
here.
He's hanging out again because he's not corporate anymore.
That's a good
You know
point.
what I mean? Now he's like, one of you guys. It's
one of us.
It's like, okay,
One
narc,
of-
you know?
But him and a listener he met today are splitting a chocolate chip cookie skillet with ice cream.
Ryan's a splitter.
He is.
I've noted that about him.
I can tell you a guy who would not do that. He's got two thumbs and plays a lot of pickleball.
It's this guy right here.
Yeah.
Old Fanny Mouillet. You want one, you get one. You're welcome to one.
You considering one today?
No.
What'd you start with here?
This is the crab and artichoke dip. This is the crab. So an artichoke dip, which is something I love very much. They do it really well here. They've added some crab to it just to kick it up a notch, and I'm into it.
And this plate came and there's 9,000 chips. Is that a shareable option?
It is not. It is not. You're welcome to get your own.
Is that your
own.
entree for the day?
It's kind of, I had a weirdly timed lunch and breakfast. I'm sure you're very concerned about it. My children are home from school because it is a weekday in Fairfax County. So I had a weirdly timed sort of late breakfast, early lunch, took my oldest to get a haircut, yada, yada, yada. I'm not starving. This is what I'm doing right now. Something else may happen later. I don't know yet.
You're in way too good of a mood for your kids to have been home from school today. Normally there's a lot of yelling and you're losing your voice.
I've Bob Segered. I've turned the page a little bit on it. I'm super irritated. That irritation I kind of got through this morning. It's ridiculous. Please go to school. Please open the schools up and put the children inside and have them stay from 9 a.m., it's a 4 p.m., or you want to start at 8, let's get them out at 3. Whatever, school. We all acknowledge that school is important. Let's go to school.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. College Hoops Tourney Day 2. NCAA tournament is hopping right now, and everything on the show as far as college basketball goes is presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The University of Virginia has come out of the second half shooting the lights out. They are 3 for 3 from deep in the second half. They now have a 4-point lead, 51-47 over Wright State. Give us an update, Danny, on the scoreboard, if you will, since you have a working laptop, on the rest of the games going on right now on one of your 18 tabs, if you don't mind.
Indeed, I will do that here. I've got to navigate over to the correct tab. I'm looking at yesterday's scores. I'll give you today's. Arizona up big against Long Island. Thanks for playing. Appreciate that. You mentioned UVA up 4 over Wright State. Iowa State, Tennessee State, early going, only 3 minutes in. Iowa State with a 2-point lead in that one. A couple of finals for you. Kentucky squeaked by Santa Clara in overtime, 89-84. And Texas Tech rolled the Akron Zips, even without one of their star players, Texas Tech, missing somebody due to a torn ACL. Beat Akron by 20. Fare thee well, Akron Zips.
How's this for an NFL news item for you? Today on the Rich Eisen Show, according to Mike Florio's write-up, the National Football League and Paul Tagliabue are considering limiting players to 17 games played, even if the season expands to 18 games. So one of the things you keep hearing is if and when, because it's a when, not an if, the league goes to 18 instead of 17 games and a 19-week schedule or something. You and I and so many others have suggested we need to give players another bye week. You can't now have added 2 games. You can't keep adding more and more and more. Plus, you've got these random games on Wednesday and Thursday and Saturday and Sunday, and we're doing a random Friday night game in Brazil. You got to give them an extra bye week. Maybe the answer for the league is no one player is going to play more games. There is more football. There is an extra week of games, but you've got to strategically sit guys. The one thing I would like a lot about that is if you are having to strategically sit someone, the strategizing of when you do it. Like you're an 11-point favorite and Terry McLaurin has to miss a game. Let's do it this week because we may not need him. That part is cool. But I don't like overall the idea that you're watering down the product. I'm still paying for tickets, and I'm going to a game on a day where this guy's not playing or the roster's worse. This is the B lineup like a Sunday in baseball. There's more bad than good. The only cool part to me, though, is like the disrespect the team could feel when you're sitting Justin Jefferson because the Vikings don't think they need him today.
I love that. You're right. You're 100% right about the fan who signs up for a divisional game or signs up for a Week 13 game, and it's like, wait a minute, I don't get the best player. I don't get fill in the blank. But I love that. I love the only thing I lament about a lot of the Major League Baseball changes, for example, right, where we're banning shifts and the limiting of substitutions in terms of pitching and batter minimums and the DH everywhere, is it removes a lot of the elements of strategy that I really I really enjoyed, right? I think it's one of those underrated themes that we've kind of lost where it's like, pretty much plug and play. Maybe you pinch hit one guy in one spot because he's better against lefties or whatever. I want more of that back in sports. I want more decisions where there's a binary right and wrong. I want more decisions where you call timeout there. Why? Now you need to be accountable for it instead of, again, just kind of plug and play. I love that strategy. I love it. I love forcing teams to make those kind of decisions. I think that's awesome.
Florio's suggestion was that based on what he's heard, it's possible if they do this that quarterbacks could be exempt. They could even extrapolate it out further so kickers and punters would be exempt.
Sure.
Because those are
long
those
snappers,
like
maybe,
quote-unquote specialists where to have 2 on your roster changes the machinations of how you even field a team and put a team together.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just go quarterback, kicker, punter, long snapper, what have you, and those guys get to play in all 18, but everyone else has to miss a game, it's not terrible. It is a way to avoid possibly having the bye week conversation. I just think it's too much of an ask for the players in this violent physical game where everyone's faster and bigger than they've ever been. The collisions are worse and more violent than they've ever been. And we just keep playing more games and on odd days, and the rest time is getting quirkier and at times shorter. And nobody seems to care at the league office. Like, we talk a lot about safety. We're changing some rules to make sure some of the collisions are safer. That's all great. But I'm still asking you to play on a Thursday after a Sunday. You're still opening the season now on a Wednesday in Australia. Whatever we can do to make more money internationally, we're doing. You're staying maybe overseas and playing 2 straight games in London. Like these strange things. At some point, okay, let's give a little bit. Let's give players an extra week at some point, 2 buys per season. But the league doesn't seem very interested, so that would be a good answer. If you cap it at, say, 16 or 17 games in 18 weeks, that strategy, which is what I like about like extra inning baseball with a runner at second. Do I bunt? Do I push him over? Do I swing? Do I hit? We debate about it constantly.
Yeah.
That adds to the conversation. But I do think the product gets worse. If you have more games and the best players can't play in all of them, where are the games coming from? Where's the labor coming from? I think you're talking about having worse players on rosters getting more reps, which does mean the product gets worse, in my opinion.
To a degree, I think that's unavoidable. But I guess my counter to that is that's inevitable in football. When you look at the San Francisco 49ers, for example, the injury rate, the attrition rate in the sport is so high. There are always weeks where a guy's 50-50, and you go, well, we need it. Now maybe you go, well, this may be a great week to rest the guy for one extra week because of the hamstring, because of the that bone bruise or something he could play through, but maybe you use it now in the hopes that you don't have to use it later on. If you're an excellent team that gets off to an 11-0 start, let's say, you go, you know what? We'll probably be sitting guys the last couple weeks of the season. Why don't we just do that? I mean, I love the introduction of that strategy. You're right that there are downsides, but that to me is what sports is. There's always trade-offs for everything you do. That's what life is, really. There's always a negative. There's always a corollary or a reaction to it. I love the idea, though, of a team potentially saying, dude, they are sitting fill-in-the-blank guy, right? They're sitting this guy against us, and now we're extra motivated. I love that kind of thing.
Grant and Danny on site at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor, watching the tournament presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. I just got a text from DoorDash. They say Will is approaching with my order from Best Buy.
Oh, my God. How is he going to?
So I don't know what happens now. Like, the chances that this works are pretty low. But $125
oh, God.
for a power cord
oh, no.
means that we really, really need it to work. I'm getting a call from DoorDash.
Oh, you should go.
Hang on.
All right, this is Grant doing
Hello?
the call live.
Is this Will?
It is Will.
Hello,
probably.
is this Will?
Yep.
Yeah, we'll meet you right out front, MGM National Harbor. All right. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Out front.
This update is built by Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner. In the NBA, the Wizards have the day off today. They'll take on the Thunder at Capital One Arena tomorrow at 5 o'clock. NCAA tournament. First round continuing on today, day 2 of March Madness. The first game of the day was a thriller. 7-seed Kentucky beating 10-seed Santa Clara in overtime by 5, 89-84. Santa Clara knocking down a 3 with 2.4 seconds left to go up by 3 before Kentucky's Atega Owe banked in a 3 from half court at the buzzer to send the game to OT. Kentucky would prevail by 5 in overtime. 5-seed Texas Tech beat Akron by 20, 91-71. A couple of games going on right now. Number 2 seed Iowa State rolling early against Tennessee State. They're up 23-7, about 7.5 minutes into that game. Alabama up early, 8-2 over Hofstra, about 3 minutes into that game. Arizona going to close out a dominant victory over Long Island. They are up 80-49 with about 4.5 to go, and the Wahoos still on upset watch. Wright State has a 60-58 lead with 11:08 left to go in the second half. Big news in baseball today as well. The Nationals option Dylan Cruz to AAA Rochester. And hockey, the Capitals taking on the Devils tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop near the game right here on The Fan. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders throughout the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. We handle everything from supply to installation. Turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your day. It's been an entertaining and enjoyable Friday to this point, out and about at MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar, watching the NCAA tournament presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. For those of you curious, I know many of you are, the wire has been delivered. We've got ourselves a power cord in short order. We'll find out. Moment of truth.
Wow.
Is it the power cord or is it the laptop?
Is it a power cord or is it a laptop? My answer is probably both. But here we go. Your Omar Little has been delivered. Your bunk has been delivered. Your Jimmy McNulty has been delivered. The wire is here.
Danny, have you seen the roster for the Jaden Daniels flag football team? I think I'm officially out on this. I was never in, for the record, for Jaden to play, but I was actually kind of curious to watch it because my thought was it's an NFL operation. It's a bunch of NFL players playing against flag football players that are great, and these guys are talking trash saying they're better at flag football and they should represent the United States in the Olympics. And you've had guys like Tyreek Hill and others call them out and say, no, the NFL players, and then even though we don't play any flag football, would be better than you. We should be Team USA at the Olympics in the summer of 2028. But when I looked at the roster, while yes, it is mostly NFL players, I Show Speed. Is that a YouTube guy? What is that?
Darius is saying yes, so I'm going to say yes too.
Okay, I'm good. And then Logan Paul, one of those Paul brothers that I can't stand. He's also.
I thought he was like a boxer type guy.
Logan Paul's WWE superstar now. Jake Paul's the boxer.
Oh, okay.
Now Logan does challenge people to fights and occasionally fight them for a lot of money in fights that every time people order them, they're like, "Man, that was disappointing. I can't believe that fight between two non-professional boxers wasn't that good."
Yeah,
I
weird,
just
huh?
Spent $100 on it. Crazy. It's almost like I'm the idiot.
And for those reasons, I'm out.
But here's your roster of NFL players. So this is where you might be colored intrigued here. You got Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow, quarterback in this thing. This is all one team. This is Team Wildcats, 5-on-5, 3 teams, 1 champion. Saquon Barkley, Kyle Juszczyk. That's kind of an interesting one.
Very interesting.
I'm not telling you he's not athletic. I'm sure he's got a good RAS score, but fullback, shifty in the open field, but I don't put him on the same level as these other guys. Devontae Adams, future Hall of Famer. Odell Beckham Jr., authored one of the great catches in league history. DeAndre Hopkins, future Hall of Famer. Derwin James Jr., future Hall of Famer. Luke Kuechly, current Hall of Famer. How is he helping you on a flag field, though? Like his smarts and tackling ability and rumbling. I don't view him as a guy that's going to be.
He's not here taking on blocks.
Yeah.
He's not thumping the Kyle Juszczyks of the world or knocking a guard stiff and then making a tackle here.
Jalen Ramsey, I can see in coverage helping. And then the 2 non-NFL players, Logan Paul and I Show Speed. So obviously what the league does is they're like, oh, let's have this really cool thing where we get these NFL players to participate it's really non-league affiliated, I guess. It was going to be done in Saudi Arabia. They were going to get all the money. But then just to guarantee the extra eyeballs, you've got it. You can't do anything without including a Paul brother at this point. Because it's all about, it's like these TV shows that pay for the person with the Instagram followers to come in and sit there and be a host. You can't do a show without someone with a big following now. So Logan Paul and then whoever iShowSpeed is get added to this. Just delegitimizes it a little bit. Like, I was looking at it as, oh, this is actually going to be a good football game, and maybe it's competitive. But this should actually be calming to me.
Yeah.
Because when I see the names Logan Paul and iShowSpeed, I now know I don't think Jaden Daniels is going to go hard in the paint or risk injury. If Logan Paul's out there or some YouTuber, he's probably just doing a celebrity softball game thing.
Interesting. I hadn't thought of it that way, but I think that's probably an intuitive point, right? Where, this is a gimmick. This is kind of for fun. Now, again, I still don't quite know or understand. I don't really love the upside here. Like, let's say he plays great. If he doesn't, is that bad? Like, what am I supposed to do? To me, it's the risk of catastrophic injury, doing something that doesn't help him get better at playing football for Washington that I object to. I would say the same about, hey, I'm Jaden Daniels. I'm going to do a motorcycle stunt. I'm going to jump over 10 cars like I'm, Evel Knievel or something like that, right? Or I'm going to go play in a charity basketball game or something. Again, there's not much upside to me for this. So I wish it wasn't happening, but again, I'm a hypocrite. I'm going to watch it because I actually want to see.
I want to see if you have the same answer as me. Because none of these guys, to me, scream flag football like a Tyreek Hill or a Justin Jefferson or some elite wide receiver like Jamar Chase would. But of this team that Daniels is on with him and Burrow, Barkley, Juszczyk, Beckham, Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, Derwin James, Jalen Ramsey. Of those guys, who do you think would be the best flag football player? Like, who are you taking 1-1?
Who's the best? That's a great question.
What I don't know, you know more about it than I do because your kids play.
I see it, yeah.
I mean, how different is it? I'd imagine it's a completely different sport.
So the guys that are the most valuable. Now, on a flag football team, a Devontae Adams, for example, a guy that is big enough to out-jump, out-leap, out-contest anybody. He's always open. That's incredibly valuable.
Like that ultimate Frisbee thing we watched in Minnesota where dudes were mossing each other going up and getting the Frisbee.
And he will do that to anybody, right? So that's incredibly valuable. But in general, it's the quicker, faster, explosive, quick twitch, wouldn't get wet in the shower type guys that, can outrun or out stop and start everybody. That's the best. So I don't see too many of those guys here. Like, that to me is the Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs type tier of guy, right? I mean, the powerful, physical Luke Kuechly, Kyle Juszczyk tier. Again, these are world-class athletes, the upper elite point fraction of a 0.00%.
Yeah, I bet you I couldn't grab Kyle Juszczyk's
Of course,
flag.
I could do anything to any of these guys. But at that level that you're talking about, to me, it should be a bunch of dudes that are 6'1", 180, the quickest of the quick.
So who's your 1-1 there? I've got a guy I'm looking at that I think would be better than everybody else.
I would probably say, just because he's unique enough, is Devontae Adams. That's a guy that you cannot stop.
See, I'm going Barkley. The make you miss. That dude lateraled someone backwards.
Yeah.
Remember, literally hurdled them with his ass facing them?
Yes, the backwards leap. But again, he's big enough where his quicks are, he'll get the edge on you for a tackle. But again, it's
he's so sudden.
Different.
He is
very sudden.
I think he's got more make you miss juke than Devontae Adams.
Well, he definitely does. But that's to me not like I wouldn't use Adams that way. Like, I drop back to pass, Adams is open. I don't care who's around him. He's 6'3", nobody else out there is going to be. Right? He's a unique weapon for this flag football.
Is there a way you turn this on? Especially, I'm thinking about this from the perspective of Dad Danny with his kids.
Yep.
So at least one of your kids plays flag football.
Both do, yeah.
And they just lock in? Like, this ends up being must-watch this weekend and really cool?
I'm going to try to sell it to them.
I think it's going to be sweet.
This, yeah.
Do you have the other rosters by chance?
I'm going to try to find them here.
All right, so the Wildcats is Jaden Daniels. Now, I'm going on record one final time just ahead of this and saying he shouldn't be playing. There's no benefit to him playing. There's no upside to him playing, and I wish he wasn't. But hypocritically, I'm telling you that I have a little bit of intrigue. I liked the idea a lot more until I found out Logan Paul was involved, and now I'm just conditioned to now probably not watch it because if he's in the mix, it's a no for me, dog. But the NFL player part of this against this Team USA actual flag football team,
yep,
I think is fascinating. What if those guys whoop are NFL players in flag football.
Well, the way these rosters are set up, that might honestly be the case. Because, again, the physicality matters the tiniest amount, but there's no power in that game. Right? Again, it's all about quickness. So the best player I've seen here, or the guy that I think is most suited for it, is Alvin Kamara. A guy that is stop, start, that slithers and gets low. So, again, one of the moves you see these guys that really know how to do it will do is if they're running between two defenders who are going to reach out and try to grab that flag, they'll do that lunge duck walk kind of thing at a full sprint where their hip level goes down to like a foot off the ground and they kind of slither through a hole. Kamara can do that kind of thing, right? Where, again, you mentioned stop, start, the juking.
Why is Rob Gronkowski involved at all? I'm going to overstate this. He limps while walking now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, yeah.
Do you remember that play? It was so awful where it was like a Dolphins throwback 11 lateral touchdown against the Patriots toward the end of Rob
and he was
Gronkowski.
trying to dive for the tackle.
And he was like trying to shift his body weight. He was basically just trying to change directions horizontally and lay out to hit someone. And they ran past him. Honestly, it would have looked like if, Stephon Diggs was running past me. Like that's what it looked like. I just feel like that's a name value, social media following. He'll do something funny on Instagram, addition to the roster. But if that's how you're putting your roster together with actual bragging rights on the line, I keep saying this, the whole intrigue I have, the underlining storyline here is there is this element of trying to figure out what the U.S. team's going to look like in the Olympics in 28 and whether you just go with actual flag football players or the NFL players. And it would be crazy not to use this as a data point. So if I'm putting together a roster, I would have put together a roster with the best flag football capable players in football.
Yeah, it looks like
they
Devin.
didn't really do that.
Right, it looks like Devin Achan, Jameer Gibbs.
Is he even on one of these rosters?
I don't see him anywhere.
Yeah, like what is that? Like Patrick Peterson. God bless him. Hall of Fame caliber DB. He has not played in a couple years. He's not active anymore.
I mean, Von Miller, for goodness sakes, is on one of these teams.
Von Miller?
Von Miller.
Why is Von Miller on a team?
Precisely.
So we're doing a celebrity roster.
Yep. This is closer to Rock and Jock than it is.
Okay, but doesn't this make you feel a little bit better about our Jaden Daniels fears?
Slightly. I mean, it's still, he's still dropping back and playing quarterback. There's still guys pursuing him. There's still guys that are trying to prove a point, right, who do this at a high level. So, again, my hope is he makes it through unscathed, and I know I sound like a worry wart, and that's fine. Make fun of me all you want. To me, there's such limited upside of, okay, you played well against guys that nobody's ever heard of in a flag football game. Now what? Should I keep eating my cereal? That didn't really do anything for me.
7:52 to go, second half. The University of Virginia leads Wright State 67-61. Biggest blowout we've seen in the tournament to this point. How about Iowa State pouring it on Tennessee State? That's a 2:15 game. 36-9, the Cyclones lead with about 7.5 minutes to go in the opening half of play. Elsewhere today. Blowout. We're at MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar, covering college hoops, scoreboards for you throughout the day, presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. It is Friday. We'll get you a double play and winning off the field next. And at the top of the hour, right at 4 o'clock, your Beltway Blitz, which will include a conversation on the massive Nats news that we got right as we went on the air today. Dylan Cruz has been sent to the minor leagues. Part of our Blitz on the Fan. And then what happens?
Yep.
It's
That's what goes
Friday.
on, yeah.
In lieu of a double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. It is time to win off the field. We do this not for Danny, not for myself, not for our producers who work very hard and who we appreciate. We do it for Bruce Allen, who once said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
So today, Danny, on day 2 of the tournament, live from MGM National Harbor, we honor the Goose.
You never forget the one that brung you, and that's the Goose. At one point, many, many years ago, the Goose stood in front of an assembled group of media as the team had done nothing but lose and been terrible under his stewardship. And he let people know that these off-field wins were happening. It's just a matter of those on-field wins that we were missing. So we decided to celebrate the little things. I'll give you an example, GP, of an off-field win. So yesterday was my son's birthday, and there were several desserts oot and a boot in the house, okay? There was a chocolate cake situation. There were donuts that were acquired. None of them were for me, okay? And that's fine. It's not about me. It's about my son's birthday. So as we're going through it, I'm kind of counting up the different servings, the different things. I'm going, well, there's no donut there. That's not for me. He wants that one. There's no cake there. That's going to be for him. What do I get? I still had a slice or two left of my edible pies from our guy, Eddie, that delivered pies to the radio station.
Eddie Pies.
I had a giant, and I mean huge, slice of apple pie for my dessert last night before I went and played pickup hoops where I made it rain. I shot great. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
Mr. Bruce.
Danny, as you were finishing giving your WOTF there,
I was trying to stretch it a little bit to give you time to get it done.
I just plugged in the wire that was delivered via DoorDash. Again, don't know how that works. I thought that's a food app, but apparently they deliver wires as well. Plugged in my computer, hit the power button, and my computer is working.
My computer career is working.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am back in the game.
He is back.
I will be on the stream.
He is back.
And it is very possible that my days of my computer dying 3 times a show are in the rear view mirror. I've got a working computer. Now, before we celebrate too much, and Toby, I understand why you're playing this music, and you should. It's a big day for everybody on the show. It is very possible that while my wire will work to power the computer, I do think we're going to have a malfunction where the computer doesn't keep charge.
Yeah.
That's a bigger issue than this wire.
Right. I mean, the wire gets us through. It's a makeshift thing. It costs you an outrageous amount of money, and like I cringe a little bit when I hear it. How much did it cost you for a dumb power cord? And if it's me, enough is enough, and I would, of course, get a legitimate computer, but that's not neither here nor there. The fix happened. The fix, in this case, is in. You've got a computational device. There's the internet. It's on right now. Good for you, buddy. Happy for you.
So happy. So that's number one.
Yeah.
Your boy is officially, because my computer is working, therefore I am.
Winning off the field.
Here's my second one. Yesterday, we get done with the show.
Yep.
I typically bank in when we broadcast from here 15 minutes after the show to find my car. I can never navigate this garage.
Oh, every time.
Bro, I don't know why. And I pride myself on this. Like, I'm not exaggerating.
Mm-hmm.
I write down the row, and I don't normally do this anywhere else. It's just functional. I don't have a great sense of direction, but I can figure it out, what level, what row, all these things. For some reason, this garage, more than any other place that I park in America, I have been stuck longer. I have been lost more. I cannot figure it out. So yesterday, not a bit, I could show you the notes tab in my phone.
Uh-huh.
I took the most detailed notes.
Yes.
Row, how I entered.
Mike Rowe.
Where I am. Took a picture. I get to the elevator. And in the past, I'm like, okay, go left. Like 2 lefts and you're out, right? Perfectly cool.
Yeah.
I could do this. I literally am detailing on the roof, like 3-point line looking design.
There's a stain
go
there.
Toward the
There's
arc.
this color here. Yeah.
As if I had, I was telling
It's a
myself.
treasure map.
It was insane. But I got to my car without issue. Didn't have one hiccup. Even when I get to my car, sometimes getting out and following the exit signs is a problem. That wasn't an issue yesterday either. Therefore, I was.
Winning off the field.
Fired up, by the way. I see that our guys from the D.C. Defenders are here. Jordan Ta'amu, the championship quarterback. Also, Gabe Taylor is in the house. Sean Taylor's little brother, passing out some towels. Listeners are shouting them out. This is the championship football team in the nation's capital.
Yes, indeed.
People are excited to see the Defenders are getting ready to get back to action. So excited to have them on the program coming up in just a little bit next hour. They actually, how's this for treatment of a championship team, by the way? They open the year with multiple road games before they get to come back to Audi Field.
Gotta love that.
And a lot of it is just like, hey, are the Spirit playing? What's DC United up to?
Sure.
You may remember that their conference championship game that was supposed to be at home had to be on the road.
It was in St. Louis, right?
And they said, no problem, we'll just go whoop their butts on the way to the title game. But, yeah, they're opening on the road, couple games in a row. Their first home game is 2 weeks into April, I believe, over at Audi Field.
I don't love that. But, again, you already said it. The reasons for it are pretty clear, right? It's just the pecking order of who's got what at the stadium. It takes precedence there. That's a bummer.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. About 2:30 to go for Virginia and Wright State. The Cavaliers clinging to a 73-70 lead in the 3:14 game. Way too close for comfort. You know that their fans feeling all of the anxiety. You don't want to be the butt of the joke again if you're Virginia in the opening round of the tournament. We'll get you an update as soon as we come back on that game, the rest of the scores. All of your college basketball talk on the Fan is presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. From Tap Sports Bar, our Beltway Blitz, and the latest on Dylan Cruz being sent to the minors. Next on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Paisano's Pizza. Not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisano'sPizza.com. First round of the NCAA tournament, second day of the first round. The first game of the day was a thriller. Kentucky beating Santa Clara in overtime, 89-84. Santa Clara knocked down a three with 2.4 seconds left to go up by three before Kentucky's Atega Owe, the younger brother of the Commanders' Adafe Owe, banked in a three from half court at the buzzer to send the game to overtime. Kentucky advances, winning 89-84. Three other games concluded. Texas Tech beat Akron 91-71. Arizona rolled past Long Island 92-58. And just wrapping up moments ago, Virginia survives potential upset as they beat Wright State 82-73. A couple other games going on right now. 2-seed Iowa State rolling against Tennessee State. They're up 48-26, closing in on halftime. And Alabama, the Crimson Tide, they're on upset watch. Hofstra with a 30-25 lead. 3.5 minutes to go until halftime of that one. Baseball, shocking moves today for the Nationals. Dylan Cruz was optioned to AAA Rochester. Hockey, Capitals in action tonight at home, taking on the Devils, 7 o'clock right here on the Fan. This time of year is about hoops and hot honey. Paisano's new hot honey pizza, sweet heat, melty cheese, and just the right kick. Take in all the tourney action and take 30% off any order of $35 or more with promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisano'sPizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of Grant and Danny's radio program, Kandori and Murad, would like to know. That is the law firm comprised of a couple of our buddies who take great care of this show and enjoy DC sports. You should take care of them and give them a call today because they're going to get you a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Beltway Blitz is coming up. We'll cover the Wizards, the Nationals, and the Capitals all in one segment. We should let people know, though, that we're looking for an update, Danny. The Virginia Cavaliers, despite a sweat, despite anxiety and some nerves, did what they had to do. They survive in advance.
They held on. A little bit of defense there bailed them out. Their size is their advantage, I think, most of the time, right? It was a block at the rim that was kind of the last gasp there for Wright State. A huge moment for UVA. They knocked down shots in the second half. They actually maintained their composure. I was pretty impressed as Wright State wouldn't go away. So good for them, as you said, survive in advance.
We'll get to the Wizards in just a moment on the Beltway Blitz. I told you Mark Zuckerman of the Nationals is joining us as well. But the story of the day in DC sports, Dylan Cruz has been optioned to the minor leagues to kick off the season 6 days before opening day.
Man.
The Washington Nationals making the decision to send down the number 2 overall pick in the 2023 draft. He has been viewed as the Robin to James Woods' Batman. Got rushed to the major leagues. The offensive success has just not been there. His career batting average is .211. His career OPS is .634. That's not going to work.
It's not going to do it.
So the Nats have decided to let him work out some of the kinks after a rough spring at AAA Rochester. More on that in just a couple, but let's kick off our Beltway Blitz. And to start things off, we'll talk to Chase Hughes of Monumental Sports. Chase, last time out for the Wiz, the Detroit Pistons win game number 50 on their season, something the Wizards haven't done in my lifetime. 117-95. The plan is coming together, though, Chase. Wizards well-positioned to have as good of odds as anybody else at the number 1 pick.
Yeah, right now they've got only 13 games left on their schedule, but it appears that they will be just fine keeping their first-round pick. It's top 8 protected, and in order to ensure that they keep it, they have to have one of the 4 worst records in the league. And right now, it looks like something very unlikely would have to happen for them to not keep it. So that's good news, especially if you're watching the NCAA tournament right now. And you can be reminded with a lot of these games that this is a very good draft class. So if the Wizards can hold on to that first-round pick, they should be in good shape.
Yeah, Chase, I coming from the bar last night, then going and grab my oldest son. I only caught a little bit of the Wizards game last night. But I got to tell you, and I talked about this a little bit. Will Riley's a thing, man. This guy can get buckets. I think as he gets a little bit bigger and stronger, the explosion is there, but the way he kind of plays angles and sort of probes the defense, he's a scorer. I wonder, I always have to ask the question, like, what's his ceiling, but what do you envision for him within a couple of years?
Well, I think as he gets stronger, we're going to get a better feel for what his ceiling is. I mean, right now, it's really enticing. I mean, he's about 6'10" in shoes, and he plays like a guard. He's one of many players on the Wizards roster who grew late in high school. So he grew up playing point guard and kept a lot of those skills. He's really good off the dribble. He's an excellent passer. He's really good at using his pivot foot, especially for his age. And he's excellent at getting past people and just finding angles around the basket. And one thing that is kind of starting to show up is he's really good for a young player at generating free throws.
Yep.
And, I've been asking some of his teammates about that, and they've said, he's an unpredictable player with how, he's very quick twitch and he's got great feel. But he's also, multiple guys have said, one of the most confident players on the team. They said every gym he walks into, he feels like he's the best player. And he's got kind of a quiet, unassuming personality, so I think that's kind of cool to hear that he's one of these guys who really believes in himself, and I think that's going to help him in terms of his ceiling long term.
Well, another guy that I like that's unpredictable, I liked him out of the draft, too, just having him watch him play a little bit. And he struggled to find his way, I think, at times this year, is Bub Carrington. I think not all necessarily his fault, exactly what his role is and is going to be, et cetera. I'm not sure this regime is that concerned about it at this point, Chase. It's like we just want some players, we'll throw it at the wall, sort of see what sticks. But it just feels like, that feels is the wrong word. I'm worried about Bub getting left behind here. As this draft happens, as some of these other guys are kind of ascending, it feels like Bub's treading water to me a little bit. Just kind of give me a temperature check on Bub Carrington.
I think that's fair to say. I mean, if you just take a glance at the counting numbers, they're very similar to last year, so you might not see the improvement at first glance. But his three-point shooting is quite a bit better. Last year he was really good off the dribble. Now he's making threes off the catch. So he's one of the better young shooters in the league, I would say, up around 39% from three. The turnovers are an issue, but I think he's getting better defensively. Like, the Wizards have some real problems on the perimeter defensively, but I'm seeing a lot of potential from him. Just his disposition, the way he gets in a defensive stance, and he's quick, and he's very committed to playing defense. So I think the more he understands personnel and can get better at anticipation and sort of beating guys to their spots, I think he could become at least a league average defender. And the shooting is going to open up a lot for him. He's never been great at getting to the basket, but I think teams are going to have to start respecting that three-point shot, and that will allow him to get past people.
Wizards Thunder tomorrow at 5 o'clock at Capital One Arena, and then Sunday the Wiz are at Madison Square Garden to take on the Knicks. As Chase said, just 13 games to go. All eyes on that early May date as we find out when they'll be picking in one of the great drafts in recent history. Chase, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely, guys. Have a great weekend.
See you, brother.
You got it. Let's talk baseball. Danny, the news heard around D.C. Dylan Cruz sent to AAA Rochester. He will not start the season with the big club.
I'm stunned by that. I did not think that would happen. I would have lost all the money. And we welcome on our buddy Mark Zuckerman now to break down that move and others. Mark, my official question about Dylan Cruz is, oh, my God, I can't believe it. I thought I was being pranked. What is going on?
I was surprised too, Danny. But I will say that just watching him this spring, you could see it. It's not just the numbers. It was the way he looked. The approach at the plate, taking strikes, swinging at balls, and just watching him like walk around. He had like the weight of the world on his shoulders. I think he knew how badly he was struggling. He was probably pressing a lot, and so while I figured they would give him a month to try to figure it out before making a move like this, I can understand why they looked at it and just said, "We think it's better off. Take that pressure off him. Send him down there." And try to get it all back in a without 30,000 fans in the stands, and that all makes sense. I just think the fear with any kind of move like this is always how do they handle it? Does it actually make it worse from a mental standpoint to have to deal with this, or would he have been better off trying to figure it out up here?
And because it's a new regime, Mark, they're building a relationship with him. How has that affected?
Yeah, 100%. Now, just to listen to what Blake Buter said, and we just talked to him a little while ago, he said both he and Paul Triboni were in the office brought him in, and they were adamant to him that they still believe he is a huge part of their future. As Blake put it, one of these days, whether it's later this year or sometime next year, and we're all in a playoff push and there's a big celebration that we're having, you're in the middle of all that. They fully expect that to be the case. They want him to stay in touch with them. They want to, they want him to feel like he is still a huge part of what they're doing here. They said he handled it all well, took it, professionally. He's a really mature kid. He kind of understood what the situation was. But you never really know how that's going to go. And nobody knows what's going on in his own mind except for Dylan Cruz himself. This is the toughest challenge he's ever faced. He's never struggled at any level before, and now to have this happen, we're going to find out a lot about how he handles this.
So I find Dylan Cruz fascinating and kind of a litmus test in and of himself to begin with, because like when I mentioned today online, I posted a video, I go, this is shocking. The response from all of the GMs on Twitter that love the Nats are, this guy stinks, he's a bust, what's so surprising? Which obviously is ridiculous. But I guess my larger point is, Mark, this is a guy that even if he hits 230 for his career, let's say, if he's hitting 23 to 25 home runs, stealing 30 bases, playing plus defense in center, not in the corner. It's always been odd to me they played him in right, because I think the reason you took him and not Langford is because he can play center, but I digress. If he's doing all that at a premium defensive position, that's still an excellent baseball player. And he could have that Eaton ability where at the end of a year you look up and you go, wait, this guy's a 5-win player? Like when you watch him every night, he does those little winning things. This is not a terrible player. This is a guy who hasn't hit enough. But give me a thought on that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and I think the Nationals agree with that too. They talk so much about his contributions in the field, on the bases, and although we haven't really seen it yet, but the idea was always, hey, he's going to be one of the leaders in the clubhouse among a position player group that doesn't really have anyone like that because they're all so young. So you take all that under consideration, of course, but this is ultimately first and foremost a sport in which you're supposed to hit. When you are him and when you're the number 2 overall pick in the country, you're supposed to be able to hit. And, let's acknowledge that it's not just this spring, but what he looked like last year, even when he was called up, probably was rushed up here. He didn't dominate the minor leagues when he was in it. There are various reasons why he was up here when he was, and this organization has touted him as such a huge part of their future. So there was an argument for keeping him up here. I would have bought it. I expected that would be the case. And as you said, he could still be a real contributor without necessarily hitting a ton. But I think what they saw this spring, again, it's not just the numbers. It's the way he looked, the way he was carrying himself. I think he was feeling the weight of it, the pressure of it, and it wasn't doing him any good to try to figure that out at this level.
Well, Mark, let me double-click on something here. And you can tell me you think I'm off base, but this to me is more than a guy that didn't have good spring numbers, kind of to your point. This is something you do if the message isn't getting through. This is we want X, and you're not getting X, right? So a guy that's, maybe his timing is a little bit off. And a lot of the guys aren't swinging a great hot bat in spring training. There are only a couple Michael A. Taylor Hall of Famers in this group, right? But for the most part, this looks like something more than that, where this is a billboard guy. This is a dude that's on the advertisement, if there was such a thing, to come to the ballpark. He's one of the guys that could be on the murals along with James Wood. To send him down is more to me than just hey, he's scuffling in spring training and he's got some options.
Oh, he's still on all that promotional material, by the way. It's too late to change that.
Exactly.
You're going to see his face on a lot of stuff. I get what you're saying, and I can see how people would look at this and say, well, this is a sign that he's not doing what they want him to do, or that there's an attitude problem, or he's not working hard enough.
I mean to jump in. I don't mean like insubordination. I just mean like it's not clicking to such a degree that we can't do this in good conscience, have him struggle at the major league level for a team that's rebuilding.
Right, and I think that's why I figured they'd ride it out, because we know they're going into this season not saying, hey, we've got to win from day one. They know what the plan is here, and so can't you afford to let a guy struggle up here? But I think in their mind, they're saying he was so lost at the plate from what they've seen. And again, they've only seen him in person here for 6 weeks, and then what they know about him from the past, I think they looked at that and said, he's lost enough that it's not going to do him any favors to throw him out there Thursday at Wrigley Field and ask him to try to figure it out. Now, this can go two ways. We know all the time with these kind of moves, it can turn out to be a great move. Mike Trout was demoted early on in his career, and it turned out just fine. But we also know sometimes you send a guy down, it doesn't go well, he doesn't come back, or when he does come back, he hasn't fixed anything. This is a make or break pivotal moment in Dylan Cruz's career, and it is a gamble on the part of Taboni and Butera and the Nationals to make this move. But I guess they would say it was just as much, if not even more, of a gamble to stick with it.
All right, so two-parter here to wrap this up with Mark Zuckerman, who joins us to break down the Nationals. Of course, Mark has been covering the team longer than anybody in town. Mark, first, timeline to get him back to the show. When do you think we'll see him again? And then second, what does this outfield look like without him? Obviously, a beneficiary is Jacob Young, but is Christian Franklin now the fifth guy in?
If they were to go with what they have right now, there's only 5 outfielders left in camp. And, yeah, Christian Franklin and Joey Weimer are part of that equation. Now, Butera did caution and say, we're still going through some things. We still have some decisions to make. I'm reading in between the lines there saying they may be looking at who else gets cut by other teams here in these last few days, and maybe there's a waiver pickup or something like that they could bring in somebody else. So maybe it's not just these 5 they have here now. As far as the timeline for Cruz, I think they want to be really careful not to put a timeline on it. They'll let the performance dictate it. If he goes out there and dominates and does, and looks like the player that he's supposed to be, they won't hesitate to bring him back up, and that's what they told him today in their meeting. Now, that said, they're not going to say, hey, by May 1st we have to do it. If he hasn't done what they think he needs to do, if it's not clicking, they're not going to rush that move, and maybe it doesn't happen until later on. I would guess they want him to still be on this roster for a majority of this season. I don't think they're thinking this is a long-term situation. But that said, it's up to him. He's got to go up, down there, and, whether it's the numbers or just how he looks in his approach and his performance, they're going to have to see something before they just bring him back up.
NatsJournal.com, that's where you should go. Mark, thank you as always, buddy.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
Talk soon, pal. Hit that Capital Sounder, please. By God, that's John Walton's music, Caps Radio Network, great play-by-play voice of the Washington Capitals. Before we look ahead to New Jersey tonight, tell us about the kid from the other night. That was pretty cool, huh, John?
Yes, it was. Cole Hudson, second-round pick from 2 years ago, and a draft pick that was acquired from Buffalo when they traded Beck Malenstein there. And I'm going to call that good return on investment because, boy, was he – I don't know. I'm talking with Tarek El-Bashir and a few others. I only go back 15 years, so in my time, I haven't seen anything as electrifying as that in a first game. And not putting him on the same level with Alex Ovechkin, but not really since October 5, 2005. If you had somebody burst on the scene and do those kinds of things and show us things that 19-year-old defensemen just don't do, and his brother is more than a point-a-game guy with Montreal this year as a defenseman, and you were always kind of hoping, gosh, wouldn't it be great if we could have something like that in our camp, and then he comes in and does what he does. And look, we got to pump the brakes. We can't get too excited about it, but seeing him on the power play, skating more than 16 minutes, the kid's got vision for days. One of the very best prospects in the Ovechkin era, if not the best, to burst onto the scene the way he did. I think everybody's pretty excited about it.
John, I'm going too far here because I just can't help myself. I was blown away. I mean, I was high expectations, excited, took my kid to see the debut, all that stuff. I was shocked with how skilled he was. The skating, puck possession in the offensive zone, puck on his stick, vision to cross-ice pass a couple times. Like he was the best player on the ice in his first period, and I get that there's going to be ebbs and flows or whatever, but what are we talking about here? Like, this feels like he's tiny, right? But so's Quinn Hughes. Like, there's a lot of small defensemen now that can skate and move the puck. This feels like they got a stud.
Yeah, it really does. And, I've had to kind of find myself needing to pump the brakes, too. And then I look at him on the power play on that second unit, and I'm sitting there talking to Kenny the other night going, man, you got Chychrun on the first unit. You're going to come back with Hudson on the second unit. On the power play, it's going to be really something next year. And look, he's going to make mistakes, and he's 19 years old, and he's got to, get acclimated to coming out of college. He's not going to, until next season, going to have the full rigors of an 84-game schedule next year, not 82. I got to keep remembering that. But it's exciting. It's vision, it's skating. One of the biggest problems with the Capitals' power play this year has been zone entries. They have charitably been bad. That's been probably the biggest issue. And here's a kid that might be able to take care of that all by himself. So I think with that, the 5-on-5, you've got a guy like Matt Roy. I kind of get the sense just from Spencer Carberry that, they're going to try a few things down the stretch with these games that are left. But Matt Roy seems like a great pick because he's a guy with a veteran, defense first, can really give this kid the racetrack to be able to run, and having those two together seems like a really good way to start this.
John, you and I are of a similar age group, and Grant sort of checked me on this yesterday. I think he actually made a really, really good point. I'm like from the Kevin Hatcher school of defensemen. You know what I mean? It's like Kevin Hatcher, Rod Langway, 6'3", 220, a mustache you can hang your hat on. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm used to. And I'm sitting there going, I'm blown away by Hudson like everybody else was, but I'm doing the thing where I'm going, yeah, can he deal with all the puck battles in the corner? Can he deal with all the power forwards that are freight training down on him? And kind of, Grant brought up Quinn Hughes and the like. Is that less of a concern now in the NHL, and you can have a defenseman that may not be that chiseled out of stone guy that's a bruiser first, second, and third?
Yeah, as someone who shares a radio booth with one of those guys, yes. That's the way Ken Savarin was built and everyone back in the day. It is a different time, and I've even talked about that with him. If this were 1992, it might be difficult to be of that size, and maybe a player like that gets overlooked because, oh, yeah, he's great, but the but doesn't matter as much. It is a fast game. The number one thing you need to be, and what the Capitals are adjusting to, is speed and youth and really the ability to be able to move the puck. And we are watching that transition. We've been talking about it really for the last couple of years, and there's a lot exciting coming. Not just Hudson, but throw in an Ilya Protas, and you got Andrew Crystal, and you've got this youth movement of guys that, okay, on the back end, you've got Chychrun and his shot, and he's not 30 either. So, they're going to be together for a while. And then you've got your stay-at-home guys. You still need to be able to be physical. You still got to be able to play the body. But you can have a guy like Cole Hudson around without, I don't know that he's going to be physically imposing to anybody, but he's going to be move and be gone, and you can't hit what you can't catch. And man, this kid can skate, and what he does with it once he enters the zone is really something. Looking forward to seeing it tonight.
John, thank you. Much appreciated.
You bet, fellas.
You got it. Caps back in action this evening. Kids can skate, man. Ryan Leonard's got speed and wheels. Yep. Ethan Frank's the fastest player in the NHL, probably.
It's the thing that I love. It's the thing that I covet.
Good to catch up with Mark Zuckerman as well on a busy day for Nats media members in West Palm. Just getting out of Blake Butera's office. All of our Nats coverage, big Dylan Cruz news today, provided by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank, a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Visit Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. The DC Defenders are crashing the party out here at Tap Sports Bar. We will catch up with them next on The Fan.
NCAA tournament, day 2 of the first round going on right now. Kentucky earlier today beat Santa Clara 89-84 in overtime. Santa Clara knocked down a 3 with just over 2 seconds to go before Otega Owe of Kentucky, the brother of Adafe Owe, newly signed by the Commanders, banked in a 3 from half court at the buzzer to send the game to overtime. Kentucky would prevail by 5 in the extra period, 89-84. Texas Tech rolled past Akron 91-71. Arizona had no issue with Long Island, winning 92-58. Virginia survived a bit of a scare, beating 14-seed Wright State 82-73. Games going on right now. At halftime, Alabama stormed back to end the half to lead Hofstra 37-35. Iowa State rolling over 15-seed Tennessee State 62-31, about 17 and a half to go in that one. And I'm sure Maryland fans are locked into Kevin Willard and Villanova as they take on Utah State. About 13 and a half to go in the first half of that one. Utah State with an 18-10 lead. Tipping off in just a couple of moments. Tennessee will take on Miami of Ohio. In baseball, shocking news today, Dylan Cruz was optioned to AAA Rochester by the Washington Nationals. And in hockey, the Capitals going to be taking on the Devils at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear the game right here on 106.7 The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live at MGM National Harbor at Tap Sports Bar. Grant and Danny with you on The Fan, hanging out, watching the tournament. University of Virginia's in the win column. It was a sweat as always for their fan base, but they survive and advance. Right now, we got all the TVs going in front of us. Alabama has a 4-point lead on Hofstra, 39-35, as they play early in the second half. Villanova's just underway. They're trailing 9th-seeded Utah State by 5 points, 18-13. About 7 minutes into that ball game. Iowa State is pouring it on Tennessee State. That's a 2-15. No surprise there. Chalky bracket outcome. About 16 minutes to go in the second half.
Yeah, Utah State's a threat, man. The Aggies are good. They, don't maybe have all the 5 stars or the high-level recruits that Nova does, but they're going to be a pain in the butt to deal with. Iowa State looks like the truth, man. They look as good as anybody has this tournament.
All of our coverage of the NC2A tournament on The Fan is presented by Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We are joined right now by some of the members of the DC Defenders who are getting ready to kick off their title defense this coming season. If you've been listening to our show for some time, you know we're big Defenders. Guys, I'm out at the stadium a bunch, and Jordan Tom, who has been on our program many times, the quarterback and one of the top players in the United Football League, is with us here on The Fan. It is good to catch up with you again.
Hey, good to be here. Good to be here.
The title defense begins. We get to some of your teammates as well. Gabe Taylor, Sam Kidd are hanging out with us.
Yep.
But Jordan, you guys are hopping around D.C. You got a big event tomorrow. In fact, at the Wharf,
Yep.
people can come for a kickoff of a brand new season and a countdown to the season fan fest for you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, so we're excited for that. So we brought down, there's 3 of us here. We wanted more guys to come, but we're excited to see everybody tomorrow and kind of kick off the season. We start next week in St. Louis. Want you guys to watch in, and then whenever we play here in April 11th, we want that place Audi Field packed out.
So last time you were on, Jordan, with a couple of teammates.
Yeah.
You guys basically pranked me and made fun of me a lot. And it was like afterwards on social media that I found, they're like, oh my God, what a horse's ass Danny is. And that was kind of like the whole point of it. So I guess I'm asking, is there something like that happening today where I'm going to be embarrassed to go home?
If there is, I'm not in on it.
Nice, Sam. That's what I'm talking about.
It's nice to meet you, Sam. What was last time? I don't remember.
I don't remember what it was either, but it was like, oh, they got you. And like all the producers laughed at me a lot. And then like all the young people were like 6, 7. I didn't even get it. And I was like, all right, so am I still awkward? Am I still in my 40s? Like I don't know what anything means.
I want to welcome Gabe Taylor onto the show. The legacy of the Taylor family continuing in the nation's capital.
Yes, sir.
We've actually talked to you on the air a couple times during your college career. Sean's little brother, who's going to be playing football in D.C.
Not so little anymore.
No, he's not.
So little.
What a neat thing for you to get to carry on the mantle. Able to to represent the family?
I mean, I just give all glory to God. My story is crazy. It's crazy that I'm here at this moment, right in time. I just feel like it's destined for me to be in this great capital, in front of this great fans, and just wearing 21 and representing that number. It means a lot to me.
Yeah, you guys are the defending champs, and you got to open up on the road for like a month. It feels like.
Yeah.
But it also sort of feels like it fits with what you guys have to go through. What was it when adversity would strike? What was the word last year? You just said what? Good?
Good.
Yeah. That's what it feels. It's like you're doing it again, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So talk about that. Like the league's kind of screwing you a little bit, right?
And Sam, by the way, is a local guy.
Yeah.
Sam Kidd is with us on Grant and Danny, one of the 3 defenders joining us. So what high school did you go to?
Madison, James Madison High School.
Oh, home of the Warhawks.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes.
Now, I know Pudge Jorman's got a hell of a baseball program.
Oh, yeah.
Football's
for years.
nasty, too, though.
Yeah,
football's
Justin
nasty.
Counts, head coach. He's coached me since I was like 7 years old.
So this is a homecoming for you, too. I mean, I know last year you were around, but weren't fully healthy. Like, what's it going to be like for you to be part of this thing? And I'd imagine you're going to have a nice little request list for tickets every time you play.
Yeah, no, it's an absolute blessing to be able to be so close to home. About 30 minutes from where I grew up.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's easy for the family and friends who are still living in the area to make it out. And just as Gabe said, I want to give all glory to God. I would not be in this position without him, and I'm just excited, healthy, and excited to get after it this season.
Where do you think we are right now with the state of the UFL, the health of the league? In D.C., I always feel like we're on a rocket ship. Because as you said it, Audi Field is hopping on game day. People care about this team. I want this thing to work so badly. And it sounds like, we're back for another one, obviously, but I saw the commissioner this week saying he wants to eventually have 32 teams.
Yeah.
Like, things are trending. You've been in other spring leagues. How does this one compare? Why might this one work better?
There's a lot of people and a lot of hard work behind the scenes that go into this league, and a lot of people don't see it, but there are guys working behind the scenes, and it gave us hope, and like knowing that there's a future that Rapoli's talking about having new teams coming out. Either if it's not next year, then the year coming up. So it's a future for not only as players but as coaches and people who referees, everybody. So it's like. It's just I know this league is going to grow and become something bigger, and it's giving guys a lot of opportunities that we didn't think we would have, and we're just all grateful for it.
Jordan Ta'amu, an MVP and a championship quarterback in the D.C. Defenders. Is this your diet soda or mine?
I think that's yours.
Do you drink diet soda?
Sometimes, yeah. I'd Diet Coke over anything, yeah.
He's a handsome gentleman.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot.
Should we add him to our top 5 most handsome D.C.
We had to adjust
it
to include him.
We did?
We did, yeah.
I didn't even remember
Well, here's what
I
happened.
was top 2 last time.
Yeah, remember he's top 2.
Oh, so I hit on you last time, too.
Here's what happened,
My
guys.
wife's going to think this is really weird.
Yeah, so Jordan came in studio, and we were like, okay, we have to adjust our ranking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was like right in the face, too.
Indeed.
And if you remember this, now this is awkward, just 5 guys at a table.
Yeah.
He smelled incredible.
Oh, I do
It
remember
was
that.
the scent.
Cologne?
It was tied to the scent, right?
Hey, Sam, what do you call it?
I don't know.
The Ta'amu effect.
Oh, the Ta'amu effect. I like that. The Ta'amu effect.
I do not have an effect.
Well, I will say, a couple people came up and said, who was that guy that you were just talking to? They were not men that asked me that. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
Jordan Ta'amu should enjoy himself out here at the bar today. There's worse places to be than hanging out here watching the NCAA tournament. You guys fill out brackets. Who are you rooting for today, Sam?
Yeah, I definitely filled out a bracket, and I think it's already down the toilet.
Yes.
Yeah, I had UNC going pretty far, so.
Sorry about it.
Yeah, I've grew up a big UNC fan, so every year I always put them going pretty
You know
far.
who was sitting at that table right there yesterday was Tyler Hansborough.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, look at
Wow.
his face light up.
Yeah.
So Hansborough is part of Field of 68. So they're
Okay.
broadcasting like right across the way at the sports book.
Okay.
So he came in here at 8, and Danny and I were kind of starstruck. We're like, they were losing to Siena.
Mhm.
We're like, if we get to watch Tyler Hansborough watch Duke get upset by a 16.
I mean, he was losing.
Oh, I
it.
bet.
That would
bet.
be all-time cool.
Yeah. No,
That's-
when he was there, UNC was unreal during that time.
Well, he was incredible. We were actually kicking this around the other day. Now, forget about what they did in the pros, right? Because their guys are going on to great careers. But in their incredibly annoying at the same time.
Crazy motor. That guy was just always on go. Always on go.
You got to say motor, too.
Motor's what you have to say.
High motor.
You're required.
It's like, what is
Gym
it?
rat,
Sneaky
high motor,
athletic.
sneaky athletic.
Yeah.
We know. Gabe,
guys
you know.
get it.
Gabe, you know what it means.
I do know what it means.
It means he's a white. Gabe. That's what it means.
Gabe Taylor is with us as well from the DC Defenders. So, Gabe, Rice isn't in this thing, right?
No.
I mean, so who are we rooting for?
Did they make the NIT, Rice?
Who's your squad?
No.
Sorry.
I like Arkansas, man. I think
Okay.
that guard is very tough.
A-Cup
But
is nasty.
You know what's crazy? I really think High Point is going to shock a lot of people.
You don't think they can win again, do you? Did you see their coach cut the promo yesterday?
No.
Oh,
Yes. I did.
Wasn't that so good?
I did see it.
He was like, nobody wanted to see us. You got to see us
No,
now.
You got to play us now, brother. I'm like, okay. Sorry, dude.
They're with it. They're with it. I really think High Point might upset a lot of folks.
So
That's
you guys
my
open the
underdog.
season April 11th on the road. A little bit of a slap in the face, I'm going to say. I don't know how the scheduling works at the stadium or whatever, but, most leagues, you open the year as the defending champion. We unfurl a banner. Everybody goes crazy. Y'all are just going on a road trip for a couple of weeks before you come home. I think week 3 is your first home game.
Yep.
I guess that goes back to the old head coach Shannon Harris mantra of
Good.
Yeah. We just literally watched the video the other day again to show the new players what we mean by adversity and things we face. We just say good and move on.
Yeah, I'm going to add on to that. Coach Shannon always says, like, every road game is our home game. And, like, we walk in your trap and take over your trap. So it's like that's Audi West right there. So Audi's just us right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's not going to be nothing different.
The coolest thing I think they do in the UFL, I don't know if you guys get up for this or you think it's cheesy or whatever, but I'll just say as a fan taking my kids, I love it. They have a player address the crowd before the game. I think that's fire.
They do.
Yeah. Okay. So, they'll get someone on the mic at the 50.
Okay.
And normally it's like the same dude all year.
Yeah, it was like Malik Fisher.
Exactly.
Yeah, the
I don't know.
DN.
Do you know who's going to do it this year?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It got to be
Tamu.
I got to be locked in. I got to focus. I'm be on the
Have
sideline.
a Tamu effect on the whole crowd.
If you want to pop the crowd, Gabe would be a good nomination.
Definitely.
But so you go out there, and the one dude, though, he had me, I'm telling you, I'm just a goofy, portly fella. I wanted to go play football. He's like, we're here! And I'm like, this dude is about to collapse. But it's right before the game. It's super cool. I think they
And
should
he
do
gets
that
the
in
crowd
other
into
leagues.
it, too. Yeah.
Totally. Do they do that in other stadiums?
I know they have guys. Yeah, they have guys
Okay.
going up there, but not as cool as DC, where he's telling them, what up, DC? Like, what we do.
It's good
or
vibes.
something like that. Yeah.
No, Malik was great.
Yeah.
So you've been around the area long enough. Before Audi Field, there wasn't a UFL. What do you make of just the fact that so many people seem to care about this thing and they're in? Like that stadium, you're getting 12 to 15,000 people coming out to fill it.
Yeah, I mean, just DC sports in general, it doesn't shock me at all. I mean, like you said, I'm from around here. I did grow up. My dad's from Long Island. I grew up a Giants fan. I grew up a Mets fan. But
Sorry,
I grew up. I know.
Sam's mic
I
just
get
cut
it.
out.
I
What happened?
I get it. But
Gabe,
I grew up here.
You're gonna be okay
and
with
the
that?
fans are electric for all DC sports. So it's really an advantage for us, and it doesn't shock me.
Even that for old people like me is just so transformative and cool.
Very
and
cool.
you guys are at the center of it.
Yeah, very cool.
So I was told, and we're joined, DC Defenders takeover here at MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. We're watching the tournament with listeners. Jordan Tamu, Gabe Taylor, Sam Kidd are with us. They're playing their first game on April 11th, but tomorrow you can go out to the wharf for what is the season kickoff party with the Defenders. They're going to be out there at District Pier in the afternoon. But I want to know, you guys apparently tried mumbo sauce for the first time yesterday.
Today.
Oh, today?
Today.
How did we feel about it?
I loved it.
Very good.
It was
Very
different.
Now, will you say something different when the mics are off? Because
No.
you're required to like
No,
it.
I'm dead serious.
He wanted to go back tonight for dinner.
Yeah, I'm going back tonight.
So I'm going to say something. It's a little bit inflammatory.
Come on.
It's a little sweet for me. It's a little too sweet. I don't need that on my. I don't like sweet wings. I want hot. I want Old Bay. I want a little fire in there. It's fine. I could use it on like a mushu pork dish with like kind of the plum sauce. It's got a little sweetness to it. It's not my favorite, and I realize I've just offended thousands of people.
That's okay. Everything's not for everybody,
Right?
but
Right.
mumbo sauce
Thank you,
is definitely
Sam
for me.
Kidd.
It's definitely for me.
Last one I got, we could go down the line. Your own individual aspirations. Ultimately, all of you have visions, I'm sure, of still getting to the league, playing in the NFL. I mean, you played at such a high level. has the phone rang and you've had opportunities, but the right one hasn't presented itself? Like, do you still think there's going to be a chance maybe to play in the league?
Yeah, I think there's hope. Last year I didn't get a call. Year before that, didn't get a call.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, when I was younger, they're like, hey, we want to go with the older guys. Now I'm a little bit older. Hey, we want to go with the younger guys. So I just got to keep proving to the world, keep proving to them that, I can still ball, that I can still play, and that I am a winning guy, and that, all I do is win. So as long as I continue to do that and showcase my film and progress each and every year, I think they're going to give me a chance.
What about you, Gabe?
Of course the league, but, look, back on my story, just like went to mini camp. Everybody knows that, to the Commanders mini camp. Like I tell all the guys in interviews, I went to mini camp. It didn't feel like a real shot to me. Like, I went there, I balled out. Coach was like, it's no brainer to sign you, but they put me on the short list. And, that whole period from 2024 to 2025 was like a dead period with me where I hit rock bottom. But it was a good learning moment. I got close to Christ. So this is a whole stepping stone right here. UFL is why it's a real opportunity to me, and just taking advantage of it, and get back to prove that I can play with the big dogs. NFL, that's my goal.
Love it.
Well, best of luck to you guys, Sam. Stay healthy, kick butt this year, and we're going to see you guys out at Audi Field. Can't wait to go out there. It's a afternoon-heavy schedule this year. A lot of matinees.
Nice.
So family-friendly. Get your kids out there. DC Defenders put on a really good show. Thank you guys for coming through.
Appreciate you, boys.
Enjoy the day. If you get over to any of the tables over there, don't lose too much money. And if you do, call Danny. He's got plenty of it.
Yeah, bet on 21.
Hey.
Grant and Danny on the Fan with you until 6:30. MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. Get you the latest on the tournament next. All of our college hoops conversation presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. I love Ted Britt Ford. You guys will too. It's the Truck Month sales event at Ted Britt in Fairfax and Chantilly. Here's what they're doing on a lot of rides. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus, it's a plus now. How about $1,000 in Truck Month cash or $1,000 on Ford accessories on select Ford trucks. $10,250 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt Ford. Your F-150 HQ. 0% APR, 60 months, no payments for 90 days. I'm telling you, they want these rides to move. I got myself a Mustang Mach-E. You can get an even newer model than the one I got. $11,500 off that MSRP. And again, no payments for 90 days. How about a 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt? $8,500 off, 1.9% APR for 36 months. And still can't believe they do this. They don't want your money. 90 days, no payments. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Best buying experience I've ever had. Fairfax, Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. When you see them, tell them Danny sent you.
Thanks to the Defenders for stopping through. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. Villanova is tied at 31 with Utah State. Competitive 8-9 matchup, 5 minutes to go in the half. I bring this up to tell you that there was an interview with Kevin Willard that we're told we need to hear. This is an in-game conversation with the head coach, the Maryland Terrapin heel, everybody's favorite bad guy.
You
around
know,
these
remember
parts.
that guy?
So we're told he said something interesting. We have not heard this. This was in the broadcast while we were on the air, so let's listen.
Coach, 16 paint points for Utah State. How do you keep them out?
I'm going to fire my staff because we've...
Not now.
Yeah, I am, because we've given up 8 points on underneath out of bounds defense. So the only thing I'm going to do is fire them and get a new staff.
All right, go do that now. Bye, Coach. Kevin, we're losing people by the second.
So it was well played by the sideline reporter. So I guess he just has one of these personalities that unless you're with him at all times and you understand it, he just comes off terribly. Like, is that funny? That's not funny. Is that supposed to be funny?
It may have supposed to have been.
Are we looking at this through the lens of we don't like this guy and he's a jerk? So we like if someone hears that in Texas, they're laughing about that.
I'm trying to take that hat off because I do think he's a jerk. Yeah, I'm trying to take that off and be objective about it. It doesn't seem like it.
When is the last time a coach has joked about firing his assistants during the game? I would venture to say it's been a while.
Yeah, and maybe it's supposed to look how irreverent and off-color I am. I want to stand out, too. The guy from High Point cut a promo. I need to do something to increase my stature.
Because he's not being serious, obviously.
Right, but he's trying to make a memorable moment out of it, right? Like, some guys play the game really well. He clearly does. He uses a place for a couple years. And instead of a press conference, it should be about what the kids have done and are doing and are about to do. He, of course, made it about himself and, aired the dirty laundry about his fight with the AD and all the other nonsense. You guys remember the story from what happened in Maryland. Better deals them and finds a different opportunity at Villanova. He's now looking for his next opportunity. I'm certain after a couple of years he'll be doing the same kind of thing. And he's going to use those moments. He plays the game very well to increase his profile. That's how he views this. He's a user and kind of does that sort of thing. So, and I'm sure it'll be rewarded. But it's hard for me to ignore that. Like if Jim Boeheim does something like that when he's at Syracuse for 50 years, you got to go, oh, Jim, there's the old curmudgeon. Or, Bobby Knight does that. It's like, okay, there's that guy. It just makes my skin crawl hearing him say.
But I've known coaches and I know people outside of the sports realm where they don't care how you perceive them as long as the people within their sphere close to them within the locker room love them. Ben Johnson is one of these guys, I think, where Ben Johnson comes off like a guy you wouldn't want to hang out with.
Yep.
His likability is low. People watch how he acts and say, that's not a admirable, respectable person. I can't support that guy. But you know who loves Ben Johnson is all the people that coach with him, work with him. They sing his praises. They keep in touch with him. Maybe that's what Willard is. It seems to me like, just based on his comments, he is someone I wouldn't want to hang out with. But if everybody else seems to like him, like he recruits well, players want to play for him.
Yeah, he's a good basketball coach.
I don't get the sense players leave him because they don't like him necessarily, do you?
No, I mean, but there have been villains throughout college basketball forever. And they were villains for different reasons, right? Coach Calipari was a villain forever because he played the one-and-done game when everyone was resisting that.
Bobby Knight was throwing chairs.
Yeah, Calipari adopted it early, and then everybody came around, and now Calipari's kind of one of the deans of college basketball. Everybody's going to him for philosophical points about, like, what's wrong. It's kind of amazing. As it's kind of the inverse Harvey Dent. You live yourself long enough to become the hero or long enough to become the villain, I guess, as it reverses. But, Willard plays the game very well, knows what it's about. He'll continue to trade up and better deal. There have been the Bobby Petrinos of college football. He's of that same milk for basketball. He can coach and he can recruit, so he'll be just fine.
I also think there's a chance he's like the uncle where you never know if he's serious or joking, and his delivery is just such that he's not that funny, but he has this dry sense of humor, and he makes weird comments. And occasionally you're going to rub people wrong when you do it that way.
Yeah.
Like there might be some of that too. We're just sitting here watching some of these games in front of us. The thing that's amazing to me about college hoops in 2026, the NBA version has taken over in college to an extent. The range of some of these players and the shots that pass is acceptable. And by the way, they hit a lot of them. But from the logo, 6 and 7, 8 feet behind the three-point line, there's no such thing anymore as like, was my foot on the line three-pointer? I mean, these guys are shooting from Damian Lillard, Steph Curry territory.
It's required now, and here's why. A, yes, you're right. The Curry changed the game. That's the reference point. But B, everybody is tall, rangy, athletic. It's no longer you get the 19-footer just after you swing the ball a couple times, or you're coming off the screen. Everybody can defend you. You need to make people defend the full, 50 feet basically of half court. It's harder and harder to do, to play an old post style or back somebody down. The way these sort of hybrid zones and the man-to-man defenses and all the proliferation of switching that's kind of crept down from the NBA as well, you absolutely need extra range to kind of get some of these shots off. So you're right. The game has been NBA-ified a bit.
There was a story that broke last night via Axios in D.C. It was Junaid Dill who did the reporting, suggesting that there's going to be an 11-story parking garage next to the Commanders Stadium. He suggested it could be an eyesore, but when you hear 11 stories, you obviously think, my goodness, what is the possibility that will even work? I mean, is that something that is functional? We're going to talk to him about that next on Grant and Danny live from Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor on Tourney Friday.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. Second day of the college basketball tournament, March Madness. The first game of the day fit right into that name. Kentucky beat Santa Clara in overtime by 5, 89-84. Santa Clara had hit a 3 to go up by 3 with 2.4 seconds left before Kentucky's Atega Owe, the younger brother of the Commanders' Adafe Owe, banked in a 3 at half court, or from half court at the buzzer to send the game to overtime, but Kentucky wins by 5, 89-84. Texas Tech beat Akron by 20, 91-71. Arizona beat Long Island 92-58, and Virginia survived a bit of a scare against 14 seed Wright State, winning by 9, 82-73. Games going on right now. Hofstra in Alabama. The Crimson Tide came storming back at the end of the first half. They lead by 8, 67-59, about 8 minutes to go in that game. Iowa State roll into a victory up 35 with just under 6 minutes to go, 95-60 in that one. Tennessee up by 14 on Miami, Ohio, about 7 minutes to go in the first half, 31-17. And Villanova and Utah State going at it about a minute to go in the first half. Utah State 37, Villanova 36. Hockey tonight, Capitals taking on the Devils at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock right here on The Fan, and Dylan Cruz was optioned to AAA Rochester by the Nationals today. A clutch pull-up jumper can change a game. An epic cheese pull can change your life. Paisano's homemade cheesy breadsticks, fresh dough, buttery garlic, and layers of melted mozzarella in every bite. Made fresh daily and perfect for a full day of college hoops action. Order now at paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Out and about and on the road, Grant and Danny, brought to you by the law firm Kandori & Murad. They will help you with a last will and testament, living trust, or medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation for free right now with one of their lawyers. Go to and watch some games.
A couple of my good buddies from my neighborhood did that very thing. Did not expect to see them, but they got off work a little tiny bit early, or maybe they went back to work. I'm not even sure about what happened, but they were here posted up at the bar, eating some fried food, knocking down a couple adult sodas, and right back to their daily lives. I love it, man.
Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome onto the show Junait Dill, DC Axios reporter, who broke a story yesterday that means a lot to me and that I'm very interested in. One of the biggest questions I've had about this new stadium in D.C. is parking. And one of the fears has been that it's going to end up being mostly parking garages, which is not a pleasurable way to get to or leave a game. And Junait had a story about just how big one of the parking garages next to this new stadium over at the RFK site might be. Joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Junait, thank you for the time. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
So give us the details here. What are you hearing?
Yeah, so, I was looking through the filings for the renderings of the Commander Stadium this past week, and I saw that one of the newest ones has this big parking garage, and we knew parking garages were going to be a part of the stadium. The Commanders want to fit 8,000 parking spaces, mostly across 2 big garages. But I got to tell you, when I saw these, these are pretty big. So they're going to be 11 stories, up to 11 stories potentially, big parking deck. And they were kind of artful in the way they put it on the rendering. They have this beautiful stadium. In front of it, you got on the left side this parking garage that is transparent, basically. It's not fully, colored in, so it kind of doesn't poke out as much. But you don't see many parking garages above ground in D.C. And just to think, you could have a 110-foot parking garage I was like, whoa, this is interesting. But, so this is their design that's working through the National Capital Planning Commission. They got to get that commission to approve it. And the Commanders, are moving fast to try and get this open by 2030. So, but a lot of people are interested in the parking and the transportation. So this is the latest plan that they've put forth now.
What are the logistics of that? It's already awful trying to get in and out of parking at a 22,000 open air lot that's at Northwest or FedEx, wherever the stupid thing's called. I can't imagine the logistics, Sinead, of trying to get out of a 11,000 sort of enclosed parking garage. That might be insane.
Yeah, I mean, people were talking about this online, like, you better not, you don't want to be the guy on the 11th floor trying to get out of the game at the, it might take you a while. I hope part of the reason I wrote the story was because I think, we need to have a conversation about how the traffic management is going to work. Obviously, they got experts and they've invested money into that and they've done studies and everything. But as this moves through the approval process, I think it's important to remind folks that this should be front and center, because you're right, like getting in and out of that stadium is a big deal. I think someone pointed out Northwest has a lot more parking currently, maybe 21,000 spots if I'm not wrong. So this is a drastic reduction being in the center of D.C., and they want more people to take the metro this time around.
How realistic is it, Junaid, that this is actually how it lands? I mean,
How it lands, yeah.
You know how this goes. These renderings come out. There's pictures. At one point, there's a moat at the stadium 10 years ago. That didn't actually happen. Was this just a picture, or is the plan legitimately that they think it's feasible that an 11-story parking garage could actually be the end game?
So I think there are things about this that are in flux. Parking garages, the documents say they could be up to 110 feet. The reason they want to do the garages is because, you save a lot of green space and open space that way, even if they're kind of imposing looking. I don't know if they would consider digging underground some of those spaces, so maybe you split the difference, 5 stories underground or 4 underground, and you have less. But the way they look on the renderings now, it's about half as tall as the tallest point of the stadium, of the dome, which goes up to 195 feet. So, it's pretty substantial. But yeah, I mean, this could all be subject to change as well.
Junaid Dill with us, Axios reporter, breaking down a good find by him, story about a potential parking garage near the new stadium at the RFK site. You mentioned kind of the logistics of trying to get in and out of there and how they want people to take Metro and the public transport and the like. One of the things I remember, and this may not be as intimate a part of your story, but from the initial sort of materials trying to convince the D.C. Council and everybody to get on board with this thing was kind of the idea that this parking garage 99% of the time has nothing to do with what's going on at the stadium, and it's just something that the team would still have access to and the like. Is there a D.C. City position that maybe is different from this? Because this would be great for the team, but is this good for the city, et cetera? I wonder if you could weigh in on that.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, because they'll be sitting empty for most of the time, right. and just to have a huge concrete block that's 100 feet tall doesn't look that great. I mean, they want to have other events too, of course. I think it was 100 events a year at least that they want to have at the stadium, so that's not just football season games. But I don't know. I don't know if there are other creative uses the city would do for this. I mean, this was part of the pushback over the proposed legislation too. They just didn't want these big garages, but it's kind of hard to fit, all those people without having them.
Junaid Dill of Axios in D.C. had this story on this possible parking structure near the stadium. What would be better? And I'm just kind of spitballing. I'm curious to get your insight as someone who's been reporting on this. Would it be several smaller structures or one more giant one, or a few where they're much larger? I just think about my own experiences, and it does seem like the more floors, the longer you're waiting. To try to get out of a game could take 90 minutes or something crazy. But I don't know, do they have the space, and or is there a study that says you're better off doing something like this than having 7 or 8 much smaller structures?
Yeah, and my unsatisfying answer is look, I don't know traffic mechanics or parking, consulting mechanics. So I don't know, but I do know that 2 garages is part of the plan, and I maybe they've figured it all out. Look, maybe they know it takes X minutes to get from the top to the bottom during a game day. Maybe that's all figured out. we will find out more at this commission meeting. I think it's April 2nd when they present this stuff. So I think that will be a part of the discussion. Are there other alternatives for this? Yeah.
Sorry, so you mentioned this, and it's been a while since Grant and I had to study up on urban planning and city council policies and procedures and the way the local government works. Remind us of kind of the next steps here, because as you said, this is kind of the introductory phase of all this, and by no means is it definitive. Kind of where's the timeline here?
For sure, yeah. So it's now in front of the National Capital Planning Commission, which is a federal commission. They have really influential say over projects like this one. They can tell where a tree needs to be planted versus or like the color of a light bulb. Like, they can go really granular. So these are federal appointees. They will pour over the design details, and ultimately the team wants approval by the end of this year, so they can break ground as soon as possible. And I would suspect in the next few months we'll get a clearer picture of when they can get this thing approved out of that commission. So far, it's been pretty smooth sailing. They like the classical design. They like the general feel of it. I think fans, also love it. So I think that's helping it move along. But we're just waiting. Yeah, we're waiting for the commission to give its final approval in the coming months.
Junaid, thank you. Great reporting. We appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good to be on.
Absolutely.
Thank you, buddy.
Junaid Dill of Axios. So, look, this stadium's going to be a gigantic win. That is not in dispute. I can't wait for it to open. I'll be there with bells on day one. I have zero interest in an 11-story parking garage.
What's the alternative? I don't know the answer to that.
Don't know.
Yeah.
That's the problem. First, I'm not smart enough to be able to answer that. And this was, to the credit of a lot of the detractors, the thing that they kept saying was parking, parking, parking. Charles Allen, I remember being on. Garages, huge garages, eyesores, with the way he was going into it. My point is, that's not a deal breaker. So at the end of the day, if it is an 11-story garage that takes 90 minutes or 2 hours to get out of, it just means I probably don't ever drive to games or have to figure something else out. There will be other places to park and walk, hopefully, at some point. Maybe, as they've been stressing, it is almost it's a downtown, game in the city. You're basically taking public transit or bus. Like, that could be where we get to. But it's not going to end up being perfect. We've got a multi-billion-dollar presentation happening here. There's so much involved. It's not going to be win after win after win. We're going to have to give in some places.
Yeah, they're trade-offs.
I've already done that with getting rid of tailgating, which I think they can say what they'd like to. The tailgating scene is going to be nothing like it is at Northwest Stadium, which is kind of the one saving grace of what is a bad stadium now. But, man, does a parking structure like that just sound like an L to me. If I'm a fan, after a Monday Night Football game, the last thing I want to do is get in an elevator up to floor number 8 as
2 o'clock in the morning,
leaving at the same time and sit there for 75, 80 minutes. That sounds hellacious.
Yep, that's bad. I mean, I think of somebody was bringing up Nats Park. They have sort of the multiple garages attached.
But those are like 3 or 4 levels.
Yeah, and
this
it's
would be
a lot
smaller. 3
smaller.
times that.
And you can get out of there pretty decent. Not great, but decent. And I think that's my retort is what you just said. This is that times dozens.
By the way,
right?
How many people are at Nats games?
Yeah, well, remember playoff games?
Well, yeah, but back then you weren't getting out of there that quick.
Right.
People right now,
you can whip out
quite
of there.
Literally since 2020, basically the pandemic year when no one was there, but 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. You're talking about 5 straight baseball seasons. Our minds of how you get in, how you get out.
Yep.
This is not a well-attended ballpark. You get your own line for the bathroom. You get your own. You don't have to wait for food very often for the most part. So you're talking about, I don't know, on a good day, 25, 30,000 or something when you're at Nats Park. On a bad day, on a matinee, there's 7 to 15,000. I mean, if everything goes well, early on in the experience at this new stadium, Danny, it's going to be 55, 60,000 people leaving there.
Yeah, out of one garage, too. And that's the other part of it, right? With Nats Park, you've got all concentrated, but still center field garage, left field garage, a couple, related garages that are blocks away as people are filing points north, a little bit west, and then you're going towards the metro, et cetera. There are choke points, certainly, but it's not the same degree of everybody's going to one spot that drove, right? So that's, call it what? How many thousand parking spots? You're saying 10K parking spots times 2 or 3 people on average per. So 20-some thousand people going to one garage to try to form an orderly queue to get out of there. That sounds nightmare fuel to me. But again, I don't know what the alternative is. There's no way it can be like it was at RFK back in the day where it was just, yep, you're in field A over there. Just kind of whip around, and if you get stuck in the mud, a couple of people will help you out.
I guess I would just have to Metro probably. I really hate taking the Metro. I've kind of sworn it off. I've never Metro to a Nats game or anything like that. But you can park. There are enough, and it's fewer now, honestly.
Yep.
We're lucky that we work right there. But it used to be when I would, before we worked downtown by the Nats, drive to games, there were so many lots, random letters, K and L and J and R, and it was basically just like fenced gravel where they hadn't built anything. Those are mostly condos now. There's fewer and fewer and fewer of those. But over by the new stadium, to your point, I don't think there's going to be many of those. So you just may not have a choice. The one thing I will say is you hear a lot of, well, it's so far away, we just don't know what the technology will be, the ride sharing will be. That's not really a plan. And that is what worries me some. I agree, there's technology that we don't know yet. We're forecasting, we're envisioning. But that isn't a great plan to me. It's like, well, in 5 years, there might be this new way to do it. We don't even know what it's going to be like.
Yeah, I hope that someone else invents something eventually that'll be good.
We joke about this, but like people will arrive via water. Not really. I mean, a couple might. It might be a fun thing to do on a Sunday randomly, but that's not going to be the norm. That's not going to be how I get to a Commanders football game. I don't park at this place, get on the ferry, go to the game. I don't want to do that. I don't want to get on a ferry after a Sunday night football game. So, I don't know. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be ideal. You said it. There's trade-offs. And it's all going to be worth having a state-of-the-art, brilliant.
But this is the big one in my view.
Yes.
This is the big trade-off is transport getting there. And I know a lot of folks, especially like city-dwelling professionals, they roll their eyes at all this stuff, the complaints that everybody that comes into the city have. Like, it's the fundamental difference. Like, the people that are when someone complains about a speed camera that respond like, just don't speed then. They hear us talking about it, and they're like, what's the matter with you? Walk, bike, green scooter your butt over there. Take 7 Metro lines and just do that. Like, they can't believe that anybody thinks differently than them when it comes to this stuff. But you're asking to attract a whole bunch of different types of folks from a bunch of different places, and it should be as easy as possible for as many of them as possible. And it's not always the way that you do it, Urban Oliver.
We have been busy today. We've been talking about not only breaking news, but having fun out here, partying at MGM National Harbor. The Defenders stopped by. Listeners have been coming out, hanging out with us and hopping on. So we haven't had a chance yet, really, to open up the phones, but I want to do that. 800-636-1067. When you hear 11-story parking garage outside of this stadium as the possible primary place to park, your response is what? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on Tournament Friday on The Fan.
NCAA Tournament, Day 2 of March Madness. Couple of games going on right now. Villanova and Utah State at the half. Villanova with a 2-point lead, 39-37. Also at halftime, Tennessee and Miami of Ohio. Tennessee with a 19-point lead, 51-32. Game's already wrapped up. Earlier today, Kentucky beat Santa Clara in a thriller by 5 in overtime, 89-84. Texas Tech beat Akron, 91-71. Arizona beat Long Island, 92-58. And Virginia survived a bit of a scare against 14 seed Wright State, 82-73. Iowa State rolled to a victory over Tennessee State, 108-74. Bit of a shocking news today from West Palm Beach as the Nationals have optioned Dylan Cruz to AAA Rochester, so he will not be on the opening day roster for the Nats as they get underway next Thursday in Chicago. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Devils at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop, 6:45 pregame right here on 106.7 The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Cool. Welcome back to MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. With you for another hour until 6:30. We're Grant and Danny on The Fan. All of our tournament coverage comes your way. Presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. If you're just hopping in the car, leaving the office today, there is one significant story we've been updating and monitoring, and that is Dylan Cruz being sent to the minors by the Nationals. He'll start the year at AAA Rochester. They're deciding to keep a couple of lesser important players in the grand scheme of the organization in the show, not because they think necessarily that that's what's best for those guys, but because they're thinking about the long term for Dylan Cruz, and they don't think Cruz could have gotten off to a fast enough start. We said this when we were at spring training. He did not look right.
No.
He wasn't getting hits, but on top of that, the quality of the at-bats was not great. You and I were kind of cringing a little bit saying, what kind of start is he going to get off to? You've already had 2 seasons where you haven't really hit. If you're, 1 for your first 15 or something, do the walls start to cave in on you a little bit? And they must have had some of the same reservations and fears because they're trying to avoid that start for Dylan Cruz, something we'll get into for a little more detail later in the program. Our spring training coverage comes your way via Main Street Bank, a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. But, Danny, there's a lot of great audio from the first day and a half of the NCAA tournament. It is Tourney Friday, so let's give you a college hoops-themed audio vault on Grant and Danny. We got to start with High Point, the big upset winner, the big story of day 1 of the tournament. High Point, a 12 seed. The Panthers beat the Wisconsin Badgers 83-82. An incredible game. Just a barn burner back and forth.
Probably the game of the tournament so far.
Have you seen any of the student broadcast highlights of the end of that game from the 2 college kids that were calling High Point's win?
I have, and it's just perfect. It's one of the couple of things that have happened to this point where you're reminded, oh, yeah, I know there's NIL, and I know it's a different world than it used to be, but it's also about students. It's about kids getting to experience some of this stuff. That and the VCU coach, which I'm hoping we'll get to as well.
I'll tip my cap to video being better than audio on this, for sure, because their excitement visually as they're holding themselves back at times during
Just
the
great.
call is perfect, and you should go seek it out tonight. But you'll get a feel for the life-changing moment for the students of High Point at school, the idea that everybody is partying last night, and the 2 kids that were working in suits on press row calling the game were trying to contain themselves.
Anderson, driving, step back. In circles now, Johnson catch and shoot. That's what they needed. Timeout. Timeout. Portland, do you believe it? Go. Here comes Johnson. The layup. Johnson on transition. Takes it inbounds. 9 seconds. Boyd wants it inside. seconds. Block! That point, they launched down court. Anderson gets it. Throw on the glass slipper. It's a Cinderella story in Portland, Oregon. For the first time in program history, High Point breaks through. We will see you in the round of 32. Oh, what a feeling.
So good, man.
Yep.
What a nice job there. I mean, those kids are living their best life, and I love the shades of Al Michaels there. Do you believe it? Was pretty good.
So that audio is tougher. That's the video of them speaking. So we don't have the clean radio feed or whatever of it, which would have sounded
Correct.
better.
That's a good point. It's the camera basically sitting at the scorer's
So I know it sounds worse, but I'm telling you, if you've seen it, it is it warms your heart because it's the three plays: the major three-pointer, the breakout, and the layup for Johnson's first 2-point bucket of the whole damn season. And the color guy is doing the Joe Rogan meme, right? Where he's like basically going, I can't believe it, I'm being held back. I'm stopping short with Estelle from Seinfeld. I mean, the whole thing is perfect, dude.
Speaking of students working these tournament games, you mentioned Phil Martelli Jr., the head coach at VCU.
I love this so much.
This was touching. This is why this guy, by the way, is beloved on campus downtown in Richmond. For our listening audience right now on AM 910, FM 105.1, you guys know all about Martelli Jr. and just the guy that he has proven to be. By the way, VCU, talk about coaching you. You go there, you coach them up for a couple years, you get to the tournament, you make a run, you go somewhere else, and then they just bring in someone else and they do it again. An assembly line. There's a little JMU vibes in college basketball on campus in Richmond. But how about him calling out the student reporters for the national media was there to shout them out?
Ben Rikosh, WVCW Sports. Coach, walk us through the last.
Hold on, I am going to shout you guys out. Watch, I know there's a lot of professional media here. Our student media, the best in the country. They are unreal. Unreal. 3 of these guys drove in a snowstorm. I'm not sure why they did it, but to Davidson, to cover Davidson. They came out to St. Louis. They've been everywhere along the way. They did miss a game for one of them did miss, 2 of them missed a game for Valentine's Day, but we won't talk about that. I understand young love is young love, but this crew right here, like I told them in Pittsburgh and I tell them again, cannot thank you guys enough. You are what this is about, right there. And watch, I said it in Pittsburgh. The rest of these are getting paid. Not enough. They don't get paid enough, but they are getting paid to be here. They're not paid to be here, and they show up every single day, every single game, and I can't thank you guys. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I appreciate that. Those words truly mean a lot.
That's terrific from that head coach to take the time to do that.
It is because, number one, it's completely correct. You know what I mean? To acknowledge that fact. There are pros, the grizzled, not that there's anything wrong with it, but like the grizzled old reporter who's there because I'm on assignment and I'm not really that invested in VCU one way or the other. Coach, you call a timeout there. What was the logic behind that? Just they're following their story. They're doing their job. Nothing wrong with it, right? That's what we're all trying to do in this thing. The kids, unpaid, who've got a passion for it, and oftentimes it's completely thankless. You're toiling. The only reason you do it is because you love it.
Well, you're giving up on college experiences,
right,
too.
To a
your
degree,
buddies are going out and partying. You're going to cover the game. You know, your buddies are playing Xbox. You're going to practice to catch up with coach. I mean, you're putting on the work. You're putting in the hours. I love that he sees it.
Yep.
You feel seen. He respects you. You feel respected. That's really cool. And I also love the ribbing about Valentine's Day because that shows there's a legitimate relationship there. Like, you're not busting chops if you haven't gone back and forth with them about that already.
Yeah, 2 of those guys missed it because they had a date.
Danny shows up on February 16th. Where were you 2 days ago, buddy? Your girlfriend didn't let you come to the game? I just thought the whole thing was perfect.
I thought it was wonderful. So good on Coach for recognizing that and shouting it out in a very, I thought, appropriate way where there are more eyeballs, respectfully, rather. When you play Duquesne, a couple of people that are following the A-10 are going to see it. That's the tournament. You just beat UNC. You didn't beat Little Sisters of the Poor. You beat one of the Blue Bloods, and that's when you do it. So now the World Season. I thought that was great.
From a coach who did everything right to a coach that I wasn't quite as impressed by last night. Now, I got to tell you, it's a lot easier to win than lose. And I am willing to admit that Hubert Davis was probably in a worse mood going to the microphone. The other of the head coaches in that overtime matchup, right? VCU beats North Carolina. Well, Hubert Davis didn't have a whole lot of answers.
Got a little bit tired there?
I did not. I didn't.
Hubert, why did you go to just a 6-man rotation in the second half?
Because that was my decision. Coach, what do you think went wrong?
What do you mean?
Hubert, the free throws again, as you mentioned, a little bit of an issue tonight. Why do you think that was such an issue for your team throughout the season?
That's a great question. I mean, we work on them, and
Super insightful.
Oh.
Great candor.
Well, we work on them. So.
Yeah, your season ended. I understand that. But look, these interviews, and it's a tough ask. But when you win, you get built up, right? And nobody's grilling you there. This is not some awful interview where people are holding you to the coals and saying you should be fired. Very basic questions about the game so that you can finish up your game story or go do the report for everyone back in Chapel Hill. Just wasn't that interesting.
No, and to me, it's for a guy that used to be in the media, right? Hubert Davis was just fine. Now, again, he wasn't some hot taker. It wasn't, some crazy person. But he was behind the desk, giving his opinions on things and talking about coaches and players and schools and all that other kind of stuff. For him to sort of behave that way, I didn't think that was a very good showing, to be honest with you. I thought that was disappointing. I understand it's painful. I understand you lost. If that's too much, give back some of those millions and go do something else. That's part of the gig. You stand up there and take your medicine when it didn't go well. Again, you could be curt, you could be disappointed, but to do the good question. All right. Thanks so much for that, Coach. You know what I mean? Like I thought that was beneath him.
Engel, Ainsworth, or Menifee? Which Kurt?
To me,
you sleep on Kurt Ainsworth, by the way.
I do. To me, I was thinking Kurt Flood, like one of the originals.
Oh,
like
wow.
The reason this free agency is that Kurt. Kurt Cousins.
Ainsworth. From?
A school.
SEC baseball.
Yep.
Very
Auburn.
prominent player in the news today from this program.
Auburn. Georgia.
May have been sent to the minor leagues.
Alabama. LSU.
There you go.
Yep.
How about Sean Miller? One of the sneaky great things about the tournament is the access to these coaches, cutting promos, saying funny things. This was in-game. He was talking about A.J. DeBonsa, the best player in America. I think he should go 1-1. I pray the Wizards end up getting him. He scored 8,000 points last night.
With no help.
40-point game. I could not believe it. Toby's been telling me that coach is suspect. I can now agree.
I've been beating this drum.
And he's been talking about his supporting cast being terrible. I also agree to that. It's basically like him and Pray for Rain. But anyway, Sean Miller, who was playing against him last night, the coach at Texas, was asked how they're going to slow him down. He had an all-time answer.
Sabonsa's already got 14. What are you asking your team to try and do to slow him down?
I don't think we can.
So what else do you do?
We have to do the best job we can, and we can't accumulate fouls that's not going to allow our team to be the best that we can be. We're trying hard. I'm not giving in, but there's just very little you can do with that right there.
That right there.
That right there.
AKA one of the most talented college players ever.
And so
he literally said,
yeah.
How are you going to slow him down? I don't think we can. What's your next question? What he meant was, we just can't let anybody else beat us because he can't score 74 and we're going to get 75. But I don't think we can is one of my favorite answers I've ever heard.
I thought it was so good. And they made it hard on him, and they loaded up. And it reminds me of so many years ago when Rick Barnes was at Texas, and they had Augustine and Kevin Durant. They couldn't win a tournament game because they couldn't figure out how to get him the ball and make it into good spots. But they're missing, I think, their second-best player who got hurt for the season. But, yeah, that coach needed to make things a bit easier on DeBonsa. But that's good. Less wear and tear on my number one pick.
Some of the best from the day that has been in the NCAA tournament on Grant and Danny. All of our college hoops coverage presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We are live at MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. You ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, let me tell you. Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just kind of the same old, same old. But FanCash, FanCash. It is the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash with Fanatics Sportsbook. You can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers. That's win or lose. Use your fan cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and so much more. If you want value for bets, Fanatics will always have your back. And also, don't forget about Fan Cash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw and enter with Fan Cash for a shot at no sweat bets, casino credit, premium sports experiences, tickets, and so much more. Extraordinary prizes await. That also mentioned they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop. Just tap in every Friday and see what all the fuss is about. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. I'm telling you, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Now I'm going to say something that might be wrong.
Uh-oh.
But I'm going to take a stab at this. I feel like every time Toby runs the board, he plays this song, and it's a little bit of a jam. This is Taylor Swift with a little attitude, I feel like.
Respectfully, it's not Taylor Swift.
What is it? Natasha Bedingfield?
No, it's getting worse. She performed this at the halftime of the Super Bowl.
It's Katy
Perry.
Florio. No, Katy
it's not
Perry.
Katy Florio.
Katy Florio does
Katy
Capitals.
Florio with your out-of-town scoreboard. No, it's not. This is Katy Perry.
Katy Perry.
Yeah.
Toby, do you play this song frequently when you are at the controls, or am I making that up?
I play plenty of Katy Perry, Taylor Swift type songs. I don't know that I play this one in particular, but I do play these kind of vibes quite often.
This song slaps a little bit, though. Like, I feel good about this. You seem upset for some reason.
No, upset me?
Well, no, you seem like you think I'm overrating, like that this song is listenable.
No, it had nothing to do with that. It was
just your face makes it look that way.
Well, this is the Natasha Swift song. This is Taylor Bedingfield.
No, if you'd have given me one more guess, I'd have been fine. What song is this?
Eye of the Tiger.
I know that.
Roar by Katy
Yes,
Perry.
Eye of the Tiger's by Survivor.
That's Survivor. It's a very different song.
Very different.
That's a little bit of like a Rocky theme is what we're looking
very
for.
much so, yeah.
Yeah, I think, do I know Katy Perry to be as good as Taylor Swift or Miley Cyrus? No.
Okay.
Do I think that particular song Toby's playing works for me? I do. That's a win for me.
500 points in control of the board. That's the key part, is control of the board also.
Yeah.
This is for Darius also. This is a movie question. I'll pipe him right up because he's going to know this, I bet, as a guy that's seen one or two movies. Which Rocky features the song Eye of the Tiger by Survivor?
Rocky 3.
That is correct.
Thank you.
That is correct. Darius, I'm going to...
Yeah, I knew that.
I'm going to turn your mic right
Oh,
off.
I'm sure, guy.
I did. And Darius has been muted.
Have you even seen Rocky? That's an honest question.
Darius, unmute.
And do not lie to me. You're looking me in my face. You're my friend. If you lie to me, our friendship gets questioned.
How many Rocky movies are there?
Oh, my God.
There's
Now,
like 6, right?
I think there's 5.
Well, so of the original score, there's 5. But then we went back and it was Rocky Balboa. Then we sort of
Creed.
Then
Those don't
Creed,
count.
part of the universe. Okay.
No, original canon.
5. Last one with Tommy Morrison is a big fat acting.
Okay.
There are 4.
I've
He saved the Cold War. He stopped it.
I've seen 0 of them.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Wow, Toby. Okay, thanks.
This is the part that nobody understands.
0.
Does Ryan know it? Should have always been. Does Ryan or Darius know
Has
it?
Darius seen the movie?
Don't you guys get it? Just name a film. Name a great classic film. I guarantee he hasn't seen it.
All right, here we go. The Godfather.
No.
God, this is so bad.
Goodfellas.
No.
Reservoir Dogs.
I feel like I've seen parts of that. I'm going to lean towards
Parts
no,
of it.
Like, give me a plot.
Just say no.
Okay, yeah. Just like Dare, when they told you just say no, just start doing more of that.
Just say no. Pulp Fiction.
Yes, I've seen Pulp
Hey!
Wow.
Yeah.
Neato Gang.
What led you to do that?
It was
on
it was
TV.
it was my aunt's favorite movie back when when I was younger, and I've definitely seen it with her before, probably multiple times.
The Departed.
No.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
He Got Game.
Yes, I've seen He Got Game.
Fargo.
No.
Saving Private Ryan.
Yes.
God, this is depressing. One day we're going to have a producer work on our show that's seen movies. Today's not that day.
It's not today.
Literally the first thing when Strober joined us, and he's been a treat to have replace Ryan and do all the things we used to ask Ryan to do a bunch that he wouldn't do. It's very, very good to have Strober at the controls helping us out. We appreciate him. But I said to him, I said, dude, this is huge. I said, please tell me you watch movies. And he goes, no, I can't help you with that.
He can't be bothered.
It's a prerequisite.
Yeah.
Someone at all times has to be allergic to shellfish that produces our show.
You like,
and you can't have ever seen a film.
Yeah. So there are 3 requirements. There's got to be a shellfish issue. If there's a peanut within 5 feet of you, you will die.
Oh, I forgot the peanut
If
allergy.
you want to work on the show, you're in the same room as a peanut, you explode. And movies are a big fat no. Strober's not interested. He's meal prepping chili. He's doing his Wizard's blog.
The next time we interview somebody, like for the show, we should take them to a movie and feed them peanuts. Like that should be the requirement to get on the
I
program.
think we sit down in the actual interview room and just slide somebody like a little bowl of peanuts. Touch that.
It's like 5 questions, the most obvious questions of famous movie quotes ever. and then they have to eat a bowl of peanuts with us. And if they can navigate that interview, they are ready for the bright lights.
That's
You didn't get out and about yesterday. You were back in Half Street.
Now watching movies.
Correct, back in the studio.
So today you get to be here at MGM, which
Yes.
you're a Merlin guy.
Merlin guy.
I think you feel good about Merlin.
Feel great about Maryland.
Come on, man. You can't beat this. This is pretty good.
This is the best.
Yeah.
I wish I would have been here yesterday, but, we'll let my guy Toby get out here and have some fun. Even though he begrudgingly had to come to Maryland.
Yeah, how do you guys decide, honestly? Like, is behind the scenes, is there dramatics?
Yeah, there's a huge game of rock, paper, scissors. It gets very intense.
Well, there's probably not. I'm not going to throw any other places under the bus. I bet there's times where you guys don't argue over it. Like, this is one NCAA tournament at a bar with wings. Probably both want to go. Yeah. There might be times, though, occasionally where you might rather sit in the studio.
Yeah, you can say that. It's okay.
Yeah, I'll say that. I can agree with that
Well,
statement.
if we're going to an arena for a game, I'll bet everybody wants to go.
Yeah, we've agreed to swap when we do that. So, like, if we do 2 in a month, he does one, I'll do one.
We got another silly coming up next Thursday, by the way. Opening day for the Nationals. Dylan Cruz won't be there. He'll be in Rochester with the Red Wings, unfortunately.
Wow.
But opening day with the Nats, Thursday, Wrigley Field in Chicago. We're going to be at Spanky Shenanigans for a watch party in Leesburg. Respectfully, Darius, we need Toby to come with us because he does this thing where he eats all of their shrimp, and we're going to count how many shrimps he can eat during 4.5 hours.
Though I could eat shrimp now.
That is true.
I could do
but
that.
we don't want to kill you with eating like 60 shrimp. That might be too many.
That's overload.
That'd be fun, I feel like.
Fight Club.
No.
8 days of Nats. Forrest Griffin, the new starting pitcher, brought in back to the States from Japan. Going to be the national we interviewed today. We'll also set the table for the night ahead in the tournament, hit the headlines on Grant and Danny before we say goodbye.